program called Remouse that does whatever you did and repeat.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be a little bit more work, I guess, to like get it done. But
Yeah, doing like multiple tasks for you, hitting different keys and shit. Like,
well, basically, I gotta do 4 tests and just run them in a loop. Like stop the OBS, stop the stream, start the stream, stop the stream.
you gotta keep it 110, bro.
You gotta keep it 50 feet, bro.
Now 110.
Yeah, on 29.
55th Street.
Yeah, on hood.
Hood.
Hood. Creep like Creep like it's funny, right?
Stitches get stitches.
Yeah.
Like the big booty stitches.
Church was that. Do you call it? Did I add something?
You fired me.
Sharon, question real quick. Are you and Sharon turn each other off? I don't care. No.
Yo, Necro, you fired me.
I told you. Is what?
You fired me.
5 you? Hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, man. Hood.
On hood. Blood. Oh, what Crips? No, I forgot what Crips. No blood. No blood in the Crip. In the Crip world. What creeping?
Imagine being that kind of life. Man. Like that, man.
They're just mad because other people are just wearing red and other people are wearing blue. Yeah. Oh man, I'm gonna lay down, chill.
Nah, man.
I'll be back in the morning, I guess.
Nah, bro. Can't do it. Sir, you still here, bro?
Yep.
Mr. 67 Monkey has left the channel.
Sir, my brother, man. I'm a no lifer. Where you at?
Mr. Cheese has left the channel.
Todas las grabaciones de LibriVox Orestes, de Eurípides, traducido por Eduardo Mier y Barberi. Argumento y personajes. Argumento. Orestes, después de asesinar a su madre Clitemnestra con ayuda de su hermana Electra y de su amigo Pílades, se ve acometido de las furias, vengadoras del parricidio, y postrado en su lecho, en donde espera que los ciudadanos de Argos conozcan de su delito y lo condonen o lo absuelvan. Llega entonces de Troya Menelao, hermano de su padre Agamenón y rey de
Section 0 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Judy Summers. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Preface. The object of this book is to draw the attention of the reader to some of the social evils that beset us, more particularly in connection with the administration of criminal justice. So long a time has intervened since the thought occurred, and so many interruptions have delayed the progress of the work, that it is felt the subject has been very imperfectly treated. But it is hoped that enough has been done to cause a few to reflect on a matter of vital importance, one that to them may possess the interest of novelty. A strange indifference exists as to the composition of the juries. In our view, the institution itself, so admirable in a monarchy, is totally unsuited to a democracy. The very principle that renders it so safe where there is a great central power to resist, renders it unsafe in a state of society in which few have sufficient resolution to attempt even to resist popular impulses. 100 instances might be given in which the juries of this country are an evil, one or two of which we will point out. In trials between railroad companies and those who dwell along their lines, prejudice is usually so strong against the former that justice for them is nearly hopeless. In certain parts of the country, the juries are made the instruments of defeating the claims of creditors who dwell at a distance, and are believed to have interests opposed to the particular community where the debtor resides. This is a most crying evil, and has been the source of many and grievous wrongs. Whenever there is a motive for creating a simulated public opinion, by the united action of several journals, justice is next to hopeless. Such combinations rarely, if ever, occurring in its behalf. In cases that are connected with the workings of political schemes, and not unfrequently in those in which political men are parties to the suits, it is often found that the general prejudices or partialities of the outdoor factions enter the jury box. This is a most serious evil, too, for, even when the feeling does not produce a direct and flagrant wrong, it is very apt so far to temper the right as to deprive it of much of its virtue. In a country like this, in which party penetrates to the very bottom of society, the extent of this evil can be known only to those who are brought into close contact with the ordinary workings of the institution. In a democracy, proper selections in the material that are necessary to render juries safe become nearly impossible. Then the tendency is to the accumulation of power in bodies of men, and in a state of society like our own, the juries get to be much too independent of the opinion of the court. It is precisely in that condition of things in which the influence and authority of the judge guide the juror, and the investigation and substantial power of the juror react on the proceedings of the court, that the greatest benefits have been found to accrue from this institution. The reverse of this state of things will be very likely to produce the greatest amount of evil. It is certain that the juries are falling into disrepute throughout the length and breadth of the land. The difficulty is to find a substitute, as they are bodies holding the lives, property, and character of every member of the community, more or less, in their power. It is not to be supposed that the masses will surrender this important means of exercising their authority voluntarily or with good will. Time alone can bring reform through the extent of the abuses. The writer has not the vanity to suppose that anything contained in this book will produce a very serious impression on the popularity of the jury. Such is not its design. All that is anticipated is to cause a portion of his readers to reflect on the subject, persons who probably have never yet given it a moment of thought. There is a tendency, at the present time, to court change for its own sake. This is erroneously termed a love of reform. Something very like a revolution is going on in our midst, while there is much reason to apprehend that few real grievances are abated, the spurious too exclusively occupying the popular mind, to render easy a just distinction between them. When an American prates about aristocracy, it is pretty safe to set him down as knavish or ignorant. It is purely cant, and the disclaimers would be puzzled to point to a single element of the little understood and much decried institution, the country being absolutely without any, unless the enjoyment of the ordinary rights of property can be so considered. But the demagogue must have his war cry as well as the Indian, and it is probable he will continue to whoop as long as the country contains minds weak enough to furnish him with dupes. Cooperstown, March 12, 1850. End of preface. Section 1 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Judy Summers. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. The Ways of the Hour, Chapter 1. Marshal. My Lord O'Merle, is Harry Hereford armed? O'Merle. Yea, at all points, and longs to enter in. King Richard II. In one respect, there is a visible improvement in the goodly town of Manhattan, and that is in its architecture. Of its growth there has never been any question, while many have disputed its pretension to improvement. A vast expansion of mediocrity, though useful and imposing, rarely satisfies either the judgment or the taste. Those who possess these qualities, requiring a nearer approach to what is excellent than can ever be found beneath the term just mentioned. A town which is built of red bricks that are faced with white marble, the whole garnished with green blinds, can never have but one outward sign, that of tawdry vulgarity. But this radical defect is slowly disappearing from the streets of Manhattan, and those who build are getting to understand that architecture, like statuary, will not admit of strong contrast in colors. Horace Walpole tells us of a certain old Lord Pembroke, who blackened the eyes of the gods and goddesses in the celebrated gallery at Wilton, and prided himself on the achievement, as if he had been another Phidias. There have been thousands of those who have labored in the spirit of this Earl of Pembroke in the streets of all the American towns. But traveling, hence books and example, are slowly effecting a change, and whole squares may now be seen in which the eye rests with satisfaction on blinds, facings, and bricks, all brought to the same pleasing, sober, architectural tint. We regard this as the first step in advance that has been made in the right direction, so far as the outward aspect of the town is concerned, and look forward with hope to the day when Manhattan shall have banished its rag-fair finery altogether, and the place will become as remarkable for the chaste simplicity of its streets as they have hitherto been for their marked want of taste. With this great town, modeled as it is in people as well as in hues, with its native population collected from all parts of this vast republic, and its European representatives amounting to scores of thousands, we shall have much to do in the succeeding pages. Our researches, however, will be bestowed more on things moral than on things physical, and we shall endeavor to carry the reader with us through scenes that, we regret to say, are far more characteristic than novel. In one of the cross streets that communicate with Broadway and below Canal stands a dwelling that is obnoxious to all the charges of bad taste to which there has already been allusion, as well as to certain others that have not yet been named at all. A quarter of a century since, or within the first 20 years of its own existence, the house in question would have been regarded as decidedly patrician, though it is now lost amid the thousands of similar abodes that have arisen since its own construction. There it stands, with its red bricks periodically painted redder, its marble facings making a livery of red turned up with white, its green blinds, its high stoop, its half-buried and low basement, and all its neatness and comfort, notwithstanding its flagrant architectural sins. Into this building we now propose to enter, at the very early hour of 8 in the morning. The principal floor was divided, as usual, between a dining and a drawing room, with large communicating doors. This was the stereotyped construction of all Manhattanese dwellings of any pretension, a quarter of a century since, and that of Mr. Thomas Dunscombe, the owner and occupant of the house in question, had been built in rigid conformity with the fashion of its day. Squire Dunscombe, as this gentleman was termed in all the adjacent country counties, where he was well known as a reliable and sound legal adviser. Mr. Thomas Dunscombe, as he was styled by various single ladies, who wondered he never married, or Tom Dunscombe, as he was familiarly called by a herd of unyoked youths, all of whom were turned of 60, was a capital fellow in each of his many characters. As a lawyer, he was as near the top of the bar as a man can be, who never had any pretensions to be an orator, and whose longest effort seldom exceeded half an hour. Should the plan of placing eloquence in hobbles reach our own bar, his habit of condensing, his trick of getting multum in parvo, may yet bring him to the very summit, for he will have an immense advantage over those who, resembling a country buck at a town ball, need the whole field to cut their flourishes in. As a man of the world, he was well bred, though a little cynical, very agreeable, most especially with the ladies, and quite familiar with all the better habits of the best-toned circles of the place. As a boon companion, Tom Dunscombe was an immense favorite, being particularly warm-hearted, and always ready for any extra eating or drinking. In addition to these leading qualities, Dunscombe was known to be rich, having inherited a very tolerable estate, as well as having added much to his means by a large and lucrative practice. If to these circumstances we add that of a very prepossessing personal appearance, in which age was very green, the reader has all that is necessary for an introduction to one of our principal characters. Though a bachelor, Mr. Dunscombe did not live alone. He had a nephew and a niece in his family, the orphan children of a sister who had now been dead many years. They bore the name of Wilmiter, which, in the family parlance, was almost always pronounced Wilmington. It was Jack Wilmington and Sally Wilmington at school, at home, and with all their intimates, though Mr. John Wilmiter and Miss Sarah Wilmiter were often spoken of in their little outdoor world, it being rather an affectation of the times to prove, in this manner, that one retains some knowledge of the spelling book. We shall write the name as it is written by the parties themselves, forewarning the reader that if he desires to pronounce it by the same family standard, he must take the unauthorized spelling as a guide. We own ourselves to a strong predilection for old familiar sounds, as well as old familiar faces. At 8:30 a.m. of a fine morning, late in May, when the roses were beginning to show their tints amid the verdure of the leaves in Mr. Dunscombe's yard, the three individuals just mentioned were at the breakfast table of what it is the fashion of New York to term a dining room. The windows were open, and a soft and fragrant air filled the apartment. We have said that Mr. Dunscombe was affluent, and he chose to enjoy his means, not a la Manhattan, in idle competition with the nouveaux riches, but in a more quiet and rational way. His father had occupied lots, running through, as it is termed, building the house on one street and his stables on the other, leaving himself a space in the rear of the former that was prodigious for a town so squeezed into parallelograms of 25 feet by 100. This open space was of the usual breadth, but it actually measured 150 feet in length, an area that would have almost justified its being termed a park in the nomenclature of the town. This yard Sarah had caused to be well garnished with shrubbery, and for its dimensions it was really a sort of oasis in that wilderness of bricks. The family was not alone that morning. A certain Michael Millington was a guest of Jack's, and seemingly quite at home in the little circle. The business of eating and drinking was pretty well through with, though each of the 4 cups had its remains of tea or coffee, and Sarah sat stirring hers idly, while her soft eyes were turned with interest on the countenances of the 2 young men. The last had a sheet of writing paper lying between them, and their heads were close together, as both studied that which was written on it in pencil. As for Mr. Dunscombe himself, he was fairly surrounded by documents of one sort and another. 2 or 3 of the morning papers, glanced at but not read, lay opened on the floor. On each side of his plate was a brief or some lease or release, while a copy of the new and much talked-of code was in his hand. As we say in our American English, Mr. Dunscombe was emphatically a common law lawyer, and, as our transatlantic brethren would remark in their sometime Cockney dialect, he was not at all agreeable to this great innovation on the perfection of human reason. He muttered occasionally as he read, and now and then he laid down the book and seemed to muse. All this, however, was quite lost on Sarah, whose soft blue eyes still rested on the interested countenances of the 2 young men. At length Jack seized the paper and wrote a line or 2 hurriedly with his pencil. "There, Mike," he said, in a tone of self-gratulation. "I think that will do." "It has one merit of a good toast," answered the friend, a little doubtingly. "It is sententious, as all toast ought to be if we are to have this dinner and the speeches and all the usual publications afterwards. I choose that we should appear with some little credit. Pray, sir," raising his eyes to his uncle and his voice to correspond, "what do you think of it now?" "Just as I always have, Jack. It will never do at all. Justice would halt miserably under such a system of practice. Some of the forms of pleadings are infernal, if pleadings they can be called at all. I detest even the names they give their proceedings. Complaints and answers." "They are certainly not as formidable to the ear," returned Jack a little saucily, "as rebutters and sur-rebutters. But I was not thinking of the code, sir. I was asking your opinion of my new toast." "Even a fee could not extract an opinion, unless I heard it read." "Well, sir, here it is. The Constitution of the United States, the palladium of our civil and religious liberties. Now, I do not think I can much better that, Uncle Tom." "I'm very sorry to hear you say so, Jack." "Why so, sir? I'm sure it is good American sentiment, and what is more, it has a flavor of the old English principles that you so much admire about it, too. Why do you dislike it, sir?" "For several reasons. It would be commonplace, which a toast should never be, were it true. But there happens not to be a word of truth in your sentiment, sonorous as it may sound in your ears." "Not true? Does not the Constitution guarantee to the citizen religious liberty?" Not a bit of it." "You amaze me, sir. Why, here, just listen to its language, if you please." Hereupon Jack opened a book and read the clause on which he relied to confute one of the ablest constitutional lawyers and clearest heads in America. Not that Mr. Dunscombe was what is called an expounder, great or small, but he never made a mistake on the subject in hand, and had often caused the best of the expounders to retrace their steps. He was an original thinker, but of the safest and most useful sort, one who distinguished between the institutions of England and America, while he submitted to the fair application of minor principles that are so common to both. As for his nephew, he knew no more of the great instrument he held in his hand than he had gleaned from ill-digested newspaper remarks, vapid speeches in Congress, and the erroneous notions that float about the country, coming from nobody knows whom, and leading literally to nothing. The ignorance that prevails on such subjects is really astounding, when one remembers the great number of battles that are annually fought over this much-neglected compact. "Why, here is the clause. Just please to hear it, sir," continued Jack. "Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances." There, I think that will go far towards justifying the whole toast, Mike. This was said a little triumphantly, and not a little confidently. The only answer Mr. Dunscombe condescended to make was an expressive "umph." As for Michael Millington, he was a little timid about expressing an opinion, and that for two reasons. He had often experienced Mr. Dunscombe's superior wisdom, and he knew that Sarah heard all that passed. "I wish your uncle would lay aside that code for a minute, Jack, and let us know what he thinks of our authorities," said Michael in an undertone. "Come, Uncle Tom," cried the more hardy nephew. "Come out of your reserve, and face the Constitution of your country. Even Sarah can see that, for once, we are right, and that my toast is of proof." "It is a very good proof sheet, Jack, not only of your own mind, but of half the minds in the country. Ranker nonsense cannot be uttered, however, than to say that the Constitution of the United States is the palladium of anything in which civil or religious liberty is concerned." "You do not dispute the fidelity of my quotations, sir?" "By no means. The clause you read is a very useless exhibition of certain facts that existed just as distinctly before it was framed, as they do today. Congress had no power to make an established religion, or abridge the freedom of speech, or that of the press, or the right of the people to petition, before that amendment was introduced, and consequently the clause itself is supererogatory. You take nothing by your motion, Jack." "I do not understand you, sir. To me, it seems that I have the best of it." "Congress has no power but what has been conceded to it directly, or by necessary connection. Now, there happens to be nothing said about granting any such authority to Congress, and consequently the prohibition is not necessary. But admitting that Congress did really possess the power to establish a religion previously to the adoption of this amendment, the Constitution would not prove a palladium to religious liberty, unless it prohibited everybody else from meddling with the opinions of the citizen. Any state of this Union that pleases may establish a religion and compel its citizens to support it." "Why, sir, our own state constitution has a provision similar to this to prevent it." "Very true, but our own state constitution can be altered in this behalf without asking permission of anyone but our own people. I think that even Sarah will understand that the United States is no palladium of religious liberty if it cannot prevent a state from establishing Mohammedanism as soon as a few forms can be complied with." Sarah colored, glanced timidly at Michael Millington, but made no reply. She did not understand much of what she had just heard, though rather an intelligent girl, but had hoped that Jack and his friend were nearer right than was likely to turn out to be the case. Jack himself, being a young limb of the law, comprehended what his uncle meant, and had the grace to color, too, at the manner in which he had manifested his ignorance of the great national compact. With a view to relieve himself from his dilemma, he cried, with a ready dexterity, "Well, since this won't do, I must try the jury. The trial by jury, the palladium of our liberties. How do you like that, sir?" "Worse than the other, boy. God protect the country that has no better shield against wrong than that which a jury can hold before it." Jack looked at Michael, and Michael looked at Jack, while Sarah looked at both in turn. "You surely will not deny, sir, that the trial by jury is one of the most precious of the gifts received from our ancestors," said the first, a little categorically. Sarah brightening up at this question, as she fancied that her brother had now got on solid ground. "Your question cannot be answered in a breath, Jack," returned the uncle. "The trial by jury was undoubtedly a most precious boon bestowed on a people among whom there existed an hereditary ruling power, on the abuses of which it was often a most salutary check." "Well, sir, is it not the same check here, assuring to the citizens independent justice?" "Who compose the ruling power in America, Jack?" "The people, to be sure, sir." "And who the jurors?" "The people, too, I suppose," answered the nephew, hesitating a little before he replied. "Well, let us suppose a citizen has a conflict of rights with the public, which is the government. Who will compose the tribunal that is to decide the question?" "A jury, to be sure, sir. The trial by jury is guaranteed by the Constitution to us all." "Aye," said Mr. Dunscombe, smiling, "much as our religious and political liberties. But according to your own admission, this is very much like making one of the parties a judge in his own case. A insists that he has a right to certain lands, for instance, which the public claims for itself. In such a case, part of the public compose the tribunal." "But is it not true, Mr. Dunscombe," put in Millington, "that the popular prejudice is usually against government, in all cases with private citizens?" Sarah's face looked brighter now than ever, for she felt sure that Mike, as her brother familiarly called his friend, had asked a most apposite question. "Certainly, you are right as to particular sets of cases, but wrong as to others. In a commercial town like this, the feeling is against government in all cases connected with the collection of the revenue, I admit, and you will see that the fact makes against the trial by jury in another form, since a judge ought to be strictly impartial, above all prejudice whatever." "But, uncle, a judge and a jury are surely very different things," cried Sarah, secretly impelled to come to Michael's rescue, though she scarce knew anything of the merits of the subject. "Quite right, my dear," the uncle answered, nodding his head kindly, casting a glance at his niece that caused her to blush under the consciousness of being fully understood in her motives, if not in her remark. "Most profoundly right. A judge and a juror ought to be very different things. What I most complain of is the fact that the jurors are fast becoming judges. Nay, by George, they are getting to be legislators, making the law as well as interpreting it. How often does it happen nowadays that the court tell the jury that such is the law, and the jury comes in with a verdict which tells the court that such is not the law? This is an everyday occurrence in the actual state of public opinion." "But the court will order a new trial if the verdict is against law and evidence," said Michael, determined that Sarah should be sustained. "Aye, and another jury will be quite likely to sustain the old one. No, no, the trial by jury is no more a palladium of our liberties than the Constitution of the United States." "Who or what is then, sir?" demanded Jack. "God, yes, the deity in his divine providence, if anything is to save us. It may not be his pleasure to let us perish, for it would seem that some great plan for the advancement of civilization is going on, and it may be a part of it to make us important agents. All things regarded, I am much inclined to believe such is the fact. But did the result depend on us, miserable instruments in the almighty hands as we are, woeful would be the end. You do not look at things couleur de rose, Uncle Tom, Sarah smilingly observed. Because I am not a young lady of 20 who is well satisfied with herself and her advantages. There is but one character for which I have a greater contempt than that of senseless grumbler, who regards all things à tort et à travers, and who cries, "There is nothing good in the world." And what is the exception, sir? The man who is puffed up with conceit and fancies all around him perfection, when so much of it is the reverse. Whoever shouts liberty in the midst of the direst oppression. But direst oppression is certainly no term to be applied to anything in New York. You think not? And what would you say to a state of society in which the law is available to one class of citizens only, in the way of compulsion, and not at all in the way of protection? I do not understand you, sir. Here, it is our boast that all are protected alike. Aye, so far as boasting goes, we are beyond reproach. But what are the facts? Here is a man that owes money. The law is appealed to compel payment. Verdict is rendered, and execution issued. The sheriff enters his house and sells his very furniture to extort the amount of the debt from him. That is his misfortune, sir. Such things must happen to all debtors who cannot or will not pay. If this were true, I should have nothing to say. Imagine this very debtor to be also a creditor, to have debts due to him of many times the sums that he owes, but which the law will not aid him in collecting. For him, the law is all oppression, no protection. But surely, Uncle Tom, nothing of the sort exists here. Surely, Miss Sarah Wilmiter, such things do exist here in practice, whatever may be the theory on the subject. What is more, they exist under the influence of facts that are directly connected with the working of the institutions. My case is not supposititious at all, but real. Several landlords have quite recently felt all the rigors of the law as debtors, when it was a dead letter to them, in their character of creditors. This has actually happened, and that more than once, and it might happen 100 times were the landlords more in debt. In the latter case, it would be an everyday occurrence. What, sir? Exclaimed Michael Millington. The law enforce, when it will not protect? That it does, young man, in many interests that I could point out to you. But here is as flagrant a case of unmitigated tyranny as can be cited against any country in Christendom. A citizen is sold out of house and home, under process of law, for debt, and when he asks for the use of the same process of law to collect his undeniable dues, it is, in effect, denied him, and this among the people who boast that their independence is derived from a spirit that would not be taxed, a people who are hourly shouting hosannas in honor of their justice. It cannot be, Uncle Tom, that this is done in terms, cried the astounded nephew. If by terms you mean professions of justice and liberty and equal rights, they are fair enough. In all those particulars we are irreproachable. As professors, no people can talk more volubly or nearer to the point. I allude only to facts. But these facts may be explained, qualified, are not as flagrant as they seem under your statement. In what manner? Why, sir, this is but a temporary evil, perhaps. It has lasted not days, nor weeks, nor months, but years. What is more, it is an evil that has not occurred in a corner, where it might be overlooked, but it exists within 10 miles of your capital, in plain sight of your legislators, and owes its impunity solely to their profound deference to votes. In a word, it is a part of the political system under which we live, and that far more so than any disposition to tyranny that might happen to manifest itself in an individual king. Do not the tenants who refuse to pay fancy that their landlords have no right to their estates? And does not the whole difficulty arise from misapprehension?" asked Michael, a little timidly. "What would that have to do with the service of process, if it were true? When a sheriff's officer comes among these men, they take his authority from him and send him away empty. Rights are to be determined only by the law, since they are derived from the law, and he who meets the law at the threshold and denies it entrance can never seriously pretend that he resists because the other party has no claims. No, no, young gentlemen, this is all a fetch. The evil is of years' standing. It is of the character of the direst oppression, and of oppression of the worst sort, that of many oppressing a few, cases in which the sufferer is cut off from sympathy, as you can see by the apathy of the community, which is singing hosannas to its own perfection, while this great wrong is committed under its very nose. Had a landlord oppressed his tenants, their clamor would have made itself heard throughout the land. The worst feature in the case is that which connects the whole thing so very obviously with the ordinary working of the institutions. If it were merely human covetousness, struggling against the institutions, the last might prove the strongest, but it is cupidity of the basest and most transparent nature, using the institutions themselves to effect its purpose. I am surprised that something was not done by the last convention to meet the evil," said Jack, who was much struck with the enormity of the wrong, placed before his eyes in its simplest form, as it had been by his direct-minded and clear-headed kinsman. "This is because you do not know what a convention has got to be. Its object is to push principles into impracticable extremes under the silly pretension of progress, and not to abate evils. I made a suggestion myself to certain members of that convention, which, in my poor judgment, would have effectually cured this disease, but no member had the courage to propose it. Doubtless it would have been useless had it been otherwise. It was worth the trial, if such were likely to be its result. What was your plan, sir?" "Simply to disenfranchise any district in which the law could not be enforced by means of combinations of its people. On application to the highest court of the state, an order might be granted that no polls should be held in one or more towns or counties in which combinations existed of a force sufficient to prevent the laws from being put in force. Nothing could be more just than to say that men who will not obey the law shall not have a voice in making it, and to me it really seems that such provision would be the best possible expedient to check this growing evil. It would be choking the enemy with his own food. Why was it not done, sir? Simply because our sages were speculating on votes and not on principles. They will talk to you like so many books touching the vices of all foreign systems, but are ready to die in defense of the perfection of their own." "Why was it necessary to make a new constitution the other day?" asked Sarah innocently, "if the old one was so very excellent?" "Sure enough, the answer might puzzle wiser heads than yours, child. Perfection requires a great deal of tinkering in this country. We scarcely adopt one plan that shall secure everybody's rights and liberties, then another is broached to secure some newly discovered rights and liberties. With a dire example before them of the manner in which the elective franchise is abused in this anti-rent movement, the sages of the land have just given to the mass the election of judges, as beautiful a scheme for making the bench coalesce with the jury box as human ingenuity could invent." As all present knew that Mr. Dunscombe was bitterly opposed to the new constitution, no one was surprised at this last assertion. It did create wonder, however, in the minds of all three of the ingenious young persons, when the fact, an undeniable and most crushing one it is, too, so far as any high pretension to true liberty is concerned, was plainly laid before them, that citizens were to be found in New York against whom the law was rigidly enforced, while it was powerless in their behalf. We have never known this aspect of the case presented to any mind, that it did not evidently produce a deep impression for the moment. But alas, what is everybody's business is nobody's business, and few care for the violation of a principle when the wrong does not affect themselves. These young folk were, like all around them, unconscious even that they dwelt in a community in which so atrocious a wrong was daily done, and, for the moment, were startled when the truth was placed before their eyes. The young men, near friends, and, by certain signs, likely to be even more closely united, were much addicted to speculating on the course of events as they conceived them to be tending in other countries. Michael Millington, in particular, was a good deal of a general politician, having delivered several orations in which he had laid some stress on the greater happiness of the people of this much-favored land over those of all other countries, and especially on the subject of equal rights. He was too young yet to have learned the wholesome truth that equality of rights in practice exists nowhere, the ingenuity and selfishness of man finding the means to pervert to narrow purposes the most cautious laws that have ever been adopted, in furtherance of a principle that would seem to be so just. Nor did he know that the Bible contains all the wisdom and justice, transmitted as divine precepts, that are necessary to secure to every man all that is desirable to possess here below. The conversation was terminated by the entrance of a fourth colloquist, in the person of Edward McBrain, M.D., who was not only the family physician, but the bosom friend of the lawyer. The two liked each other on the principle of loving their opposites. One was a bachelor, the other was about to marry his third wife. One was a little of a cynic, the other much of a philanthropist. One distrustful of human nature, the other too confiding. One cautious to excess, the other absolutely impetuous whenever anything strongly interested his feelings. They were alike in being Manhattanese by birth, somewhat a novelty in a New Yorker, in being equally graduates of Columbia and classmates, in a real love of their fellow creatures, in goodness of heart, and in integrity. Had either been wanting in these last great essentials, the other could not have endured him. End of Chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 2. O change, stupendous change! There lies the soulless clod. The sun eternal breaks. The new immortal wakes with his God. Mrs. Southey. As Dr. McBrain entered the room, the two young men and Sarah, after saluting him like very familiar acquaintances, passed out into what the niece called her garden. Here she immediately set her scissors at work in clipping roses, violets, and other early flowers to make bouquets for her companions. That of Michael was much the largest and most tasteful, but this her brother did not remark, as he was in a brown study, reflecting on the singularity of the circumstance that the Constitution of the United States should not be the palladium of his political and religious liberties. Jack saw, for the first time in his life, that a true knowledge of the Constitution was not to be found floating about in society, and that there was more in the nature of the great national compact than was dreamt of in his philosophy. "Well, Ned," said the lawyer, holding out his hand kindly, but not rising from his chair, "what has brought you here so early? Has old Martha spoiled your tea?" "Not at all. I have paid this visit, as it might be, professionally." "Professionally? I never was better in my life, and set you down as a false prophet, or no doctor, if you like that better, for the gout has not even given a premonitory hint this spring, and I hope, now I have given up Sauterne altogether, and take but 4 glasses of Madeira at dinner, 2 too many, I'll engage to drink nothing but sherry, Ned, if you'll consent to 4, and that without any of those forbidding looks." "Agreed. Sherry has less acidity, and consequently less gout than Madeira. But my business here this morning, though professional, does not relate to my craft, but to your own." "To the law? Now I take another look at you, I do see trouble in your physiognomy. Am I not to draw the marriage settlements after all? There are to be none. The new law gives a woman the entire control of all her property, they tell me, and I suppose she will not expect the control of mine. Humph! Yes, she ought to be satisfied with things as they are, for she will remain mistress of all her cups and saucers even, aye, and of her houses and lands in the bargain. Hang me if I would ever marry when the contract is so one-sided. You never did when the contract was to other-sided. For my part, Tom, I'm disposed to leave a woman mistress of her own. The experiment is worth the trial, if it be only to see the use she will make of her money. You are always experimenting among the women, and are about to try a third wife. Thank heaven I've got on 60 years quite comfortably without even one. You have only lived half your life. No old bachelor, meaning a man after 40, knows anything of real happiness. It is necessary to be married in order to be truly happy. I wonder you did not add 2 or 3 times. But you may make this new contract with greater confidence than either of the others. I suppose you have seen this new divorce project that is or has been before the legislature? Divorce! I trust no such foolish law will pass. This calling marriage a contract, too, is what I never liked. It is something far more than a contract in my view of the matter. Still, that is what the law considers it to be. Get out of this new scrape, Ned, if you can with any honor, and remain an independent freeman for the rest of your days. I dare say the widow could soon find some other amorous youth to place her affections on. It matters not much whom a woman loves, provided she love. Of this I'm certain from seeing the sort of animals so many do love. Nonsense! A bachelor talking of love or matrimony usually makes a zany of himself. It is terra incognita to you, my boy, and the less you say about it, the better. You are the only human being, Tom, I have ever met with who has not some time or other been in love. I really believe you never knew what the passion is. I fell in love early in life with a certain my Lord Coke, and have remained true to my first attachment. Besides, I saw I had an intimate friend who would do all the marrying that was necessary for 2 or even 3, so I determined from the first to remain single. A man has only to be firm, and he may set Cupid at defiance. It is not so with women, I do believe. It is part of their nature to love, else would no woman admire you at your time of life. I don't know that. I'm by no means sure of that. Each time I had the misfortune to become a widower, I was just as determined to pass the remainder of my days in reflecting on the worth of her I had lost, as you can be to remain a bachelor. But somehow or other, I don't pretend to account for it. Not a year passed before I have found inducements to enter into new engagements. It is a blessed thing, is matrimony, and I am resolved not to continue single an hour longer than is necessary. Dunscombe laughed out at the earnest manner in which his friend spoke, though conversations like this we have been relating were of frequent occurrence between them. The same old sixpence, Ned. A Benedict as a boy, a Benedict as a man, and a Benedict as a dotard. Dotard? My good fellow, let me tell you. Pooh! I don't desire to hear it. But as you came on business connected with the law, and that business is not a marriage settlement, what is it? Does old Kingsborough maintain his right to the Harlem lot? No, he has given the claim up at last. My business, Tom, is of a very different nature. What are we coming to, and what is to be the end of it all? As the doctor looked far more than he expressed, Dunscombe was struck with his manner. The Siamese twins scarce understand each other's impulses and wishes better than these 2 men comprehended each other's feelings, and Tom saw at once that Ned was now very much in earnest. Coming to? Repeated Dunscombe. Do you mean the new code, or the woman hold the purse law, as I call it? I don't believe you look far enough ahead to foresee all the damnable consequences of an elective judiciary. It is not that, this or that. I do not mean codes, constitutions, or pin money. What is the country coming to, Tom Dunscombe? That is the question I ask. Well, and has the country nothing to do with constitutions, codes, and elective judges? I can tell you, Master Ned McBrain, M.D., that if the patient is to be saved at all, it must be by means of the judiciary, and I do not like the advice that has just been called in. You are a croaker. They tell me the new judges are reasonably good. Reasonably is an expressive word. The new judges are old judges in part, and in so much they do pretty well by chance. Some of the new judges are excellent, but one of the very best men on the whole bench was run against by one of the worst men who could ever have been put in his place. At the next heat, I fear the bad fellow will get the track. If you do not mean what I have mentioned, what do you mean? I mean the increase of crime. The murders, arsons, robberies, and other abominations that seem to take root among us, like so many exotics transplanted to a genial soil. Exotics and genial be hanged! Men are alike everywhere. No one but a fool ever supposed that a republic is to stand or fall by its virtue. Yet the common opinion is that such must be the final test of our institutions. Jack has just been talking nonsense on this subject, and now you must come to aid him. But what has your business with me this morning to do with a general depreciation in morals? A great deal, as you will allow, when you come to hear my story. Dr. Ned McBrain then proceeded forthwith to deliver himself of the matter which weighed so heavily on his mind. He was the owner of a small place in an adjoining county, where it was his custom to pass as much time during the pleasant months as a very extensive practice in town would allow. This was not much, it is true, though the worthy physician so contrived matters that his visits to Timberley, as the place was called, if not long, were tolerably numerous. A kind-hearted, as well as a reasonably affluent man, he never denied his professional services to his country neighbors, who eagerly asked his advice whenever there was need of it. This portion of the doctor's practice flourished on two accounts, one being his known skill, and the other his known generosity. In a word, Dr. McBrain never received any compensation for his advice from any in the immediate neighborhood of his country residence. This rendered him exceedingly popular, and he might have been sent to Albany, but for a little cold water that was thrown on the project by a shrewd patriot, who suggested that while the physician was attending to affairs of state, he could not be administering to the ailings of his Timberley neighbors. This may have checked the doctor's advancement, but it did not impair his popularity. Now, it happened that the bridegroom expectant had been out to Timberley, a distance of less than 15 miles from his house in Bleecker Street, with a view to order matters for the reception of the bride, it being the intention of the couple that were soon to be united to pass a few days there, immediately after the ceremony was performed. It was while at his place, attending to this most important duty, that an express came from the country town requiring his presence before the coroner, where he was expected to give his evidence as a medical man. It seems that a house had been burned, and its owners, an aged couple, had been burnt in it. The remains of the bodies had been found, and an inquest was about to be held on them. This was pretty much all that the messenger could tell, though he rather thought that it was suspected the house had been set on fire, and the old people consequently murdered. As a matter of course, Dr. McBrain obeyed the summons. A county town in America is often little more than a hamlet, though in New York they are usually places of some greater pretensions. The state now has near a dozen incorporated cities, with their mayors and aldermen, and with one exception we believe these are all county towns. Then came the incorporated villages, in which New York is fast getting to be rich, places containing from 1 to 6 or 7,000 souls, and which, as a rule, are steadily growing into respectable provincial towns. The largest of these usually contain the county buildings, as it is the custom to express it. But in the older counties, immediately around the great commercial capital of the entire republic, these large villages do not always exist, or when they do exist, are not sufficiently central to meet the transcendental justice of democratic equality, a quality that is sometimes of as exacting pretension as of real imbecility, as witness the remarks of Mr. Dunscombe in our opening chapter. The county buildings happen to stand in a small village, or what is considered a small village, in the lower part of the state. As the events of this tale are so recent and the localities so familiar to many persons, we choose to call this village Bibury, and the county Dukes. Such was once the name of a New York county, though the appellation has been dropped, and this not from any particular distaste for the strawberry leaves. Kings, queens, and duchess having been wisely retained, wisely as names should be as rarely changed as public convenience will allow. Dr. McBrain found the village of Bibury in a high state of excitement, one indeed of so intense a nature as to be far from favorable to the judicial inquiry that was then going on in the courthouse. The old couple who were the sufferers in this affair had been much respected by all who knew them, he as a commonplace, well-meaning man, of no particular capacity, and she as a managing, discreet, pious woman, whose greatest failing was a neatness that was carried somewhat too near to ferocity. Nevertheless, Mrs. Goodwin was, generally, even more respected than her husband, for she had the most mind, transacted most of the business of the family, and was habitually kind and attentive to everyone who entered her dwelling, provided always that they wiped their feet on her mats, of which it was necessary to pass no less than 6, before the little parlor was reached, and did not spit on her carpet, or did not want any of her money. This popularity added greatly to the excitement. Men, and women also, commonly feeling a stronger desire to investigate wrongs done to those they esteem than to investigate wrongs done to those concerning whom they are indifferent. Dr. McBrain found the charred remains of this unfortunate couple laid on a table in the courthouse, the coroner in attendance, and a jury impaneled. Much of the evidence concerning the discovery of the fire had been gone through with, and was of a very simple character. Someone who was stirring earlier than common had seen the house in a bright blaze, had given the alarm, and had preceded the crowd from the village on the road to the burning dwelling. The Goodwins had resided in a neat, retired cottage, at the distance of near 2 miles from Bibbury, though in sight from the village, and by the time the first man from the latter reached the spot, the roof had fallen in and the materials were mostly consumed. A dozen or more of the nearest neighbors were collected around the ruins, and some articles of household furniture had been saved, but on the whole it was regarded as one of the most sudden and destructive fires ever known in that part of the country. When the engine arrived from the village, it played briskly on the fire, and was the means of soon reducing all within the outer walls, which were of stone, to a pile of blackened and smouldering wood. It was owing to this circumstance that any portion of the remains of the late owners of the house had been found, and was done in the manner thus described in his testimony by Peter Bacon, the person who had first given the alarm in Bibbury. "As soon as ever I seed it was Peter Goodwin's house that made the light," continued this intelligent witness in the course of his examination, "I guv the alarm, and started off on the run to see what I could do. By the time I got to the top of Brudler's Hill, I was fairly out of breath, I can tell you, Mr. Coroner and gentlemen of the jury, and so I was obliged to pull up a bit. This guv the fire a so much better sweep, and when I reached the spot there was little chance for doing much good. We got out a chest of drawers, and that young woman who boarded with the Goodwins was helped down out of the window, and most of her clothes, I believe, was saved, so far as I know." "Stop," said the coroner. "There was a young woman in the house, you say?" "Yes, what I call a young woman, or a gal, like, though other sums call her a young woman. Well, she was got out, and her clothes was got out, but nobody could get out the old folks. As soon as the engine come up, we turned on the water and put out the fire about the quickest. Arter that we went to diggin', and soon found what folks call the remains, though to my notion there's little enough on 'em that is left." "You dug out the remains," said the coroner, writing. "In what state did you find them?" "In what I call a pretty poor state, much as you see 'em there on the table." "What has become of the young lady you have mentioned?" inquired the coroner, who, as a public functionary, deemed it prudent to put all of the sex into the same general category. "I can't tell you, squire. I never seed her arter she was got out of the window." "Do you mean that she was the hired girl of the family, or had the old lady no help?" "I kind of think she were a boarder, like, one that paid her keepin'," answered the witness, who was not a person to draw very nice distinctions, as the reader will have no difficulty in conceiving from his dialect. "It seems to me I hearn tell of another help in the Goodwin family, a sort of Jarman, or Irish lady." "Was any such woman seen about the house this morning when the ruins were searched?" "Not as I hearn. We turned over the brands and sticks until we come across the old folks, then everybody seemed to think the work was pretty much done." "In what state or situation were these remains found?" "Burnt to a crisp, just as you see 'em, squire, as I said afore. A pretty poor state for human beings to be in." "But where were they lying, and were they near each other?" "Close together. Their heads, if a body can call them black-looking skulls heads at all, almost touched. If they didn't quite touch each other, their feet lay further apart." "Do you think you could place the skeletons in the same manner as respects each other as they were when you first saw them? But let me first inquire if any other person is present who saw these remains before they had been removed." Several men, and 1 or 2 women, who were in attendance to be examined, now came forward, and stated that they had seen the remains in the condition in which they had been originally found. Selecting the most intelligent of the party, after questioning them all round, the coroner desired that the skeletons might be laid, as near as might be, in the same relative positions as those in which they had been found. There was a difference of opinion among the witnesses as to several of the minor particulars, though all admitted that the bodies, or what remained of them, had been found quite close together, their heads touching and their feet some little distance apart. In this manner, then, were the skeletons now disposed, the arrangement being completed just as Dr. McBrain entered the courtroom. The coroner immediately directed the witnesses to stand aside while the physician made an examination of the crisped bones. "This looks like foul play," exclaimed the doctor, almost as soon as his examination commenced. "The skulls of both these persons have been fractured, and, if this be anything near the positions in which the skeletons were found, as it would seem, by the same blow." He then pointed out to the coroner and jury a small fracture in the frontal bone of each skull, and so nearly in a line as to render his conjecture highly probable. This discovery gave an entirely new coloring to the whole occurrence, and everyone present began to speculate on the probability of arson and murder being connected with the unfortunate affair. The Goodwins were known to have lived at their ease, and the good woman in particular had the reputation of being a little miserly. As everything like order vanished temporarily from the courtroom, and tongues were going in all directions, many things were related that were really of a suspicious character, especially by the women. The coroner adjourned the investigation for the convenience of a regular conversation, in order to obtain useful clues to the succeeding inquiries. "You say that old Mrs. Goodwin had a good deal of specie?" inquired that functionary of a certain Mrs. Pope, a widow woman who had been free with her communications, and who very well might know more than the rest of the neighbors from a very active propensity she had ever manifested to look into the affairs of all around her. "Did I understand you that you had seen this money yourself?" "Yes, sir, often and often. She kept it in a stockin' of the old gentleman's. That was nothing but darns, so darny like that nobody could wear it. Miss Goodwin wasn't a woman to put away anything that was of use. A clusser body wasn't to be found anywhere near Bibury. And some of this money was gold, I think I heard you say. A stocking pretty well filled with gold and silver. The foot was crammin' full when I saw it, and that wasn't 3 months since. I can't say there was any great matter in the leg. Yes, there was gold in it too. She showed me the stockin' the last time I saw it, on purpose to ask me what might be the value of a piece of gold that was almost as big as $50. Should you know that piece of gold were you to see it again?" "That I should. I didn't know its name or its valley, for I had never seed so big a piece afore. But I told Miss Goodwin I thought it must be a rale Californy. Them's about now, they tell me, and I hope poor folks will come in for their share. Old as I am, that is, not so very old neither, but such as I am, I never had a piece of gold in my life." "You cannot tell, then, the name of this particular coin?" "I couldn't. If I was to have it for the tellin', I couldn't. It wasn't a $5 piece, that I know, for the old lady had a good many of them, and this was much larger and yellower too. Better gold, I conclude." The coroner was accustomed to garrulous, sight-seeing females, and knew how to humor them. "Where did Mrs. Goodwin keep her specie?" he inquired. "If you saw her put the stocking away, you must know its usual place of deposit." "In her chest of drawers," answered the woman eagerly. "That very chest of drawers that was got out of the house, as sound as the day it went into it, and has been brought down into the village for safe keeping." All this was so, and measures were taken to push the investigation further and in that direction. 3 or 4 young men, willing volunteers in such a cause, brought the bureau into the courtroom, and the coroner directed that each of the drawers should be publicly opened in the presence of the jurors. The widow was first sworn, however, and testified regularly to the matter of the stocking, the money, and the place of usual deposit. "Ah, you'll not find it there," observed Mrs. Pope, as the village cabinet-maker applied a key, the wards of which happened to fit those of the locks in question. "She kept her money in the lowest drawer of all. I've seen her take the stocking out first and last at least a dozen times." The lower drawer was opened accordingly. It contained female apparel and a goodly store of such articles as were suited to the wants of a respectable woman in the 4th or 5th of the gradations into which all society so naturally and unavoidably divides itself. But there was no stocking full of darns, no silver, no gold. Mrs. Pope's busy and nimble fingers were thrust hastily into an inner corner of the drawer, and a silk dress was unceremoniously opened, that having been the precise receptacle of the treasure as she had seen it last bestowed. "It's gone!" exclaimed the woman. "Somebody must have taken it!" A great deal was now thought to be established. The broken skulls and the missing money went near to establish a case of murder and robbery, in addition to the high crime of arson. Men, who had worn solemn and grave countenances all that morning, now looked excited and earnest. The desire for requiting justice was general and active, and the dead became doubly dear by means of their wrongs. All this time Dr. McBrain had been attending exclusively to the part of the subject that most referred to his own profession. Of the fractures in the 2 skulls he was well assured, though the appearance of the remains were such as almost to baffle investigation. Of another important fact he was less certain. While all he had heard prepared him to meet with the skeletons of a man and his wife, so far as he could judge in the imperfect state in which they were laid before him, the bones were those of 2 females. "Did you know this Mr. Goodwin, Mr. Coroner?" inquired the physician, breaking into the more regular examination with very little ceremony. "Or was he well known to any here?" The coroner had no very accurate knowledge of the deceased, though every one of the jurors had been well acquainted with him. Several had known him all their lives. "Was he a man of ordinary size?" asked the doctor. "Very small, not taller than his wife, who might be set down as quite a tall old lady. It often happens in Europe, especially in England, that the man and his wife are so nearly of a height as to leave very little sensible difference in their statures, but it is a rare occurrence in this country. In America, the female is usually delicate and of a comparatively small frame, while the average height of man is something beyond that of the European standard. It was a little out of the common way, therefore, to meet with a couple so nearly of a size, as these remains would make Goodwin and his wife to have been. "These skeletons are very nearly of the same length," resumed the doctor, after measuring them for the 5th time. "The man could not have been much, if any, taller than his wife." "He was not," answered a juror. "Old Peter Goodwin could not have been more than 5 feet 5, and Dorothy was all of that, I should think. When they came to meeting together, they looked much of a muchness." Now, there is nothing on which a prudent and regular physician is more cautious than in committing himself on unknown and uncertain ground. He has his theories and his standards of opinions usually well settled in his mind, and he is ever on the alert to protect and bolster them, seldom making any admission that may contravene either. He is apt to denounce the water cure, however surprising may have been its effects, and there is commonly but one of the apathies to which he is in the least disposed to defer, and that is the particular apathy on which he has molded his practice. As for Dr. McBrain, he belonged strictly to the allopathic school, and might be termed almost an ultra in his adherence to its laws, while the number of the new schools that were springing up around him taught him caution, as well as great prudence in the expression of his opinions. Give him a patient, and he went to work boldly, and with the decision and nerve of a physician accustomed to practice in an exaggerated climate. But place him before the public as a theoretical man, and he was timid and wary. His friend Dunscombe had observed this peculiarity 30 years before the commencement of our tale, and had quite recently told him, "You are bold in the only thing in which I am timid, Ned, and that is in making up to the women. If Mrs. Updike were a newfangled theory now, instead of an old-fashioned widow as she is, hang me if I think you would have ever had the spirit to propose." This peculiarity of temperament, and perhaps we might add of character, rendered Dr. McBrain now very averse to saying, in the face of so much probability, and the statements of so many witnesses, that the mutilated and charred skeletons that lay on the courthouse table were those of 2 females, and not those of a man and his wife. It was certainly possible he might be mistaken, for the conflagration had made sad work of these poor emblems of mortality. But science has a clear eye, and the doctor was a skillful and practiced anatomist. In his own mind there were very few doubts on the subject. As soon as the thoughtful physician found time to turn his attention on the countenances of those who composed the crowd in the courtroom, he observed that nearly all eyes were bent on the person of one particular female, who sat apart, and was seemingly laboring under a shock of some sort or other that materially affected her nerves. McBrain saw at a glance that this person belonged to a class every way superior to that of even the highest of those who pressed around the table. The face was concealed in a handkerchief, but the form was not only youthful but highly attractive. Small, delicate hands and feet could be seen, such hands and feet as we are all accustomed to see in an American girl who has been delicately brought up. Her dress was simple and of studied modesty, but there was an air about that which a little surprised the kind-hearted individual who was now so closely observing her. The doctor had little difficulty in learning from those near him that this young woman, so all in the crowd styled her, though it was their practice to term most girls, however humble their condition, ladies, had been residing with the Goodwins for a few weeks, in the character of a boarder, as some asserted, while others affirmed it was as a friend. At all events, there was a mystery about her, and most of the girls at Bibury had called her proud, because she did not join in their frivolities, flirtations, and visits. It was true. No one had ever thought of discharging the duties of social life by calling on her, or in making the advances usual to well-bred people, but this makes little difference where there is a secret consciousness of inferiority, and of an inferiority that is felt while it is denied. Such things are of everyday occurrence, in country life in particular, while American town life is far from being exempt from the weakness. In older countries, the laws of society are better respected. It was now plain that the blight of suspicion had fallen on this unknown and seemingly friendless girl. If the fire had been communicated intentionally, who so likely to be guilty as she? If the money was gone, who had so many means of securing it as herself? These were questions that passed from one to another, until distrust gathered so much head that the coroner deemed it expedient to adjourn the inquest while the proof might be collected and offered in proper form. Dr. McBrain was by nature kind-hearted. Then he could not easily get over the stubborn scientific fact of both the skeletons having belonged to females. It is true that, admitting this to be the case, it threw very little light on the matter, and in no degree lessened any grounds of suspicion that might properly rest on the young woman, but it separated him from the throng, and placed his mind in a sort of middle condition, in which he fancied it might be prudent, as well as charitable, to doubt. Perceiving that the crowd was dispersing, though not without much animated discussion in undertones, and that the subject of all this conversation still remained in her solitary corner, apparently unconscious of what was going on, the worthy doctor approached the immovable figure and spoke. "You have come here as a witness, I presume," he said in a gentle tone. "If so, your attendance just now will no longer be necessary, the coroner having adjourned the inquest until tomorrow afternoon." At the first sound of his voice, the solitary female removed a fine cambric handkerchief from her face, and permitted her new companion to look upon it. We shall say nothing here touching that countenance or any other personal peculiarity, as a sufficiently minute description will be given in the next chapter through the communications made by Dr. McBrain to Dunscombe. Thanking her informant for his information, and exchanging a few brief sentences on the melancholy business which had brought both there, the young woman arose, made a slight but very graceful inclination of her body, and withdrew. Dr. McBrain's purpose was made up on the spot. He saw very plainly that a fierce current of suspicion was setting against this pleasing and, as it seemed to him, friendless young creature, and he determined at once to hasten back to town and get his friend to go out to Bibury without a moment's delay, that he might appear there that very afternoon in the character of counsel to the helpless. End of Chapter 2.
Section 3 of The Ways of the Hours. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brent Patrick. The Ways of the Hours by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 3. I am informed thoroughly of the cause. Which is the merchant here, and which the Jew? Merchant of Venice. Such was the substance of the communication that Dr. McBrain now made to his friend Tom Dunscombe. The latter had listened with an interest he did not care to betray, and when the other was done, he gaily cried, "I'll tell the widow Updike of you, Ned. She knows the whole story already, and is very anxious lest you should have left town to go to the Rockland circuit, where she has been told you have an important case to try. The cause goes over on account of the opposite counsel's being in the Court of Appeals. Ah's me! I have no pleasure in managing a cause, since this code of procedure has innovated on all our comfortable and venerable modes of doing business. I shall close up my affairs and retire as soon as I can bring all my old cases to a termination." "If you can bring those old cases to a termination, you will be the first lawyer who ever did." "Yes, it is true, Ned," answered Dunscombe, coolly taking a pinch of snuff. "You doctors have the advantage of us in this behalf. Your cases certainly do not last forever." "Enough of this, Tom. You will go to Bibury, I take it for granted?" "You have forgotten the fee. Under the new code, compensation is a matter of previous agreement. You shall have a pleasant excursion over good roads in the month of May, in an easy carriage and drawn by a pair of as spirited horses as trotted on the 3rd Avenue. The animals you have just purchased in honor of Mrs. Updike, that is, Mrs. McBrain that is to be," touching the bell and adding to the very respectable black who immediately answered the summons, "Tell Master Jack and Miss Sarah I wish to see them. So, Ned, you have let the widow know all about it, and she does not pout or look distrustful. That is a good symptom, at least. I would not marry a jealous woman if I never had a wife." "Then you will never marry at all. Why, Dr. McBrain, it is the nature of woman to be distrustful, to be jealous, to fancy things that are merely figments of the brain. You know nothing about them, and would be wisest to be silent, but here are the young people all ready to ask your pleasure." "Sarah, my dear," resumed the uncle in a kind and affectionate tone of voice, one that the old bachelor almost universally held towards that particular relative. I must give you a little trouble. Go into my room, child, and put up in my smallest traveling bag a clean shirt, a handkerchief or two, 3 or 4 collars, and a change all round, for a short expedition into the country. Country? Do you quit us today, sir? Within an hour at latest, looking at his watch. If we leave the door at 10, we can reach Bibury before the inquest reassembles. You told those capital beasts of yours, Ned, to come here? I told Stephen to give them a hint to that effect. You may rely on their punctuality. Jack, you had better be of our party. I go on some legal business of importance, and it may be well for you to go along, in order to pick up an idea or two. And why not Michael also, sir? He has as much need of ideas as I have myself. A pretty general laugh succeeded, though Sarah, who was just quitting the room, did not join in it. She rather looked grave, as well as a little anxiously towards the last-named neophyte of the law. "Shall we want any books, sir?" demanded the nephew. "Why, yes, we will take the Code of Procedure. One can no more move without that, just now, than he can travel in some countries without a passport. Yes, put up the code, Jack, and we'll pick it to pieces as we trot along." "There is little need of that, sir, if what they say be true. I hear from all quarters that it is doing that for itself on a gallop." "Shame on thee, lad. I have half a mind to banish thee to Philadelphia. But put up the code. Thy joke can't be worse than that joke, Code. As for Michael, he can accompany us if he wish it. But you must both be ready by 10. At 10 precisely, we quit my door in the chariot of Phoebus, Ned? Call it what you please, so you do but go. Be active, young gentlemen, for we have no time to throw away. The jury meet again at 2, and we have several hours of road before us. I will run round and look at my slate, and be here by the time you are ready." On this suggestion, everybody was set in active motion. John went for his books, and to fill a small rubber bag for himself. Michael did the same, and Sarah was busy in her uncle's room. As for Dunscombe, he made the necessary disposition of some papers, wrote 2 or 3 notes, and held himself at the command of his friend. This affair was just the sort of professional business in which he liked to be engaged. Not that he had any sympathy with crime, for he was strongly averse to all communion with rogues, but it appeared to him by the representations of the doctor to be a mission of mercy. A solitary young unfriended female accused or suspected of a most heinous crime, and looking around for a protector and an adviser, was an object too interesting for a man of his temperament to overlook, under the appeal that had been made. Still, he was not the dupe of his feelings. All his coolness, sagacity, knowledge of human nature, and professional attainments were just as active in him as they ever had been in his life. 2 things he understood well: that we are much too often deceived by outward signs, mistaking character by means of a fair exterior and studied words, and that neither youth, beauty, sex, nor personal graces were infallible preventives of the worst offenses on the one hand, and that on the other, men nurture distrust and suspicion often until it grows too large to be concealed, by means of their own propensity to feed the imagination and to exaggerate. Against these 2 weaknesses he was now resolved to arm himself, and when the whole party drove from the door, our counsellor was as clear-headed and impartial, according to his own notion of the matter, as if he were a judge. By this time the young men had obtained a general notion of the business they were on, and the very first subject that was started on quitting the door was in a question put by John Wilmiter, in continuation of a discussion that had been commenced between himself and his friend. "Mike and I have a little difference of opinion on a point connected with this matter, which I could wish you to settle for us as an arbiter. On the supposition that you find reason to believe that this young woman has really committed these horrible crimes, What would be your duty in the case? To continue to befriend her and advise her, and use your experience and talents in order to shield her against the penalties of the law, or to abandon her at once? In plain English, Jack, you and your brother student wish to know whether I am to act as a palladium or as a runagate in this affair. As neophytes in your craft, it may be well to suggest to you, in the first place, that I have not yet been feed. I never knew a lawyer's conscience trouble him about questions in casuistry, until he had received something down. But you can suppose that something paid in this case, sir, and then answer our question. This is just the case in which I can suppose nothing of the sort. Had McBrain given me to understand I was to meet a client with a well-lined purse who was accused of arson and murder, I would have seen him married to 2 women at the same time, before I would have budged. It's the want of a fee that makes me out of town this morning. And the same want, I trust, sir, will stimulate you to solve our difficulty. The uncle laughed and nodded his head, much as if he would say, "Pretty well for you." Then he gave a thought to the point in professional ethics that had started up between his 2 students. "This is a very old question with the profession, gentlemen," Dunscombe answered, a little more gravely. "You will find men who maintain that the lawyer has morally a right to do whatever his client would do, that he puts himself in the place of the man he defends, and is expected to do everything precisely as if he were the accused party himself. I rather think that some vague notion, quite as loose as this, prevails pretty generally among what one may call the minor moralists of the profession. I confess, sir, that I have been given to understand that some such rule ought to govern our conduct," said Michael Millington, who had been in Dunscombe's office only for the last 6 months. "Then you have been very loosely and badly instructed in the duties of an advocate, Mr. Michael. A more pernicious doctrine was never broached, or one better suited to make men scoundrels. Let a young man begin practice with such notions, and 2 or 3 thieves for clients will prepare him to commit petty larceny, and a case or 2 of perjury would render him an exquisite at an affidavit. No, my boys, here is your rule in this matter. An advocate has a right to do whatever his client has a right to do, not what his client would do." "Surely, sir, an advocate is justified in telling his client to plead not guilty, though guilty, and in aiding him to persuade a jury to acquit him, though satisfied himself he ought to be convicted. You have got hold of the great point in the case, Jack, and one on which something may be said on both sides. The law is so indulgent as to permit an accused who has formally pleaded guilty, thus making a distinct admission of his crime, to withdraw that plea and put in another of not guilty. Now, had the same person made a similar admission out of court, and under circumstances that put threats or promises out of the question, the law would have accepted that admission as the best possible evidence of his guilt. It is evident, therefore, that an understanding exists, to which the justice of the country is a party, that a man, though guilty, shall get himself out of the scrape if he can do so by legal means. No more importance is attached to the not guilty than to the not at home to a visitor, it being understood by general convention that neither means anything. Some persons are so squeamish as to cause their servants to say they are engaged, by way of not telling a lie, but a lie consists in the intentional deception, and not in, and not guilty, mean no more, in the one case, than you can't see my master, and in the other, then I'll run the chances of a trial. After all, sir, this is going pretty near the wind in the way of morals. It certainly is. The Christian man who has committed a crime ought not to attempt to deny it to his country, as he certainly cannot to his God. Yet 999 in 1,000 of those most straight-laced Christians in the community would so deny their guilt if arraigned. We must not tax poor human nature too heavily, though I think the common law contains many things, originating in a jealousy of hereditary power, that is great folly for us to preserve. But while we are thus settling principles, we forget facts. You have told me nothing of your client, Ned. What would you wish to know? You called her young, I remember. What may be her precise age? That is more than I know, somewhere between 16 and 25. 25? Is she as old as that? I rather think not, but I have been thinking much of her this morning, and I really do not remember to have seen another human being who is so difficult to describe. She has eyes, of course. 2, and very expressive they are. Though sworn, I could not tell their color. And hair? In very great profusion, so much of it, and so very fine and shining, that it was the first thing about her person which I observed. But I have not the least notion of its color. Was it red? No, nor yellow, nor golden, nor black, nor brown, and yet a little of all blended together, I should say. Ned, I'll tell the widow Updike of thee, thou rogue. Tell her and welcome. She has asked me all these questions herself this very morning. Oh, she has she? Woman never changes her nature. You cannot say anything about the eyes beyond the fact of their being very expressive and pleasing. More than that, even. Engaging. Winning is a better term. Ned, you dog, you have never told the widow one half. Every syllable. I even went farther, and declared I had never beheld a countenance that, in so short an interview, made so deep an impression on me. If I were not to see this young woman again, I should never forget the expression of her face, so spirited, so sad, so gentle, so feminine, and so very intelligent. It seemed to me what I should call an illuminated countenance. Handsome? Not unusually so among our sweet American girls, except through the expression. That was really wonderful, though you will remember I saw her under very peculiar circumstances. Oh, exceedingly peculiar. Dear old soul, what a thump she has given him! How were her mouth and her teeth? Complexion, stature, figure, and smile? I can tell you little of these. Her teeth are fine, for she gave me a faint smile, such as a lady is apt to give a man in quitting him, and I saw just enough of the teeth to know that they are exceedingly fine. You smile, young gentlemen, but you may have a care for your hearts, in good truth. For if this strange girl interests either of you one half as much as she has interested me, she will be either Mrs. John Wilmiter or Mrs. Michael Millington within a 12-month. Michael looked very sure that she would never fill the last situation, which was already bespoke for Miss Sarah Wilmiter, and as for Jack, he laughed outright. We'll tell Mrs. Updike of him when we get back, and break off that affair at least, cried the uncle, winking at the nephew, but in a way his friend should see him. Then there will be one marriage the less in the world. But is she a lady, doctor? Demanded John after a short pause. My wife must have some trifling claims in that way, I can assure you. As for family, education, association, and fortune, I can say nothing. I know nothing. Yet will I take upon myself to say she is a lady, and that in the strict signification of the term? You are not serious now, Ned, exclaimed the counselor quickly. Not a bona fide, as some of our gentlemen have it. You cannot mean exactly what you say. I do, though, and that literally. And she suspected of arson and murder? Where are her connections and friends, those who made her a lady? Why is she there alone, and, as you say, unfriended? So it seemed to me you might as well ask me why she is there at all. I know nothing of all this. I heard plenty of reasons in the street why she ought to be distrusted, nay, convicted, for the feeling against her had got to be intense before I left Bibury. But no one could tell me whence she came, or why she was there. Did you learn her name? Yes, that was in every mouth, and I could not help hearing it. She was called Mary Monson by the people of Bibury. but I much doubt if that be her real name. So your angel in disguise will have to be tried under an alias? That is not much in her favor, Ned. I shall ask no more questions, but wait patiently to see and judge for myself." The young man put a few more interrogatories, which were civilly answered, and then the subject was dropped. Well, it has been said that God made the country, man made the town. No one feels this more than he who has been shut up between walls of brick and stone for many months, on his first escape into the open, unfettered fields and winding, pleasant roads. Thus was it now with Dunscombe. He had not been out of town since the previous summer, and great was his delight at smelling the fragrance of the orchards, and feasting his eyes on their beauties. All other charms of the season came in aid of these, and when the carriage drove into the long, broad, and we might almost say single street of Bibury, Dunscombe in particular was in a most tranquil and pleasant state of mind. He had come out to assist a friendless woman, cheerfully and without a thought of the sacrifice, either as to time or money, though in reflecting on all the circumstances, he began to have his doubts of the wisdom of the step he had taken. Nevertheless, he preserved his native calmness of manner and coolness of head. Bibury was found to be in a state of high excitement. There were at least a dozen physicians collected there, all from the country, and 5 or 6 reporters had come from town. Rumors of all sorts were afloat, and Mary Monson was a name in every person's mouth. She had not been arrested, however, it having been deemed premature for that, but she was vigilantly watched, and 2 large trunks of which she was the mistress, as well as an oilskin-covered box of some size, if not absolutely seized, were so placed that their owner had no access to them. This state of things, however, did not seem to give the suspected girl any uneasiness. She was content with what a carpet-bag contained, and with which she said she was comfortable. It was a question with the wiseacres whether she knew that she was suspected or not. Had Dunscombe yielded to McBrain's solicitations, he would have gone at once to the house in which Mary Monson was now lodged, but he preferred adopting a different course. He thought it was the most prudent to be a looker-on until after the next examination, which was now close at hand. Wary by long habit and cool by temperament, he was disposed to observe the state of things before he committed himself. The presence of the reporters annoyed him, not that he stood in any dread of the low tyranny that is so apt to characterize this class of men, for no member of the bar had held them, and the puny efforts of many among them to build up and take away professional character, in greater contempt than he had done. But he disliked to have his name mixed up with a cause of this magnitude, unless he had made up his mind to go through with it. In this temper, then, no communication was held with Mary Monson until they met at the hour appointed for the inquest in the courthouse. The room was crowded, at least twice as many having collected on this occasion as had got together on the sudden call of the previous examination. Dunscombe observed that the coroner looked grave, like a man who felt he had important business on his hands, while a stern expectation was the expression common to nearly all the others present. He was an utter stranger himself, even by sight, to every being present, his own party and 2 or 3 of the reporters excepted. These last no sooner observed him, however, than out came their little notebooks, and the gold pens were at work, scribbling something. It was probably a sentence to say, "We observed among the crowd Thomas Dunscombe, Esquire, the well-known counsel from the city." But Dunscombe cared very little for such vulgarisms, and continued passive. As soon as the inquest was organized, the coroner directed a physician of the neighborhood to be put on the stand. It had gone forth that a city doctor had intimated that neither of the skeletons was that of Peter Goodwin, and there was a common wish to confront him with a high country authority. It was while the medical man now in request was sent for that McBrain pointed out to Dunscombe the person of Mary Monson. She sat in a corner different from that she had occupied the day before, seemingly for the same purpose, or that of being alone. Alone she was not strictly, however, a respectable-looking female of middle age being at her side. This was a Mrs. Jones, the wife of a clergyman, who had charitably offered the suspected young stranger a home under her own roof, pending the investigation. It was thought generally that Mary Monson had but very vague notions of the distress that rested on her, it being a part of the plan of those who were exercising all their wits to detect the criminal, that she was first to learn this fact in open court, and under circumstances likely to elicit some proofs of guilt. When Dunscombe learned this artifice, he saw how ungenerous and unmanly it was, readily imagined a dozen signs of weakness that a female might exhibit in such a trait that had no real connection with crime, and felt a strong disposition to seek an interview, and put the suspected party on her guard. It was too late for this, however, just then, and he contented himself for the moment with studying such signs of character and consciousness as his naive sagacity and long experience enabled him to detect. Although nothing could be more simple or unpretending than the attire of Mary Monson, it was clearly that of a lady. Everything about her denoted that station or origin, though everything about her, as Dunscombe fancied, also denoted a desire to bring herself down, as nearly as possible, to the level of those around her, most probably that she might not attract particular attention. Our lawyer did not exactly like this slight proof of management, and wished it were not so apparent. He could see the hands, feet, figure, hair, and general air of the female who was strangely called on to make the subject of his investigations, but he could not yet see her face. The last was again covered with a cambric handkerchief, the hand which held it being ungloved. It was a pretty little American hand, white, well-proportioned, and delicate. It was clear that neither its proportions nor its color had been changed by uses unsuited to its owner's sex or years. But it had no ring in this age of bejeweled fingers. It was the left hand, moreover, and the fourth finger, like all the rest, had no ornament or sign of matrimony. He inferred from this that the stranger was unmarried, one of the last things that a wife usually lays aside being her wedding ring. The foot corresponded with the hand, and was decidedly the smallest, best formed, and best decorated foot in Bibbery. John Wilmiter thought it was the prettiest he had ever seen. It was not studiously exhibited, however, but rested naturally and gracefully in its proper place. The figure generally, so far as a capacious shawl would allow of its being seen, was pleasing, graceful, and a little remarkable for accuracy of proportions, as well as of attire. Once or twice Mrs. Jones spoke to her companion, and it was when answering some question thus put that Dunscombe first got a glimpse of his intended client's face. The handkerchief was partly removed, and remained so long enough to enable him to make a few brief observations. It was then that he felt the perfect justice of his friend's description. It was an indescribable countenance, in all things but its effect, which was quite as marked on the lawyer as it had been on the physician. But the arrival of Dr. Coe put an end to these observations, and drew all eyes on that individual, who was immediately sworn. The customary preliminary questions were put to the witness, respecting his profession, length of practice, residence, etc., when the examination turned more on the matter immediately under investigation. "You see those objects on the table, doctor?" said the coroner. "What do you say they are?" "Ossa hominum, human bones, much defaced and charred by heat." "Do you find any proof about them of violence committed, beyond the damage done by fire?" "Certainly. There is the os frontis of each fractured by a blow, a common blow, as I should judge." "What do you mean, sir, by a common blow? An accidental or an intentional blow?" "By common blow I mean that one blow did the damage to both cranus." "Crani? How do you spell that word, doctor? Common folks get put out by foreign tongues. Cranus in the plural, sir. We say cranium for one skull, and cranny for two. I wonder what he should say for numbskull, whispered John to Michael. Yes, sir, I understand you now. I trust the reporters will get it right. Oh, they never make any mistakes, especially in legal proceedings, quietly remarked Mr. Dunscombe to the doctor. In matters of law and the Constitution, they are of proof. Talk of letters on the Constitution. What are equal to those that come to us hibernally, as one may say, from Washington? Hibernially would be the better word, answered McBrain in the same undertone. You ought to know your grandfather was an Irishman, Ned, but listen to this examination. And now, Dr. Coe, have the goodness to look at those skeletons, resumed the coroner, and tell us whether they belong to man, woman, or child, whether they are the remains of adults or of children. Of adults, certainly. On that point, sir, I conceive there can be no doubt. And as to the sex, I should think that it is equally clear. I have no doubt that one are the remains of Peter Goodwin, and the other those of his wife. Science can distinguish between the sexes in ordinary cases, I allow, but this is a case in which science is at fault, for want of facts, and taking all the known circumstances into consideration, I have no hesitation in saying that, according to my best judgment, those are the remains of the missing man and woman, man and wife. Am I to understand that you recognize the particular skeletons by any outward visible proofs? Yes, there is the stature. Both of the deceased were well known to me, and I should say that making the usual allowance for the absence of the musculi, the pellis, and other known substances. Doctor, would it be just as agreeable to you to use the common dialect? Demanded a shrewd-looking farmer, one of the jury, who appeared equally amused and vexed at this display of learning. Certainly, sir, certainly, Mr. Blore. Musculi means muscles, and pellis is the skin. Abstract the muscles and skin and the other intermediate substances from the bones, and the apparent stature would be reduced, as a matter of course. Making these allowances, I see in those skeletons the remains of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin. Of the fact, I entertain no matter of doubt. As Dr. Coe was very sincere in what he said, he expressed himself somewhat earnestly. A great many eyes were turned triumphantly towards the stranger who had presumed to intimate that the bones of both the remains were those of women, when everybody in and about Bibury knew Peter Goodwin so well, and knew that his wife, if anything, was the taller of the two. No one in all that crowd doubted as to the fact, except McBrain and his friend, and the last doubted altogether on the faith of the doctor's science. He had never known him mistaken, though often examined in court, and was aware that the bar considered him one of the safest and surest witnesses they could employ in all cases of controverted facts. Dr. Coe's examination proceeded. Have you a direct knowledge of any of the circumstances connected with this fire? Demanded the coroner. A little, perhaps. I was called to visit a patient about midnight, and was obliged to pass directly before the door of Goodwin's house. The jury knows that it stood on a retired road, and that one would not be likely to meet with any person traveling it so early in the morning. I did pass, however, two men, who were walking very fast and in the direction of Goodwin's. I could not see their faces, nor did I know them by their figures and movements. As I see everybody, and know almost everybody hereabouts, I concluded they were strangers. About 4, I was on my return along the same road, and as my sulky rose to the top of Windy Hill, I got a view of Goodwin's house. The flames were just streaming out of the east end of the roof, and the little wing on that end of the building in which the old folks slept was in a bright blaze. The other end was not much injured, and I saw at an upper window the figure of a female. She resembled, as well as I could judge by that light, and at that distance, the young lady now present, and who is said to have occupied the chamber under the roof, in the old house, for some time past, though I can't say I have ever seen her there, unless I saw her then under the circumstances mentioned. The old people could not have been as ailing this spring as was common with them, as I do not remember to have been stopped by them once. They never were in the habit of sending for the doctor, but seldom let me go past the door without calling me in. Did you see anyone beside the figure of the female at the window? Yes, there were 2 men beneath that window, and they appeared to me to be speaking to or holding some sort of communication with the female. I saw gestures, and I saw 1 or 2 articles thrown out of the window. My view was only for a minute, and when I reached the house, a considerable crowd had collected, and I had no opportunity to observe, particularly in a scene of such confusion. Was the female still at the upper window when you reached the house? No, I saw the lady now present standing near the burning building and held by a man, Peter Davidson I think it was, who told me she wanted to rush into the house to look for the old folks. Did you see any efforts in that sort in her? Certainly. She struggled to get away from Peter and acted like a person who wished to rush into the burning building. Were the struggles natural, or might they not have been affected? They might. If it was acting, it was good acting. I have seen as good, however, in my life. The doctor had a meaning manner that said more than his words. He spoke very low, so low as not to be audible to those who sat in the farther parts of the room, which will explain the perfect indifference to his testimony that was manifested by the subject of his remarks. An impression, however, was made on the jury, which was composed of men much disposed to push distrust to demonstration. The coroner now thought it time to spring the principal mine, which had been carefully preparing during the recess in the investigation, and he ordered Mary Monson to be called, a witness who had been regularly summoned to attend among the crowds of persons that had received similar notices. End of section 3.
Section 6 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 6. Then none was for a party, then all were for the state. Then the great man helped the poor, and the poor man loved the great. Then lands were fairly portioned, then spoils were fairly sold. The Romans were like brothers in the brave days of old. Macaulay. It has been said that John Wilmette was left by his uncle at Bilberry to look after the welfare of their strange client. John, or Jack, as he was commonly called by his familiars, including his pretty sister, was in the main a very good fellow, though far from being free from the infirmities to which the male portion of the human family are subject when under the age of 30. He was frank, manly, generous, disposed to think for himself, and what is somewhat unusual with his countrymen, of a temperament that led him to make up his mind suddenly, and was not to be easily swayed by the notions that might be momentarily floating about in the neighborhood. Perhaps a little of a spirit of opposition to the feeling that was so rapidly gaining head in Byberry inclined him to take a warmer interest in the singular female who stood charged with such enormous crimes than he might otherwise have done. The instructions left by Mr. Dunscombe with his nephew also gave the latter some uneasiness. In the first place, they had been very ample and thoughtful on the subject of the prisoner's comforts, which had been seen to in a way that is by no means common in a jail. Money had been used pretty freely in effecting this object, it is true, but out of the large towns, money passes for much less on such occasions in America than in most other countries. The people are generally kind-hearted and considerate for the wants of others, and fair words will usually do quite as much as dollars. Dunscombe, however, had made a very judicious application of both, and beyond the confinement and the fearful nature of the charges brought against her, Mary Monson had very little to complain of in her situation. The part of his instructions which gave John Wilmette most uneasiness, which really vexed him, related to the prisoner's innocence or guilt. The uncle distrusted, the nephew was all confidence. While the first had looked at the circumstances coolly and was, if anything, leaning to the opinion that there might be truth in the charges, the last beheld in Mary Monson an attractive young person of the other sex, whose innocent countenance was the pledge of an innocent soul. To John it was preposterous to entertain a charge of this nature against one so singularly gifted. I should as soon think of accusing Sarah of such dark offences as of accusing this young lady, exclaimed John to his friend Michael Millington, while the two were taking their breakfast next day. It is preposterous, wicked, monstrous, to suppose that a young, educated female would or could commit such crimes. Why, Mike, she understands French and Italian and Spanish, and I think it quite likely that she can also read German, if indeed she cannot speak it. How do you know this? Has she been making a display of her knowledge? Not in the least. It all came out as naturally as possible. She asked for some of her own books to read, and when they were brought to her, I found that she had selected works in all 4 of these languages. I was quite ashamed of my own ignorance, I can assure you, which amounts to no more than a smattering of French in the face of her Spanish, Italian, and German. Pah! I shouldn't have minded it in the least, Michael very coolly replied, his mouth being half full of beefsteak. The girls lead us in such things, of course. No man dreams of keeping up with a young lady who has got into the living languages. Miss Wilmette might teach us both, and laugh at our ignorance in the bargain. Sarah, aye, she is a good enough girl in her way, but no more to be compared. Jack Wilmette stopped short, for Millington dropped his knife with not a little clatter on his plate, and was gazing at his friend in a sort of fierce astonishment. You don't dream of comparing your sister to this unknown and suspected stranger. At length Michael got out, speaking very much like one whose head has been held under water until his breath was nearly exhausted. You ought to recollect, John, that virtue should never be brought unnecessarily in contact with vice. Mike, and do you too believe in the guilt of Mary Monson? I believe that she is committed under a verdict given by an inquest, and think it best to suspend my opinion as to the main fact in waiting for further evidence. Remember, Jack, how often your uncle has told us that, after all, good witnesses were the gist of the law. Let us wait and see what a trial may bring forth. Young Wilmette covered his face with his hands, bowed his head to the table, and ate not another morsel that morning. His good sense admonished him of the prudence of the advice just given, while feelings, impetuous and excited almost to fierceness, impelled him to go forth and war on all who denied the innocence of the accused. To own the truth, John Wilmette was fast becoming entangled in the meshes of love. And sooth to say, notwithstanding the extreme awkwardness of her situation, the angry feeling that was so fast rising up against her in Byberry and its vicinity, and the general mystery that concealed her real name, character, and history, there was that about Mary Monson, in her countenance, other personal advantages, and most of all in her manner and voice, that might well catch the fancy of a youth of warm feelings, and through his fancy sooner or later touch his heart. As yet, John was only under the influence of the new-born sentiment, and had he now been removed from Byberry, it is probable that the feelings and interest which had been so suddenly and powerfully awakened in him would have passed away altogether, or remained in shadow on his memory as a melancholy and yet pleasant record of hours past under circumstances in which men live fast, if they do not always live well. Little did the uncle think of the great danger to which he exposed his nephew when he placed him, like a sentinel in law, on duty near the portal of his immured client. But the experienced Dunscombe was anxious to bring John into active life and to place him in situations that might lead him to think and execute for himself, and it had been much his practice of late to put the young man forward whenever circumstances would admit of it. Although the counselor was more than at his ease in fortune, and John and Sarah each possessed very respectable means that placed them altogether above dependence, he was exceedingly anxious that his nephew should succeed to his own business, as the surest mode of securing his happiness and respectability in a community where the number of the idle is relatively so small as to render the pursuits of a class that is by no means without its uses, where it can be made to serve the tastes and manners of a country difficult of attainment. He had the same desire in behalf of his niece, or that she should become the wife of a man who had something to do, and the circumstance that Millington, though of highly reputable connections, was almost entirely without fortune, was no objection in his eyes to the union that Sarah was so obviously inclined to form. The two young men had been left on the ground, therefore, to take care of the interests of a client whom Dunscombe was compelled to admit was one that interested him more than any other in whose services he had ever been employed, strongly as he was disposed to fear that appearances might be deceitful. Our young men were not idle. In addition to doing all that was in their power to contribute to the personal comforts of Miss Monson, they were active and intelligent in obtaining and making notes of all the facts that had been drawn out by the coroner's inquest, or which could be gleaned in the neighborhood. These facts or rumors John classed into the proved, the reported, the probable, and the improbable, accompanying each division with such annotations as made a very useful sort of brief for anyone who wished to push the inquiries further. "There, Millington," he said when they reached the jail, on their return from a walk as far as the ruins of the house which had been burnt, and after they had dined. "There, I think we have done tolerably well for one day, and are in a fair way to give Uncle Tom a pretty full account of this miserable business. The more I see and learn of it, the more I am convinced of the perfect innocence of the accused. I trust it strikes you in the same way, Mike." But Mike was by no means as sanguine as his friend. He smiled faintly at this question and endeavored to evade a direct answer. He saw how lively were the hopes of Tom, and how deeply his feelings were getting to be interested in the matter, while his own judgment, influenced perhaps by Mr. Dunscombe's example, greatly inclined him to the worst foreboding of the result. Still, he had an honest satisfaction in saying anything that might contribute to the gratification of Sarah's brother, and a good opportunity now offering, he did not let it escape him. "There is one thing, Jack, that seems to have been strangely overlooked," he said, "and out of which some advantage may come if it be thoroughly sifted. You may remember it was stated by some of the witnesses that there was a German woman in the family of the Goodwins the day that preceded the fire, one employed in housework. Now you mention it, I do. Sure enough, what has become of that woman? While you were drawing your diagram of the ruins and projecting your plan of the outbuildings, garden, fields, and so on, I stepped across to the nearest house and had a chat with the ladies. You may remember I told you it was to get a drink of milk, but I saw petticoats and thought something might be learned from woman's propensity to talk. I know you left me, but was too busy just then to see on what errand or whither you went. It was to the old stone farmhouse that stands only 50 rods from the ruins. The family in possession is named Burton, and a more talkative set I never encountered in petticoats. How many had you to deal with, Mike? John inquired, running his eyes over his notes as he asked the question in a way that showed how little he anticipated from this interview with the Burtons. If more than one of the garrulous set, I pity you, for I had a specimen of them yesterday morning myself in a passing interview. There were 3 talkers and 1 silent body. As is usual, I thought that the silent member of the house knew more than the speakers, if she had been inclined to let out her knowledge. Aye, that is a way we have of judging one another, but it is as often false as true. As many persons are silent because they have nothing to say, as because they are reflecting, and of those who look very wise, about 1/2, as near as I can judge, look so as a sort of apology for being very silly. I can't say how it was with Mrs. Burton, the silent member of the family in this case, but I do know that her 3 worthy sisters-in-law are to be classed among the foolish virgins. Had they no oil to trim their lamps withal? It had all been used to render their tongues limber. Never did 3 damsels pour out words in so full a rivulet as I was honored with for the first 5 minutes. By the end of that time, I was enabled to put a question or 2, after which they were better satisfied to let me interrogate, while they were content to answer. Did you learn anything, Mike, to reward you for all this trouble? Again glancing at his notes. I think I did. With a good deal of difficulty in eliminating the surplusage, if I may coin a word for the occasion, I got these facts. It would seem that the German woman was a newly arrived immigrant who had strolled into the country and offered to work for her food, etc. Mrs. Goodwin usually attended to all her own domestic matters, but she had an attack of the rheumatism that predisposed her to receive this offer, and that so much the more willingly because the help was not to be paid. It appears that the deceased female was an odd mixture of miserly propensities with a love of display. She hoarded all she could lay her hands on, and took a somewhat uncommon pleasure in showing her hoards to her neighbors. In consequence of this last weakness, the whole neighborhood knew not only of her gold, for she turned every coin into that metal before it was consigned to her stocking, but of the amount to $1 and the place where she kept it. In this all agreed, even to the silent matron. "And what has become of this German woman?" asked John, closing his notes with sudden interest. "Why was she not examined before the inquest, and where is she now?" No one knows. She has been missing ever since the fire, and a few fancy that she may, after all, be the person who has done the whole mischief. It does wear a strange look that no trace can be heard of her. This must be looked into closely, Mike. It is unaccountably strange that more was not said of her before the coroner. Yet I fear one thing, too. Dr. McBrain is a man of the highest attainments as an anatomist, and you will remember that he inclines to the opinion that both the skeletons belong to females. Now, it may turn out that this German woman's remains have been found, which will put her guilt out of the question. Surely, Jack, you would not be sorry to have it turn out that any human being should be innocent of such crimes. By no means, though it really does seem to me more probable that an unknown straggler should be the guilty one in this case than an educated young female who has every claim in the way of attainments to be termed a lady. Besides, Michael, these German immigrants have brought more than their share of crime among us. Look at the reports of murders and robberies for the last 10 years, and you will find that an undue proportion of them have been committed by this class of immigrants. To me, nothing appears more probable than this affair's being traced up to that very woman. I own you are right in saying what you do of the Germans, but it should be remembered that some of their states are said to have adopted the policy of sending their rogues to America. If England were to attempt that now, I fancy Jonathan would hardly stand it. He ought not to stand it for an hour from any nation on earth. If there ever was a good cause for war, this is one. Yes, yes, that German immigrant must be looked up and examined. Michael Millington smiled faintly at John Wilmeter's disposition to believe the worst of the High Dutch, touching the frailties of whom, however, neither of the two had exaggerated anything. Far more than their share of the grave crimes of this country have, within the period named, been certainly committed by immigrants from Germany, whether the cause be in the reason given or in national character. This is not according to ancient opinion, but we believe it to be strictly according to fact. The Irish are clannish, turbulent, and much disposed to knock each other on the head, but it is not to rob or to pilfer, but to quarrel. The Englishman will pick your pocket or commit burglary when inclined to roguery, and frequently he has a way of his own of extorting in the way of vails. The Frenchmen may well boast of their freedom from wrongs done to persons or property in this country, no class of immigrants furnishing to the prisons comparatively fewer criminals. The natives out of all proportion are freest from crime, if the blacks be excepted, and when we compare the number of the convicted with the number of the people, still, such results ought not to be taken as furnishing absolute rules by which to judge of large bodies of men, since unsettled lives on the one hand and the charities of life on the other may cause disproportions that would not otherwise exist. If one of these skeletons be that of the German woman, and Dr. McBrain should prove to be right, said John Wilmeter earnestly, what has become of the remains of Mr. Goodwin? There was a husband as well as a wife in that family. Very true, answered Millington, and I learned something concerning him too. It seems that the old fellow drank intensely at times, when he and his wife made the house too hot to hold them. All the Burtons agreed in giving this account of the good couple. The failing was not generally known, and had not yet gone so far as to affect the old man's general character, though it would seem to have been known to the immediate neighbors. And not one word of all this is to be found in any of the reports in the papers from town, not a particle of testimony on the point before the inquest. Why, Mike, this single fact may furnish a clue to the whole catastrophe. In what way? Millington very quietly inquired. Those bones are the bones of females. Old Goodwin has robbed the house, set fire to it, murdered his wife and the German woman in a drunken frolic, and run away. Here is a history for Uncle Tom that will delight him, for if he do not feel quite certain of Mary Monson's innocence now, he would be delighted to learn its truth. You make much of little Jack, and imagine far more than you can prove. Why should old Goodwin set fire to his own house? For I understand the property was his, steal his own money, for though married women did then hold a separate estate in a bedquilt or a gridiron, the law could not touch the previous accumulations of a femme covert, and murder a poor foreigner who could neither give nor take away anything that the building contained. Then he is to burn his own house and make himself a vagrant in his old age, and that among strangers. I learn he was born in that very house, and has passed his days in it. Such a man would not be very likely to destroy it. Why not? To conceal a murder. Crime must be concealed, or it is punished. Sometimes, returned Michael dryly, this Mary Monson will be hanged, out of all question, should the case go against her, for she understands French and Italian and German, you say, either of which tongues would be sufficient to hang her. But had old Mrs. Goodwin murdered her, philanthropy would have been up and stirring, and no rope would be stretched. Millington, you have a way of talking at times that is quite shocking. I do wish you could correct it. What use is there in bringing a young lady like Miss Monson down to the level of a common criminal? She will be brought down as low as that, depend on it. If guilty, there is no hope for one who bears about her person in air, manner, speech, and deportment the unequivocal signs of a lady. Our sympathies are all kept for those who are less set apart from the common herd. Sympathy goes by majorities, as well as other matters. You think her, at all events, a lady? Said John quickly. How then can you suppose it possible that she has been guilty of the crimes of which she stands accused? Simply because my old-fashioned father has given me old-fashioned notions of the meaning of terms. So thin-skinned have people become lately that even language must be perverted to gratify their conceit. The terms gentleman and lady have as defined meanings as any two words we possess, signifying persons of cultivated minds and of certain refinements in tastes and manners. Morals have nothing to do with either, necessarily, as a gentleman or lady may be very wicked, nay, often are. It is true, there are particular acts partaking of meannesses rather than anything decidedly criminal that by a convention a gentleman or lady may not commit, but there are 100 others that are far worse which are not prohibited. It is unladylike to talk scandal, but it is not deemed always unladylike to give grounds to scandal. Here is a bishop who has lately been defining a gentleman, and as usually happens with such men, unless they were originally on a level with their diocese, he describes a Christian rather than a gentleman. This notion of making converts by means of enlisting our vanity and self-love in the cause is but a weak one at the best. Certainly, Mike, I agree with you in the main. As large classes of polished people do exist who have loose enough notions of morals, there ought to be terms to designate them as a class as well as to give any other name when we have the thing. Use has applied those of gentlemen and ladies, and I can see no sufficient reason for changing them. It comes wholly from the longings of human vanity, as a certain distinction is attached to the term. Everybody is covetous of obtaining it, and all sorts of reasoning is resorted to drag them into the categories. It would be the same if it were a ground of distinction to have but one ear. But this distinction will be very likely to make things go hard with our client, Jack, if the jury say guilty. The jury never can, never will render such a verdict. I do not think the grand jury will even return a bill. Why should they? The testimony wouldn't convict an old state prison bird. Michael Millington smiled, a little sadly perhaps, for John Wilmeter was Sarah's only brother. But he made no reply, perceiving that an old Negro named Sip, or Scipio, who lived about the jail by a sort of sufferance, and who had now been a voluntary adherent of a place that was usually so unpleasant to men of his class for many years, was approaching as if he were the bearer of a message. Sip was an old-school black, gray-headed, and had seen more than his 80 years and 10. No wonder, then, that his dialect partook in a considerable degree of the peculiarities that were once so marked in a Manhattan nigger. Unlike his brethren of the present day, he was courtesy itself to all gentlemen, while his respect for common folks was a good deal more equivocal. But chiefly did the old man despise yaller fellers. These he regarded as a mongrel race who could neither aspire to the pure complexion of the Circassian stock nor lay claim to the glistening dye of Africa. "Mrs. Gott, she want to see Masser," said Scipio, bowing to John, grinning, for a Negro seldom loses his teeth, and turning civilly to Millington with a respectful inclination of a head that was as white as snow. "Yes, sah, she want to see massa soon as convenient and soon as he can come." Now Mrs. Scott was the wife of the sheriff, and alas for the dignity of the office, the sheriff was the keeper of the county jail. This is one of the fruits borne on the wide-spreading branches of the tree of democracy. Formerly, a New York sheriff bore a strong resemblance to his English namesake. He was one of the county gentry and executed the duties of his office with an air and a manner, appeared in court with a sword, and carried with his name a weight and an authority that now are nearly wanting. Such men would scarcely become jailers. But that universal root of all evil, the love of money, made the discovery that there was profit to be had in feeding the prisoners, and a lower class of men aspired to the offices and obtained them, since which time more than half of the sheriffs of New York have been their own jailers. "Do you know why Mrs. Scott wishes to see me, Scipio?" demanded Wilmeter. "I believe, sah, that a young woman as murders old Masser Goodwin and he wife, asked her to send for Masser." That was plain enough, and it caused Jack a severe pang, for it showed how conclusively and unsparingly the popular mind had made up its opinion touching Mary Monson's guilt. There was no time to be lost, however, and the young man hastened towards the building to which the jail was attached, both standing quite near the courthouse. In the door of what was her dwelling for the time being stood Mrs. Scott, the wife of the high sheriff of the county, and the only person in all Byberry who, as it appeared to John, entertained his own opinions of the innocence of the accused. But Mrs. Scott was by nature a kind-hearted woman, and, though so flagrantly out of place in her united characters, was just such a person as ought to have the charge of the female department of prison. Owing to the constant changes of the democratic principle of rotation in office, one of the most impudent of all the devices of a covetous envy, This woman had not many months before come out of the bosom of society, and had not seen enough of the ways of her brief and novel situation to have lost any of those qualities of her sex, such as extreme kindness, gentleness of disposition, and feminine feeling, that are anything but uncommon among the women of America. In many particulars, she would have answered the imaginative bishop's description of a lady, but she would have been sadly deficient in some of the requisites that the opinions of the world have attached to the character. In these last particulars, Mary Monson, as compared with this worthy matron, was like a being of another race, though, as respects the first, we shall refer the reader to the events to be hereafter related, that he may decide the question according to his own judgment. Mary Monson has sent for you, Mr. Wilmeter, the good Mrs. Gott commenced, in a low, confidential sort of tone, as if she imagined that she and John were the especial guardians of this unknown and seemingly ill-fated young woman's fortunes. She is wonderfully resigned and patient, a great deal more patient than I should be if I was obliged to live in this jail, that is, on the other side of the strong doors. But she told me an hour ago that she is not sure, after all, her imprisonment is not the very best thing that could happen to her. That was a strange remark, returned John. Did she make it under a show of feeling, as if penitence or any other strong emotion induced her to utter it? With as sweet a smile, as composed a manner, and as gentle and soft a voice as a body ever sees or listens to. What a wonderfully soft and musical voice she has, Mr. Wilmeter. She has indeed. I was greatly struck with it the moment I heard her speak. How much like a lady, Mrs. Gott, she uses it, and how correct and well pronounced are her words. Although Mrs. Gott and John Wilmeter had very different ideas at the bottom of the requisites to form a lady, and the pronunciation of the good woman was by no means faultless, she cordially assented to the truth of the young man's eulogy. Indeed, Mary Monson for the hour was her great theme, and though still a young woman herself, and good-looking withal, she really seemed never to tire of uttering her praises. She has been educated, Mr. Wilmeter, far above any female hereabout, unless it be some of the blanks and blanks, the good woman continued. Those families, you know, are our upper crust. Not upper 10,000, as the newspapers call it, but upper 100, and them ladies may know as much as Mary, but beyond them, no female hereabouts can hold a candle to her. Her books have been brought in, and I looked them over. There isn't more than 1 in 3 that I can read at all. What is more, they don't seem to be all in one tongue, the foreign books, but in 3 or 4. She certainly has a knowledge of several of the living languages, and an accurate knowledge, too. I know a little of such things myself, but my friend Millington is quite strong in both the living and dead languages, and he says that what she knows well. That is comforting, for a young lady that can speak so many different tongues would hardly think of robbing and murdering 2 old people in their beds. Well, sir, perhaps you had better go to the door and see her, though I could stay here and talk about her all day. Pray, Mr. Wilmeter, which of the languages is really dead? John smiled, but civilly enlightened the sheriff's lady on this point, and then proceeded by her. He went to the important door which separated the dwelling of the family from the rooms of the jail. Once opened, an imperfect communication is obtained with the interior of the last by means of a grating in an inner door. The jail of Dukes County is a recent construction and is built on a plan that is coming much into favor, though still wanting in the highest proof of civilization, by sufficiently separating criminals and entreating the accused with a proper degree of consideration until the verdict of a jury has pronounced them guilty. The construction of this jail was very simple. A strong, low, oblong building had been erected on a foundation so filled in with stones as to render digging nearly impossible. The floors were of large, massive stones that ran across the whole building a distance of some 30 feet, or if there were joints, they were under the partition walls, rendering them as secure as if solid. The cells were not large, certainly, but of sufficient size to admit of light and air. The ceilings were of the same enormous flat stones as the floors, well secured by a load of stones and beams to brace them, and the partitions were of solid masonry. There the prisoner is encased in stone, and nothing can be more hopeless than an attempt to get out of one of these cells, provided the jailer gives even ordinary attention to their condition. Above and around them are erected the outer walls of the jail. The last comprise an ordinary stone house with roof, windows, and the other customary appliances of a human abode. As these walls stand several feet without those of the real prison and are somewhat higher, the latter acts an imperium in imperio, a house within a house. The space between the walls of the two buildings forms a gallery extending around all the cells. Iron-grated gates divide the parts of this gallery into so many compartments, and in the jail of Byberry, care has been had so to arrange these subdivisions that those within any one compartment may be concealed from those in all of the others, but the two that immediately join it. The breezes are admitted by means of the external windows, while the height of the ceiling in the galleries and the space above the tops of the cells contribute largely to comfort and health in this important particular. As the doors of the cells stand opposite to the windows, the entire jail can be, and usually is, made airy and light. Stoves in the galleries preserve the temperature and effectually remove all disagreeable moisture. In a word, the place is as neat, convenient, and decent as the jail of convicts need ever to be, but the proper sort of distinction is not attended to between them and those who are merely accused. Our civilization in this respect is defective. While the land is filled with senseless cries against an aristocracy which, if it exists at all, exists in the singular predicament of being far less favored than the democracy, involving a contradiction in terms, against a feudality consists in men's having bargained to pay their debts in chickens, no one complaining in behalf of those who have entered into contracts to do the same in wheat, and against rent, while usury is not only smiled on, but encouraged, and efforts are made to legalize extortion. The public mind is quiet on the subject of the treatment of those whom the policy of government demands should be kept in security until their guilt or innocence be established. What reparation, under such circumstances, can be made to him to whom the gates are finally opened, for having been incarcerated on charges that are groundless? The jails of the Christian world were first constructed by an irresponsible power and to confine the weak. We imitate the vices of the system with a cool indifference and shout feudality over a bantam or a pound of butter that are paid under contracted covenants for rent. End of section 6.
Section 4 of The Ways of the Hours. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Brent Patrick. The Ways of the Hours by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 4. My deeds upon my head, I crave the law, the penalty and forfeit of my bond. Shylock. The eyes of Dunscombe were fastened intently on the female stranger as she advanced to the place occupied by the witnesses. Her features denoted agitation, certainly, but he saw no traces of guilt. It seemed so improbable, moreover, that a young woman of her years and appearance should be guilty of so dark an offense, and that for money too, that all the chances were in favor of her innocence. Still, there were suspicious circumstances out of all question connected with her situation, and he was too much experienced in the strange and unaccountable ways of crime not to be slow to form his conclusions. The face of Mary Monson was now fully exposed, it being customary to cause female witnesses to remove their hats in order that the jurors may observe their countenances. And what a countenance it was! Feminine, open, with scarce a trace of the ordinary passions about it, and illuminated from within, as we have already intimated. The girl might have been 20, though she afterwards stated her age to be a little more than 21, perhaps the most interesting period of a female's existence. The features were not particularly regular, and an artist might have discovered various drawbacks on her beauty, if not positive defects. But no earthly being could have quarreled with the expression. That was a mixture of intelligence, softness, spirit, and feminine innocence that did not fail to produce an impression on a crowd which had almost settled down into a firm conviction of her guilt. Some even doubted, and most of those present thought it very strange. The reporters began to write, casting their eyes eagerly towards this witness, and John Dunscombe, who sat near them, soon discovered that there were material discrepancies in their descriptions. These, however, were amicably settled by comparing notes, and when the accounts of that day's examination appeared in the journals of the time, they were sufficiently consistent with each other, much more so indeed than with the truth in its severer aspects. There was no wish to mislead, probably, but the whole system has the capital defect of making a trade of news. The history of passing events comes to us sufficiently clouded and obscured by the most vulgar and least praiseworthy of all our lesser infirmities, even when left to take what may be termed its natural course. But as soon as the money-getting principle is applied to it, facts become articles for the market, and go up and down much as do other commodities in the regular prices current. Mary Monson trembled a little when sworn, but she had evidently braced her nerves for the trial. Women are very capable of self-command, even in situations as foreign to their habits as this, if they have time to compose themselves, and to come forward under the influence of resolutions deliberately formed. Such was probably the state of mind of this solitary and seemingly unfriended young woman, for, though pale as death, she was apparently composed. We say unfriended, Mrs. Jones herself having given all her friends to understand that she had invited the stranger to her house under a sense of general duty, and not on account of any private or particular interest she felt in her affairs. She was as much a stranger to her as to everyone else in the village. "Will you be so good as to tell us your name, place of ordinary residence, and usual occupation?" asked the coroner in a dry, cold manner, though not until he had offered the witness a seat in compliment to her sex. If the face of Mary Monson was pale the instant before, it now flushed to scarlet. The tint that appears in the August evening sky when heat lightning illuminates the horizon is scarce more bright than that which chased the previous pallid hue from her cheeks. Dunscombe understood her dilemma and interposed. She was equally unwilling to tell her real name, and to give a false one, under the solemn responsibility of an oath. There is probably less of deliberate calculated false swearing than of any other offense against justice, few having the nerve or the moral obtuseness that is necessary to perjury. We do not mean by this that all which legal witnesses say is true, or the half of it, for ignorance, dull imaginations working out solutions of half-comprehended propositions, and the strong propensity we all feel to see things as we have expected to find them, in a measure disqualifies fully half of those on whom the law has devolved a most important duty, to discharge it with due diligence and impartiality. As a member of the bar, I interfere in behalf of the witness, said Dunscombe, rising. She is evidently unacquainted with her true position here, and consequently with her rights. Jack, get a glass of water for the young lady. And never did Jack obey a request of his uncle with greater alacrity. A witness cannot with propriety be treated as a criminal, or one suspected, without being apprised that the law does not require of those thus circumstanced answers affecting themselves. Dunscombe had listened more to his feelings than to his legal knowledge in offering this objection, inasmuch as no very searching question had as yet been put to Mary Monson. This the coroner saw, and he did not fail to let it be understood that he was aware of the weakness of the objection. Coroners are not governed by precisely the same rules as ordinary committing magistrates, he quietly observed. Though we equally respect the rules of evidence, no witness is obliged to answer a question before an inquest that will criminate himself any more than at the Oyer and Terminer. If the lady will say she does not wish to tell her real name because it may criminate her, I shall not press the question myself, or allow it to be pressed by others. Very true, sir, but the law requires in these preliminary proceedings no more than such accuracy as is convenient in making out the records. I conceive that in this particular case the question might be varied by asking, "You are known by the name of Mary Monson, I believe." What great harm can it be to this young female to give her real name, Mr. Dunscombe, as I understand you are that distinguished counselor, if she be perfectly innocent of the death of the Goodwins? A perfectly innocent person may have good reasons for wishing to conceal her name. These reasons obtain additional force when we look around us and see a committee of reporters who stand ready to transmit all that passes to the press. But it might better serve the ends of justice to allow me to confer with the witness in private. With all my heart, sir. Take her into one of the jury rooms, and I will put another physician on the stand. When you are through with your consultation, Mr. Dunscombe, we shall be ready to proceed with your client. Dunscombe offered his arm to the girl and led her through the crowd while a third medical man was sworn. This witness corroborated all of Dr. Coe's opinions, treating the supposition that both the skeletons were those of women with very little respect. It must be admitted that the suspected stranger lost a great deal of ground in the course of that half hour. In the first place, the discussion about the name was received very much as an admission of guilt, for Dunscombe's argument that persons who were innocent might have many reasons for concealing their names did not carry much weight with the good people of Bibury. Then any doubts which might have been raised by McBrain's suggestion concerning the nature of skeletons were effectively removed by the corroborating testimony of Dr. Short, who so fully sustained Dr. Coe. So much are the Americans accustomed to refer the decision of nearly all questions to numbers, it scarcely exaggerates the truth to say that, on the stand, the opinion of half a dozen country surveyors touching a problem in geometry would be very apt to overshadow that of a professor from West Point or Old Yale. Majorities are the primum mobile of the common mind, and he who can get the greatest number on his side is very apt to be considered right and to reap the benefits of being so. A fourth and a fifth medical man were examined, and they concurred in the opinions of Dr. Coe and his neighbors. All gave it as the result of their enquiries that they believed the two skulls had been broken with the same instrument, and that the blow, if it did not cause immediate death, must have had the effect to destroy consciousness. As regards the sex, the answers were given in a tone somewhat supercilious. "Science is a very good thing in its place," observed one of these last witnesses, "but science is subject to known facts. We all know that Peter Goodwin and his wife lived in that house. We all know that Dorothy Goodwin was a large woman, and that Peter Goodwin was a small man, that they were about of a height, in fact, and that these skeletons very accurately represent their respective statures. We also know that the house is burnt, that the old couple are missing, that these bones were found in a wing in which they slept, and that no other bones have been found there. Now, to my judgment, these facts carry as much weight, aye, even more weight, than any scientific reasoning in the premises. I conclude, therefore, that these are the remains of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin. Have no doubt that they are indeed." "Am I permitted to ask this witness a question, Mr. Coroner?" demanded Dr. McBrain. "With all my heart, sir. The jury wishes to ascertain all they can, and our sole object is justice. Our inquests are not very rigid as to forms, and you are welcome to examine the witness as much as you please." "You knew Godwin?" asked McBrain, directly of the witness. "I did, sir, quite well." "Had he all his teeth, as you remember?" "I think he had." "On the supposition that his front upper teeth were all gone, and that the skeleton you supposed to be his had all the front upper teeth, would you still regard the facts you have mentioned as better or even as good proof, as the evidence of science which tells us that the man who has lost his teeth cannot possess them?" "I scarcely call that a scientific fact at all, sir. Any one may judge of that circumstance as well as a physician. If it were, as you say, I should consider the presence of the teeth pretty good proof that the skeleton was that of some other person, unless the teeth were the work of a dentist." "Then why not put any other equally sure anatomical fact in opposition to what is generally supposed, in connection with the wing, the presence of the men, and all the other circumstances you have mentioned?" "If there were any other sure anatomical fact, so I would. But in the condition in which those remains are, I do not think the best anatomist could say that he can distinguish whether they belong to a man or to a woman." "I confess that the case has its difficulties," McBrain quietly answered. "Still I incline to my first opinion. I trust, Mr. Coroner, that the skeletons will be carefully preserved, so long as there may be any reason to continue these legal inquiries." "Certainly, sir. A box is made for that purpose, and they will be carefully deposited in it, as soon as the inquest adjourns for the day. It is no unusual thing, gentlemen, for doctors to disagree." This was said with a smile, and had the effect to keep the peace. McBrain, however, had all the modesty of knowledge, and was never disposed to show off his superior attainments in the faces of those who might be supposed to know less than himself. Nor was he by any means certain of his fact, though greatly inclined to believe that both the skeletons were those of females. The heat had been so powerful as to derange in some measure, if not entirely to deface, his proofs, and he was not a man to press a fact, in a case of this magnitude, without sufficient justification. All he now wanted was to reserve a point that might have a material influence hereafter in coming to a correct conclusion. It was fully an hour before Dunscombe returned, bringing Mary Monson on his arm. John followed the latter closely, for though not admitted to the room in which this long private conference had been held, he had not ceased to pace the gallery in front of its door during the whole time. Dunscombe looked very grave, and, as McBrain thought, and he was very expert in interpreting the language of his friend's countenance, disappointed. The girl herself had evidently been weeping, and that violently. There was a paleness of the face, and a tremor in the frame, too, that caused the observant physician to suppose that, for the first time, she had been made to comprehend that she was the object of such dire distrust. No sooner were the two in their old seats than the coroner prepared to renew the suspended examination. "Witness," repeated that functionary with marked formality, "what is your name?" The answer was given in a tremulous voice, but with sufficient readiness, as if previously prepared. "I am known in and around Bibbury by the name of Mary Monson." The coroner paused, passed a hand over his brow, mused a moment, and abandoned a half-formed determination he had made to push this particular enquiry as far as he could. To state the truth, he was a little afraid of Mr. Thomas Dunscombe, whose reputation at the bar was of too high a character to have escaped his notice. On the whole, therefore, he decided to accept the name of Mary Monson, reserving the right of the state to inquire further hereafter. "Where do you reside?" "At present in this place. Lately in the family of Peter Godwin, whose remains are supposed to be in this room." "How long had you resided in that family?" 9 weeks to a day. I arrived in the morning, and the fire occurred at night." "Relate all that you know concerning that fire, if you please. Miss, I call you Miss, supposing you to be unmarried." Mary Monson merely made a slight inclination of her head, as one acknowledges that a remark is heard and understood. This did not more than half satisfy the coroner, his wife, for reasons of her own, having particularly desired him to ask the Monson girl, when she was put on the stand, whether she was or was not married. But it was too late just then to ascertain this interesting fact, and the examination proceeded. "Relate all that you know concerning the fire, if you please, ma'am." "I know very little. I was awakened by a bright light, arose and dressed myself as well I could, and was about to descend the stairs when I found I was too late. I then went to a window and intended to throw my bed out and let myself down on it, when 2 men appeared and raised a ladder by which I got out safely." "Were any of your effects saved?" "All, I believe. The same 2 persons entered my room and passed my trunks, box, and carpet-bag, writing-desk, and other articles out of the room, as well as most of its furniture. It was the part of the building last on fire, and it was safe entering the room I occupied, for near half an hour after I escaped." "How long had you known the Goodwins?" "From the time when I first came to live in their house." "Did you pass the evening of the night of the fire in their company?" "I did not. Very little of my time was passed in their company, unless it was at meals." This answer caused a little stir among the audience, of whom much the larger portion thought it contained an admission to be noted. Why should not a young woman who lived in a house so much apart from a general neighborhood not pass most of her time in the company of those with whom she dwelt? If they were good enough to live with, I should think they might be good enough to associate with, whispered one of the most active female talkers of Bibbury, but in a tone so loud as to be heard by all near her. This was merely yielding to a national and increasing susceptibility to personal claims, it being commonly thought aristocratic to refuse to associate with everybody, when the person subject to remark has any apparent advantages to render such association desirable. All others may do as they please. "You did not, then, make one of the family regularly, but were there for some particular purpose of your own?" resumed the coroner. "I think, sir, on reflection, that you will see this examination is taking a very irregular course," interposed Dunscombe. "It is more like an investigation for a commitment than an inquest." "The law allows the freest modes of inquiry in all such cases, Mr. Dunscombe. Recollect, sir, there have been arson and murder, 2 of the highest crimes known to the books." "I do not forget it, and recognize not only all your rights, sir, but your duties. Nevertheless, this young lady has rights too, and is to be treated distinctly in one of 2 characters, as a witness or as a party accused. If in the latter, I shall at once advise her to answer no more questions in this state of the case. My duty, as her counsel, requires me to say as much." "She has, then, regularly retained you, Mr. Dunscombe?" the coroner asked with interest. "That, sir, is a matter between her and myself. I appear here as counsel, and shall claim the rights of one. I know that you can carry on this inquest without my interference if you see fit, but no one can exclude the citizen from the benefit of advice. Even the new code, as extravagant and high-flying an invention as ever came from the misguided ingenuity of man, will allow of this. There is no wish, Mr. Dunscombe, to put any obstacles in your way. Let every man do his whole duty. Your client can certainly refuse to answer any questions she may please, on the ground that the answer may tend to criminate herself, and so may anyone else. I beg your pardon, sir, the law is still more indulgent in these preliminary proceedings. A party who knows himself to be suspected has a right to evade questions that may militate against his interests. Else would the boasted protection which the law so far throws around everyone, that he need not be his own accuser, become a mere pretense. I shall endeavor to put my questions in such a way as to give her the benefit of all her rights. Miss Monson, it is said that you have been seen, since the fire, to have some gold in your possession. Have you any objection to let that gold be seen by the jury? None in the world, sir. I have a few gold pieces. Here they are in my purse. They do not amount to much, either in numbers or value. You are at liberty to examine them as much as you please. Dunscombe had betrayed a little uneasiness at this question, but the calm, steady manner in which the young woman answered, and the coolness with which she put her purse into the coroner's hand, reassured or rather surprised him. He remained silent, therefore, interposing no objection to the examination. Here are 7 half-eagles, 2 quarter-eagles, and a strange coin that I do not remember ever to have seen before, said the coroner. What do you call this piece, Mr. Dunscombe? I cannot tell you, sir. I do not remember ever to have seen the coin before myself. It is an Italian coin of the value of about $20, they tell me, answered Mary quietly. I think called after the reigning sovereign, whoever he may be. I got it in exchange for some of our own money from an emigrant from Europe, and kept it as a thing a little out of the common way. The simplicity, distinctness, not to say nerve, with which this was said, placed Dunscombe still more at his ease, and he now freely let the inquiry take its course. All this did not prevent his being astonished that one so young, and seemingly so friendless, should manifest so much coolness and self-possession under circumstances so very trying. Such was the fact, however, and he was fain to await further developments in order better to comprehend the character of his client. "Is Mrs. Pope present?" inquired the coroner. "The lady who told us yesterday she had seen the specie of the late Mrs. Goodwin during the lifetime of the latter?" It was almost superfluous to ask if any particular person was present, as nearly all Bibury were in or about the courthouse. Up started the widow, therefore, at this appeal, and coming forward with alacrity, she was immediately sworn, which she had not been the previous day, and went on the stand as a regular witness. "Your name?" observed the coroner. "Abigail Pope. Folks write relict of John Pope, deceased, in all my law papers." "Very well, Mrs. Pope. The simple name will suffice for the present purposes. Do you reside in this neighborhood?" "In Bibury. I was born, brought up, married, became a widow, and still dwell all within half a mile of this spot. My maiden name was Dickinson." Absurd and forward as these answers may seem to most persons, they had an effect on the investigation that was then going on in Bibury. Most of the audience saw and felt the difference between the frank statements of the present witness and the reserve manifested by the last. "Now, why couldn't that Mary Monson answer all these questions just as well as Abigail Pope?" said one female talker to a knot of listeners. "She has a glib enough tongue in her head, if she only sees fit to use it. I'll engage no one can answer more readily when she wishes to let a thing out. There's a dreadful history behind the curtain, in my judgment. About the same young woman could a body only get at it. Mr. Sanford will get at it before he has done with her, I'll engage, answered a friend. I have heard it said he is the most investigating coroner in the state when he sets about a case in good earnest. He'll be very apt to make the most of this, for we never have had anything one half so exciting in Bibbery as these murders. I have long thought we were rather out of the way of the rest of the world until now, but our time has come, and we shan't very soon hear the last of it. It's all in the papers already, exclaimed a third. Bibbery looks as grand as York or Albany in the columns of every paper from town this morning. I declare it did me good to see our little place holding up its head among the great of the earth, as it might be. What else in the way of local patriotism may have escaped this individual cannot now be known, the coroner drawing off her auditors by the question next put to the widow. Did you ever see any gold coins in the possession of the late Mrs. Goodwin? Asked that functionary. Several times. I don't know, but I might say often. 5 or 6 times at least. I used to sew for the old lady, and you know how it is when a body works in that way in a family. It's next thing I do suppose to being a doctor, so far as secrets go. Should you know any of that coin were you to see it again, Mrs. Pope? I think I might. There's one piece in particular that I suppose I should know anywhere. It's a wonderful-looking piece of money, and true California, I conclude. Did any of Mrs. Goodwin's gold coins bear a resemblance to this? Showing a half-eagle. Yes, sir. That's a $5 piece. I've had one of them myself in the course of my life. Mrs. Goodwin had coins similar to this, I then understand you to say. She had as many as 50, I should think. Altogether, she told me she had as much as $400 in that stocking. I remember the sum, for it sounded like a great deal for anybody to have who wasn't a bank like. It quite put me in mind of the place, Was there any coin like this? Showing the widow the Italian piece. That's the piece. I'd know it among 1,000. I had it in my hands as much as 5 minutes, trying to read the Latin on it and make it out into English. All the rest was American gold, the old lady told me, but this piece, she said, was foreign. This statement produced a great sensation in the courtroom. Although Mrs. Pope was flippant, a gossip, and a little notorious for meddling with her neighbors' concerns, no one suspected her of fabricating such a story under oath. The piece of gold passed from juror to juror, and each man among them felt satisfied that he would know the coin again, after an interval of a few weeks. Dunscombe probably put less faith in this bit of testimony than any other person present, and he was curious to note its effect on his client. To his great surprise, she betrayed no uneasiness, her countenance maintaining a calm that he now began to apprehend denoted a practised art, and he manifested a desire to examine the piece of gold for himself. It was put in his hand, and he glanced at its face a little eagerly. It was an unusual coin, but it had no defect or mark that might enable one to distinguish between it and any other piece of a similar impression. The coroner interpreted the meaning of his eye, and suspended the examination of the widow, to question Mary Monson herself. "Your client sees the state of the question, Mr. Dunscombe," he said, "and you will look to her rights. Mine authorize me, as I understand them, to inquire of her concerning a few facts in relation to this piece of money." "I will answer your questions, sir, without any hesitation," the accused replied, with a degree of steadiness that Dunscombe deemed astonishing. "How long has this piece of gold been in your possession, if you please, miss?" "About a 12-month. I began to collect the gold I have very nearly a year since." "Has it been in your possession uninterruptedly all that time?" "So far as I know, sir, it has. A portion of the time, and a large portion of it, it has not been kept in my purse, but I should think no one could have meddled with it when it has been elsewhere." "Have you anything to remark on the testimony just given?" "It is strictly true. Poor Mrs. Goodwin certainly had the store of gold mentioned by Mrs. Pope, for she once showed it to me. I rather think she was fond of such things, and had a pleasure in counting her hoards, and showing them to other persons. I looked over her coins, and finding she was fond of those that are a little uncommon, I gave her one or two of those that I happened to own. No doubt Mrs. Pope saw the counterpart of this piece, but surely not the piece itself. I understand you to say, then, that Mrs. Goldwyn had a gold coin similar to this. Which gold coin came from yourself? What did Mrs. Goodwin allow you in the exchange? Sir, how much did you estimate the value of that Italian piece at? And in what money did Mrs. Goodwin pay you for it? It is necessary to be particular in these cases. She returned me nothing for the coin, sir. It was a present from me to her, and of course not to be paid for. This answer met with but little favor. It did not appear to the people of Bibury at all probable that an unknown and seemingly friendless young woman, who had been content to dwell 2 months in the garret room of the old Goodwin house, faring none of the best, certainly, and neglecting so many superior tenements and tables that were to be met with on every side of her, would be very likely to give away a piece of gold of that unusual size. It is true we are living in a marvelous age, so far as this metal is concerned, but the Californian gold had not then arrived in any great quantity, and the people of the country are little accustomed to see anything but silver and paper, which causes them to attach an unwonted value to the more precious metal. Even the coroner took this view of the matter, and Dunscombe saw that the explanation just made by his client was thought to prove too much. "Are you in the habit, miss, of giving away pieces of gold?" asked one of the jurors. "The question is improper," interposed Mr. Dunscombe. "No one can have a right to put it." The coroner sustained this objection, and no answer was given, as Mrs. Pope had suggested that others, besides herself, had seen Mrs. Goodwin's stocking. 4 more witnesses were examined to this one point. They were all females who had been admitted by the deceased in the indulgence of her passion to feast their eyes with a sight of her treasure. Only one, however, of these 4 professed to have any recollection of the particular coin that had now become, as it might be, the pivoting point in the inquiry, and her recollections were by no means as clear as those of the widow. She thought she had seen such a piece of gold in Mrs. Goodwin's possession, though she admitted she was not allowed to touch any of the money, which was merely held up piece by piece before her admiring eyes in the hands of its proper owner. It was in this stage of the inquiry that Dunscombe remarked to the coroner that it was not at all surprising a woman who was so fond of exposing her treasure should be robbed and murdered. This remark, however, failed of its intended effect, in consequence of the manner in which suspicion had become riveted, as it might be, through the testimony of Mrs. Pope on the stranger who had so mysteriously come to the lodge with the Goodwins. The general impression now appeared to be that the whole matter had been previously arranged, and that the stranger had come to dwell in the house expressly to obtain facilities for the commission of the crime. A witness who was related to the deceased, who was absent from home but had been told by means of the wires to return, and who had intimated an intention to comply, was still wanting, and the inquest was again adjourned for an hour, in order to allow of the arrival of a stage from town. During this interval, Dunscombe ascertained how strongly the current was setting against his client. 100 little circumstances were cited in confirmation of suspicions that had now gained a firm footing, and which were so nearly general as to include almost every person of any consequence in the place. What appeared strangest to Dunscombe was the composure of the young girl who was so likely to be formally accused of crimes so heinous. He had told her of the nature of the distress that was attached to her situation, and she received his statement with a degree of emotion that at first had alarmed him. But an unaccountable calmness soon succeeded this burst of feeling, and he had found it necessary to draw confidence in the innocence of his client from that strangely illuminated countenance, to study which was almost certain to subdue a man by its power. While thus gazing at the stranger, he could not believe her guilty, but while reflecting on all the facts of the case, He saw how difficult it might be to persuade others to entertain the same opinion, nor were there circumstances wanting to shake his own faith in expression, sex, years, and all the other probabilities. Mary Monson had declined entering at all into any account of her previous life, evaded giving her real name even to him, carefully abstained from all allusions that might furnish any clue to her former place of abode or to any fact that would tend to betray her secret. At the appointed hour the stage arrived, bringing the expected witness. His testimony went merely to corroborate the accounts concerning the little hoard of gold that his kinswoman had undeniably possessed, and to the circumstance that she always kept in a particular drawer of her bureau. The bureau had been saved, for it did not stand in the sleeping room of the deceased, but had formed a principal embellishment of her little parlor, and the money was not in it. What was more, each drawer was carefully locked, but no keys were to be found. As these were articles not likely to be melted under any heat to which they might have been exposed, a careful but fruitless search had been made for them among the ruins. They were nowhere to be seen. About 9 o'clock in the evening, the jury brought in the result of their inquest. It was a verdict of murder in the first degree, committed, in the opinion of the jurors, by a female who was known by the name of Mary Monson. With the accusation of arson, the coroner's inquest, as a matter of course, had no connection. A writ was immediately issued, and the accused arrested. End of Chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "It was the English," Caspar cried, "who put the French to rout. But what they killed each other for, I could not well make out. But everybody said," quoth he, "that 'twas a famous victory." Southly. The following day, after an early breakfast, Dunscombe and his friend the doctor were on their way back to town. The former had clients in court, and the latter patients, who were not to be neglected, to say nothing of the claims of Sarah and Mrs. Updike. John and Michael remained at Byberry, the first being detained there by divers commissions connected with the comforts and treatment of Mary Monson, but still more by his own inclinations, and the last remaining, somewhat against his wishes, as a companion to the brother of her who so strongly drew him back to New York. As the commitment was for offenses so serious, crimes as grave as any known to the law, bail would not have been accepted, could any have been found. We ought not to speak with too much confidence, however, on this last point, for Dr. McBrain, a man of very handsome estate, the result of a liberal profession steadily and intelligently pursued, was more than half disposed to offer himself for one of the sureties, and to go and find a second among his friends. Nothing, indeed, prevented his doing so, but Dunscombe's repeated assurances that no bondsman would be received. Even charming young women, when they stand charged with murder and arson, must submit to be incarcerated until their innocence is established in due form of law, or, what is the same thing in effect, until the caprice, impulses, ignorance, or corruption of a jury acquits them. The friends did not entirely agree in the manner of viewing this affair. The doctor was firmly impressed with the conviction of Mary Monson's innocence, while Dunscombe, more experienced in the ways of crime and the infirmities of the human heart, had his misgivings. So many grounds of suspicion had occurred, or been laid open to his observation, during the hour of private communication, that it was not easy for one who had seen so much of the worst side of human nature to cast them off under the mere influence of a graceful form, winning manner, and bright countenance. Then the secondary facts, well established, and one important particular, admitted by the party accused, were not of a character to be overlooked. It often happens, and Dunscombe well knew it, that innocence appears under a repulsive exterior, while guilt conceals itself in forms and aspects so fair as to deceive all but the wary and experienced. I hope that the comfort of Miss Monson has been properly attended to, since she must be confined for a few days," said McBrain, while he took a last look at the little jail as the carriage passed the brow of a hill. "Justice can ask no more than security. It is a blot on the character of the times, and on this country in particular," answered Dunscombe coldly, "that so little attention is paid to the jails. We are crammed with false philanthropy in connection with convicted rogues, who ought to be made to feel the penalties of their offenses, while we are not even just in regard to those who are only accused, many of whom are really innocent. But for my interference, this delicate and friendless girl would, in all probability, have been immured in a common dungeon. What? Before her guilt is established? Relatively, her treatment after conviction would be far more humane than previously to that event. Comfortable, well-furnished, but secure apartments ought to be provided for the accused in every county in the state, as acts of simple justice, before another word of mawkish humanity is uttered on the subject of the treatment of recognized criminals. It is wonderful what a disposition there is among men to run into octaves in everything they do, forgetting that your true melody is to be found only in the simpler and more natural note. There is as much of the falsetto nowadays in philanthropy as in music. And this poor girl is thrust into a dungeon? No, it is not quite as bad as that. The jail has one decent apartment that was fitted up for the comfort of a prize fighter who was confined in it not long since, and as the room is sufficiently secure, I have persuaded the jailer's wife to put Mary Monson in it, apart from the loss of air and exercise, and the happiness of knowing herself respected and beloved. The girl will not be very badly off there. I dare say the room is quite as good as that she occupied under the roof of those unfortunate Goodwins. How strange that a female of her appearance should have been the inmate of such a place. She does not seem to want money either. You saw the gold she had in her purse. Aye, it were better had that gold not been there, or not seen. I sincerely wish it had been nothing but silver. You surely do not agree with that silly woman, the widow Pope, as they call her, in believing that she has got the money of those persons who have been murdered. On that subject, I choose to suspend my opinion. I may, or I may not, as matters shall turn up. She has money, and in sufficient quantity to buy herself out of jeopardy. At least, she offered me a fee of $100 in good city paper, which you did not take, Tom. Why not? It is my trade, and I live by it. Why not take her fee, if you please, sir? Does the widow Updike teach you such doctrines? Will you drive about town for nothing? Why not take her fee, Mr. Ned? Why not, sure enough? That girl has bewitched me, I believe, and that is the solution. I'll tell you what, Ned, unless there's a stop put to this folly, I'll make Mrs. Updike acquainted with the whole matter and put an end to the nuptials number 3. Jack is head and ears in love already, and here you are flying off at a tangent from all your engagements and professions to fall at the feet of an unknown girl of 20 who appears before you on a first interview in the amiable light of one accused of the highest crimes, and of which I no more believe her guilty than I believe you to be guilty of them. Ugh! Time will show, which is the English, I suppose, of the nos veris that is flying about in the newspapers. Yes, she has money to buy 3 or 4 journals to get up a sympathy in her behalf, when her acquittal would be almost certain, if her trial were not a legal impossibility. I am not sure it is not her safest course, in the actual state of the facts. Would you think, Dunscombe, of advising any one who looked up to you for counsel to take such a course? Certainly not, and you know it well enough, McBrain. But that does not lessen or increase the chances of the expedient. The journals have greatly weakened their own power by the manner in which they have abused it, but enough still remains to hoodwink, not to say to overshadow justice. The law is very explicit and far-sighted as to the consequences of allowing anyone to influence the public mind in matters of its own administration. But in a country like this, in which the virtue and intelligence of the people are said to be the premium mobile in everything, there is no one to enforce the ordinances that the wisdom of our ancestors has bequeathed to us. Any editor of a newspaper who publishes a sentence reflecting on the character or rights of a party to a pending suit is guilty, at common law, of what the books call a libel on the courts of justice, and can be punished for it, as for any other misdemeanor. Yet you can see for yourself how little such a provision, healthful and most wise, nay, essential as it is to justice, is looked down by the mania which exists of putting everything into print. When one remembers that very little of what he reads is true, it is fearful to reflect that a system of which the whole merit depends on its power to extract facts and to do justice on their warranty, should be completely overshadowed by another contrivance which, when stripped of its pretension and regarded in its real colors, is nothing more than one of the 10,000 schemes to make money that surround us, with a little higher pretension than common to virtue. Completely overshadowed are strong words, Dunscombe. Perhaps they are, and they may need a little qualifying. Overshadowed often, much too often, however, is not a particle stronger than I am justified in using. Everyone who thinks at all sees and feels the truth of this, but here is the weak side of a popular government. The laws are enforced by means of public virtue, and public virtue, like private virtue, is very frail. We all are willing enough to admit the last, as regards to our neighbors at least, while there seems to exist in most minds a species of idolatrous veneration for the common sentiment, as sheer a quality of straw as any image of a lover drawn by the most heated imagination of 16. You surely do not disregard public opinion, Tom, or set it down as unworthy of all respect. By no means. If you mean that opinion which is the result of deliberate judgment and has a direct connection with our religion, morals, and manners, that is a public opinion to which we all ought to defer, when it is fairly made up, and has been distinctly and independently pronounced, most especially when it comes from high quarters, and not from low. But the country is full of simulated public opinion in the first place, and it is not always easy to tell the false from the true. Yes, the country is full of what I shall call an artificial public opinion, that has been got up to effect a purpose, and to that no wise man will defer, if he can help it. Now look at our scheme of administering justice. 12 men taken out of the bosom of the community by a species of lottery are set apart to pronounce on your fortune or mine, nay, to utter the fearful words of guilty or not guilty. All the accessories of this plan, as they exist here, make against its success. In the first place, the jurors are paid, and that just enough to induce the humblest on the list to serve, and not enough to induce the educated and intelligent. It is a day labor's wages, and the day laborer will be most likely to profit by it. Men who are content to toil for 75 cents a day are very willing to serve on juries for $1, while those whose qualifications enable them to obtain enough to pay their fines disregard the penalty and stay away. Why is not an evil as flagrant as this remedied? I should think the whole bar would protest against it. With what result? Who cares for the bar? Legislators alone can change this system, and men very different from those who are now sent must go to the legislature before one is found honest enough or bold enough to get up and tell the people they are not all fit to be trusted. No, this is not the way of the hour. We have a cycle in opinion to make, and it may be that when the round is fairly made, men may come back to their senses and perceive the necessity of fencing in justice by some of the useful provisions that we are now so liberally throwing away. To tell you the truth, Ned, the state is submitting to the influence of two of the silliest motives that can govern men, ultra-conservatism and ultra-progress, the one holding back, often, to preserve that which is not worth keeping, and the other going ahead, as it is termed, merely for the sake of boasting of their onward tendencies. Neither course is in the least suited to the actual wants of society, and each is pernicious in its way. It is thought, however, that when opinion thus struggles with opinion, a healthy compromise is made in which society finds its advantage. The cant of mediocrity depend on it, Ned. In the first place, there is no compromise about it. One side or the other gains the victory, and as success is sustained by numbers, the conquerors push their advantages to the utmost. They think of their own grosser interest, their passions, and prejudice, rather than any of the healthful compromise, as you term it. What compromise is there in this internal code? Dunscombe was an ultra himself, in opposition to a system that has a good deal of that which is useful, diluted by more that is not quite so good, or what in this matter of the election of judges by the people. As respects the last, for instance, had the tenure of office been made good behavior, there would have been something like a compromise. But no, the conquerors took all. And what is worse, the conquerors were actually a minority of the voters. So easy is it to cow even numbers by political chicanery. In this respect, democracy is no more infallible than any other form of government. I confess I do not see how this is shown, since the polls were free to every citizen. The result fairly proves it. Less than half the known numbers of the electors voted for the change. Now it is absurd to suppose that men who really and affirmatively wished a new constitution would stay away from the polls. More so than to suppose they who did not wish it would stay away too. More so, and for this reason. Thousands fancied it useless to stem the current of what they fancied a popular movement, and were passive in the matter. Any man of an extensive acquaintance may easily count 100 such idlers. Then a good many stood on their legal rights and refused to vote, because the manner of producing the change was a palpable violation of a previous contract, the old Constitution pointing out the manner in which the instrument could be altered, which was not the mode adopted. Then tens of thousands voted for the new Constitution, who did not know anything about it. They loved change, and voted for change's sake, and, possibly, with some vague notion that they were to be benefited by making the institutions as popular as possible. And is not this the truth? Will not the mass be all the better off by exercising as much power as they can? No, and for the simple reason that masses cannot, in the nature of things, exercise more than a very limited power. You, yourself, for instance, one of the mass, cannot exercise this very power of choosing a judge as it ought to be exercised, and of course are liable to do more harm than good. The deuce I cannot! Why is not my vote as good as your own, or that of any other man? For the simple reason that you are ignorant of the whole matter. Ask yourself the question, and answer it like an honest man. Would you, could you, with the knowledge you possess, lay your finger on any man in this community and say, I make you a judge? Yes, my finger would be laid on you, in a minute. Ah, Ned, that will do, as a friend, but how would it do as a judicious selection of a judge you do not know? You are ignorant of the law, and must necessarily be ignorant of the qualifications of any particular person to be an interpreter of it. What is true of you is equally true of a vast majority of those who are now the electors of our judges. I am not a little surprised, Tom, to hear you talk in this way, for you profess to be a Democrat, to the extent of giving the people all power in the last resort, all power that they can intelligently and usefully use, but not to the extent of permitting them to make the laws, to execute the laws, and to interpret the laws. All that the people want is sufficient power to secure their liberties, which is simply such a state of things as shall secure what is right between man and man. Now, it is the want of this all-important security, in a practical point of view, of which I complain. Rely on it, Ned. The people gain nothing by exercising an authority that they do not know how to turn to good account. It were far better for them, and for the state, to confine themselves to the choice of general agents, of whose character they may know something, and then confide all other powers to servants appointed by those named by these agents, holding all alike to a rigid responsibility. As for the judges, they will soon take decided party characters, and men will as blindly accuse and as blindly defend them as they now do their other leading partisans. What between the bench and the jury box, we shall shortly enjoy a legal pandemonium. Yet there are those who think the trial by jury is the palladium of our liberties. Dunscombe laughed outright, for he recollected his conversation with the young men, which we have already related. Then, suppressing his risible propensity, he continued gravely, "Yes, one or two papers, well feed by this young woman's spare cash, might do her more good than any service I can render her. I dare say the accounts now published, or soon to be published, will leave a strong bias against her. Why not fee a reporter as well as a lawyer, eh, Tom? There is no great difference, as I can see. Yes, you can, and will too, as soon as you look into the matter. A lawyer is paid for a known and authorized assistance, and the public recognizes in him one engaged in the interest of his clients, and accepts his statements and efforts accordingly. But the conductor of a public journal sets up a claim to strict impartiality in his very profession, and should tell nothing but what he believes to be true, neither inventing nor suppressing. In his facts, he is merely the publisher of a record; in his reasoning, a judge, not an advocate." The doctor now laughed, in his turn, and well he might, few men being so ignorant as not to understand how far removed from all this are most of those who control the public journals. After all, it is a tremendous power to confide to irresponsible men, he exclaimed. That it is, and there is nothing among us that so completely demonstrates how far, very far, the public mind is in the rear of the facts of the country, than the blind, reckless manner in which the press is permitted to tyrannize over the community, in the midst of all our hosannas to the goddess of liberty. Because, forsooth, what is termed a free press is useful, and has been useful in curbing an irresponsible hereditary power. In other lands, we are just stupid enough to think it is of equal importance here, where no such power exists, and where all that remains to be done is to strictly maintain the equal rights of all classes of citizens. Did we understand ourselves, and our own real wants, not a paper should be printed in the state that did not make a deposit to meet the legal penalties it might incur by the abuse of its trust. This is, or was done in France, the country of all others that best respects equality of rights in theory, if not in practice. You surely would not place restrictions on the press. I would, though, and very severe restrictions, as salutary checks on the immense power it yields. I would, for instance, forbid the publication of any statement whatever touching parties in the courts, whether in civil or criminal cases, pending the actions that the public mind might not be tainted by design. Give the right to publish, and it will be, and is abused, and that most flagrantly, to meet the wishes of corruption. I tell you, Ned, as soon as you make a trade of news, you create a stock market that will have its rise and fall, under the impulses of fear, falsehood, and favor, just like your money transactions. It is a perversion of the nature of things, to make of news more than a simple statement of what has actually occurred. It is surely natural to lie. That is it, and this is the very reason we should not throw extraordinary protection around 1,000 tongues which speak by means of type, that we do not give to the natural member. The lie that is told by the press is 10,000 times a lie. in comparison with that which issues from the mouth of man. By George, Tom, if I had your views, I would see that some of this strange young woman's money should be used in sustaining her, by means of the agents you mention. That would never do. This is one of the cases in which want of principle has an ascendancy over principle. The upright man cannot consent to use improper instruments, while the dishonest fellows seize on them with avidity. So much the greater, therefore, is the necessity for the laws watching the interests of the first with the utmost jealousy. But, unfortunately, we run away with the sound and overlook the sense of things. We have related this conversation at a length which a certain class of our readers will probably find tedious, but it is necessary to a right comprehension of various features in the picture we are about to draw. At the Stag's Head, the friends stopped to let the horses blow, and while the animals were cooling themselves under the care of Stephen Hoof, McBrain's coachman, the gentlemen took a short walk in the hamlet. At several points, as they moved along, they overheard the subject of the murders alluded to, and saw divers newspapers in the hands of sundry individuals, who were eagerly pursuing accounts of the same events, sometimes by themselves, but oftener to groups of attentive listeners. The travelers were now so near town as to be completely within its moral, not to say physical atmosphere, being little more than a suburb of New York. On their return to the inn, the doctor stopped under the shed to look at his horses before Stephen checked them up again, previously to a fresh start. Stephen was neither an Irishman nor a black, but a regular, old-fashioned, Manhattanese coachman, a class apart, and of whom, in the confusion of tongues that pervades all modern babble, a few still remain, like monuments of the past, scattered along the Appian Way. "How do your horses stand the heat, Stephen?" the doctor kindly inquired, always speaking of the beasts as if they were the property of the coachman and not of himself. "Pill looks as if he had been well warmed this morning." "Yes, sir, he takes it somewhat hotter than Polius. In the spring of the year, as a general thing, Pill will work famously, if a body will only give him his feed, in what I calls a genteel way. But them county taverns has nothing nice about 'em, not even a clean manger, and a town horse that is accustomed to a sweet stable and proper company won't stand up to the rack as he should do in one of their holes. Now, Polius I calls a general feeder. It makes no matter with him, whether he is at home or out on a farm. He finishes his oats. But it isn't so with Pill, sir. His stomach is delicate, and the horse that don't get his proper food will sweat, summer or winter. I sometimes think, Stephen, it might be better to take them both off their oats for a few days, and let blood, perhaps, that they say the phlegm is as good for the horses as the lancet is for a man. Don't think on it, sir, I beg of you. I'm sure they has doctor stuff in their names, not to crowd 'em down with any more, just as warm weather is settling in. Oats is physic enough for a horse, and when the creatures wants anything more, sir, just leave 'em to me. I know as peculiar a drench as ever was poured down a vealer throat, without troubling that academy in Barclay Street, where so many gentlemen goes 2 or 3 times a week, and where they do say so many goes in as never comes out whole. Well, Stephen, I'll not interfere with your treatment, for I confess to very little knowledge of the diseases of horses. What have you got in the paper there that I see you have been reading?" "Why, sir," answered Stephen, scratching his head, "it's all about our affair up yonder." "Our affair? Oh, you mean the inquest and the murder. Well, what does the paper say about it?" "Hoof, it says it's a most thrilling account, sir, an awful good tragedy, and it wonders what young women are coming to next. I am pretty much of the same way of thinking, sir, myself." "You are in the habit of thinking very much as the newspapers do, are you not, Stephen?" asked Dunscombe. "Well, Squire Dunscombe, you've hit it. There is an unaccountable resemblance, like in our thoughts. I hardly ever sit down to read a paper that, afore I've got halfway through it, I find it thinking just as I do. It puzzled me to know how them that writes for these papers finds out a body's thoughts so well. They have a way of doing it. But is it too long a story to go over now? So this paper has something to say about our young woman, has it, Stephen? And it mentions the Byberry business. A good deal, Squire, and what I calls good sense too. Why, gentlemen, what shall we all come to? If young gals of 15 can knock us in the head, match-like, or in pairs, killing a whole team at one blow, and then set fire to the stables and burn us up to our anatomies. 15! Does your account say that Miss Monson is only 15? Oh, she appears to be of the tender age of 15, and is of extraordinary personal attractions. Them's the very words, sir. But perhaps you'd like to read it yourselves, gentlemen. As Stephen made this remark, he very civilly offered the journal to Dunscombe, who took it, but was not disposed to drop the conversation just then to read it, though his eye did glance at the article as he continued the subject. This was a habit with him, his clerks often saying he could carry the chains of argument of two subjects in his mind at the same moment. His present object was to ascertain from this man what might be the popular feeling in regard to his client at the place they had just left, and the scene of the events themselves. What is thought and said at Bilberry, among those with whom you talked, Stephen, concerning this matter? That it's a most awful event, Squire, one of the very worst that has happened in these very wicked times, sir. I heard one gentleman go over all the murders that has taken place about York during these last 10 years, and a prodigious sight on them there was, so many, that I began to wonder I wasn't one of the victims myself. But he counted 'em off on his fingers, and made this out to be one of the very worst of 'em all, sir. He did, indeed, sir. Was he a reporter, Stephen? One of the persons who are sent out by the papers to collect news? I believe he was, sir. Quite a gentleman, and with something to say to all he met. He often came out to the stables, and had a long conversation with as poor a feller as I be. Pray, what could he have to say to you, Stephen? Demanded the doctor, a little gravely. Oh, lots of things, sir. He began by praising the horses and asking their names. I give him my names, sir, not your'n, for I thought he might get it into print, somehow, that Dr. McBrain calls his coach horses after his physic. Pill and Polius. Bolus was the real appellation that the owner had been pleased to give this beast, but as Stephen fancied the word had some connection with pole horse, he chose to pronounce it as written. Yes, I didn't wish your vames to get into the paper, sir, and so I told him Pill was called Marigold, and Polius Dandelion. He promised an article about 'em, sir, and I give him the ages, blood, sires, and dams of both the beauties. He told me he thought the names delightful, and I'm in hopes, sir, you'll give up your'n after all, and take to mine altogether. We shall see. And he promised an article, did he? Yes, sir, quite voluntary. I knowed that the horses couldn't be outdone, and told him as much as that, for I thought, as the subject was up, it might be well to do 'em all the credit I could. Perhaps when they gets to be too old for work, you might wish to part with them, sir, and then a good newspaper character could do 'em no great harm. Stephen was a particularly honest fellow, as to things in general, but he had the infirmity which seems to be so general among men, that of a propensity to cheat in a transfer of horseflesh. Dunscombe was amused at this exhibition of character, of which he had seen so much in his day, and felt disposed to follow up. I believe you had some difficulty in choosing one of the horses, Stephen. McBrain commissioned his coachman to do all the bargaining of this sort, and had never lost a cent by his confidence. Pill, I think it was, that didn't bring as good a character as he might have done. Beg your pardon, Squire. 'Twasn't he, but Marigold. Why, the thing was this. A gentleman of the church had bought Marigold to go in a buggy, but soon wanted to part with him, 'cause of his shyin' to single harness, which frightened his wife, as he said. Now all the difficulty was in this one thing, not that I cared at all about this creature's shyin', which was no great matter, in double harness, you know, sir, and a body could soon coax him out of the notion on it by judgmatical drivin'. But the difficulty was here, If the owner of a horse owns so much agin his character, there must be a great deal behind. That a feller must find out as well as he could. I've known a foundered animal put off under a character for shyin'. And the owner a clergyman, Stephen? Perhaps not, sir, but it makes no great matter in trading horses. Church and the world is so much of muchness. Did that reporting gentleman ask any questions concerning the owner, as well as concerning the horses? Why, yes, sir. When he was done with the animals, he did make a few observations about the doctor. He wanted to know if he was married yet, and when it was to happen, and how much I thought he might be worth, and how much Mrs. Updike was counted for, and if there was children, and which house the family was to live in, and where he should keep the slate after the wedding come off, and how much the doctor's practice was worth, and whether he was Vig or Locy, and most of all he wanted to know why he and you, sir, should go to Bibbery about this murder. What did you tell him, Stephen, in reference to the last? What could I, sir? I don't know myself. I've drove the doctor often and often to see them that has died soon after our visit, but I never drove him afore to whisk the dead. That gentleman seemed to think he was much mistaken about the skeletons, but it's all in the paper, sir. On hearing this, Dunscombe quickly turned to the columns of the journal again, and was soon reading their contents aloud to his friend. In the meantime, Stephen set Marigold and Dandelion in motion once more. The account was much as Dunscombe expected to find it, so written as to do no possible good, while it might do a great deal of harm. The intention was to feed a morbid feeling in the vulgar for exaggerated accounts of the shocking, the motive being gain. Anything that would sell was grist for this mill, and the more marvelous and terrible a history of the event could be made, the greater was the success likely to be. The allusions to Mary Monson were managed with a good deal of address, for while there was a seeming respect for her rights, the reader was left to infer that her guilt was not only beyond a question, but of the darkest dye. It was while reading and commenting on these articles that the carriage entered Broadway and soon set Dunscombe down at his own door. There the doctor left it, choosing to walk as far as Mrs. Updike's rather than give Stephen more materials for the reporter. End of chapter 5.
Section 7 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 7. Sir, this is the house. Please it you that I call? Taming of the Shrew. The grated window which John Wilmeter now approached commanded nearly an entire view of the gallery that communicated with the cell of Mary Monson. It also commanded a partial view of the cell itself. As he looked through the grates, he saw how neat and comfortable the last had been made by means of Mrs. Gott's care, aided doubtless by some of the prisoner's money, that gold which was, in fact, the strongest and only very material circumstance against her. Mrs. Gott had put a carpet in the cell, and divers pieces of furniture that were useful, as well as 2 or 3 that were intended to be ornamental, rendering the otherwise gloomy little apartment tolerably cheerful. The gallery, much to John's surprise, had been furnished also. Pieces of new carpeting were laid on the flags, chairs and table had been provided, and among other articles of this nature was a very respectable looking-glass. Everything appeared new, and as if just sent from the different shops where the various articles were sold. Wilmeter fancied that not less than $100 had been expended in furnishing that gallery. The effect was surprising, taking away from the place its chilling, jail-like air, and giving to it what it had never possessed before, one of household comfort. Mary Monson was walking to and fro in this gallery with slow, thoughtful steps, her head a little bowed, and her hands hanging before her with the fingers interlocked. So completely was she lost in thought that John's footstep or presence at the grate was not observed. and he had an opportunity to watch her for near a minute, unseen himself. The occupation was not exactly excusable, but under all the circumstances young Wilmeter felt as if it might be permitted. It was his duty to ascertain all he fairly might concerning his client. It has already been said that this strange girl, extraordinary by her situation as a person accused of crimes so heinous, and perhaps still more so by her manner of bearing up against the terrors and mortifications of her condition, as well as by the mystery which so completely veiled her past life, was not a beauty in the common acceptation of the term. Nevertheless, not one female in 10,000 would sooner ensnare the heart of a youth by means of her personal attractions alone. It was not regularity of features, nor brilliancy of complexion, nor luster of the eyes, nor any of the more ordinary charms that gave her this power, but an indescribable union of feminine traits, in which intellectual gifts, spirit, tenderness, and modesty were so singularly blended, as to leave it questionable which had the advantage. Her eyes were of a very gentle and mild expression when in a state of rest. Excited, they were capable of opening windows to the inmost soul. Her form was faultless, being the true medium between vigorous health and womanly delicacy, which in this country implies much less of the robust and solid than one meets with in the other hemisphere. It is not easy to tell how we acquire those in habits which get to be a sort of second nature, and almost bestow on us new instincts. It is by these secret sympathies, these tastes that pervade the moral, as the nerves form a natural telegraph through the physical system, that one feels rather than sees when he is in the company of persons in his own class in life. Dress will not afford an infallible test on such an occasion, though the daw is instantly seen not to be the peacock. Neither will address, for the distinctive qualities lie much deeper than the surface. But so it is. A gentleman can hardly be brought into the company of man or woman without his at once perceiving whether he or she belong to his own social caste or not. What is more, if a man of the world, he detects almost instinctively the degrees of caste, as well as the greater subdivisions, and knows whether his strange companions have seen much or little, whether their gentility is merely the result of the great accident with its customary advantages, or has been smoothed over by a liberal intercourse with the better classes of a general society. Most of all may a traveled person be known, and that more especially in a provincial country like our own, from one that has not traveled, though the company kept in other lands necessarily draws an obvious distinction between the last. Now John Wilmeter, always mingling with the best society of his own country, had also been abroad, and had obtained that second sight, which so insensibly but certainly increases the vision of all Americans who enjoy the advantage of acquiring it. What is more, though his years and the plans of his uncle for his future welfare had prevented his staying in Europe long enough to receive all the benefit such a tour can bestow, he had remained long enough to pass beyond the study of merely physical things, and had made certain acquisitions in other matters more essential to taste, if not to character. When an American returns from an excursion into the Old World with, "I come back better satisfied than ever with my own country," it is an infallible sign that he did not stay long enough abroad, and when he returns only to find fault, it is equally proof that he has stayed too long. There is a happy medium which teaches something near the truth, and that would tell us that there are 1,000 things to be amended and improved at home, while there are almost as many enjoyed, that the oldest and most polished people on earth might envy. John Wilmeter had not reached the point that enabled him to make the nicest distinctions, but he was sufficiently advanced to have detected what he conceived to be signs that this singular young creature, unknown, unsupported by any who appeared to take an interest in her, besides himself and the accidental acquaintances formed under the most painful circumstances, had been abroad, perhaps had been educated there. The regulated tones of one of the sweetest voices he had ever heard, the distinctness and precision of her utterance, as far as possible removed from mouthing and stiffness, but markedly quiet and even, with a total absence of all the affectations of boarding school grammar, were so many proofs of even a European education, as he fancied, and before that week was terminated, John had fully made up his mind that Mary Monson, though an American by birth, about which there could be no dispute, had been well taught in some of the schools of the Old World. This was a conclusion not reached immediately. He had to be favored with several interviews, and to worm himself gradually into the confidence of his uncle's client, ere he could be permitted to see enough of the subject of his studies to form an opinion so abstruse and ingenious. When Mary Monson caught a glimpse of John Wilmeter's head at her grate, where he stood respectfully uncovered, as in a lady's presence, a slight flush passed over her face, but expecting him as she did, she could not well be surprised. "This bears some resemblance, Mr. Wilmeter, to an interview in a convent," she then said, with a slight smile, but with perfect composure of manner. "I am the novice, and novice am I, indeed, to scenes like this. You, the excluded friend, who is compelled to pay his visit through a grate. I must apologize for all the trouble I am giving you." "Do not name it. I cannot be better employed than in your behalf. I am rejoiced that you sustain yourself so well against what must be a most unheard of calamity for one like yourself, and cannot but admire the admirable equanimity with which you bear your cruel fortune." "Equanimity," repeated Mary with emphasis, and a slight display of intense feeling, powerfully controlled. "If it be so, Mr. Wilmeter, it must be from the sense of security that I feel. Yes, for the first time in months I do feel myself safe, secure." "Safe, secure? What, in a jail?" "Certainly. Jails are intended for places of security, are they not?" answered Mary, smiling, but faintly and with a gleam of sadness on her face. "This may appear wonderful to you, but I do tell no more than sober truth in repeating that, for the first time in months, I have now a sense of security. I am what you call in the hands of the law, and one there must be safe from everything but what the law can do to her. Of that I have no serious apprehensions, and I feel happy." "Happy?" "Yes, by comparison, happy. I tell you this the more willingly, for I plainly see you feel a generous interest in my welfare, an interest which exceeds that of the counsel in his client." "1,000 times exceeds it, Miss Monson, nay, is not to be named with it." "I thank you, Mr. Wilmeter, from my heart I thank you," returned the prisoner, a slight flush passing over her features, while her eyes were cast towards the door. "I believe you are one of strong feelings and quick impulses, and am grateful that these have been in my favor, under circumstances that might well have excused you for thinking the worst. From the hints of this kind woman, Mrs. Scott, I am afraid that the opinion of Bibbery is less consoling." "You must know how it is in country villages, Miss Monson. Everyone has something to say, and everyone brings all things down to the level of his own knowledge and understanding." Mary Monson smiled again, this time more naturally and without any painful expression, to lessen the bright influence that lighting up of her features gave to a countenance so remarkable for its appearance of illumination from within. "Is not such the case in towns as well as in villages, Mr. Wilmeter?" she asked. Perhaps it is, but I mean that the circle of knowledge is more confined in a place like this than in a large town, and that the people here could not well go beyond it. Bibury is so near New York that I should think, taking class against class, no great difference can be found in their inhabitants. That which the good folk of Bibury think of my case, I am afraid will be thought of it by those of your own town. My own town? And are you not really from New York, Miss Monson? In no manner, answered Mary, once more smiling. This time, however, because she understood how modestly and readily her companion was opening a door by which she might let a secret she had declined to reveal to his uncle escape. I am not what you call a Manhattanese, in either descent, birth, or residence, in no sense whatever. But surely you have never been educated in the country. You must belong to some large town. Your manners show that. I mean that you do not belong to Bibury. In that you are quite right, sir. I had never seen Bibury 3 months since, but as for New York, I have not passed a month there in my whole life. The longest visit I ever paid you was one of 10 days when I landed, coming from Havre about 18 months since. From Havre? Surely you are an American, Miss Monson, our own countrywoman? Your own countrywoman, Mr. Wilmeter, by birth, descent, and feelings. But an American female may visit Europe. Certainly, and be educated there, as I had already suspected was your case. In part it was, and in part it was not. Here Mary paused, looked a little arch, seemed to hesitate, and to have some doubts whether she ought to proceed or not, but finally added, "You have been abroad yourself?" "I have. I was nearly 3 years in Europe, and have not been home yet, quite a 12-month. You went into the East, I believe, after passing a few months in the Pyrenees?" continued the prisoner carelessly. "You are quite right. We traveled as far as Jerusalem. The journey has got to be so common that it is no longer dangerous. Even ladies make it now, without any apprehension." "I am aware of that, having made it myself." "You, Miss Monson, you been at Jerusalem?" "Why not, Mr. Wilmeter? You say yourself that females constantly make the journey. Why not I, as well as another?" "I scarce know myself, but it is so strange. All about you is so very extraordinary." "You think it extraordinary that one of my sex, who has been partly educated in Europe, and who has traveled in the Holy Land, should be shut up in this jail in Bibury. Is it not so?" "That is one view of the matter, I will confess. But it was scarcely less strange that such a person should be dwelling in a garret room of a cottage like that of these unfortunate Goodwins. That touches on my secret, sir, and no more need be said. You may judge how important I consider that secret when I know its preservation subjects me to the most cruel distrust, and that too in the minds of those with whom I would so gladly stand fair. Your excellent uncle, for instance, and yourself. I should be much flattered could I think the last, I who have scarcely the claim of an acquaintance." "You forget the situation in which your respectable and most worthy uncle has left you here, Mr. Wilmeter, which of itself gives you higher claims to my thanks and confidence than any that mere acquaintance could bestow. Besides, we are not—" Another arch but scarcely perceptible smile again illuminated that remarkable countenance. "The absolute strangers to each other that you seem to think us." "Not strangers. You amaze me. If I have ever had the honor—" "Honor!" interrupted Mary a little bitterly. "It is truly a great honor to know one in my situation. I esteem it an honor, and no one has a right to call in question my sincerity. If we have ever met before, I will frankly own that I am ignorant of both the time and place." "This does not surprise me in the least. The time is long for persons as young as ourselves, and the place was far away. Ah, those were happy days for me, and most gladly would I return to them. But we have talked enough on this subject. I have declined telling my tale to your most excellent and very respectable uncle. You will therefore the more easily excuse me if I decline telling it to you, who am not most excellent and very respectable to recommend me, who are too near my own age to make you a proper confidant, were there no other objection. The character that I learned of you when we met before, Mr. Wilmeter, was, however, one of which you have no reason to be ashamed. This was said gently but earnestly, was accompanied by a most winning smile, and was instantly succeeded by a slight blush. John Wilmeter rubbed his forehead, sooth to say, in a somewhat stupid manner, as if expecting to brighten his powers of recollection by friction. A sudden change was given to the conversation, however, by the fair prisoner herself, who quietly resumed, "We will defer this part of the subject to another time. I did not presume to send for you, Mr. Wilmeter, without an object, having your uncle's authority for giving you all this trouble, and my own earnest request to be permitted to serve you in any way I could. I have not forgotten that offer, nor shall I ever. The man who is willing to serve a woman whom all around her frown on has a fair claim to be remembered. Good Mrs. Gott and yourself are the only two friends I have in Bibury. Even your companion, Mr. Millington, is a little disposed to judge me harshly." John started. The movement was so natural that his honest countenance would have betrayed him, had he been disposed to deny the imputation. That Millington has fallen into the popular notion about here, I must allow, Miss Monson, but he is an excellent fellow at the bottom, and will hear reason. Prejudices that are beyond reason are detestable, and I generally avoid those whose characters manifest this weakness. But Mike will always listen to what he calls law and facts, and so we get along very well together. It is fortunate, since you are about to be so nearly connected. Connected? Is it possible that you know this circumstance? You will find in the end, Mr. Wilmeter, returned the prisoner, smiling, this time naturally, as one manifests satisfaction without pain of any sort, that I know more of your private affairs than you had supposed. But let me come to business, if you please, sir. I have great occasion here for a maid servant. Do you not think that Miss Wilmeter might send me one from town? A servant! I know the very woman that will suit you. A perfect jewel in her way. That is a very housekeeper sort of a character, rejoined Mary, absolutely laughing in spite of her prison walls, and all the tenable charges that had brought her within them. Just such a character as I might have expected from Dr. McBrain's intended Mrs. Updike. And you know it too. Why will you not tell us more, since you tell us so much? In good time. I suppose all will come out. Well, I endeavor to submit to my fate, or to the will of God. There was no longer anything merry in voice, face, or manner, but a simple natural pathos was singularly mixed in the tones with which these few words were uttered. Then, rousing herself, she gravely resumed the subject which had induced her to send for John. You will pardon me if I say that I would prefer a woman chosen and recommended by your sister, Mr. Wilmeter, than one chosen and recommended by yourself, said Mary. When I shall have occasion for a footman, I will take your advice. It is very important that I should engage a respectable, discreet woman, and I will venture to write a line myself to Miss Wilmeter, if you will be so kind as to send it. I know this is not the duty of a counsel, but you see my situation. Mrs. Gott has offered to procure a girl for me, it is true, but the prejudice is so strong against me in Bibury that I doubt if the proper sort of person could be obtained. At any rate, I should be receiving a spy into my little household instead of a domestic in whom I could place confidence. Sarah would join me in recommending Marie, who has been with herself more than 2 years, and only left her to take care of her father in his last illness. Another equally excellent has been taken in her place, and now that she wishes to return to my sister's service, there is no opening for her. Mike Millington is dying to return to town, and will gladly go over this evening. By breakfast time tomorrow the woman might be here, if she will consent to serve a mistress in my cruel situation. I feel the full weight of the objection, and know how difficult it will be to get a female, who values her character as a servant, to enter on such an engagement. You called this woman Marie. By that I take it she is a foreigner? A Swiss. Her parents emigrated, but I knew her in the service of an American family abroad, and got her for Sarah. She is the best creature in the world, if she can be persuaded to come. Had she been an American, I should have despaired of succeeding, unless her feelings could have been touched. But as she is a foreigner, perhaps money will procure her services. Should Miss Wilmeter approve of your selection, sir, I will entreat her to go as high as $50 a month, rather than not get the sort of person I want. You can imagine how much importance I attach to success. To escape remarks and gossiping, the person engaged can join me as a companion or friend, and not as a servant. I will get Mike off in half an hour, and Sarah will at least make an effort. Yes, Marie Moulin, or Mary Mill, as the girls call her, is just the thing. Marie Moulin, is that the name of the woman? She who was in the service of the Barringers at Paris? Do you mean that person? 35, slightly pockmarked, with light blue eyes and yellowish hair, more like a German than her French name would give reason to expect. The very same, and you knew her too? Why not bring all your friends around you at once, Miss Monson, and not remain here an hour longer than is necessary? Mary was too intent on the subject of engaging the woman in question to answer this last appeal. Earnestly did she resume her instructions, therefore, and with an eagerness of manner young Wilmeter had never before observed in her. If Marie Moulin be the person meant, she said, I will spare no pains to obtain her services. Her attentions to poor Mrs. Barringer in her last illness were admirable, and we all loved her, I may say. Beg your sister to tell her, Mr. Wilmeter, that an old acquaintance in distress implores her assistance. That will bring Marie sooner than money, Swiss though she be. If you would write her a line, enclosing your real name, for we are persuaded it is not Monson, it might have more effect than all our solicitations in behalf of one that is unknown. The prisoner turned slowly from the grate and walked up and down her gallery for a minute or two, as if pondering on this proposal. Once she smiled, and it almost gave a luster to her remarkable countenance. Then a cloud passed over her face, and once more she appeared sad. No, she said, stopping near the grate again, in one of her turns, I will not do it. It will be risking too much. I can do nothing just now that will tell more of me than your sister can state. Should Marie Moulin know you, she must recognize you when you meet. It will be wiser to proceed a little in the dark. I confide all to your powers of negotiation, and shall remain as tranquil as possible until tomorrow morning. There is still another little affair that I must trouble you with, Mr. Wilmeter. My gold is sequestered, as you know, and I am reduced to an insufficient amount of 2s and 3s. Might I ask the favor of you to obtain smaller notes for this, without mentioning in whose behalf it is done? While speaking, Mary handed through the grate a $100 note of one of the New York banks, with a manner so natural and unpretending as at once to convince John Wilmeter, ever so willing to be persuaded into anything in her favor, that she was accustomed to the use of money in considerable sums. or what might be considered so, for the wants and habits of a female. Luckily, he had nearly money enough in his wallet to change the note, making up a small balance that was needed by drawing 5 half-eagles from his purse. The prisoner held the last in the open palm of one of the most beautiful little hands the eyes of man ever rested on. "This medal has been my bane in more ways than one, Mr. Wilmeter," she said, looking mournfully at the coin. "Of one of its evil influences on my fate I may not speak, now, if ever. But you will understand me when I say that I fear that gold piece of Italian money is the principal cause of my being where I am. No doubt it has been considered one of the most material of the facts against you, Miss Monson, though it is by no means conclusive as evidence, even with the most bitter and prejudiced. I hope not. Now, Mr. Wilmeter, I will detain you no longer, but beg you to do my commission with your sister as you would do it for her with me. I would write, but my hand is so peculiar it were better that I did not." Mary Monson now dismissed the young man with the manner of one very familiar with the tone of good society, a term that it is much the fashion to ridicule just now, but which conveys a meaning that it were better the scoffers understood. This she did, however, after again apologizing for the trouble she was giving, and thanking him earnestly for the interest he took in her affairs. We believe in animal magnetism, and cannot pretend to say what is the secret cause of the powerful sympathy that is so often suddenly awakened between persons of different sexes, and in some instances between those who are of the same sex. But Mary Monson, by that species of instinct that teaches the female where she has awakened an interest livelier than common, and possibly where she has not, was certainly already aware that John Wilmeter did not regard her with the same cool indifference he would have felt towards an ordinary client of his uncle's. In thanking him, therefore, her own manner manifested a little of the reflected feeling that such a state of things is pretty certain to produce. She colored and slightly hesitated once, as if she paused to choose her terms with more than usual care, but in the main acquitted herself well. The parting betrayed interest, perhaps feeling on both sides, but nothing very manifest escaped either of our young people. Never had John Wilmeter been at a greater loss to interpret facts than he was on quitting the grate. The prisoner was truly the most incomprehensible being he had ever met with. Notwithstanding the fearful nature of the charges against her, charges that might well have given great uneasiness to the firmest man, she actually seemed in love with her prison. It is true that worthy Mrs. Gott had taken from the place many of its ordinary repulsive features, but it was still a jail, and the sun could be seen only through grates, and massive walls separated her that was within from the world without. As the young man was predisposed to regard everything connected with this extraordinary young woman couleur de rose, however, he saw nothing but the surest signs of innocence in several circumstances that might have increased the distrust of his cooler-headed uncle. But most persons would have regarded the gentle tranquillity that now seemed to soothe a spirit that had evidently been much troubled of late as a sign that her hand could never have committed the atrocities with which she was charged. "Is she not a sweet young thing, Mr. Wilmeter?" exclaimed kind Mrs. Gott, while locking the doors after John on his retiring from the grate. "I consider it an honor to Bibury Jail to have such a prisoner within its walls." "I believe that you and I stand alone in our favorable opinion of Miss Monson," John answered. "So far at least as Bibury is concerned, the excitement against her seems to be at the highest pitch, and I much doubt whether a fair trial can be had in the county." "The newspapers won't mend the matter, sir. The papers from town this morning are full of the affair, and they all appear to lean the same way. But it's a long road that has no turning, Mr. Wilmeter." Very true, and nothing wheels about with a quicker step than the sort of public opinion that is got up under a cry, and runs itself out of breath at the start. I expect to see Mary Monson the most approved and most extolled woman in this county yet. Mrs. Gott hoped with all her heart that it might be so, though she had certainly misgivings that the young man did not feel. Half an hour after John Wilmeter had left the jail, his friend Michael Millington was on the road to town, carrying a letter to Sarah, with a most earnest request that she would use all her influence with Marie Moulin to engage in the unusual service asked of her for a few weeks, if for no longer a period. This letter reached its destination in due time, and greatly did the sister marvel over its warmth, as well as over the nature of the request. "I never knew John to write so earnestly," exclaimed Sarah, when she and Michael had talked over the matter a few moments. "Were he actually in love, I could not expect him to be more pressing." "I will not swear that he is not," returned the friend, laughing. "He sees everything with eyes so different from mine that I scarce know what to make of him. I have never known John so deeply interested in any human being as he is at this moment in this strange creature. Creature! You men do not often call young ladies creatures, and my brother affirms that this Mary Monson is a lady." "Certainly she is, so far as exterior, manner, education, and I suppose tastes are concerned. Nevertheless, there is too much reason to think she is, in some way unknown to us, connected with crime. I have read accounts of persons of these attainments who have been leagued together, and have carried on a great system of plundering for years with prodigious success. That, however, was in older countries, where the necessities of a crowded population drive men into extremes. We are hardly sufficiently advanced, or civilized as they call it, for such bold villainy." "A suspicion of that nature has crossed my mind," returned Millington, looking askance over his shoulder, as if he apprehended that his friend might hear him. "It will not do, however, to remotely hint to John anything of the sort. His mind is beyond the influence of testimony." Sarah scarce knew what to make of the affair, though sisterly regard disposed her to do all she could to oblige her brother. Marie Moulin, however, was not easily persuaded into consenting to serve a mistress who was in prison. She held up her hands, turned up her eyes, uttered 50 exclamations, and declared over and over again, "C'est impossible!" and wondered how a female in such a situation could suppose any respectable domestic would serve her, as it would be very sure to prevent her ever getting a good place afterwards. This last objection struck Sarah as quite reasonable, and had not her brother been so very urgent with her, would of itself have induced her to abandon all attempt at persuasion. Marie, however, finally yielded to a feeling of intense curiosity when no bribe in money could have bought her. John had said the prisoner knew her, had known her in Europe, and she was soon dying with the desire to know who, of all her many acquaintances in the old world, could be the particular individual who had got herself into this formidable difficulty. It was impossible to resist this feeling, so truly feminine, which was a good deal stimulated by a secret wish in Sarah also to learn who this mysterious person might be, and who did not fail to urge Marie with all her rhetoric to consent to go, and at least see the person who had so strong a wish to engage her services. The Swiss had not so much difficulty in complying, provided she was permitted to reserve her final decision until she had met the prisoner, when she might gratify her curiosity, and return to town prepared to enlighten Miss Wilmeter and all her other friends on a subject that had got to be intensely interesting. It was not late next morning when Marie Moulin, attended by John Wilmeter, presented herself to Mrs. Gott as an applicant for admission to the gallery of Mary Monson. The young man did not show himself on this occasion, though he was near enough to hear the grating of the hinges when the prison door opened. "C'est bien vous donc, Marie," said the prisoner in a quick but pleased salutation. "Mademoiselle!" exclaimed the Swiss. The kisses of women succeeded. The door closed, and John Wilmeter learned no more on that occasion. End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doc D. L. Martin. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 8. And can you, by no drift of conference, get from him why he puts on this confusion? Hamlet. There is something imaginative, if not very picturesque, in the manner in which the lawyers of Manhattan occupy the buildings of Nassau Street, a thoroughfare which connects Wall Street with the Tombs. There they throng, resembling the remains of so many monuments along the Appian Way, with a Sista Viator of their own, to arrest the footsteps of the wayfarer. We must now transfer the scene to a building in this street, which stands about halfway between Maiden Lane and John Street, having its front plastered over with little tin signs, like a debtor marked by writs, or what are now called complaints. Among these signs, which afforded some such pleasant reading as an almanac, was one that bore this simple and reasonably intelligent inscription: Thomas Dunscombe, 2nd floor, in front. It is somewhat singular that terms as simple as those of 1st floor, 2nd floor, etc., should not signify the same things in the language of the mother country, and that of this land of progress and liberty. Certain it is, nevertheless, that in American parlance, more especially in that of Manhattan, a 1st floor is never up one pair of stairs, as in London, unless indeed the flight is that by which the wearied foot passenger climbs the high stoop to gain an entrance into the building. In other words, an English 1st floor corresponds with an American 2nd, and taking that as the point of departure, the same difference exists throughout. Tom Dunscombe's office, or offices would be the better term, occupied quite half of the 2nd story of a large double house that had once been the habitation of some private family of note, but which had long been abandoned to the occupation of these ministers of the law. Into those offices it has now become our duty to accompany one who seemed a little strange in that den of the profession at the very moment he was perfectly at home. "Lawyer Dunscombe in?" demanded this person, who had a decided rustic mien, though his dress had a sort of legal dye on it, speaking to one of the 5 or 6 clerks who raised their heads on the stranger's entrance. "In, but engaged in a consultation, I believe," answered one who, being paid for his services, was the working clerk of the office, most of the others being students who get no remuneration for their time and who very rarely deserve it. "I'll wait till he is through," returned the stranger, helping himself coolly to a vacant chair, and taking his seat in the midst of dangers that might have alarmed one less familiar with the snares and quirks and quiddities of the law. The several clerks, after taking a good look each at their guest, cast their eyes down on their books or foolscap, and seemed to be engrossed with their respective occupations. Most of the young men, members of respectable families in town, set the stranger down for a rustic client, but the working clerk saw at once, by a certain self-possessed and shrewd manner, that the stranger was a country practitioner. In the course of the next half-hour, Daniel Lord and George Wood came out of the sanctum, attended as far as the door by Dunscombe himself. Exchanging "good morning" with his professional friends, the last caught a glimpse of his patient visitor, whom he immediately saluted by the somewhat brief and familiar name of Timms, inviting him instantly, and with earnestness, to come within the limits of the privilege. Mr. Timms complied, entering the sanctum with the air of one who had been there before, and appearing to be in no manner overcome by the honor he enjoyed. And now, as a faithful chronicler of events, it is here become our painful, not to say revolting duty, to record an act on the part of the man who was known throughout Dukes County as Squire Timms, which it will never do to overlook, since it has got to be perfectly distinctive and characteristic of late years, not of an individual, but of large classes who thronged the bar, the desk, the steamboats, the taverns, the streets. 1,000 paragraphs have been written on the subject of American spitting, and not one line, as we can remember, on the subject of an equally common and still grosser offense against the minor morals of the country, if decency in manners may be thus termed. Our meaning will be explained more fully in the narrative of the stranger's immediate movements on entering the sanctum. "Take a seat, Mr. Timms," said Dunscombe, motioning to a chair, while he resumed his own well-cushioned seat, and deliberately proceeded to light a cigar, not without pressing several with a species of intelligent tenderness between his thumb and finger. "Take a seat, sir, and take a cigar." Here occurred the great tour de force in manners of Squire Timms. Considerately turning his person, quartering towards his host, and seizing himself by the nose, much as if he had a quarrel with that member of his face, he blowed a blast that sounded sonorously, and which fulfilled all that it promised. Now a better-mannered man than Dunscombe it would not be easy to find. He was not particularly distinguished for elegance of deportment, but he was perfectly well-bred. Nevertheless, he did not flinch before this broad hint from vulgarity, but stood it unmoved. To own the truth, so large has been the inroad from the base of society within the last 25 years on the habits of those who once exclusively dwelt together, that he had got hardened even to this innovation. The fact is not to be concealed, and as we intend never to touch upon the subject again, we shall say distinctly that Mr. Timms blowed his nose with his fingers, and that, in so doing, he did not innovate one half as much today on the usages of the upper 10,000 as he would have done had he blowed his nose with his thumb only a quarter of a century since. Dunscombe bore this infliction philosophically, and well he might, for there was no remedy. Waiting for Timms to use his handkerchief, which was produced somewhat tardily for such an operation, he quietly opened the subject of their interview. "So the grand jury has actually found a bill for murder and arson, my nephew writes me," Dunscombe observed, looking inquiringly at his companion as if really anxious for further intelligence. "Unanimously, they tell me, Mr. Dunscombe," answered Timms. "I understand that only one man hesitated, and he was brought round before they came into court. That piece of money damns our case in Old Dukes." "Money saves more cases than it damns, Timms, and no one knows it better than yourself." "Very true, sir. Money may defy even the new code." Give me $500 and change the proceedings to a civil action, and I'll carry anything in my own county that you'll put on the calendar, barring some 20 or 30 jurors I could name. There are about 30 men in the county that I can do nothing with, for that matter, whom I dare not approach. How the deuce is it, Timms, that you manage your causes with so much success? For I remember you have given me a good deal of trouble in suits in which law and fact were both clearly enough on my side. I suppose those must have been causes in which we horse-shedded and pillowed a good deal. Horse-shedded and pillowed, those are legal terms of which I have no knowledge. They are country phrases, sir, and country customs too, for that matter. A man might practice a long life in town and know nothing about them. The halls of justice are not immaculate, but they can tell us nothing of horse-shedding and pillowing. They do business in a way of which we in the country are just as ignorant as you are of our mode. Have the goodness, Timms, just to explain the meaning of your terms, which are quite new to me. I will not swear they are not in the code of practice, but they are in neither Blackstone nor Kent. Horse-shedding, Squire Dunscombe, explains itself. In the country, most of the jurors, witnesses, etc., have more or less to do with the horse sheds, if it's only to see that their beasts are fed. Well, we keep proper talkers there, and it must be a naughty case, indeed, into which an ingenious hand cannot thrust a doubt or an argument. To be frank with you, I've known 3 pretty difficult suits summed up under a horse shed in one day, and twice as many opened. But how is this done? Do you present your arguments directly as in court? Lord bless you, no. In court, unless the jury happen to be unusually excellent, counsel have to pay some little regard to the testimony and the law. But in horse-shedding, one has no need of either. A skillful horse-shedder, for instance, will talk a party to pieces and not say a word about the case. That's the perfection of the business. It's against the law, you know, Mr. Dunscombe, to talk of a case before a juror, an indictable offense, but one may make a case of a party's general character, of his means, his miserly qualities, or his aristocracy, and it will be hard to get hold of the talker for any of them qualities. Aristocracy of late years is a capital argument and will suit almost any state of facts or any action you can bring. Only persuade the jury that the plaintiff or defendant fancies himself better than they are, and the verdict is certain. I got $1,000 in the Springer case solely on that ground. Aristocracy did it. It is going to do us a great deal of harm in this murder and arson indictment. But Mary Monson is no aristocrat. She is a stranger and unknown. What privileges does she enjoy to render her obnoxious to the charge of aristocracy? More than will do her any good. Her aristocracy does her almost as much harm in old dukes as the piece of gold. I always consider a cause as half lost when there is any aristocracy in it. Aristocracy means exclusive political privileges in the hands of a few, and it means nothing else. Now, what exclusive political privileges does this unfortunate young woman enjoy? She is accused of 2 of the highest crimes known to the laws, is indicted, imprisoned, and will be tried. Yes, and by her peers, said Timms, taking out a very respectable-looking box and helping himself liberally to a pinch of cut tobacco. It's wonderful, Squire Dunscombe, how much breadth the peerage possesses in this country. I saw a trial a year or 2 since, in which one of the highest intellects of the land was one of the parties, and in which a juror asked the judge to explain the meaning of the word bereaved. That citizen had his rights referred to his peers with a vengeance. Yes, the venerable maxim of the common law is occasionally a little caricatured among us. This is owing to our adhering to antiquated opinions after the facts in which they had their origin have ceased to exist. But by your manner of treating the subject, Timms, I infer that you give up the aristocracy. Not at all. Our client will have more risks to run on account of that than on account of any other weak spot in her case. I think we might get along with the piece of gold as a life is in question, but it is not quite so easy to see how we are to get along with the aristocracy. And this is the face of her imprisonment, solitary condition, friendless state, and utter dependence on strangers for her future fate. I see no one feature of aristocracy to reproach her with. But I see a great many, and so does the neighborhood. It is already getting to be the talk of half the county. In short, all are talking about it, but they who know better. You'll see, Squire Dunscombe, there are two sorts of aristocracy in the eyes of most people, your sort and my sort. Your sort is a state of society that gives privileges and power to a few and keeps it there. That is what I call old-fashioned aristocracy, about which nobody cares anything in this country. We have no such aristocrats, I allow, and consequently they don't signify a straw. Yet they are the only true aristocrats after all. But what or who are yours? Well now, Squire, you are a sort of aristocrat yourself, in a certain way. I don't know how it is. I'm admitted to the bar as well as you, have just as many rights. More, Timms, if leading jurors by the nose and horse-shedding can be accounted rights. Well, more in some respects, maybe. Notwithstanding all this, there is a difference between us, a difference in our ways, in our language, in our ideas, our manner of thinking and acting, that sets you up above me in a way I should not like in any other man. As you did so much for me when a boy, sir, and carried me through to the bar on your shoulders, as it might be, I shall always look up to you, though I must say that I do not always like even your superiority. I should be sorry, Timms, if I ever so far forget my own great defects as to parade unfeelingly any little advantages I may happen to possess over you or over any other man in consequence of the accidents of birth and education. You do not parade them unfeelingly, sir. You do not parade them at all. Still, they will show themselves, and they are just the things I do not like to look at. Now, what is true of me is true of all my neighbors. We call anything aristocracy that is a touch above us, let it be what it may. I sometimes think Squire Dunscombe is a sort of an aristocrat in the law. Now, as for our client, she has 100 ways with her that are not the ways of dukes, unless you go among the tip-toppers, the upper 10. Pshaw, I know better than that myself, Squire. Their upper 10 should be upper 1 or 2 to be common sense. Rude and untaught as I was until you took me by the hand, sir, I can tell the difference between those who wear kids and ride in their coaches and those who are fit for either. Our client has none of this, sir, and that it is which surprises me. She has no Union Place or Fifth Avenue about her, but is the true coin. There is one thing in particular that I'm afraid may do her harm. It is the true coin which usually passes with the least trouble from hand to hand. But what is this particular source of uneasiness? Why, the client has a lady friend. A little exclamation from Dunscombe caused the speaker to pause, while the counsellor removed the cigar from his mouth, knocked off its ashes, and appeared to ponder for a moment, touching the best manner of treating a somewhat delicate subject. At length, native frankness overcame all scruples, and he spoke plainly, or as the familiar instructor might be expected to address a very green pupil. "If you love me, Timms, never repeat that diabolical phrase again," said Dunscombe, looking quite serious, however much there might have been of affectation in his aspect. "It is even worse than Hurlgate, which I have told you 50 times I cannot endure. Lady friend is infernally vulgar, and I will not stand it. You may blow your nose with your fingers if it give you a special satisfaction, and you may blow out against aristocracy as much as you please, but you shall not talk to me about lady friends or Hurlgate. I am no dandy, but a respectable elderly gentleman who professes to speak English and who wishes to be addressed in his own language. Heaven knows what the country is coming to. There is Webster to begin with, cramming a Yankee dialect down our throats for good English. Then comes all the cant of the day, flourishing finical phrases and new significations to good old homely words, and changing the very nature of mankind by means of terms. Last of all is this infernal code, in which the ideas are as bad as possible, and the terms still worse. But whom do you mean by your lady friend?" "The French lady that has been our client now for a fortnight. Depend on it, she will do us no good when we are on. She is too aristocratic altogether." Dunscombe laughed outright. Then he passed a hand across his brow and seemed to muse. "All this is very serious," he at length replied, "and is really no laughing matter. A pretty pass are we coming to, if the administration of the law is to be influenced by such things as these. The doctrine is openly held that the rich shall not, ought not, to embellish their amusements at a cost that the poor cannot compass. Here we have a member of the bar telling us a prisoner shall not have justice because she has a foreign maidservant. A servant. Call her anything but that, squire, if you wish for success. A prisoner accused of capital crimes with a servant would be certain to be condemned. Even the court would hardly stand that. Timms, you are a shrewd, sagacious fellow, and are apt to laugh in your sleeve at follies of this nature, as I well know from long acquaintance, and hear you insist on one of the greatest of all the absurdities. Things are changed in America, Mr. Dunscombe. The people are beginning to govern, and when they can't do it legally, they do it without law. Don't you see what the papers say about having operas and playhouses at the people's prices, and the right to hiss? There's Constitution for you. I wonder what Kent and Blackstone would say to that. Sure enough, they would find some novel features in a liberty which says a man shall not set the price on the seats in his own theater, and that the hissing may be done by an audience in the streets. The facts are, Timms, that all these abuses about OPs and controlling other persons' concerns under the pretense that the public has rights, where, as a public, it has no rights at all, come from the reaction of a halfway liberty in other countries. Here, where the people are really free, having all the power, and where no political right is hereditary, the people ought, at least, to respect their own ordinances. Do you not consider a theater a public place, Squire Dunscombe?" In one sense, it is, certainly, but not in the sense that bears on this pretended power over it. The very circumstance that the audience pay for their seats makes it, in law as in fact, a matter of covenant. As for this new-fangled absurdity about its being a duty to furnish low-priced seats for the poor, where they may sit and look at pretty women because they cannot see them elsewhere, it is scarcely worth an argument. If the rich should demand that the wives and daughters of the poor should be paraded in the pits and galleries for their patrician eyes to feast on, a pretty clamor there would be. If the state requires cheap theaters and cheap women, let the state pay for them as it does for its other wants. But if these amusements are to be the object of private speculations, let private wisdom control them. I have no respect for one-sided liberty, let it cant as much as it may. Well, I don't know, sir. I have read some of these articles, and they seem to me, what, convincing? Perhaps not just that, Squire, but very agreeable. I'm not rich enough to pay for a high place at an opera or a theater, and it is pleasant to fancy that a poor feller can get one of the best seats at half price. Now, in England, they tell me the public won't stand prices they don't like. Individuals of the public may refuse to purchase, and there their rights cease. An opera in particular is a very expensive amusement, and in all countries where the rates of admission are low, the governments contribute to the expenditures. This is done from policy, to keep the people quiet and possibly to help civilize them. But if we are not far beyond the necessity of any such expedients, our institutions are nothing but a sublime mystification. It is wonderful, Squire, how many persons see the loose side of democracy who have no notion of the tight. But all this time our client is in jail at Byberry and must be tried next week. Has nothing been done, Squire, to choke off the newspapers who have something to say about her almost every day? It's quite time the other side should be heard. It is very extraordinary that the persons who control these papers should be so indifferent to the rights of others as to allow such paragraphs to find a place in their columns. Indifferent? What do they care, so long as the journal sells? In our case, however, I rather suspect that a certain reporter has taken offense, and when men of that class get offended, look out for news of the color of their anger. Isn't it wonderful, Squire Dunscombe, that the people don't see and feel that they are sustaining low tyrants in 2/3 of their silly clamor about the liberty of the press? Many do see it, and I think this engine has lost a great deal of its influence within the last few years. As respects proceedings in the courts, there never will be any true liberty in the country until the newspapers are bound hand and foot. You are right enough in one thing, Squire, and that is in the ground the press has lost. It has pretty much used itself up in dukes, and I would pillow and horseshed a cause through against it the best day it ever saw. By the way, Timms, you have not explained the pillowing process to me. I should think the word itself would do that, sir. You know how it is in the country. 6 beds are put in the same room, and 2 in a bed. Well, imagine 3 or 4 jurors in one of these rooms, and 2 chaps along with them, with instructions how to talk. The conversation is the most innocent and natural in the world, not a word too much or too little, but it sticks like a burr. The juror is a plain, simple-minded countryman, and swallows all that his roommates say, and goes into the box next day in a beautiful frame of mind to listen to reason and evidence. No, Give me 2 or 3 of these pillow counselors, and I'll undo all that the journals can do in a single conversation. You'll remember, Squire, that we get the last word by this system, and if the first blow is half the battle in war, the last word is another half in the law. Oh, it's a beautiful business, is this trial by jury. All this is very wrong, Timms. For a long time I have known that you have exercised an extraordinary influence over the jurors of Dukes, but this is the first occasion on which you have been frank enough to reveal the process, because this is the first occasion on which we have ever had a capital case together. In the present state of public opinion in Dukes, I much question whether we can get a jury impaneled in this trial at all. The Supreme Court will then send us to town by way of mending the matter. Apropos, Timms. One word, if you please, Squire. What does apropos really mean? I hear it almost every day, but never yet knew the meaning. It has shades of difference in its signification. As I just used it, it means speaking of that. And is it right to say apropos to such a thing? It is better to say apropos of, as the French do. In Old English, it was always to, but in our later mode of speaking, we say of. Thank you, sir. You know how I glean my knowledge in driblets and out in the country, not always from the highest authorities. Plain and uncouth as I know I appear to you and to Miss Sarah, I have an ambition to be a gentleman. Now I have observation enough to see that it is these little matters after all, and not riches and fine clothes, that make gentlemen and ladies. I am glad you have so much discrimination, Timms, but you must permit me to remark that you will never make a gentleman until you learn to let your nose alone. Thank you, sir. I am thankful for even the smallest hints on manners. It's a pity that so handsome and so agreeable a young lady should be hanged, Mr. Dunscombe. Timms, you are as shrewd a fellow in your own way as I know. Your law does not amount to any great matter, nor do you take hold of the strong points of a case very often, but you perform wonders with the weaker. In the way of an opinion on facts, I know few men more to be relied on. Tell me, then, frankly, what do you think of the guilt or innocence of Mary Monson? Tim screwed up his mouth, passed a hand over his brow, and did not answer for near a minute. Perhaps it is right, after all, that we should understand each other on this subject, he said then. We are associated as counsel, and I feel it a great honor to be so associated, Squire Dunscombe. I give you my word, and it is proper that we should be as free with each other as brothers. In the first place, then, I never saw such a client before as this same lady. For lady, I suppose we must call her until she is convicted. Convicted? You cannot think there is much danger of that, Timms. We never know, sir. We never know. I have lost cases of which I was sure, and gained them of which I had no hopes. Cases which I certainly ought not to have gained. Again, all law and the facts. Aye, that came of the horse shed, and the sleeping of two in a bed. Perhaps it did, Squire, returned Timms, laughing very freely, though without making any noise. Perhaps it did. When the smallpox is about, there is no telling who may take it. As for this case, Squire Dunscombe, it is my opinion we shall have to run for disagreements. If we can get the juries to disagree once or twice and can get a change of venue with a couple of charges, the deuce is in it. If a man of your experience don't corner them so tightly, they'll give the matter up. rather than have any more trouble about it. After all, the state can't gain much by hanging a young woman that nobody knows, even if she be a little aristocratical. We must get her to change her dress altogether, and some of her ways too, which, in her circumstances, I call downright hanging ways, and the sooner she is rid of them, the better. I see that you do not think us very strong on the merits, Timms, which is as much as admitting the guilt of our client. I was a good deal inclined to suspect the worst myself, but 2 or 3 more interviews and what my nephew Jack Woolmeter tells me have produced a change. I am now strongly inclined to believe her innocent. She has some great and secret cause of apprehension, I will allow, but I do not think these unfortunate Goodwins have anything to do with it. Well, one never knows. The verdict, if not guilty, will be just as good as if she was as innocent as a child a year old. I see how the work is to be done. All the law and the summing up will fall to your share, while the outdoor work will be mine. We may carry her through, though I'm of opinion that if we do, it will be more by means of bottom than by means of foot. There is one thing that is very essential, sir. The money must hold out. Do you want a refresher so soon, Timms? Jack tells me that she has given you $250 already. I acknowledge it, sir, and a very respectable fee it is. You ought to have 1,000, squire. I have not received a cent, nor do I mean to touch any of her money. My feelings are in the case, and I am willing to work for nothing. Timms gave his old master a quick but scrutinizing glance. Dunscombe was youthful in all respects, for his time of life, and many a man has loved and married and become the parent of a flourishing family who had seen all the days he had seen. That glance was to inquire if it were possible that the uncle and nephew were likely to be rivals, and to obtain as much knowledge as could be readily gleaned in a quick, jealous look. But the counselor was calm as usual, and no tinge of color, no sigh, no gentleness of expression betrayed the existence of the master passion. It was reported among the bachelor's intimates that formerly, when he was about 25, he had had an affair of the heart which had taken such deep hold that even the lady's marriage with another man had not destroyed its impression. That marriage was said not to have been happy, and was succeeded by a second that was still less so, though the parties were affluent, educated, and possessed of all the means that are commonly supposed to produce felicity. A single child was the issue of the first marriage, and its birth had shortly preceded the separation that followed. 3 years later the father died, leaving the whole of a very ample fortune to this child, coupled with a strange request that Dunscombe, once the betrothed of her mother, should be the trustee and guardian of the daughter. This extraordinary demand had not been complied with, and Dunscombe had not seen any of the parties from the time he broke with his mistress. The heiress married young, died within the year, and left another heiress, but no further allusion to our counselor was made in any of the later wills and settlements. Once, indeed, he had been professionally consulted concerning the devices in favor of the granddaughter, a certain Mildred Millington, who was a second cousin to Michael of that name, and as rich as he was poor. For some years a sort of vague expectation prevailed that those 2 young Millingtons might marry, but a feud existed in the family, and little or no intercourse was permitted. The early removal of the young lady to a distant school prevented such a result, and Michael in due time fell within the influence of Sarah Wilmeter's gentleness, beauty, and affection. Timms came to the conclusion that his old master was not in love. "It is very convenient to be rich, squire," this singular being remarked, "and I dare say it may be very pleasant to practice for nothing when a man has a pocket full of money. I am poor, and have particular satisfaction in a good warm fee. By the way, sir, my part of the business requires plenty of money. I do not think I can even commence operations with less than $500. Dunscombe leaned back, stretched forth an arm, drew his checkbook from its niche, and filled a check for the sum just mentioned. This he quietly handed to Timms, without asking for any receipt, for, while he knew that his old student and fellow practitioner was no more to be trusted in matters of practice than was an eel in the hand, he knew that he was scrupulously honest in matters of account. There was not a man in the state to whom Dunscombe would sooner confide the care of uncounted gold, or the administration of an estate, or the payment of a legacy, than this very individual, who he also well knew would not scruple to set all the provisions of the law at naught, in order to obtain a verdict, when his feelings were really in the case. "There, Timms," said the senior counsel, glancing at his draft before he handed it to the other, in order to see that it was correct. "There is what you ask for. 500 for expenses, and half as much as a fee." "Thank you, sir. I hope this is not gratuitous as well as the services." "It is not. There is no want of funds, and I am put in possession of sufficient money to carry us through with credit, but it is as a trustee and not as a fee. This, indeed, is the most extraordinary part of the whole affair, to find a delicate, educated, accomplished lady, with her pockets well lined, in such a situation." "Why, squire," said Timms, passing his hand down his chin and trying to look simple and disinterested, "I am afraid clients like ours are often flush. I have been employed about the tombs a good deal in my time, and I have generally found that the richest clients were the biggest rogues." Dunscombe gave his companion a long and contemplative look. He saw that Timms did not entertain quite as favorable an opinion of Mary Monson as he did himself, or rather that he was first getting to entertain, for his own distrust originally was scarcely less than that of this hackneyed dealer with human vices. A long, close, and stringent examination of all of Tim's facts succeeded, facts that had been gleaned by collecting statements on the spot. Then a consultation followed, from which it might be a little premature just now to raise the veil. End of section 8.
Chapter 9 of The Ways of the Hours. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Holly Ruschick. The Ways of the Hours by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 9. Her speech is nothing, yet the unshaped use of it doth move the hearers to collection. They aim at it, and botch the words up to fit their own thoughts. Hamlet. The reader is not to be surprised at the intimacy which existed between Thomas Dunscombe and the half-educated, semi-rude being who was associated with him as counsel in the important cause that was now soon to be tried. Such intimacies are by no means uncommon in the course of events. Men often overlooking great dissimilarities in principles, as well as in personal qualities, in managing their associations, so far as they are connected with the affairs of the world. The circumstance that Timms had studied in our counselor's office would, as a matter of course, produce certain relations between them in afterlife. But the student had made himself useful to his former master on a great variety of occasions, and was frequently employed by him whenever there was a cause depending on the courts of dukes, the county in which the unpolished, half-educated, but hard-working and successful county practitioner had established himself. It may be questioned if Dunscombe really knew all the agencies set in motion by his coadjutor in difficult cases. But whether he did or not, it is quite certain that many of them were of a character not to see the light. It is very much the fashion of our good republic to turn up its nose at all other lands, a habit no doubt inherited from our great ancestors, the English. And one of its standing themes of reproach are the legal corruptions and abuses known to exist in France, Spain, Italy, etc., all over the world. In short, except among ourselves. So far as the judges were concerned, there is a surprising adherence to duty when bribes alone are concerned, no class of men on earth being probably less obnoxious to just imputations of this character than the innumerable corps of judicial officers, unpaid, poor, hard-worked, and we might almost add unhonored as they are. That cases in which bribes are taken do occur, we make no doubt. It would be assuming too much in favor of human nature to infer the contrary. But, under the system of publicity that prevails, it would not be easy for this crime to extend very far without its being exposed. It is greatly to the credit of the vast judicial corps of the states that bribery is an offense which does not appear to be even suspected at all, or, if there be exceptions to the rule, they exist in but few and isolated cases. Here, however, our eulogies on American justice must cease. All that Timms had intimated and Dunscombe had asserted concerning the juries is true, and the evil is one that each day increases. The tendency of everything belonging to the government is to throw power directly into the hands of the people, who, in nearly all cases, use it as men might be supposed to do who are perfectly irresponsible, have only a remote and half of the time an invisible interest in its exercise, who do not feel or understand the consequences of their own deeds, and have a pleasure in asserting a seeming independence, and of appearing to think and act for themselves. Under such a regime, it is self-apparent that principles and law must suffer, and so the result proves daily, if not hourly. The institution of the jury, one of very questionable utility in its best aspects in a country of really popular institutions, becomes nearly intolerable, unless the courts exercise a strong and salutary influence on the discharge of its duties. This influence, unhappily, has been gradually lessening among us for the last half-century, until it has reached a point where nothing is more common than to find the judge charging the law one way and the jury determining it another. In most cases, it is true, there is a remedy for this abuse of power, but it is costly, and ever attended with that delay in hope which maketh the heart sick. Anyone of even the dullest apprehension must, on a little reflection, perceive that a condition of things in which the ends of justice are defeated, or so procrastinated as to produce the results of defeat, is one of the least desirable of all those in which men can be placed under the social compact, to say nothing of its corrupting and demoralizing effects on the public mind. All this Dunscombe saw, more vividly perhaps than most others of the profession, for men gradually get to be so accustomed to abuses as not only to tolerate them, but to come to consider them as evils inseparable from human frailty. It was certain, however, that while our worthy counselor so far submitted to the force of things as frequently to close his eyes to Tim's maneuvers, a weakness of which nearly everyone is guilty who has much to do with the management of men and things. He was never known to do aught himself that was unworthy of his high standing and well-merited reputation at the bar. There is nothing unusual in this convenient compromise between direct and indirect relations with that which is wrong. It had early been found necessary to employ local counsel in Mary Monson's case, and Timms was recommended by his old master as one every way suited to the particular offices needed. Most of the duties to be performed were strictly legal, though it is not to be concealed that some soon presented themselves that would not bear the light. John Wilmeter communicated to Timms the particular state of the testimony, as he and Michael Milligan had been enabled to get at it. And among other things he stated his conviction that the occupants of the farm nearest to the late dwelling of the Goodwins were likely to prove some of the most dangerous of the witnesses against their client. This family consisted of a sister-in-law, the Mrs. Burton already mentioned, 3 unmarried sisters, and a brother, who was the husband of the person first named. On this hint, Timms immediately put himself in communication with these neighbors, concealing from them, as well as from all others but good Mrs. Gott, that he was retained in the case at all. Timms was soon struck with the hints and half-revealed statements of the persons of the household, more especially with those of the female portion of it. The man appeared to him to have observed less than his wife and sisters, but even he had much to relate, though, as Timms fancied, more than he had gleaned from those around him, and from his own observations. The sisters, however, had a good deal to say, while the wife, though silent and guarded, seemed, to this observer, as well as to young Millington, to know the most. When pressed to tell all, Mrs. Burton looked melancholy and reluctant, frequently returning to the subject of her own accord when it had been casually dropped, but never speaking explicitly, though often invited to do so. It was not the cue of the counsel for the defense to drag out unfavorable evidence, and Timms employed certain confidential agents, whom he often used in the management of his causes, to sift this testimony as well as could be done without the constraining power of the law. The result was not very satisfactory in any sense, more appearing to be suppressed than was related. It was feared that the legal officers of the state would meet with better success. The investigations of the junior counsel did not end here. He saw that the public sentiment was setting in a current so strongly against Mary Monson that he soon determined to counteract it, as well as might be, by producing a reaction. This is a very common, not to say a very powerful agent, in the management of all interests that are subject to popular opinion in a democracy. Even the applicant for public favor is none the worse for beginning his advances by a little aversion, provided he can contrive to make the premeditated change in his favor take the aspect of a reaction. It may not be so easy to account for this caprice of the common mind, as it is certain that it exists. Perhaps we like to yield to a seeming generosity, have a pleasure in appearing to pardon, find a consolation for our own secret consciousness of errors, in thus extending favor to the errors of others, and have more satisfaction in preferring those who are fallible than in exalting the truly upright and immaculate, if indeed any such there be. Let the cause be what it may, we think the facts to be beyond dispute, and so thought Timms also, for he no sooner resolved to counteract one public opinion by means of another than he set about the task with coolness and intelligence. In short, with a mixture of all the good and bad qualities of the man. The first of his measures was to counteract, as much as he could, the effects of certain paragraphs that had appeared in some of the New York journals. A man of Tim's native shrewdness had no difficulty in comprehending the more vulgar, moral machinery of a daily press. Notwithstanding its wheeze and its pretension to represent public opinion, and to protect the common interests, he thoroughly understood it was merely one mode of advancing the particular views, sustaining the personal schemes, and not unfrequently of gratifying the low malignity of a single individual. The press in America, differing from that of nearly all other countries in the fact that it is not controlled by associations, and does not reflect the decisions of many minds, or contend for principles that, by their very character, have a tendency to elevate the thoughts. There are some immaterial exceptions, as relates to the latter characteristic, perhaps, principally growing out of the great extra-constitutional question of slavery, that has quite unnecessarily been drawn into the discussions of the times, through the excited warmth of zealots. But, as a rule, the exciting political questions that elsewhere compose the great theme of the newspapers, enlarging their views and elevating their articles, may be regarded as settled among ourselves. In the particular case which Timms was now required to deal, there was neither favor nor malice to counteract. The injustice, and a most cruel injustice it was merely in catering to a morbid desire for the marvelous in the vulgar, which might thus be turned to profit. Among the reporters there exists the same diversity of qualities as among other men, beyond a question, but the tendency of the use of all power is to abuse, and Timms was perfectly aware that these men had far more pride in the influence they wielded than conscience in its exercise. A $10 or a $20 note, judiciously applied, would do a great deal with this palladium of our liberties. There being at least a dozen of these important safeguards interested in the coming trial, our associate counsel very well knew, and Dunscombe suspected that some such application of the great persuader had been made, in consequence of one or two judicious and well-turned paragraphs that appeared soon after the consultation. But Tim's management of the press was mainly directed to that of the county newspapers. There were 3 of these, and as they had better characters than most of the Manhattanese journals, so were they more confided in. It was true that the Whig readers never heeded in the least anything that was said in the Duke's County Democrat. But the friends of the last took their revenge in discrediting all that appeared in the columns of the Byberry Whig. In this respect, the 2 great parties of the country were on a par, each manifesting a faith that, in a better cause, might suffice to move mountains, and, on the other hand, an unbelief that drove them into the dangerous folly of disregarding their foes. As Mary Monson had nothing to do with politics, it was not difficult to get suitable paragraphs inserted into the hostile columns, which was also done within 48 hours after the return of the junior counsel to his own abode. Timms, however, was far from trusting to the newspapers alone. He felt that it might be well enough to set fire to fight fire, but his main reliance was on the services that could be rendered by a timely and judicious use of the little member. Talkers was what he wanted, and well did he know where to find them and how to get them at work. A few he paid in a direct business-like way, taking no vouchers for the sums bestowed, the reader may be assured, but entering each item carefully in a little memorandum book kept for his own private information. These strictly confidential agents went to work with experienced discretion, but great industry, and soon had some 10 or 15 fluent female friends actively engaged in circulating "they says" in their respective neighborhoods. Timms had reflected a great deal on the character of the defense it might be most prudent to get up and enlarge on. Insanity had been worn out by too much use of late, and he scarce gave that plea a second thought. This particular means of defense had been discussed between him and Dunscombe, it is true, but each of the counsel felt a strong repugnance against resorting to it. The one on account of his indisposition to rely on anything but the truth, the other to use his own mode of expressing himself on the occasion in question, because he believed that jurors could no longer be humbugged with that plea. There have been all sorts of madmen and madwomen, gentlemen and lady murderers, put in Dunscombe dryly. I ask your pardon, squire, but since you give me the use of my nose, I will offend as little as possible with the tongue, though I rather conclude, a form of expression much in favour with Timms, that should our verdict be guilty, you will be disposed to allow there may be one lady criminal in the world. She is a most extraordinary creature, Timms. Bothers me more than any client I ever had. Indeed, Wall, I had set her down as just the contrary, for to me she seems to be as unconcerned as if the wise 24 had not presented her to justice in the name of the people. It is not that sense that I am bothered. No client ever gave counsel less trouble than Mary Monson in that respect. To me, Timms, she does not appear to have any concern in reference to the result. Supreme innocence, or a well-practiced experience. I have defended many a person whom I knew to be guilty, and 2 or 3 whom I believed to be innocent, but never before had as cool a client as this. And very true was this. Even the announcement of the presentment by the grand jury appeared to give Mary Monson no great alarm. Perhaps she anticipated it from the first, and had prepared herself for the event, by an exercise of a firmness little common to her sex until the moments of extreme trial, when their courage would seem to rise with the occasion. On her companion, whom Timms had so elegantly styled her lady friend, certainly as thoroughly vulgar an expression as ever was drawn into the service of the heroics in gentility, warm-hearted and faithful Marie Moulin, the intelligence produced far more effect. It will be remembered that Wilmater overheard the single cry of Mademoiselle when the Swiss was first admitted to the jail, after which an impenetrable veil closed around the proceedings. The utmost good feeling and confidence were apparent in the intercourse between the young mistress and her maid, if indeed Marie might thus be termed, after the manner in which she was treated. So far from being kept at the distance which it is usual to observe toward an attendant, the Swiss was admitted to Mary Monson's table, and to the eyes of indifferent observers she might very well pass for what Timms had so elegantly called a lady friend. But Jack Wilmater knew too much of the world to be so easily misled. It is true that when he paid his short visits to the jail, Marie Moulin sat sewing at the prisoner's side, and occasionally she even hummed low national airs while he was present. But knowing the original condition of the maidservant, our young man was not to be persuaded that his uncle's client was her peer, any more than were the jurors, who, agreeably to that profound mystification of the common law, there are considered and termed. Had not Jack Wilmater known the real position of Marie Moulin, her mademoiselle would have let him deeper into the secrets of the two than it is probable either ever imagined. This word, in common with those of monsieur and madame, are used by French servants, differently from what they are used in general society. Unaccompanied by the names, the domestics of France commonly and exclusively apply them to the heads of families, or those they more immediately serve. Thus it was far more probable that Marie Moulin, meeting a mere general acquaintance in the prisoner, would have called her Mademoiselle Marie, or Mademoiselle Monson, or whatever might be the name by which she had known the young lady, than by the general and still more respectful appellation of Mademoiselle. On this peculiarity of deportment Jack Wilmater speculated profoundly. For a young man who is just beginning to submit to the passion of love is very apt to fancy 1,000 things that he would never dream of seeing in his cooler moments. Still, John had fancied himself bound in the spells of another, until this extraordinary client of his uncle's so unexpectedly crossed his path. Such is the human heart. Good and kind-hearted Mrs. Gott allowed the prisoner most of the privileges that at all comported with her duty. Increased precautions were taken for the security of the accused as soon as the presentment of the grand jury was made, by a direct order from the court. But, these attended to, it was in the power of her whom Timms might have called the Lady Sheriff, to grant a great many little indulgences, which were quite cheerfully accorded, and to all appearances as gratefully accepted. John Wilmeter was permitted to pay 2 regular visits at the grate each day, and as many more as his ingenuity could invent plausible excuses for making. On all occasions Mrs. Gott opened the outer door with the greatest goodwill, and like a true woman as she is, she had the tact to keep as far aloof from the barred window where the parties met as the dimensions of the outer room would allow. Marie Moulin was equally considerate, generally plying her needle at such times, in the depth of the cell, with twice the industry manifested on other occasions. Nevertheless, nothing passed between the young people that called for this delicate reserve. The conversation, it is true, turned as little as possible on the strange and awkward predicament of one of the colloquists, or the employment that kept the young man at Byberry. Nor did it turn at all on love. There is a premonitory state in these attacks of the heart during which skillful observers may discover the symptoms of approaching disease, but which do not yet betray the actual existence of the epidemic. On the part of Jack himself, it is true that these symptoms were getting to be not only somewhat apparent, but they were evidently fast becoming more and more distinct, while on the part of the lady, anyone disposed to be critical might have seen that her color deepened, and there were signs of daily increasing interest in them. As the hours for these interviews approached, she was interested in her young legal adviser, and interest, with women, is the usual precursor of the master passion. Woe betide the man who cannot interest, but who only amuses. Although so little to the point was said in the short dialogues between Wilmeter and Mary Monson, there were dialogues held with the good Mrs. Gott by each of the parties respectively, in which less reserve was observed, and the heart was permitted to have more influence over the movements of the tongue. The first of these conversations that we deem it necessary to relate, that took place after the presentment, was one that immediately succeeded an interview at the barred window, and which occurred 3 days subsequently to the consultation in town, and 2 after Tim's machinery was actively at work in the county. "Well, how do you find her spirits today, Mr. Wilmington?" asked Mrs. Gott kindly, catching the conventional sound of the young man's name, from having heard it so often in the mouth of Michael Millington. "It is an awful state for any human being to be in, and she, a young delicate woman, to be tried for murder, and for setting fire to a house, and all so soon. The most extraordinary part of this very extraordinary business, Mrs. Gott," Jack replied, "is the perfect indifference of Miss Monson to her fearful jeopardy. To me she seems much more anxious to be closely immured in jail than to escape from a trial that one would think of itself might prove more than so delicate a young lady could bear up against." "Very true, Mr. Wilmington, and she never seems to think of it at all. You see what she has done, sir?" "Done? Nothing in particular, I hope." "I don't know what you call particular, but to me it does seem to be remarkably particular. Don't you hear a piano and another musical instrument as you approach the jail?" "I did, certainly, and wondered who could produce such admirable music in Byberry." "Byberry has a great many musical ladies, I can tell you, Mr. Wilmington," returned Mrs. Gott, a little coldly, though her good nature instantly returned, and shone out in one of her most friendly smiles. "And those, too, that have been to town and heard all the great performers from Europe, of whom there have been so many of late years. I have heard good judges say that Dukes County is not much behind the island of Manhattan, with the piano in particular. I remember, when at Rome, to have heard an Englishman say that some young ladies from Lincolnshire were astonishing the Romans with their Italian accent, in singing Italian operas, answered Jack, smiling. There is no end, my dear Mrs. Gott, to provincial perfection in all parts of the world. I believe I understand you, but I am not at all offended at your meaning. We are not very sensitive about the jails. One thing I will admit, however, Mary Monson's harp is the first, I rather think, that was ever heard in Bybury. Gott tells me. This was the familiar manner in which the good woman spoke of the High Sheriff of Dukes, as the journals affectionately call that functionary, that he once met some German girls strolling about the county, playing and singing for money, and who had just an instrument, but not one half as elegant. And it has brought to my mind a suspicion that Mary Monson may be one of those traveling musicians. What? To stroll about the country and play and sing in the streets of villages? No, not that. I see well enough she cannot be of that sort. But there are all descriptions of musicians, as well as all descriptions of doctors and lawyers, Mr. Wilmington. Why may not Mary Monson be one of these foreigners who get so rich by singing and playing? She has just as much money as she wants, and spends it freely, too. This I know, from seeing the manner in which she uses it. For my part, I wish she had less music and less money just now, for they are doing her no great good in Bybury. Why not? Can any human being find fault with melody and a liberal spirit? Folks find fault with anything, Mr. Wilmington, when they have found nothing better to do. You know how it is with our villagers here as well as I do. Most people think Mary Monson guilty, and a few do not. Those that think her guilty say it is insolent in her to be singing and playing in the very jail in which she is confined, and talk loud against her for that very reason. Would they deprive her of consolation as innocent as that she obtains from her harp and her piano, in addition to her other sufferings? Your Bybury folk must be particularly hard-hearted, Mrs. Gott. Bybury people are like York people, and American people, and English people, and all other people, I fancy, if the truth was known, Mr. Wilmington. What they don't like, they disapprove of, that's all. Now, was I one of them that believe Mary Monson did actually murder the Goodwins, and plunder their drawers, and set fire to their house, it would go again my feelings, too, to hear her music, as well as she plays, and sweet as she draws out sounds from those wires. Some of our folks take the introduction of the harp into the jail particularly hard. Why that instrument more than another? It was the one on which David played. They say it was David's favorite, and ought only to be struck to religious words and sounds. It is a little surprising that your excessively conscientious people so often forget that charity is the chiefest of all the Christian graces. They think that the love of God comes first, and that they ought never to lose sight of his honor and glory. But I agree with you, Mr. Wilmington. Feel for your fellow creatures is my role, and I am certain I am then feeling for my Maker. Yes, many of the neighbors insist that a harp is unsuited to a jail, and they tell me that the instrument on which Mary Monson plays is a real antique. Antique? What? A harp made in remote ages? No, I don't mean that exactly, returned Mrs. Gott, coloring a little, but a harp made so much like those used by the psalmist that one could not tell them apart. I dare say David had many varieties of stringed instruments, from the lute up, but harps are very common, Mrs. Gott, so common that we hear them now in the streets, and on board the steamboats even. There is nothing new in them, even in this country. Yes, sir, in the streets and on board the boats, but the public will tolerate things done for them that they won't tolerate in individuals. I suppose you know that, Mr. Wilmington? We soon learn as much in the country, But the jails are made for the public, and the harps ought to be privileged in them, as well as in other public places. I don't know how it is. I'm not very good at reasoning, but somehow or another the neighbors don't like that Mary Monson should play on the harp, or even on the piano, situated as she is. I do wish, Mr. Wilmington, you could give her a hint on the subject. Shall I tell her that the music is unpleasant to you? As far from that as possible. I delight in it, but the neighbors do not. Then she never shows herself at the grate, to folks outside like all the other prisoners. The public wants to see and converse with her. You surely could not expect a young and educated female to be making a spectacle of herself for the gratification of the eyes of all the vulgar and curious in and about Bybury. Hush, Mr. Wilmington. You are most too young to take care of such a cause. Squire Timms, now, is a man who understands Duke's County, and he would tell you it is not wise to talk of the vulgar hereabouts, at least not until the verdict is in. Besides, most people would think that folks have a right to look at a prisoner in the common jail. I know they act as if they thought so. It is hard enough to be accused and confined without subjecting a party to any additional degradation. No man has a right to ask to look at Miss Monson, but those she sees fit to receive, and the officials of the law. It would be an outrage to tolerate mere idle curiosity. Well, if you think so, Mr. Wilmington, do not let everybody know it. Several of the clergy have either been here or have sent to offer their visits, if acceptable. And what has been the answer? Demanded Jack, a little eagerly. Mary Monson has received all these offers as if she had been a queen, politely but coldly, once or twice, or when the Methodist and the Baptist came, and they commonly came first. I thought she seemed hurt. Her color went and came like lightning. Now she was as pale as death, next as bright as a rose. What a color she has at times, Mr. Wilmington. Duke's is rather celebrated for rosy faces, but it would be hard to find her equal when she is not thinking. Of what, my good Mrs. Gott? Why, most of the neighbors say of the Goodwins. For my part, I do not believe she ever hurt a hair of the head of the old man and the old woman. I can imagine that she has disagreeable things to think of that are none wise connected with them. She certainly has disagreeable things to make her cheeks pale that are connected with that unfortunate couple. But I ought to know all. To what else do the neighbors object? To foreign tongues. They think when a grand jury has found a bill, the accused ought to talk nothing but plain English, so that all near her can understand what she says. In a word, it is not thought sufficient to be accused of such a crime as murder, but all other visitations must follow, to render the charge as horrible as may be. That is not the way they look at it. The public fancies that in a public matter they have a right to know all about a thing. And when there is a failure in the proof, they imagine, invent, and assert? 'Tis the way of the land. I suppose all nations have their ways and follow them. One thing surprises me a little in this matter, Jack rejoined, after musing a moment. It is this. In most cases in which women have any connection with the law, the leaning in this country, and more particularly of late, has been in their favor. Well, Mrs. Gott quietly but quickly interrupted, and ought it not be so? It ought not, unless the merits are with them. Justice is intended to do what is equitable, and it is not fair to assume that women are always right and men always wrong. I know my uncle thinks that not only the decisions of late years, but the laws, have lost sight of the wisdom of the past, and are gradually placing women above the men, making her instead of him the head of the family. Well, Mr. Wilmington, and isn't that quite right? Demanded Mrs. Gott with a good-natured nod. My uncle thinks it is very wrong, and that by a mistaken gallantry the peace of families is undermined, and their discipline destroyed. as in punishment by a false philanthropy, rogues are petted at the expense of honest folk. Such are the opinions of Mr. Thomas Dunscombe, at least.
Aye, Mr. Thomas Dunscombe is an old bachelor, and bachelors' wives and bachelors' children, as we all know, are always admirably managed. It is a pity they are not more numerous, retorted the indomitably good-humored wife of the sheriff. But you see that, in this case of Mary Monson, the feeling is against rather than in favor of a woman. That may be owing to the fact that one of the persons murdered was a lady also. Dr. McBain says that both were females, or lady murdered, as I suppose we must call them, as doubtless you have heard, Mrs. Gott. Perhaps he is believed, and the fact may make doubly against the accused. He is not believed. Everybody hereabouts knows that one of the skeletons was that of Peter Goodwin. They say the district attorney means to show that beyond all dispute. They tell me that it is a law, in the case of this sort, first to show there has been a murder, second to show who did it. This is something like the course of proceeding, I believe, though I never sat on a trial for this offense. It is of no great moment what the district attorney does, so that he do not prove that Miss Monson is guilty. And this, my kind-hearted Mrs. Gott, you and I do not believe he can do. In that we are agreed, sir. I no more think that Mary Monson did these things than I think I did them myself. Jack expressed his thanks in a most grateful look, and there the interview terminated. End of chapter 9.
Section 10 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 10. In peace, love tunes the shepherd's reed. In war, he mounts the warrior's steed. In halls and gay attire is seen. In hamlets, dances on the green. Love rules the court, the camp, the grove, and men below and saints above. For love is heaven, and heaven is love. Scott. It is the ways of the land, said good Mrs. Gott, in one of her remarks in the conversation just related. Other usages prevail in connection with other interests, and the time is come when we must refer to one of them. In a word, Dr. McBrain and Mrs. Updike were about to be united in the bands of matrimony. As yet we have said very little of the intended bride, but the incidents of our tale render it now necessary to bring her more prominently on the stage, and to give some account of herself and family. Anna Wade was the only child of very respectable and somewhat affluent parents. At 19 she married a lawyer of suitable years and became Mrs. Updike. This union lasted but 8 years, when the wife was left a widow with 2 children, a son and a daughter. In the course of time these children grew up, the mother devoting herself to their care, education, and well-being. In all this there was nothing remarkable, widowed mothers doing as much daily, with a self-devotion that allies them to the angels. Frank Updike, the son, had finished his education, and was daily expected to arrive from a tour of 3 years in Europe. Anna, her mother's namesake, was at the sweet age of 19, and the very counterpart of what the elder Anna had been at the same period in life. The intended bride was far from being unattractive, though fully 45. In the eyes of Dr. McBrain she was even charming, although she did not exactly answer those celebrated conditions of female influence that have been handed down to us in the familiar toast of a voluptuous English prince. Though 40, Mrs. Updike was neither fat nor fair, being a brunette of a well-preserved and still agreeable person. It was perhaps a little singular, after having escaped the temptations of a widowhood of 20 years, that this lady should think of marrying at a time of life when most females abandon the expectation of changing their condition. But Mrs. Updike was a person of a very warm heart, and she foresaw the day when she was to be left alone in the world. Her son was much inclined to be a rover, and in his letters he talked of still longer journeys, and of more protracted absences from home. He inherited an independency from his father, and had now been his own master for several years. Anna was much courted by the circle to which she belonged, and young, affluent, pretty to the very verge of beauty, gentle, quiet, and singularly warm-hearted, it was scarcely within the bounds of possibility that she could escape an early marriage in a state of society like that of Manhattan. These were the reasons Mrs. Updike gave to her female confidants, when she deemed it well to explain the motives of her present purpose. Without intending to deceive, there was not a word of truth in these explanations. In point of fact, Mrs. Updike, well as she had loved the husband of her youth, preserved les beaux restes of a very warm and affectionate heart. And McBrain, a well-preserved, good-looking man, about a dozen years older than herself, had found the means to awaken its sympathies to such a degree as once more to place the comely widow completely within the category of Cupid. It is very possible for a woman of 40 to love, and to love with all her heart, though the world seldom takes as much interest in her weaknesses, if weakness it is, as in those of younger and fairer subjects of the passion. To own the truth, Mrs. Updike was profoundly in love, while her betrothed met her inclination with an answering sympathy, that, to say the least, was fully equal to any tender sentiment he had succeeded in awakening. All this was to Tom Dunscombe what he called nuts. 3 times had he seen his old friend in this pleasant state of feeling, and 3 times was he chosen to be an attendant at the altar, once in the recognized character of a groomsman, and on the other 2 occasions in that of a chosen friend. Whether the lawyer had himself completely escaped the darts of the little god, no one could say, so completely had he succeeded in veiling this portion of his life from observation. But whether he had or not, he made those who did submit to the passion the theme of his untiring merriment. Children usually regard these tardy inclinations of their parents with surprise, if not with downright distaste. Some little surprise the pretty Anna Updike may have felt when she was told by a venerable great aunt that her mother was about to be married, but of distaste there was none. She had a strong regard for her new stepfather that was to be, and thought it the most natural thing in the world to love. Sooth to say, Anna Updike had not been out 2 years, the American girls are brought out so young, without having sundry suitors. Manhattan is the easiest place in the world for a pretty girl with a good fortune to get offers. Pretty girls with good fortunes are usually in request everywhere, but it requires the precise state of society that exists in the great commercial emporium to give a young woman the highest chance in the old lottery. There, where 1/2 of the world came from other worlds some 1/2 a dozen years since, where a good old Manhattan name is regarded as upstart among a crowd that scarcely knows whence it was itself derived, and whither it is destined, and where few have any real position in society, and fewer still know what the true meaning of the term is, money and beauty are the constant objects of pursuit. Anna Updike formed no exception. She had declined, in the gentlest manner possible, no less than 6 direct offers, coming from those who were determined to lose nothing by diffidence, had thrown cold water on more than twice that number of little flames that were just beginning to burn, and had thrown into the fire some 15 or 16 anonymous effusions in prose and verse that came from adventurers who could admire from a distance, at the opera and in the streets, but who had no present means of getting any nearer than these indirect attempts at communication. We say thrown into the fire, for Anna was too prudent and had too much self-respect to retain such documents, coming as they did from so many little unknowns. The anonymous effusions were consequently burnt, with one exception. The exception was in the case of a sonnet, in which her hair, and very beautiful it is, was the theme. From some of the little freemasonry of the intercourse of the sexes, Anna fancied these lines had been written by Jack Wilmeder, one of the most constant of her visitors, as well as one of her admitted favorites. Between Jack and Anna there had been diverse passages of gallantry, which had been very kindly viewed by McBrain and the mother. The parties themselves did not understand their own feelings, for matters had not gone far when Mary Monson so strangely appeared on the stage and drew Jack off on the trail of wonder and mystery, if not on that of real passion. As Sarah Wilmeder was the most intimate friend of Anna Updike, it is not extraordinary that this singular fancy of the brothers should be the subject of conversation between the two young women, each of whom probably felt more interest in his movements than any other persons on earth. The dialogue we are about to relate took place in Anna's own room, the morning of the day which preceded that of the wedding, and followed naturally enough as the sequence of certain remarks which had been made on the approaching event. "If my mother were living and must be married," said Sarah Wilmeder, "I should be very well content to have such a man as Dr. McBrain for a stepfather. I have known him all my life, and he is and ever has been so intimate with Uncle Tom that I almost think him a near relation." "And I have known him as long as I can remember," Anna steadily rejoined, "and have not only a great respect, but a warm regard for him. Should I ever marry myself, I do not believe I shall have one half the attachment for my father-in-law as I am sure I shall feel for my stepfather." "How do you know there will be any father-in-law in the case? I am sure John has no parent." "John," returned Anna faintly, "what is John to me?" "Thank you, my dear. He is something at least to me. To be sure, a brother naturally is, but Jack is no brother of mine, you will please to remember." Sarah cast a quick inquiring look at her friend, but the eyes of Anna were thrown downward on the carpet, while the bloom on her cheeks spread to her temples. Her friend saw that, in truth, Jack was no brother of hers. "What I mean is this," continued Sarah, following a thread that ran through her own mind. "Rather than anything that had been already expressed, Jack is making himself a very silly fellow just now." Anna now raised her eyes. Her lip quivered a little, and the bloom deserted even her cheek. Still she made no reply. Women can listen acutely at such moments, but it commonly exceeds their powers to speak. The friends understood each other, as Sarah well knew, and she continued her remarks precisely as if the other had answered them. "Michael Millington brings strange accounts of Jack's behavior at Bibury. He says that he seems to do nothing, think of nothing, talk of nothing, but of the hardship of this Mary Monson's case." "I'm sure it is cruel enough to awaken the pity of a rock," said Anna Updike in a low tone. "A woman, and she a lady, accused of such terrible crimes, murder and arson." "What is arson, child, and how do you know anything about it?" Again Anna colored, her feelings being all sensitiveness on this subject, which had caused her far more pain than she had experienced from any other event in her brief life. It was, however, necessary to answer. "Arson is setting fire to an inhabited house," she said, after a moment's reflection, "and I know it from having been told its significance by Mr. Dunscombe." Did Uncle Tom say anything of this, Mary Monson, and of Jack's singular behavior? He spoke of his client as a very extraordinary person, and of her accomplishments and readiness and beauty. Altogether, he does not seem to know what to make of her. And what did he say about Jack? You need have no reserve with me, Anna. I am his sister. I know that very well, dear Sarah, but Jack's name was not mentioned, I believe, certainly not at the particular time, and in the conversation to which I now refer. But at some other time, my dear, and in some other conversation? He did once say something about your brother's being very attentive to the interests of the person he calls his Duke's county client. Nothing more, I do assure you. It is the duty of young lawyers to be very attentive to the interests of their clients, I should think. Assuredly, and that most especially when the client is a young lady with a pocket full of money. But Jack is above want, and can afford to act right at all times and on all occasions. I wish he had never seen this strange creature. Anna Updike sat silent for some little time, playing with the hem of her pocket handkerchief. Then she said timidly, speaking as if she wished an answer, even while she dreaded it, "Does not Marie Moulin know something about her?" "A great deal, if she would only tell it. But Marie, too, has gone over to the enemy since she has seen this siren. Not a word can I get out of her, though I have written 3 letters, beyond the fact that she knows Mademoiselle, and that she cannot believe her guilty." The last surely is very important. If really innocent, how hard has been the treatment she has received. It is not surprising that your brother feels so deep an interest in her. He is very warm-hearted and generous, Sarah, and it is just like him to devote his time and talents to the service of the oppressed. It was Sarah's turn to be silent and thoughtful. She made no answer, for she well understood that an impulse very different from that mentioned by her friend was just then influencing her brother's conduct. We have related this conversation as the briefest mode of making the reader acquainted with the true state of things in and about the neat dwelling of Mrs. Updike in 8th Street. Much, however, remains to be told. As the morning of the very day which succeeded that on which the foregoing dialogue was held was the one named for the wedding of the mistress of the house, at the very early hour of 6 the party met at the church door, one of the most Gothic structures in the new quarter of the town, and 5 minutes sufficed to make the two one. Anna sobbed as she saw her mother passing away from her, as it then appeared to her, and the bride herself was a little overcome. As for McBrain, as his friend Dunscombe expressed it, in a description given to a brother bachelor who met him at dinner, he stood fire like a veteran. You're not going to frighten a fellow who has held forth the ring 3 times. You will remember that Ned had previously killed 2 wives, besides all the other folk he has slain, and I make no doubt the fellow's confidence was a good deal increased by the knowledge he possesses that none of us are immortal, as husbands and wives at least. But Tom Dunscombe's pleasantries had no influence on his friend's happiness. Odd as it may appear to some, this connection was one of a warm and very sincere attachment. Neither of the parties had reached the period of life when nature begins to yield to the pressure of time, and there was the reasonable prospect before them of their contributing largely to each other's future happiness. The bride was dressed with great simplicity, but with a proper care, and she really justified the passion that McBrain insisted in his conversations with Dunscombe that he felt for her. Youthful for her time of life, modest in demeanor and aspect, still attractive in person, the widow Updike became Mrs. McBrain, with as charming an air of womanly feeling as might have been exhibited by one of less than half her age. Covered with blushes, she was handed by the bridegroom into his own carriage, which stood at the church door, and the two proceeded to Timberley. As for Anna Updike, she went to pass a week in the country with Sarah Dunscombe. even a daughter being a little de trop in a honeymoon. Rattletrap was the singular name Tom Dunscombe had given to his country house. It was a small villa-like residence on the banks of the Hudson, and within the island of Manhattan. Concealed in a wood, it was a famous place for a bachelor to hide his oddities in. Here Dunscombe concentrated all his out-of-the-way purchases, including plows that were never used, all sorts of farming utensils that were condemned to the same idleness, and such contrivances in the arts of fishing and shooting as struck his fancy, though the lawyer never handled a rod or leveled a fowling piece. But Tom Dunscombe, though he professed to despise love, had fancies of his own. It gave him a certain degree of pleasure to seem to have these several tastes, and he threw away a good deal of money in purchasing these characteristic ornaments for Rattletrap. When Jack Wilmeter ventured one day to ask his uncle what pleasure he could find in collecting so many costly and perfectly useless articles, implements that had not the smallest apparent connection with his ordinary pursuits and profession, he got the following answer: "You are wrong, Jack, in supposing that these traps are useless. A lawyer has occasion for a vast deal of knowledge that he will never get out of his books. One should have the elements of all the sciences and of most of the arts in his mind to make a thoroughly good advocate, for their application will become necessary on 1,000 occasions, when Blackstone and Kent can be of no service. No, no, I prize my professions highly, and look upon Rattletrap as my Inn of Court." Jack Wilmeter had come over from Bibury to attend the wedding, and had now accompanied the party into the country, as it was called, though the place of Dunscombe was so near town that it was not difficult, when the wind was at the southward, to hear the fire bell on the City Hall. The meeting between John Wilmeter and Anna Updike had been fortunately a little relieved by the peculiar circumstances in which the latter was placed. The feeling she betrayed, the pallor of her cheek, and the nervousness of her deportment might all, naturally enough, be imputed to the emotions of a daughter who saw her own mother standing at the altar by the side of one who was not her natural father. Let this be as it might, Anna had the advantage of the inferences which those around her made on these facts. The young people met first in the church, where there was no opportunity for any exchange of language or looks. Sarah took her friend away with her alone on the road to Rattletrap, immediately after the ceremony, in order to allow Anna's spirits and manner to become composed, without being subjected to unpleasant observation. Dunscombe and his nephew drove out in a light vehicle of the latter's, and Michael Millington appeared later at the villa, bringing with him to dinner Timms, who came on business connected with the approaching trial. There never had been any love-making, in the direct meaning of the term, between John Wilmeter and Anna Updike. They had known each other so long and so intimately that both regarded the feeling of kindness that each knew subsisted as a mere fraternal sort of affection. Jack is Sarah's brother, thought Anna, when she permitted herself to reason on the subject at all, and it is natural that I should have more friendship for him than for any other young man. Anna is Sarah's most intimate friend, thought Jack, and that is the long and short of my attachment for her. Take away Sarah, and Anna would be nothing to me, though she is so pretty and clever and gentle and ladylike. I must like those Anna likes, or it might make us both unhappy. This was the reasoning of 19, and when Anna Updike was just budding into young womanhood, at a later day habit had got to be so much in the ascendant that neither of the young people thought much on the subject at all. The preference was strong in each, so strong indeed as to hover over the confines of passion and quite near to its vortex, though the long accustomed feeling prevented either from entering into its analysis. The attachments that grow with our daily associations and get to be so interwoven with our most familiar thoughts seldom carry away those who submit to them in the whirlwind of passion, which are much more apt to attend sudden and impulsive love. Cases do certainly occur in which the parties have long known each other and have lived on for years in a dull appreciation of mutual merit, sometimes with prejudices and alienation active between them, when suddenly all is changed, and the scene that was lately so tranquil and tame becomes tumultuous and glowing, and life assumes a new charm, as the profound emotions of passion chase away its dullness, substituting hope and fears and lively wishes and soul-felt impressions in its stead. This is not usual in the course of the most wayward of all our impulses, but it does occasionally happen, brightening existence with a glow that might well be termed divine, were the colors bestowed derived from a love of the Creator in lieu of that of one of his creatures. In these sudden awakenings of dormant feelings, some chord of mutual sympathy, some deep-rooted affinity is aroused, carrying away their possessors in a torrent of the feelings. Occasionally, wherever the affinity is active, the impulse natural and strongly sympathetic, these sudden and seemingly wayward attachments are the most indelible, coloring the whole of the remainder of life. But oftener do they take the character of mere impulse, rather than that of deeper sentiment, and disappear, as they were first seen, in some sudden glow of the horizon of the affections. In this brief analysis of some of the workings of the heart, we may find a clue to the actual frame of mind in which John Wilmeter returned from Bibury, where he had now been, like a sentinel on post, for several weeks, in vigilant watchfulness over the interests of Mary Monson. During all that time, however, he had not once been admitted within the legal limits of the prison, holding his brief but rather numerous conferences with his client at the little grate in the massive door that separated the jail from the dwelling of the sheriff. Kind-hearted Mrs. Gott would have admitted him to the gallery whenever he chose to ask that favor, but this act of courtesy had been forbidden by Mary Monson herself. Timms she did receive, and she conferred with him in private on more than one occasion, manifesting great earnestness in the consultations that preceded the approaching trial. But John Wilmeter she would receive only at the grate, like a nun in a well-regulated convent. Even this coyness contributed to feed the fire that had been so suddenly lighted in the young man's heart, on which the strangeness of the prisoner's situation, her personal attractions, her manners, and all the other known peculiarities of person, history, education, and deportment had united to produce a most lively impression, however fleeting it was to prove in the end. Had there been any direct communications on the subject of the attachment that had so long, so slowly, but so surely been taking root in the hearts of John and Anna, any reciprocity in open confidence, this unlooked-for impulse in a new direction could not have overtaken the young man. He did not know how profound was the interest that Anna took in him, nor, for that matter, was she aware of it herself, until Michael Millington brought the unpleasant tidings of the manner in which his friend seemed to be entranced with his uncle's client at Bibury. Then, indeed, Anna was made to feel that surest attendant of the liveliest love, a pang of jealousy. And for the first time in her young and innocent life she became aware of the real nature of her sentiments on behalf of John Wilmeter. On the other hand, drawn aside from the ordinary course of his affections by sudden impulsive and exciting novelties, John was fast submitting to the influence of the charms of the fair stranger, as has been more than once intimated in our opening pages, as the newly fallen snow melts under the rays of a noonday sun. Such then was the state of matters in this little circle when the wedding took place and John Wilmeter joined the family party. Although Dunscombe did all he could to make the dinner gay, Rattletrap had seldom entertained a more silent company than that which sat down at its little round table on this occasion. John thought of Bibbery and Mary Monson. Sarah's imagination was quite busy in wondering why Michael Millington stayed away so long, and Anna was on the point of bursting into tears half a dozen times, under the depression produced by the joint events of her mother's marriage and John Wilmeter's obvious change of deportment towards her. "What the deuce has kept Michael Millington and that fellow Timms from joining us at dinner?" said the master of the house, as the fruit was placed upon the table, and closing one eye, he looked with the other through the ruby rays of a glass of well-cooled Madeira, his favorite wine. "Both promised to be punctual, yet here are they both sadly out of time. They knew the dinner was to come off at 4. "As is one, sir, so are both," answered John. "You will remember they were to come together." "True, and Millington is rather a punctual man, especially in visiting at Rattletrap." Here Sarah blushed a little, but the engagement in her case being announced, there was no occasion for any particular confusion. "We shall have to take Michael with us into Duke's next week, Miss Wilmeter, the case being too grave to neglect bringing up all our forces." "Is Jack, too, to take a part in the trial, Uncle Tom?" demanded the niece, with a little interest in the answer. "Jack, too, everybody, in short. When the life of a fine young woman is concerned, it behooves her counsel to be active and diligent. I have never before had a cause into which my feelings have so completely entered. No, never." "Do not counsel always enter, heart and hand, into their clients' interests, and make themselves, as it might be, as you gentlemen of the bar sometimes term these things, a part and parcel of their concerns?" This question was put by Sarah, but it caused Anna to raise her eyes from the fruit she was pretending to eat, and to listen intently to the reply. Perhaps she fancied that the answer might explain the absorbed manner in which John had engaged in the service of the accused. "As far from it as possible in many cases," returned the uncle, "though there certainly are others in which one engages with all his feelings. But every day lessens my interest in the law and all that belongs to it." "Why should that be so, sir? I have heard you called a devotee of the profession." "That's because I have no wife. Let a man live a bachelor, and 10 to 1 he gets some nickname or other. On the other hand, let him marry 2 or 3 times, like Ned McBrain, beg your pardon, Nanny, for speaking disrespectfully of your papa, but let a fellow just get his 3rd wife, and they tack family to his appellation at once. He's an excellent family lawyer, or a capital family physician, or a supremely pious— No, I don't know that they've gone so far as the parsons, for they are all family fellows." "You have a spite against matrimony, Uncle Tom." "Well, if I have, it stops with me as a family complaint. You are free from it, my dear, and I'm half inclined to think Jack will marry before he is a year older. But here are the tardies at last." Although the uncle made no allusion to the person his nephew was to marry, everybody but himself thought of Mary Monson at once. Anna turned pale as death. Sarah looked thoughtful and even sad, and John became as red as scarlet. But the entrance of Michael Millington and Timms caused the conversation to turn on another subject, as a matter of course. "We expected you to dinner, gentlemen," Dunscombe dryly remarked, as he pushed the bottle to his guests. "Business before eating is my maxim, Squire Dunscombe," Timms replied. "Mr. Millington and I have been very busy in the office from the moment Dr. McBrain and his lady— Wife, say wife, Timms, if you please, or Mrs. McBrain, if you like that better." "Well, sir, I used the word I did, out of compliment to the other ladies present. They love to be honored and signalized in our language when we speak of them, sir, I believe." Poh, Tims, take my advice, and let all these small matters alone. It takes a life to master them, and one must begin from the cradle. When all is ended, they are scarce worth the trouble they give. Speak good, plain, direct, and manly English, I have always told you, and you'll get along well enough. But make no attempts to be fine. Dr. McBrain and lady is next thing to going through Hurlgate or meeting a lady friend. You'll never get the right sort of a wife until you drop all such absurdities. I'll tell you how it is, Squire, so far as law goes, or even morals, and I don't know but I may say general government politics. I look upon you as the best adviser I can consult. But when it comes to matrimony, I can't see how you should know any more about it than I do myself. I do intend to get married one of these days, which is more, I fancy, than you ever had in view. No, my great concern has been to escape matrimony, but a man may get a very tolerable notion of the sex while maneuvering among them with that intention. I am not certain that he who has had 2 or 3 handsomely managed escapes doesn't learn as much as he who has had 2 or 3 wives. I mean of useful information. What do you think of all this, Millington? That I wish for no escapes when my choice has been free and fortunate. And you, Jack? Sir, answered the nephew, starting as if aroused from a brown study. Did you speak to me, Uncle Tom? He'll not be of much use to us next week, Tims, said the counsellor coolly, filling his own and his neighbour's glass as he spoke with iced Madeira. These capital cases demand the utmost vigilance, more especially when popular prejudice sets in against them. Should the jury find Mary Monson to be guilty, what would be the sentence of the court? Demanded Sarah, smiling, even while she seemed much interested. I believe that is right, Mike. The court sentences and the jury convicts. If there be any mistake, you must answer for it. I am afraid to speak of laws or constitutions in the presence of your uncle, since the rebuke Jack and I got in that affair of the toast, returned Sarah's betrothed, arching his eyebrows. By the way, Jack, did that dinner ever come off? Demanded the uncle suddenly. I looked for your toasts in the journals, but do not remember ever to have seen them. You could not have seen any of mine, sir, for I went to Bibury that very morning, and only left there last evening. Anna's countenance resembled a lily, just as it begins to droop. I believe, however, the whole affair fell through, as no one seems to know just now who are and who are not the friends of liberty. It is the people today, the Pope next day, some prince tomorrow, and by the end of the week we may have a Masaniello or a Robespierre uppermost. The times seem sadly out of joint just now, and the world is fast getting to be upside down. It's all owing to this infernal code, Tims, which is enough to revolutionize human nature itself, cried Dumpscombe, with an animation that produced a laugh in the young folk. Anne accepted, and a simper in the person addressed. Ever since this thing has come into operation among us, I never know when a case is to be heard, the decision had, or the principles that are to come uppermost. Well, we must try and get some good out of it, if we can, in this capital case, which is drawing very near, Squire, and I have some facts to communicate in that affair, which it may be well to compare with the law without much more delay. Let us finish this bottle. If the boys help us, it will not be much more than a glass apiece. I don't think the squire will ever be upheld at the polls by the temperance people, said Tims, filling his glass to the brim, for, to own the truth, it was seldom that he got such wine. As you are expecting to be held up by them, my fine fellow. I've heard of your management, Master Tims, and am told you aspire as high as the State Senate. Well, there is room for better, but much worse men have been sent there. Now let us go to what I call the Rattletrap office. End of section 10.
Chapter 11 of the Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Holly Rushik. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 11. The strawberry grows underneath the nettle, and wholesome berries thrive and ripen best, neighbored by fruit of baser quality. King Henry V. There stood a very pretty pavilion in one of the groves of Rattletrap, overhanging the water, with the rocks of the river shore for its foundation. It had 2 small apartments, in one of which Dunscombe had caused a bookcase, a table, a rocking chair, and a lounge to be placed. The other was furnished more like an ordinary summer house, and was at all times accessible to the inmates of the family. The sanctum or office was kept locked, and here its owner often brought his papers, and passed whole days, during the warm months, when it was the usage to be out of town, in preparing his cases. To this spot, then, the counsellor now held his way, attended by Timms, having ordered a servant to bring a light and some cigars, smoking being one of the regular occupations of the office. In a few minutes each of the 2 men of the law had a cigar in his mouth, and was seated at a little window that commanded a fine view of the Hudson, its fleet of sloops, steamers, towboats, and colliers, and its high rocky western shore, which has obtained the not inappropriate name of the Palisades. The cigars, the glass, and the pleasant scenery, teeming as was the last with movement and life, appeared for the moment to drive from the minds of the 2 men of the law the business on which they had met. It was a proof of the effect of habit that a person like Dunscombe, who was really a good man, and one who loved his fellow creatures, could just then forget that a human life was, in some measure, dependent on the decisions of this very interview, and permit his thoughts to wander from so important an interest. So it was, however, and the first topic that arose in this consultation had no reference whatever to Mary Monson, or her approaching trial, though it soon led the colloquists round to her situation, as it might be without their intending it. "This is a charming retreat, Squire Dunscombe," commenced Timms, settling himself with some method in a very commodious armchair, "and one that I should often frequent, did I own it. I hope you will live to be master of one quite as pleasant, Timms, some time or other. They tell me your practice now is one of the best in Dukes. Some 2,000 or 3,000 a year, I dare say, if the truth were known." "It's as good as anybody's on our circuit, unless you count the bigwigs from York. I won't name the sum, even to as old a friend as yourself, Squire, for the man who lets the word peep into his purse will soon find it footing up to him, like a sum in arithmetic. You've gentlemen in town, however, who sometimes get more for a single case than I can earn in a 12-month. Still, considering your beginning and the late appearance at the bar, Timms, you are doing pretty well. Do you lead in many trials at the circuit?" "That depends pretty much on age, you know, Squire. Generally, our lawyers are put into all my causes, but I have carried 1 or 2, though, on my own shoulders, and that by main strength, too." "It must have been by your facts rather than by your law. The verdicts turned altogether on testimony, did they not?" "Pretty much, and that's the sort of case I like. A man can prepare his evidence beforehand, and make some calculations where it will land him. But, as for the law, I do not see that studying it as hard as I will makes me much the wiser. A case is no sooner settled one way by a judge in New York than it is settled by another in Pennsylvania or Virginia. And that, too, when courts were identical and had a character. Now we have 8 Supreme Courts, and they are beginning to settle the law in 8 different ways. Have you studied the code pretty closely, Timms?" "Not I, sir. They tell me things will come round under it in time, and I try to be patient. There's one thing about it that I do like. It has taken all the Latin out of the law, which is a great help to us poor scholars. It has that advantage, I confess, and before it is done, it will take the law out of the Latin. They tell me it was proposed to call the old process of ne exeant a writ of no go. Well, in my mind, the last would be the best term of the two. Aye, to your mind, it might, Timms. How do you like the fee bills and the new mode of obtaining your compensation? Capital! The more they change them matters, the deeper we'll dig into 'em, Squire. I never knew reform help the great body of the community. It all favors the individuals. There is more truth in that, Timms, than you are probably aware of yourself. Reform, fully half the time, does no more than shift the pack saddle from one set of shoulders to another. Nor do I believe much is gained by endeavoring to make law cheap. It were better for the community that it should be dear, though cases do occur in which its charges might amount to a denial of justice. It is to be regretted that the world oftener decides under the influence of exceptions rather than that of the rule. Besides, it is no easy matter to check the gains of 1,000 or 2 of hungry attorneys. There you're right, Squire, if you never hit the nail on the head before. But the new scheme is working well for us, and in the same sense it may work well for the people. The compensation is the first thing thought of now, and when that is the case, the client stops to think. It isn't every person that holds as large and as open a purse as Our Lady at Byberry. Aye, she continues to fee you, does she, Timms? Pray, how much has she given you altogether? Not enough to build a new wing to the Astor Library, nor to set up a parson in a Gothic temple. Still, enough to engage me heart and mind in her service. First and last, my receipts have been $1,000, besides money for the outlays, which have amounted to more than as much more. This is a matter of life and death, you know, sir, and prices rise accordingly. All I have received has been handed to me either in gold or in good current paper. The first troubled me a good deal, for I was not certain some more pieces might not be recognized, though they were all eagles and half-eagles. Has any such recognition occurred? Demanded Dunscombe with interest. To be frank with you, Squire Dunscombe, I sent the money to town at once and set it afloat in the great current in Wall Street, where it could do neither good nor harm on the trial. It would have been very green in me to pay out the precise coin among the people of Dukes. No one could say what might have been the consequences. It is not very easy for me to foretell the consequences of the substitutes, which it seems you did use. A fee to a counsel I can understand. But what the deuce you have done legally with $1,000 out of doors exceeds my penetration. I trust you have not been attempting to purchase jurors, Timms? Not I, sir. I know the penalties too well to venture on such a defense. Besides, it is too soon to attempt that game. Jurors may be bought, sometimes are bought, I have heard say. Here Timms screwed up his face into a most significant mimicry of disprobation. But I have done nothing of the sort in the State versus Mary Monson. It is too soon to operate, even should the testimony drive us to that in the long run. I forbid all illegal measures, Timms. You know my rule of trying cases is never to overstep the limits of the law. Yes, sir, I understand your principle, which will answer provided both sides stick to it. But let a man act as close to what is called honesty as he please. What certainty has he that his adversary will observe the same rule? This is the great difficulty I find in getting along in the world, Squire. Opposition upsets all a man's best intentions. Now in politics, sir, there is no man in the country better disposed to uphold respectable candidates and just principles than I myself. But the other side squeeze us up so tight that before the election comes off, I'm ready to vote for the devil rather than get the worst of it. Aye, That's the wicked man's excuse all over the world, Timms. In voting for the gentleman you have just mentioned, you will remember you are sustaining the enemy of your race, whatever may be his particular relation to his party. But in this affair at Bybury, you will please to remember that it is not an election, nor is the devil a candidate. What success have you had with the testimony? There's an abstract of it, sir, and a pretty mess it is. So far as I can see, we shall have to rest entirely on the witnesses of the state, for I can get nothing out of the accused. Does she still insist on her silence in respect to the past? As close as if she had been born dumb. I have told her in the strongest language that her life depends on her appearing before the jury with a plain tale and in good character, but she will help me to neither. I never had such a client before. Open-handed, you mean, I suppose, Timms? In that particular, Squire Dunscombe, she is just what the profession likes, liberal and pays down. Of course I am so much more the anxious to do all I can in her case, but she will not let me serve her. There must be some strong reason for all this reserve, Timms. Have you questioned the Swiss maid that my niece sent to her? We know her, and it would seem that she knows Mary Monson. Here is so obvious a way of coming at the past. I trust you have spoken to her? She will not let me say a word to the maid. There they live together, chatter with one another from morning till night, in French that nobody understands, but will see no one but me, and me only in public, as it might be. In public? You have not asked for private interviews, eh, Timms? Remember your views upon the county, and the great danger there is of the electors finding you out. I well know, Squire Dunscombe, that your opinion of me is not very flattering in some particulars, while in others I think you place me pretty well up the ladder. As for old dukes, I believe I stand as well in that county as any man in it, now the revolutionary patriots are nearly gone. So long as any of them lasted, we modern fellows had no chance, and the way in which relics were brought to light was wonderful. If Washington only had an army 1/10 as strong as these patriots make it out to be, he would have driven the British from the country years sooner than it was actually done. Luckily, my grandfather did serve a short tour of duty in that war, and my own father was a captain of militia in 1814, lying out on Harlem Heights and Harlem Common most of the fall, when and where he caught the rheumatism. This was no bad capital to start upon, and, though you treat it lightly, Squire, I am a favorite in the county, I am. Nobody doubts it, Timms, nor can doubt it, if he knew the history of these matters. Let me see. I believe I first heard of you as a temperance lecturer? Excuse me, I began with the common schools, on which I lectured with some success, one whole season. Then came the temperance cause, out of which I will own not a little capital was made. And do you stop there, Timms, or do you ride some other hobby into power? It's my way, Mr. Dunscombe, to try all sorts of medicines. Some folks that want touch rhubarb will swallow salts, and all palates must be satisfied. Freestyle and emancipation doctrines are coming greatly into favor, but they are ticklish things that cut like a two-edged sword, and I do not fancy meddling with them. There are about as many opposed to meddling with slavery in the free states as there are in favor of it. I wish I knew your sentiments, Squire Dunscombe, on the subject. I've always found your doctrines touching the Constitution to be sound, and such as would stand examination. The constitutional part of the question is very simple, and presents no difficulties whatever, returned the counselor, squinting through the ruby of his glass, with an old bachelor sort of delight, except for those who have special ends to obtain. Has or has not Congress a legal right to enact laws preventing the admission of slaves into California? Congress has the legal right to govern any of its territories, despotically, of course, to admit or to receive what it may please within their limits. The resident of a territory is not a citizen and has no legal claim to be considered. California, as a conquered territory, may thus be governed by the laws of nations, unless the Treaty of Cession places some restrictions on the authority of the conqueror. A great deal of absurdity is afloat among those who should know better, touching the powers of government in his country. You yourself are one of those fellows, Timms, who gets things upside down and fancy the Constitution is to be looked into for everything. And is it not, Squire? That is, in the way of theory. In practice, I know, it is a very different matter. Are we not to look into the Constitution for all the powers of the government? Of the government, perhaps, in one sense, but not for those of the nation. Whence come the powers to make war and peace, to form treaties and alliances, maintain armies and navies, coin money, etc.? You'll find them all in the Constitution as I read it, sir. There is just your mistake, and connected with it are most of the errors that are floating about in our political world. The country gets its legal right to do these things from the laws of nations. The Constitution merely saying who shall be its agents in the exercise of these powers. Thus war is rendered legal by the custom of nations, and the Constitution says Congress shall declare war. It also says Congress shall pass all laws that become necessary to carry out this power. It follows Congress may pass any law that has a legitimate aim to secure a conquest. Nor is this all the functionaries of the government can do, on general principles, in the absence of any special provisions by a direct law. The latter merely supersedes or directs the power of the former. The Constitution guarantees nothing to the territories. They are strictly subject and may be governed absolutely. The only protection of their people is in the sympathy and habits of the people of the states. We give them political liberty, not as of legal necessity, but as a boon to which they are entitled in good fellowship, or as the father provides for his children. Then you think Congress has power to exclude slavery from California? I can't imagine a greater legal absurdity than to deny it. I see no use in any legislation on the subject, as a matter of practice, since California will shortly decide on this interest for itself. But, as a right in theory, it strikes me to be madness to deny that the government of the United States has full power over all its territories, both on general principles and under the Constitution. And in the district? You hold to the same power in the district? Beyond a question, Congress can abolish domestic servitude or slavery in the District of Columbia whenever it shall see fit. The right is as clear as the sun at noonday. If these are your opinions, Squire, I'll go for freestyle and abolition in the district. They have a popular cry, and take wonderfully well in dukes, and will build me up considerable. I like to be right, but most of all, I like to be strong. If you adopt such a course, you will espouse trouble without any dower, and that will be worse than McBain's 3 wives. And what is more, in the instance of the district, you will be guilty of an act of oppression. You will remember that the possession of a legal power to do a particular thing does not infer a moral right to exercise it. As respects your free soil, it may be well to put down a foot, and so far as votes legally used can be thrown, to prevent the further extension of slavery. In this respect, you are right enough, and will be sustained by an overwhelming majority of the nation. But when it comes to the district, the question has several sides to it. You said yourself, Squire, that Congress has all power to legislate for the district. No doubt it has, but the possession of a power does not necessarily imply its use. We have power as a nation to make war on little Portugal and crush her, but it would be very wicked to do so. when a member of Congress votes on any question that strictly applies to the district, he should reason precisely as if his constituents all lived in the district itself. You will understand, Timms, that liberty is closely connected with practice, and is not a mere creature of phrases and professions. What more intolerable tyranny could exist than to have a man elected by New Yorkers legislating for the district on strictly New York policy, or, if you will, on New York prejudices? If the people of the district wish to get rid of the institution of domestic slavery, there are ways for ascertaining the fact, and, once assured of that, Congress ought to give the required relief. But in framing such a law, great care should be taken not to violate the comity of the Union. The comity of the nations is, in practice, a portion of their laws, and is respected as such. How much more, then, ought we to respect this comity in managing the relations between the several states of the Union? Yes, the sovereign states of the Union, laying emphasis on the word we have italicized. Pshaw! They are no more sovereign than you and I are sovereign. Not sovereign, sir! Exclaimed Timms, actually jumping to his feet in astonishment. Why, this is against the national faith, contrary to all theories. Something so, I must confess, yet very good common sense. If there be any sovereignty left in the states, it is the very minimum, and a thing of show rather than of substance. If you will look at the Constitution, you will find that the equal representation of the states in the Senate is the only right of sovereign character that is left to the members of the Union, separate and apart from their confederated communities. Timms rubbed his brows and seemed to be in some mental trouble. The doctrine of sovereign states is so very common, so familiar in men's mouths, that no one dreams of disputing it. Nevertheless, Dunscombe had a great reputation in his set as a constitutional lawyer, and the expounders were very apt to steal his demonstrations without giving him credit for them. As before the nation, a schoolboy would have carried equal weight, but the direct, vigorous, common-sense arguments that he brought to the discussions, as well as the originality of his views, ever commanded the profound respect of the intelligent. Timms had cut out for himself a path by which he intended to ascend in the scale of society, and had industriously, if not very profoundly, considered all the agitating questions of the day, in the relations they might be supposed to bear to his especial interests. He had almost determined to come out as an abolitionist, for he saw that the prejudices of the hour were daily inclining the electors of the northern states more and more to oppose the further extension of domestic slavery, so far as surface was concerned, which was in effect preparing the way for the final destruction of the institution altogether. For Mr. Dunscombe, however, this wily limb of the law and skilful manager of men had the most profound respect, and he was very glad to draw him out still further on a subject that was getting to be of such intense interest to himself as well as to the nation at large. For, out of all doubt, it is the question, not only of the hour, but for years to come. Well, sir, this surprises me more and more. The state's not sovereign? Why, they gave all the power it possesses to the federal government. Very true, and it is precisely for that reason that they are not sovereign. That which is given away is no longer possessed. All the great powers of sovereignty are directly bestowed on the Union, which alone possesses them. I will grant you that, squire, but enough is retained to hang either of us. The deuce is in it, if that be not a sovereign power. It does not follow from the instance cited. Send a squadron abroad, and its officers can hang. But they are not sovereign, for the simple reason that there is a recognized authority over them, which can increase, sustain, or take away altogether any such and all power. Thus it is with the states. By a particular clause, the Constitution can be amended, including all the interests involved, with a single exception. This is an instance in which the exception does strictly prove the rule. All interests but the excepted one can be dealt with by a species of legislation that is higher than common. The Union can constitutionally abolish domestic slavery altogether. It can! It would be the making of any political man's fortune to be able to show that. Nothing is easier than to show it, in a way of theory, Timms, though nothing would be harder to achieve in the way of practice. The Constitution can be legally amended so as to effect this end, provided majorities in 3/4 of the states can be obtained, though every living soul in the remaining states were opposed to it. That this is the just construction of the great fundamental law, as it has been solemnly adopted, no discreet man can doubt, though, on the other hand, no discreet person would think of attempting such a measure, as the vote necessary to success cannot be obtained. To talk of the sovereignty of a community over this particular interest, for instance, when all the authority on the subject can be taken from it in direct opposition to the wishes of every man, woman, and child it contains, is an absurdity. The sovereignty, as respects slavery, is in the Union, and not of the several states, and therein you can see the fallacy of contending that Congress has nothing to do with the interest, when Congress can take the initiative in altering this or any other clause of the great national compact. But the district, Squire Dunscombe, what can and ought to be done there? I believe in my soul, Timms, you have an aim on a seat in Congress. Why stop short of the presidency? Men as little likely as yourself to be elevated to that high office have been placed in the executive chair, and why not you as well as another? It is an office neither to be sought nor declined, said an eminent statesman, answered Timms, with a seriousness that amused his companion, who saw by his manner that his old pupil held himself in reserve for the accidents of political life. But, sir, I am very anxious to get right on the subject of the district. Timms pronounced his word, as we have spelt it, and I know that if any man can set me right, it is yourself. As respects the district, Mr. Timms, here is my faith. It is a territory provided for in the Constitution for a national purpose, and must be regarded as strictly national property, held exclusively for objects that call all classes of citizens within its borders. Now, two great principles, in my view, should control all legislation for this little community. As I have said already, it would be tyranny to make the notions and policy of New York or Vermont bear on the legislation of the district. But every member bound to act strictly as a representative of the people of the spot for whom the law is intended. If I were in Congress, I would at any time, on a respectable application, vote to refer the question of abolition to the people of the district. If they said aye, I would say aye. If no, no. Beyond this I would never go, nor do I think the man who wishes to push matters beyond this sufficiently respects the general principles of representative government, or knows how to respect the spirit of the national compact. On the supposition that the district ask relief from the institution of slavery, great care should be observed in granting the necessary legislation. Although the man in South Carolina has no more right to insist that the district should maintain the peculiar institution because his particular state maintains it, than the Vermontese to insist on carrying his Green Mountain notions into these district laws. Yet has the Carolinian rights in this territory that must ever he respected, Let the general policy adopted be what it may. Every American has an implied right to visit the district on terms of equality. Now, there would be no equality if a law were passed excluding the domestics from any portion of the country. In the slave states, slaves exclusively perform the functions of domestics, and sweeping abolition might very easily introduce regulations that would be unjust toward the slaveholders. As respects the northern man, the existence of slavery in or out of the district is purely a speculative question, but it is not so with the southern. This should never be forgotten, and I always feel disgust when I hear a northern man swagger and make a parade of his morality on this subject. But the southern men swagger and make a parade of their chivalry, Squire, on the other hand. Quite true, but with them there is a strong provocation. It is a matter of life and death to the South, and the comedy of which I spoke requires a great moderation on our part. As for the threats of dissolution, of which we have had so many, like the cry of wolf, they have worn themselves out, and are treated with indifference. But the threat is still used, Mr. Dunscombe. Beyond a doubt, Timms, but of one thing you may rest well assured. If ever there be a separation between the free and the slave states of this Union, the wedge will be driven home by northern hands, not by indirection, but coolly, steadily, and with a thorough northern determination to open the seam. There will be no fuss about chivalry, but the thing will be done. I regard the measure as very unlikely to happen. The Mississippi and its tributaries binding the states together, to say nothing of ancestry, history, and moral ties, in a way to render a rupture very difficult to effect. But, should it come at all, rely on it, it will come directly from the North. I am sorry to say, there is an impatience of the threats and expedients that have so much disfigured Southern policy, that have set many at the North to calculating the value, and thousands may now be found where 10 years since it would not have been easy to meet with one who deemed separation better than union with slavery. Still, the general feeling of the North is passive, and I trust it will so continue. Look at the laws for the recovery of fugitives, Squire, and the manner in which they are administered. Bad enough, I grant you, and full of a want of good faith. Go to the bottom of this subject, Timms, or let it alone altogether. Some men will tell you that slavery is a sin, and contrary to revealed religion. This I hold to be quite untrue. At all events, if it be a sin, it is a sin to give the son the rich inheritance of the father, instead of dividing it among the poor. To eat a dinner while a hungrier man than yourself is within sound of your voice, or indeed to do anything that is necessary and agreeable, when the act may be still more necessary to, or confer greater pleasure on, another. I believe in a providence, and I make little doubt that African slavery is an important feature in God's laws, instead of being disobedience to them. But enough of this, Timms. You will court popularity, which is your Archimedean lever, and forget all I tell you. Is Mary Monson in greater favor now than when I last saw you?
The question is not easily answered, sir.
She pays well, and money is a powerful
The question is not easily answered, sir.
I do not inquire what you do with her money, said Dunscombe, with the evasion of a man who knew that it would not do to probe every weak spot in morals, any more than it would to inflame the diseases of the body. But, I own, I should like to know if our client has any suspicions of its uses. Timms now cast a furtive glance behind him, and edged his chair nearer to his companion in a confidential way, as if he would trust him with a private opinion that he should keep religiously from all others. Not only does she know all about it, he answered, with a knowing inclination of his head, but she enters into the affair, heart and hand. To my great surprise, She has even made 2 or 3 suggestions that were capital in their way. Capital! Yes, sir, quite capital. If you were not so stiff in your practice, Squire, I should delight to tell you all about it. She's sharp, and you may depend on it, she's wonderfully sharp. What? That refined, ladylike, accomplished young woman? She has an accomplishment or two you've never dreamed of, Squire. I'd pit her agin the sharpest practitioner in Dukes, and she'd come out ahead. I thought I knew something of preparing a cause, but she has given hints that will be worth more to me than all her fees. You do not mean that she shows experience in such practices? Perhaps not. It seems more like mother wit, I acknowledge, but it's mother wit of the brightest sort. She understands them reporters by instinct, as it might be. What is more, she backs all her suggestions with gold or current banknotes. And where does she get so much money? That is more than I can tell you, returned Timms, opening some papers belonging to the case, and laying them a little formally before the senior counsel, to invite his particular attention. I've never thought it advisable to ask the question. Timms, you cannot think Mary Monson guilty. I never go beyond the necessary facts of a case, and my opinion is of no consequence whatsoever. We are employed to defend her, and the counsel for the state are not about to get a verdict without some working for it. That's my conscience in these matters, Squire Dunscombe. Dunscombe asked no more questions. He turned gloomily to the papers, shoved his glass aside, as if it gave him pleasure no longer, and began to read. For near 4 hours he and Timms were earnestly engaged in preparing a brief, and in otherwise getting the cause ready for trial. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 12 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 12. Helena, oh that my prayers could such affection move. Hermia, the more I hate, the more he follows me. Helena, the more I love, the more he hateth me. Hermia, his folly, Helena, is no fault of mine. Midsummer Night's Dream. While Dunscombe and Timms were thus employed, the younger members of the party very naturally sought modes of entertainment that were more in conformity with their tastes and years. John Wilmiter had been invited to be present at the consultation, but his old feelings were revived, and he found a pleasure in being with Anna that induced him to disregard the request. His sister and his friend were now betrothed, and they had glided off among one of the pretty paths of the Rattletrap woods, in a way that is so very common to persons in their situation. This left Jack alone with Anna. The latter was timid, shy even, while the former was thoughtful. Still, it was not easy to separate, and they too, almost unconsciously to themselves, were soon walking in that pleasant wood, following one of its broadest and most frequented paths, however. John, naturally enough, imputed the thoughtfulness of his companion to the event of the morning, and he spoke kindly to her, and with a gentle delicacy on the subject, that more than once compelled the warm-hearted girl to struggle against her tears. After he had said enough on this topic, the young man followed the current of his own thoughts, and spoke of her he had left in the jail of Bidbury. "Her case is most extraordinary," continued John, "and it has excited our liveliest sympathies. By ours, I mean the disinterested and intelligent, for the vulgar prejudice is strong against her. Sarah, or even yourself, Anna," his companion looked more like herself at this implied compliment than she had done before that day, "could not seem less likely to be guilty of anything wrong than this Miss Monson. Yet she stands indicted, and is to be tried for murder and arson. To me, it seems monstrous to suspect such a person of crimes so heinous." Anna remained silent half a minute, for she had sufficient good sense to know that appearances, unless connected with facts, ought to have no great weight in forming an opinion of guilt or innocence. As Jack evidently expected an answer, however, his companion made an effort to speak. "Does she say nothing of her friends, nor express a wish to have them informed of her situation?" Anna succeeded in asking. "Not a syllable. I could not speak to her on the subject, you know." "Why not?" demanded Anna quickly. "Why not? You've no notion, Anna, of the kind of person this Miss Monson is. You cannot talk to her as you would to an everyday sort of young lady, and now she is in such distress, one is naturally more cautious about saying anything to add to her sorrow." "Yes, I can understand that," returned the generous-minded girl, "and I think you are very right to remember all this on every occasion. Still, it is so natural for a female to lean on her friends in every great emergency. I cannot but wonder that your client—" "Don't call her my client, Anna, I beg of you. I hate the word as applied to this lady. If I serve her in any degree, it is solely as a friend. The same feeling prevails with Uncle Tom, for I understand he has not received a cent of Miss Monson's money, though she is liberal of it to profuseness. Timms is actually getting rich on it." "Is it usual for you gentlemen of the bar to give their services gratuitously to those who can pay for them?" "As far from it as possible," returned Jack, laughing. "We look to the main chance like so many merchants or brokers, and seldom open our mouths without shutting our hearts. But this is a case altogether out of the common rule, and Mr. Dunscombe works for love and not for money." Had Anna cared less for John Wilmiter, she might have said something clever about the nephew's being in the same category as the uncle, but her feelings were too deeply interested to suffer her even to think what would seem to her profane. After a moment's pause, therefore, she quietly said, "I believe you have intimated that Mr. Timms is not quite so disinterested." "Not he. Miss Monson has given him fees amounting to $1,000 by his own admission, and the fellow has had the conscience to take the money. I have remonstrated about his fleecing a friendless woman in this extravagant manner, but he laughs in my face for my pains. Timms has good points, but honesty is not one of them. He says no woman can be friendless who has a pretty face and a pocket full of money." "You can hardly call a person unfriended who has so much money at command, John," Anna answered with timidity, but not without manifest interest in the subject. $1,000 sounds like a large sum to me." "It is a good deal of money for a fee, though much more is sometimes given. I dare say Miss Monson would have gladly given the same to Uncle Tom if he would have taken it. Timms told me that she proposed offering as much to him, but he persuaded her to wait until the trial was over." "And where does all this money come from, John?" "I'm sure I do not know. I am not at all in Miss Monson's confidence, or her pecuniary affairs at least. She does honour me so much as to consult me about her trial occasionally, it is true, but to me she has never alluded to money, except to ask me to obtain change for large notes. I do not see anything so very wonderful in a lady's having money. You, who are a sort of heiress yourself, ought to know that." "I do not get money in thousands, I can assure you, Jack, nor do I think that I have it to get. I believe my whole income would not much more than meet the expenditure of this strange woman." "Do not call her woman, Anna. It pains me to hear you speak of her in such terms." "I beg her pardon, and yours, Jack, but I meant no disrespect. We are all women." "I know it is foolish to feel nervous on such a subject, but I cannot help it. One connects so many ideas of vulgarity and crime with prisons and indictments and trials, that we are apt to suppose all who are accused to belong to the commoner classes. Such is not the fact with Miss Monson, I can assure you. Not even Sarah, nay, not even yourself, my dear Anna, can pretend to more decided marks of refinement and education. I do not know a more distinguished young woman. There, Jack, now you call her a woman yourself, interrupted Anna a little archly, secretly delighted at the compliment she had just heard. Young woman, anybody can say that, you know, without implying anything common or vulgar. And woman, too, sometimes. I do not know how it was, but I did not exactly like the word as you happened to use it. I believe close and long watching is making me nervous, and I am not quite as much myself as usual. Anna gave a very soft sigh, and that seemed to afford her relief, though it was scarcely audible. Then she continued the subject. "How old is this extraordinary young lady?" she demanded, scarce speaking loud enough to be heard. "Old? How can I tell? She is very youthful in appearance, but from the circumstance of her having so much money at command, I take it for granted she is of age. The law now gives to every woman the full command of all her property, even though married, after she become of age, which I trust you find a very proper attention to the rights of our sex. I care very little about it, though Uncle Tom says it is of a piece with all our late New York legislation. Mr. Dunscombe, like most elderly persons, has little taste for change. It's not that. He thinks that minds of an extraordinary stamp are running away with the conceit that they are on the road of progress, and that most of our recent improvements, as they are called, are marked by empiricism. This teacup law, as he terms it, will set the women above their husbands, and create two sets of interests where there ought to be but one. Yes, I am aware such is his opinion. He remarked, the day he brought home my mother's settlement for the signatures, that it was the most ticklish part of his profession to prepare such papers. I remember one of his observations which struck me as being very just. Which you mean to repeat to me, Anna? Certainly, John, if you wish to hear it, returned a gentle voice coming from one unaccustomed to refuse any of the reasonable requests of this particular applicant. The remark of Mr. Dunscombe was this. He said that most family misunderstandings grew out of money, and he thought it unwise to set it up as a bone of contention between man and wife. Where there was so close a union in all other matters, he thought there might safely be a community of interests in this respect. He saw no sufficient reason for altering the old law, which had the great merit of having been tried. He could hardly persuade rich fathers and vigilant guardians, who have the interests of heiresses to look after, to subscribe to all his notions. They say that it is better to make a provision against imprudence and misfortune by settling a woman's fortune on herself, in a country where speculation tempts so many to their ruin. I do not object to anything that may have an eye to an evil day, provided it be done openly and honestly, but the income should be common property, like all that belongs to a family, should pass under the control of its head. It is very liberal in you to say you think this, Anna. It is what every woman who has a true woman's heart could wish and would do. For myself, I would marry no man whom I did not respect and look up to in most things, and surely if I gave him my heart and my hand, I could wish to give him as much control over my means as circumstances would at all allow. It might be prudent to provide against misfortune by means of settlements, but this much done, I feel certain it would afford me the greatest delight to commit all that I could to a husband's keeping. Suppose that husband were a spendthrift and wasted your estate. He could but waste the income were there a settlement, and I would rather share the consequences of his imprudence with him than sit aloof in selfish enjoyment of that in which he did not partake. All this sounded very well in John's ears, and he knew Anna Updike too well to suppose she did not fully mean all that she said. He wondered what might be Mary Monson's view on this subject. It is possible for a husband to partake of the wife's wealth, even when he does not command it, the young man resumed, anxious to hear what more Anna might have to say. What, as a dependent on her bounty? No woman who respects herself could wish to see her husband so degraded. Nay, no female who has a true woman's heart would ever consent to place the man to whom she has given her hand in so false a position. It is for the woman to be dependent on the man, and not the man on the woman. I agree fully with Mr. Dunscombe when he says that silken knots are too delicate to be rudely undone by dollars. The family in which the head has to ask the wife for the money that is to support it must soon go wrong, as it is placing the weaker vessel uppermost. You would make a capital wife, Anna, if these were really your opinions. Anna blushed, and almost repented of her generous warmth, but, being perfectly sincere, she would not deny her sentiments. They ought to be the opinion of every wife, she answered. I could not endure to see the man to whom I could wish on all occasions to look up, soliciting the means on which we both subsisted. It would be my delight, if I had money and he had none, to pour all into his lap, and then come and ask of him as much as was necessary to my comfort. If he had the soul of a man, he would not wait to be asked, but would endeavour to anticipate your smallest wants. I believe you are right, and that happiness is best secured by confidence, and in not reversing the laws of nature. Why do women vow to obey and honour their husbands if they are to retain them as dependents? I declare, John Wilmiter, I should almost despise the man who could consent to live with me on any terms but those in which nature, the church, and reason unite in telling us he ought to be the superior. Well, Anna, this is good old-fashioned womanly sentiment, and I will confess it delights me to hear it from you. I am the better pleased because, as Uncle Tom is always complaining, the weakness of the hour is to place your sex above ours, and to reverse all the ancient rules in this respect. Let a woman nowadays run away from her husband and carry off the children. It is 10 to 1, but some crotchety judge who thinks more of a character built up on gossip than of deferring properly to that which the laws of God and the wisdom of man have decreed, refused to issue a writ of habeas corpus to restore the issue to the parent. I do not know, John, Anna hesitatingly rejoined with a true woman's instinct. It would be so hard to rob a mother of her children. It might be hard, but in such a case it would be just. I like that word rob, for it suits both parties. To me it seems that the father is the party robbed, when the wife not only steals away from her duty to her husband, but deprives him of his children too. It is wrong, and I have heard Mr. Dunscombe express great indignation at what he calls the soft soapiness of certain judges in cases of this nature. Still, John, the world is apt to think a woman would not abandon the most sacred of her duties without a cause. That feeling must be at the bottom of what you call the decision, I believe, of these judges. If there be such a cause as would justify a woman in deserting her husband and in stealing his children, for it is robbery after all, and robbery of the worst sort, since it involves breaches of faith of the most heinous nature, let that cause be shown, that justice may pronounce between the parties. Besides, it is not true that women will not sometimes forget their duties without sufficient cause. There are capricious and uncertain and egotistical women who follow their own wayward inclinations, as well as selfish men. Some women love power intensely, and are never satisfied with simply filling the place that was intended for them by nature. It is hard for such to submit to their husbands, or indeed to submit to anyone. It must be a strange female, answered Anna gently, who cannot suffer the control of the man of her choice, after quitting father and mother for his sake. Different women have different sources of pride that make their husbands very uncomfortable, even when they remain with them, and affect to discharge their duties. One will pride herself on family, and take every occasion to let her beloved partner know how much better she is connected than he may happen to be. Another is conceited and fancies herself cleverer than her lord and master, and would fain have him take her advice on all occasions, while a third may have most money and delight in letting it be known that it is her pocket that sustains the household. I did not know, John, that you thought so much of these things, said Anna, laughing, though I think you are very right in your opinions. Pray, which of the 3 evils that you have mentioned would you conceive the greatest? The second. I might stand family pride, though it is disgusting when it is not ridiculous. Then the money might be got along with for its own sake, provided the purse were in my hand. But I really do not think I could live with a woman who fancied she knew the most. But in many things women ought to and do know the most. Oh, as to accomplishments and small talk and making preserves and dancing and even poetry and religion, yes, I will throw in religion. I could wish my wife to be clever, very clever, as clever as you are yourself, Anna. The fair listener coloured, though her eyes brightened at this unintended but very direct compliment. Yes, yes, all that would do well enough, but when it came to the affairs of men, out-of-doors concerns, or politics, or law, or anything, indeed, that called for a masculine education and understanding, I could not endure a woman who fancied she knew the most. I should think few wives would dream of troubling their husbands with their opinions touching the law. I don't know that. You've no notion, Anna, to what a past conceit can carry a person. You who are so diffident and shy and always so ready to yield to those who ought to know best. I've met with women who, not content with arraying their own charms in their own way, must fancy they can teach us how to put on our clothes, tell us how to turn over a wristband or settle a shirt collar. This is not conceit, John, but good taste, cried Anna, now laughing outright and appearing herself again. It is merely female tact teaching male awkwardness how to adorn itself. But surely no woman, John, would bother herself about law, let her love of domination be as strong as it might. I'm not so sure of that. The only really complacent thing I ever saw about this Mary Monson, a cloud again passed athwart the bright countenance of Anna, was a sort of strange predilection for law. Even Timms has remarked it, and commented on it too. The poor woman! Do not use that word in speaking of her, if you please, Anna. Well, lady, if you like that better. No, say young lady, or Miss Monson, or Mary, which has the most agreeable sound of all. Yet I think I have been told that none of you believe she has been indicted by her real name. Very true, but it makes no difference. Call her by that she has assumed, but do not call her by an alias as wretched as that of poor woman. I meant no slight, I do assure you, John, for I feel almost as much interest in Miss Monson as you do yourself. It is not surprising, however, that one in her situation should feel an interest in the law. It is not this sort of interest that I mean. It has seemed to me once or twice that she dealt with the difficulties of her own case as if she took a pleasure in meeting them, had a species of professional pleasure in conquering them. Timms will not let me into his secrets, and I am glad of it, for I fancy all of them would not bear the light, but he tells me honestly that some of Miss Monson's suggestions have been quite admirable. Perhaps she has been— Anna checked herself with the consciousness that what she was about to utter might appear to be, and what was of still greater importance in her own eyes, might really be ungenerous. Perhaps what? Finish the sentence, I beg of you. Anna shook her head. You intended to say that perhaps Miss Monson had some experience in the law, and that it gave her a certain satisfaction to contend with the difficulties in consequence of previous training. Am I not right? Anna would not answer in terms, but she gave a little nod in assent, colouring scarlet. I knew it, and I will be frank enough to own that Timms thinks the same thing. He has hinted as much as that, but the thing is impossible. You have only to look at her to see that such a thing is impossible. Anna Updike thought that almost anything of the sort might be possible to a female who was in the circumstances of the accused. This, however, she would not say, lest it might wound John's feelings, for which she had all the tenderness of warm affection and a woman's self-denial. Had the case been reversed, it is by no means probable that her impulsive companion would have manifested the same forbearance on her account. John would have contended for victory and pressed his adversary with all the arguments, facts, and reasons he could muster on such an occasion. Not so with the gentler and more thoughtful young woman who was now walking quietly and a little sadly at his side. Instinct with all the gentleness, self-denial, and warm-hearted affection of her sex. "No, it is worse than an absurdity," resumed John. "It is cruel to imagine anything of the sort of Miss— By the way, Anna, do you know that a very singular thing occurred last evening before I drove over to town to be present at the wedding? You know Marie Mill? Certainly, Marie Moulin, you should say. Well, in answering one of her mistress's questions, she said, 'Oui, madame.' What would you have her say? 'Non, madame?' But why madame at all? Why not mademoiselle? It would be very vulgar to say 'yes, miss' in English." "To be sure it would, but it is very different in French. One can say, must say, mademoiselle to a young unmarried female in that language, though it be vulgar to say miss without the name in English. French, you know, Anna, is a much more precise language than our own, and those who speak it do not take the liberties with it that we take with the English. Madame always infers a married woman, unless indeed it be with a woman 100 years old. No French woman is ever that, John, but it is odd that Marie Moulin, who so well understands the usages of her own little world, should have said madame to a damoiselle. Have I not heard, nevertheless, that Marie's first salutation when she was admitted to the jail was a simple exclamation of mademoiselle? That is very true, for I heard it myself. What is more, that exclamation was almost as remarkable as this. French servants always adding the name under such circumstances, unless they are addressing their own particular mistresses. Madame and mademoiselle are appropriated to those they serve, while it is mademoiselle this or madame that to everyone else. And now she calls her mademoiselle or madame. It only proves that too much importance is not to be attached to Marie Moulin's sayings and doings. I'm not so sure of that. Marie has been 3 years in this country, as we all know. Now the young person that she left a mademoiselle might very well have become a madame in the interval of time. When they met, the domestic may have used the old and familiar term in her surprise, or she may not have known of the lady's marriage. Afterwards, when there had been leisure for explanation between them, she gave her mistress her proper appellation. Does she habitually say madame now in speaking to this singular being? Habitually she is silent. Usually she remains in the cell when anyone is with Miss, or Mrs. Monson, perhaps I should say. John used this last term with a strong expression of spite, which gave his companion a suppressed but infinite delight. But when anyone is with the mistress, call her what you will, the maid commonly remains in the dungeon or cell. Owing to this, I have never been in the way of hearing the last address the first, except on the 2 occasions named. I confess I begin to think— What, John? Why, that our Miss Monson may turn out to be a married woman after all. She is very young, is she not? Almost too young to be a wife. Not at all. What do you call too young? She is between 20 and 22 or 3. She may even be 25 or 6. Anna sighed, though almost imperceptibly to herself, for these were ages that well suited her companion, though the youngest exceeded her own by a 12-month. Little more, however, was said on the subject at that interview. It is one of the singular effects of the passion of love, more especially with the generous-minded and just of the female sex, that a lively interest is often awakened in behalf of a successful or favoured rival. Such was now the fact as regards the feeling that Anna Updike began to entertain towards Mary Monson. The critical condition of the lady would of itself excite interest where it failed to produce distrust. But the circumstances that John Wilmot saw so much to admire in this unknown female, if he did not actually love her, gave her an importance in the eyes of Anna that at once elevated her into an object of the highest interest. She was seized with the liveliest desire to see the accused, and began seriously to reflect on the possibility of effecting such an end. No vulgar curiosity was mingled with this new-born purpose, but in addition to the motives that were connected with John's state of mind, there was a benevolent and truly feminine wish on the part of Anna to be of service to one of her own sex, so cruelly placed and cut off, as it would seem, from all communication with those who should be her natural protectors and advisers. Anna Updike gathered, through that which had fallen from Wilmiter and his sister, that the intercourse between the former and his interesting client had been of the most reserved character, therein showing a discretion and self-respect on the part of the prisoner that spoke well for her education and delicacy. How such a woman came to be in the extraordinary position in which she was placed was of course as much a mystery to her as to all others, though, like everyone else who knew aught of the case, she indulged in conjectures of her own on the subject. Being of a particularly natural and frank disposition, without a particle of any ungenerous or detracting quality, and filled with woman's kindness in her very soul, this noble-minded young woman began now to feel far more than an idle curiosity in behalf of her who had so lately caused herself so much pain, not to say bitterness of anguish. All was forgotten in pity for the miserable condition of the unconscious offender. Unconscious, for Anna was sufficiently clear-sighted and just to see and to admit that, if John had been led astray by the charms and sufferings of this stranger, the fact could not rightfully be imputed to the last as a fault. Every statement of John's went to confirm this act of justice to a stranger. Then the unaccountable silence of Marie Moulin doubled the mystery and greatly increased the interest of the whole affair. This woman had gone to Bibbury, pledged to communicate to Sarah all she knew or might learn, touching the accused, and well did Anna know that her friend would make her the repository of her own information, on this as well as on other subjects. But a most unaccountable silence governed the course of the domestic, as well as that of her strange mistress. It really seemed that, in passing the principal door of the jail, Marie Moulin had busied herself in a convent, where all communication with the outer world was forbidden. 3 several letters from Sarah and John, handed in at the grate, certain that they must have reached the hands of the Swiss, but no answer had been received. All attempts to speak to Marie were quietly but most ingeniously evaded by the tact and readiness of the prisoner, and the hope of obtaining information from that source was abandoned by Sarah, who was now proud to solicit a servant for that which the last was reluctant to communicate. With Anna the feeling was different. She had no curiosity on the subject, separated from a most generous and womanly concern in the prisoner's forlorn state, and she thought far less of Marie Moulin's disrespect and forgetfulness of her word than of Mary Monson's desolation and approaching trial. End of chapter 12.
Chapter 13 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Reading by Holly Rushik. Chapter 13. Was it for this we sent out liberty's cry from our shore? Was it for this that her shout thrilled to the world's very core? Moore's National Airs. The third day after the interviews just related, the whole party left Rattletrap for Timbully, where their arrival was expected by the bride and bridegroom, if such terms can be applied to a woman of 45 and a man of 60. The Duke's County Circuit and Oyer and Terminer were about to be held, and it was believed that Mary Monson was to be tried. By this time, so lively an interest prevailed among the ladies of the McBrain and Dunscombe connections in behalf of the accused, that they had all come to a determination to be present in court. Curiosity was not so much at the bottom of this movement as womanly kindness and sympathy. There seemed a bitterness of misery in the condition of Mary Monson that appealed directly to the heart, and that silent but eloquent appeal was answered, as has just been stated, generously and with warmth, by the whole party from town. With Anna Updike the feeling went materially farther than with any of her friends. Strange as it may seem, her interest in John increased that which she felt for his mysterious client, and her feelings became enlisted in the stranger's behalf, so much the more in consequence of this triangular sort of passion. The morning of the day on which the party crossed the country from Rattletrap to Timberley, Timms arrived at the latter place. He was expected, and was soon after closeted with the senior counsel in the pending and most important case. "Does the district attorney intend to move for the trial?" demanded Dunscombe, the instant the two were alone. "He tells me he does, sir, and that early in this week, too. It is my opinion we should go for postponement. We are hardly ready, while the state is too much so." "I do not comprehend this, Timms. The law officers of the public would hardly undertake to run down a victim, and she a solitary and unprotected woman." "That's not it. The law officers of the state don't care a straw whether Mary Monson is found guilty or is acquitted. That is, they care nothing about it at present. The case may be different when they are warmed up by a trial and opposition. Our danger comes from Jesse Davis, who is a nephew of Peter Goodwin, his next of kin and heir, who thinks a great deal of money was hoarded by the old people, much more than the stocking ever held or could hold, and who has taken it into his wise head that the prisoner has laid hands on this treasure and is carrying on her defense with the cash. This has roused him completely, and he has retained two of the sharpest counsel on our circuit, who are beginning to work as if the bargain had been clenched in the hard metal. Williams has given me a great deal of trouble already. I know him. He will not work without pay, but pay him liberally, and he is up to anything. Aye, you are diamond cut diamond, Timms, outsiders in the profession. You understand that I work only in the open court, and will know nothing of this outdoor management." "We do not mean to let you know anything about it, Squire," returned Timms dryly. "Each man to his own manner of getting along. I ought to tell you, however, it has got out that you are working without fee, while I am paid in the most liberal manner." "I am sorry for that. There is no great harm in the thing itself, but I dislike the parade of seeming to be unusually generous. I do not remember to have spoken of this circumstance where it would be likely to be repeated, and I beg you will be equally discreet." "The fact has not come from me, I can assure you, sir. It puts me in too awkward a position to delight me, and I make it a point to say as little as possible of what is disagreeable. I do not relish the idea of being thought selfish by my future constituents. Generosity's my cue before them. But they say you work for love, sir." "Love?" answered Dunscombe quickly. "Love of what, or of whom?" "Of your client. That's the story now. It is said that you admire Miss Monson, and she is young and handsome and rich, and she is to marry you if acquitted. If found guilty and hanged, the bargain is off, of course. You may look displeased, Squire, but I give you my word, such is the rumor." Dunscombe was extremely vexed, but he was too proud to make any answer. He knew that he had done that which, among the mass of this nation, is a very capital mistake, in not placing before its observation an intelligible motive, one on the level of the popular mind, to prevent these freaks of the fancy dealing with his affairs. It is true that the natural supposition would be that he worked for his fee, as did Timms, had not the contrary got out. When he became subject to all the crude conjectures of those who ever look for the worst motives for everything. He had been what is termed a favorite public servant. The very reverse would have to be the case, and there was little that he might not have done with impunity. But, having no such claims on the minds of the mass, he came under the common law, which somewhat distinguishes their control. Too much disgusted, however, to continue this branch of the subject, the worthy counsellor at once averted to another. "Have you looked over the list of the jurors, Timms?" he demanded, continuing to sort his papers. That I never fail to do, sir, the first thing. It's my brief, you know, Squire Dunscombe. All safe York law, nowadays, is to be found in that learned body, especially in criminal cases. There is but one sort of suit in which the jury counts for nothing, and might as well be dispensed with, which is an ejectment clause. It's not 1 time in 10 that they understand anything about the matter or care anything about it, and the court usually leads in those actions. But our Dukes County juries are beginning to understand their powers in all others. What do you make of the list? It's what I call reasonable, Squire. There are 2 men on it who would not hang Cain were he indicted for the murder of Abel. Quakers, of course. Not they. The time was when we were reduced to the these and the thous for this sort of support. But philanthropy is abroad, sir, covering the land. Talk of the schoolmaster. Why, Squire, a new philanthropical idea will go 2 feet to the schoolmaster's 1. Pro-nigger, anti-gallows, eternal peace, women's rights, the people's power, and anything of that sort sweeps like a tornado through the land. Get a juror who has come into the anti-gallows notion, and I would defy the state to hang a body-snatcher who lived by murdering his subjects. And you can count on 2 of these partisans for our case? Lord, no, sir. The district attorney himself knows them both, and Davis's counsels have been studying that list for the last week, as if it were Blackstone in the hands of a new beginner. I can tell you, Squire Dunscombe, that the jury list is a most important part of a case out here in the country. I am much afraid it is, Timms, though I never examined one in my life. I can believe you, sir, from what I have seen of your practice, but principles and facts won't answer in an age of the world when men are ruled by talk and prejudice. There is not a case of any magnitude tried nowadays without paying proper attention to the jury. We are pretty well off on the whole, and I am tolerably sanguine of a disagreement, though I fear an acquittal is quite out of the question. You rely on 1 or 2 particularly intelligent and disinterested men? Ha! Timms! I rely on 5 or 6 particularly ignorant and heated partisans, on the contrary. Men who have been reading about the abolishing of capital punishments, and who, in general, because they got hold of some notions that have been worn out as far back as the times of the Caesars, fancy themselves philosophers and the children of progress. The country is getting to be full of what I call donkeys and racers. The donkey is obstinate and backs going uphill, while the racers will not only break their own necks, but those of their riders too, unless they hold up long before they reach their goal. I did not know, Timms, that you think so much on such subjects. To me, you have always appeared to be a purely working man, no theorist. It is precisely because I am a man of action, and live in the world, and see things as they were meant to be seen, that I laugh at your theorists. Why, sir, this country, in my judgment, for the time being, could much better get along without preaching than without hanging. I don't always say, for there is no telling yet what is to be the upshot of preaching. It may turn out as many think, in which case human nature will undergo a change that will pretty much destroy our business. Such a state of things would be worse for the bar, Squire, than the code or the last fee bill. I am not so sure of that, Timms. There are a few things worse than this infernal code. Well, to my taste, the fee bill is the most disagreeable of the 2. A man can stand any sort of law and any sort of practice, but he can't stand any sort of pay. I hear the circuit is to be held by one of the new judges, a people's man altogether. You mean by that, I suppose, Timms, one of those who did not hold office under the old system? It is said that the new broom sweeps clean. It is fortunate ours has not brushed away all the old incumbents. No, that is to come, and will as sure as the sun rises. We must have rotation on the bench, as well as in all other matters. You see, Squire, rotation is a sort of claim with many men who have no other. They fancy the earth to have been created on a sort of Jim Crow principle, because it turns round. That is it, and it explains the clamor that is made about it. But to return to this jury, Timms, on the whole, you like it, I should infer? Not too well by any means. There are 6 or 8 names on the list that I'm always glad to see, for they belong to men who are friendly to me. Good God, man, it cannot be possible that you count on such assistance in a trial for a human life. Not count on it, Squire Dunscombe. I count on it from an action of trespass on the case to this indictment. Count on it quite as much, and a good deal more rationally, than you count on your law and evidence. Didn't I carry that heavy case for the railroad company on that principle altogether? The law was led against us, they say, and the facts were against us, but the verdict was in our favor. That's what I call practicing law. Yes, I remember to have heard of that case, and it was always a wonder, with the bar, how you got along with it. Had it been a verdict against a corporation, no one would have thought anything of it. But to carry a bad case for a company nowadays is almost an unheard of thing. You are quite right, sir. I can beat any railroad in the state with a jury of a neighborhood. Let the question or the facts be what they may. But in this instance, I beat the neighborhood and all through the faith the jury had in me. It's a blessed institution, this of the jury, Squire Dunscombe. No doubt it makes us great, glorious, and free people that we are. If the bench continues to lose influence as it has done, the next 20 years will see it a curse of the worst character. It is now little more than a popular cabal in all cases in the least calculated to awaken popular feeling or prejudice. There's the rub in this capital case of ours. Mary Monson has neglected popularity altogether, and she's likely to suffer for it. Popularity? Exclaimed Dunscombe in a tone of horror. And this in a matter of life and death? What are we coming to in the law as well as in politics? No public man is to be found of sufficient moral courage or intellectual force to stem this torrent, which is sweeping away everything before it. But in what has our client failed, Timms? In almost everything connected with this one great point, that what vexes me is her wonderful power of pleasing, which is completely thrown away. Squire Dunscombe, I would carry this county for free sile or a guinea, with that lady to back me as a wife. What if she should refuse to resort to popular airs and graces? I mean, of course, she's aiding and abetting. I would give the world now, could we get the judge into her company for half an hour. It would make a friend of him, and it is still something to have a friend in the judge in a criminal case. You may well say still, Timms. How much longer it will be so is another matter. Under the old system, it would be hopeless to expect so much complaisance in a judge. But I will not take it on myself to say what a people's judge will not do. If I thought the thing could be managed, by George, I would attempt it. The grand jurors visit the jails, and why not the judges? What do you think, sir, of an anonymous letter hinting to this honor that a visit to Mrs. Gott, who is an excellent creature in her way, might serve the ends of justice? As I think of all underhanded movements and trickery, no, Timms, you had better let our client remain unpopular than to undertake anything of this nature. Perhaps you are right, sir. Unpopular she is and will be, as long as she pursues her present course, whereas she might carry all classes of men with her. For my part, Squire Dunscombe, I have found this young lady—" Here Timms paused, hemmed, and concluded by looking a little foolish, a character of countenance by no means common with one of his shrewdness and sagacity. So, Master Timms," said the senior counsel, regarding the junior with a sort of sneer. "You are as great a fool as my nephew Jack Wilmeter, and have fallen in love with a pretty face, in spite of the grand jury and the gallows." Timms gave a gulp, seemed to catch his breath, and regained enough of his self-command to be able to answer. "I'm in hopes that Mr. Wilmeter will think better of this, sir," he said, "and turn his views to a quarter where they will be particularly acceptable." It would hardly do for a young gentleman of his expectations to take a wife out of jail. Enough of this foolery, Timms, and come to the point. Your remarks about popularity may have some sense in them. If matters have been pushed too far in contrary directions, of what do you complain? In the first place, she will not show herself at the windows, and that offends a great many persons, who think it proud and aristocratic in her not to act as other criminals act. Then, she has made a capital mistake with a leading reporter who sent his name and desired an interview, which she declined granting. She will hear from that man, depend on it, sir. I shall look to him, then, for, though this class of men is fast putting the law under foot, it may be made to turn on them, by one who understands it, and has the courage to use it. I shall not allow the rights of Mary Monson to be invaded by such a fungus of letters. Fungus of letters, ahem! If it was anybody but yourself, Squire, that I was talking to, I might remind you that these funguses flourish on the dunghill of the common mind. No matter, the law can be made to touch them, when in good hands, and mine have now some experience. Has this reporter resented the refusal of the prisoner to see him? He is squinting that way, and has got himself sent to Byberry by 2 or 3 journals to report the progress of the trial. I know the man. He is vindictive, impudent, and always uses his craft to indulge his resentments. Aye, many of those gentry are up to that. It is not surprising, Timms, that in a country forever boasting of its freedom, men do not see how much abuse there is of a very important interest in suffering these irresponsible tyrants to ride roughshod over the community. Lord, Squire, it is not with the reporters only that abuses are to be found. I was present the other day at a conversation between a judge and a great town lawyer, when the last deplored the state of juries. What would you have, says his honor? Angels sent down from heaven to fill the jury boxes? Wall! Timms could never get over the defects of his early associations. Wall, Squire, he continued, with a shrewd leer of the eyes, I thought a few saints might be squeezed in between the lowest angel in heaven and the average of our Duke's County panels. This is a great fashion of talking that is growing up among us, to meet an objection by crying out, men are not angels, as if some men are not better than others. The institutions clearly maintain that some men are better than others, Timms. That's news to me, I will own. I thought the institutions declared all men alike, that is, all white men. I know that the niggers are non-suited. They are unsuited, at least, according to the spirit of the institutions. If all men are supposed to be alike, what use is there to the elections? Why not draw lots for office, as we draw lots for juries? Choice infers inequalities, or the practice is an absurdity. But here comes McBrain, with a face so full of meaning he must have something to tell us. Sure enough, the bridegroom physician came into the room at that instant, and without circumlocution he entered at once on the topic that was then uppermost in his mind. It was the custom of the neighborhood to profit by the visits of this able practitioner to his country place, by calling on him for advice in such difficult cases as existed anywhere in the vicinity of Timberley. Even his recent marriage did not entirely protect him from these appeals, which brought so little pecuniary advantage as to be gratuitous, and he had passed much of the last 2 days in making professional visits in a circle around his residence that included Byberry. Such were the means by which he had obtained the information that now escaped from him, as it might be, involuntarily. I have never known so excited a state of the public mind, he cried, as now exists all around Byberry, on the subject of your client, Tom, and this approaching trial. Go where I may, see whom I will, let the disease be as serious as possible. All patients, parents, friends, and nurses commence business with asking me what I think of Mary Monson, and of her guilt or innocence. That's because you are married, Ned, Dunscombe coolly answered. Now, no one thinks of putting such a question to me. I see lots of people as well as yourself, but not a soul has asked me whether I thought Mary Monson was guilty or innocent. Pah! You are her counsel, and no one could take the liberty. I dare say that even Mr. Timms here, your associate, has never compared notes with you on that particular point. Timms was clearly not quite himself, and he did not look as shrewd as he once would have done at such a remark. He kept in the background and was content to listen. I do suppose association with a brother-in-law, and in a case of life and death, is something like matrimony, Mr. McBrain. A good deal must be taken for granted, and not a little on credit. As a man is bound to believe his wife the most excellent, virtuous, most amiable, and best creature on earth, so is a counsel bound to consider his client innocent. The relation in each case is confidential, however, and I shall not pry into your secrets any more than I shall betray one of my own. I asked for none, and wish none, but one may express surprise at the intense degree of excitement that prevails all through Dukes, and even in the adjacent counties. The murder of a man and his wife in cold blood, accompanied by robbery and arson, are enough to arouse the community. In this particular case the feeling of interest is increased, I make no doubt, by the extraordinary character, as well as by the singular mystery, of the party accused. I have had many clients, Ned, but never one like this before, as you have had many wives, but no one so remarkable as the present Mrs. McBrain. Your time will come yet, Master Dunscombe. Recollect, I have always prognosticated that. You forget that I am approaching 60. A man's heart is as hard and dry as a bill in chancery at that age. But I beg your pardon, Ned. You are the exception. I certainly believe that a man can have affections, even at 80. And what is more, I believe that when the reason and judgment come in aid of the passions— Dunscombe laughed outright. Nay, he even gave a little shout, his bachelor habits having rendered him more exuberant in manner than might otherwise have been the case. Passions! He cried, rubbing his hands, and looking around for Timms, that he might have someone to share in what he regarded as a capital joke. The passions of a fellow of 80. Ned, you do not flatter yourself that you have been marrying the widow Updike in consequence of any passion you feel for her. I do indeed, returned the doctor, with spirit, mustering resolution to carry the war into the enemy's country. Let me tell you, Tom Dunscombe, that a warm-hearted fellow can love a woman dearly, long after the age you have mentioned. That is, provided he has not let all feeling die within him, for want of watering a plant that is the most precious boon of a most gracious Providence. Aye, if he begin at 20, and keep even pace with his beloved down the descent of time. That may all be true, but if it has been his misfortune to lose one partner, a second, and a third, Ned, a third, why not foot the bill at once, as they say at the market? Well, a third too, if circumstances make that demand on him. Anything is better than leaving the affections to stagnate for want of cultivation. Adam in paradise, by Jove! But I'll not reproach you again, since you have got so gentle and kind a creature, and one who is 20 years your junior. Only 18, if you please, Mr. Dunscombe. Now I should be glad to know whether you have added these 2 years to the bride's age, or subtracted them from that of the bridegroom. I suppose the last, however, as a matter of course. I do not well see how you can suppose any such thing, knowing my age as well as you do. Mrs. McBrain is 42, an age when a woman can be as lovable as at 19, more so if her admirer happens to be a man of sense. And 62. Well, Ned, you are incorrigible, and for the sake of the excellent woman who has consented to have you, I only hope this will be the last exhibition of your weakness. So they talk a good deal of Mary Monson up and down the country, do they? Of little else, I can assure you. I am sorry to say, the tide seems to be setting strongly against her. That is bad news, as few jurors nowadays are superior to such an influence. What is said in particular, Mr. McBrain? In the way of facts, I mean. One report is that the accused is full of money, and that a good deal of that which she is scattering broadcast has been seen by different persons at different times in the possession of the deceased Mrs. Goodwin. Let them retail that lie far and near, Squire, and we'll turn it into good account, said Timms, taking out his notebook and writing down what he had just heard. I have reason to think that every dollar Miss Monson has uttered since her confinement— Imprisonment would be a better word, Mr. Timms, interrupted the doctor. I see no great difference, replied the literal attorney, but imprisonment if you prefer it. I have reason to think that every dollar Mary Monson has put in circulation since she entered the jail at Bybury has come from either young Mr. Wilmeter or myself in exchange for $100 notes, and in one instance for a note of $500. She is well off, I can tell you, gentlemen, and if she is to be executed, her executor will have something to do when all is over. You do not intend to allow her to be hanged, Timms? Demanded McBrain, aghast. Not if I can help it, Doctor. And this lie about the money, when clearly disproved, will be of capital service to her. Let them circulate it as much as they please. The rebound will be in proportion to the blow. The more they circulate that foolish rumor, the better it will be for our client when we come to trial. I suppose you are right, Timms, though I could prefer plainer dealings. A cause in which you are employed, however, must have more or less of management. Which is better, Squire, than your law and evidence. But what else has Mr. McBrain to tell us? I hear that Peter Goodwin's nephew, who it seems have some expectations from the old people, is particularly savage, and leaves no stone unturned to get up a popular feeling against the accused. He had best beware, said Dunscombe, his usually colourless but handsome face flushing as he spoke. I shall not trifle in a matter of this sort. Ha, Timms! Lord bless you, Squire, Dukes County folks wouldn't understand a denial of the privilege to say what they please in a case of the sort. They fancy this is liberty, and, touch my honour, take your poker, is not more sensitive than the feelin' of liberty in these parts. I'm afraid that not only this Joe Davis, but the reporters will say just what they please, and Mary Monson's rights will whistle for it. You will remember that our judge is not only a brand new one, but he drew the 2 years' term into the bargain. No, I think it will be wisest to let the law, the old principles, and the right and true liberty quite alone, and to bow the knee to things as they are. A good deal is said about our fathers and their wisdom, and patriotism, and sacrifices, but nobody dreams of doing as they did, or of reasoning as they reasoned. Life is made up in reality of these little matters in a corner, while the great principles strut about in buckram, for men to admire them and talk about them. I do take considerable delight, Squire Dunscombe, in hearing you enlarge on a principle, whether it be in law, morals, or politics. But I should no more think of practicing on 'em than I should think of refusing a $1,000 fee. Is that your price? Demanded McBrain with curiosity. Do you work for as large a sum as that in this case, Timms? I'm paid, Doctor, just as you was. The attorney never stuck at grammar. Just as you was for that great operation on the Wall Street Millenarian. Millionaire, you mean, Timms, said Dunscombe coolly. It means one worth $1 million. I never attempt a foreign tongue but I stumble, said the attorney simply, for he knew that both his friends were familiar with his origin, education, and advancement in life, and that it was wisest to deny nothing to them. But since I have been so much with Mary Monson and her woman, I do own a desire to speak the language they use. Again Dunscombe regarded his associate intently, something comical gleaming in his eye. Timms, you have fallen in love with our handsome client, he quietly remarked. No, sir, not quite as bad as that, yet, though I will acknowledge that the lady is very interesting. Should she be acquitted, and could we only get some knowledge of her early history, why, that might put a new face on matters. I must drive over to Bybury in the morning, and have another interview with the lady myself. And now, Ned, I will join your wife, and read an epithalamium prepared for this great occasion. You need not trouble yourself to follow. the song being no novelty, for I have read it twice before on your account. A hearty laugh at his own wit concluded the discourse on the part of the great York counsellor, though Timms remained some time longer with the doctor, questioning the latter touching opinions and facts gleaned by the physician in the course of his circuit. End of chapter 13.
Section 14 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 14. From his brimstone bed at break of day, a-walking the devil is gone, to visit his little snug farm of the earth, and see how his stock went on. Coleridge. Dunscombe was as good as his word. Next morning he was on his way to Bibury. He was thoughtful, had laid a bundle of papers on the front seat of the carriage, and went his way musing and silent. Singularly enough, his only companion was Anna Updike, who had asked a seat in the carriage timidly, but with an earnestness that prevailed. Had Jack Wilmeder been at Bibury, this request would not have been made, but she knew he was in town, and that she might make the little excursion without the imputation of indelicacy, so far as he was concerned. Her object will appear in the course of the narrative. The best tavern in Bibury was kept by Daniel Horton. The wife of this good man had a native propensity to talk that had been essentially cultivated in the course of 25 years' practice in the inn where she had commenced her career as maid, and was now finishing it as mistress. As is common with persons of her class, she knew hundreds of those who frequented her house, calling each readily by name, and treating everyone with a certain degree of professional familiarity that is far from uncommon in country inns. "Mr. Dunscombe, I declare," cried this woman, as she entered the room, and found the counsellor and his companion in possession of her best parlour. "This is a pleasure I did not expect until the circuit. It's quite 20 years, squire, since I had the pleasure of first waiting on you in this house, and a pleasure it has always been, for I've not forgotten the ejectment suit that you carried for Horton when we was only new beginners. I am glad to see you, sir. Welcome to Bibury, as is this young lady, who is your daughter, I presume, Mr. Dunscombe?" "You forget that I am a bachelor, Mrs. Horton, no marrying man in any sense of the word." "I might have known that had I reflected a moment, for they say Mary Monson employs none but bachelors and widowers in her case, and you are her counsel, I know. This is a peculiarity of which I was not aware. Timms is a bachelor, certainly, as well as myself, but to whom else can you allude? Jack Wilmeder, my nephew, can hardly be said to be employed at all, nor, for that matter, Michael Millington, though neither is married." "Yes, sir, we both know of the last well, they having lodged with us. If young Mr. Wilmeder is single, I fancy it is not his own fault." Here Mrs. Horton looked very wise, but continued talking. Young gentlemen of a good appearance and handsome fortunes commonly have not much difficulty in getting wives, not as much as young ladies. For you men make the law, and you give your own sex the best chance, almost as a matter of course. "Pardon me, Mrs. Horton," interrupted Dunscombe a little formally, like one who felt great interest in the subject. "You were remarking that we have the best chance of getting married, and here have I been a bachelor all my life, trying in vain to enter into the happy state of matrimony, if indeed it deserved to be so termed." "It could not be very difficult for you to find a companion," said the landlady, shaking her head, "and for the reason I have just given." "Which was?" "That you men have made the laws and profit by them. You can ask whom you please, but a woman is obliged to wait to be asked." "You never were in a greater mistake in your life, I do assure you, my good Mrs. Horton. There is no such law on the subject, Any woman may put the question, as well as any man. This was the law, and I don't think the code has changed it. Yes, I know that well enough, and get laughed at and pointed at for her pains. I know that a good deal is said about leap year, but who ever heard of a woman's putting the question? I fancy that even Mary Monson would think twice before she took so bold a step once. Mary Monson! Exclaimed Dunscombe, suddenly turning towards his hostess. Has she a reputation for being attentive to gentlemen? Not that I know of, but then allow me to say, my good Mrs. Horton, interrupted the celebrated counselor with a manner that was almost austere, that you have been greatly to blame in hazarding the sort of remark you did. If you know nothing of the character you certainly insinuated, you should have said nothing. It is very extraordinary that women, alive as they must be to the consequences to one of their own sex, are ever more ready than men to throw out careless and frequently malicious hints that take away a reputation and do a melancholy amount of harm in the world. Slander is the least respectable, the most unchristian-like, and the most unladylike vice of all the secondary sins of your sex. One would think the danger you are all exposed to in common would teach you greater caution. Yes, sir, that is true, but this Mary Monson is in such a pickle already that it is not easy to make her case much worse, answered Mrs. Horton, a good deal frightened at the austerity of Dunscombe's rebuke, for his reputation was too high to render his good or bad opinion a matter of indifference to her. If you only knew the half that is said of her in Dukes, you wouldn't mind a careless word or so about her. Everybody thinks her guilty, and a crime more or less can be of no great matter to the likes of her. Ah, Mrs. Horton, these careless words do a vast deal of harm. They insinuate away a reputation in a breath, and my experience has taught me that they who are the most apt to use them are persons whose own conduct will least bear the light. Women with a whole log heap of beams in their own eyes are remarkable for discovering motes. Give me the female who floats along quietly in her sphere, unoffending and charitable, wishing for the best, and as difficult to be brought to think as to do evil. But they talk a good deal against my client, do they? More than I have ever known folks talk against any indicted person, man or woman. The prize fighters who were in for murder had a pretty hard time of it, but nothing to Mary Monson's. In short, until Squire Timms came out in her favor, she had no chance at all. This is not very encouraging, certainly, but what is said, Mrs. Horton, if you will suffer me to put the question? Why, Squire Dunscombe, answered the woman, pursing up a very pretty American mouth of her own, a body is never sure that you won't call what she says slander. Poh, poh, you know me better than that. I never meddle with that vile class of suits. I am employed to defend Mary Monson, you know. Yes, and are well paid for it too, Squire Dunscombe, if all that a body hears is true, interrupted Mrs. Horton a little spitefully. $5,000, they say, to a cent. Dunscombe, who was working literally without other reward than the consciousness of doing his duty, smiled, while he frowned at this fresh instance of the absurdities into which rumor can lead its votaries. Bowing a little apology, he coolly lighted a cigar and proceeded. Where is it supposed that Mary Monson can find such large sums to bestow, Mrs. Horton? He quietly asked, when his cigar was properly lighted. It is not usual for young and friendless women to have pockets so well lined. Nor is it usual for young women to rob and murder old ones, Squire. Was Mrs. Goodwin's stocking thought to be large enough to hold sums like that you have mentioned? Nobody knows. Gold takes but little room, as witness Californy. There was General Wilton. Everyone thought him rich as Caesar. Do you not mean Croesus, Mrs. Horton? Well, Caesar or Croesus both were rich, I do suppose, and General Wilton was thought the equal of either. But when he died, his estate wouldn't pay his debt. On the other hand, old Davy Davidson was set down by nobody at more than 20,000, and he left 10 times that much money. So I say nobody knows. Mrs. Goodwin was always a saving woman, though Peter would make the dollars fly if he could get at them. There was certainly a weak spot in Peter, though known to but a very few. Dunscombe now listened attentively. Every fact of this nature was of importance just then, and nothing could be said of the murdered couple that would not induce all engaged in the cause to prick up their ears. I have always understood that Peter Goodwin was a very respectable sort of a man, observed Dunscombe, with a profound knowledge of human nature, which was far more likely to induce the woman to be communicative in the way of opposition than by any other process. As respectable a man as any one about here. So he might be, but he had his weak points as well as other respectable men, though, as I have said already, his'n wasn't generally known. Everybody is respectable, I suppose, until they're found out. But Peter is dead and gone, and I have no wish to disturb his grave, which I believe to be a sinful act. This sounded still more ominously, and it greatly increased Dunscombe's desire to learn more. Still, he saw that great caution must be used, Mrs. Horton choosing to affect much tenderness for her deceased neighbor's character. The counselor knew human nature well enough to be aware that indifference was sometimes as good a stimulant as opposition, and he now thought it expedient to try the virtue of that quality. Without making any immediate answer, therefore, he desired the attentive and anxious Anna Updike to perform some little office for him, thus managing to get her out of the room, while the hostess stayed behind. Then his cigar did not quite suit him, and he tried another, making divers little delays that set the landlady on the tenterhooks of impatience. Yes, Peter is gone, dead and buried. And I hope the sod lies lightly on his remains, she said, sighing ostentatiously. Therein you are mistaken, Mrs. Horton, the counselor coolly remarked. The remains of neither of those found in the ruins of the house are underground yet, but are kept for the trial. What a time we shall have of it! So exciting and full of mystery! And you might add custom, Mrs. Horton. The reporters alone, who will certainly come from town like an inroad of Cossacks, will fill your house. Yes, and themselves too. To be honest with you, Squire Dunscombe, too many of those gentry wish to be kept for nothing to make them pleasant boarders. I dare say, however, we shall be full enough next week. I sometimes wish there was no such thing as justice after a hard-working Oyer and Terminer court. You should be under no concern, my good Mrs. Horton, on that subject. There is really so little of the thing you have mentioned that no respectable woman need make herself unhappy about it. So Peter Goodwin was a faultless man, was he? As far from it as possible, if the truth was said of him, and seeing the man is not absolutely underground, I do not know why it may not be told. I can respect the grave as well as another, but as he is not buried, one may tell the truth. Peter Goodwin was by no means the man he seemed to be. In what particular did he fail, my good Mrs. Horton? To be good, in Dunscombe's eyes, the landlady well knew was a great honor, and she was flattered as much by the manner in which the words were uttered as by their import. Womanlike, Mrs. Horton was overcome by this little bit of homage, and she felt disposed to give up a secret which, to do her justice, had been religiously kept now for some 10 or 12 years between herself and her husband. As she and the counsel were alone, dropping her voice a little, more for the sake of appearances than for any sufficient reason, the landlady proceeded. Why, you must know, Squire Dunscombe, that Peter Goodwin was a member of Meetin, and a professing Christian, which I suppose was all the better for him, seeing that he was to be murdered. And do you consider his being a professing Christian, as you call it, a circumstance to be concealed? Not at all, sir, but I consider it a good reason why the facts I am about to tell you ought not to be generally known. Scoffers abound, and I take it that the feelings of a believer ought to be treated more tenderly than those of an unbeliever for the Church's sake. That is a fashion of the times, too, one of the ways of the hour, whether it is to last or not. But proceed as you please, my good Mrs. Horton. I am quite curious to know by what particular sin Satan managed to overcome this professing Christian. He drank, Squire Dunscombe. No, he guzzled, for that is the best word. You must know that Dolly was avarice itself. That's the reason she took this Mary Monson in to board, though her house was no ways suited for boarders, standing out of the way, with only one small spare bedroom, and that under the roof. Had she let this stranger woman come to one of the regular houses, as she might have done, and been far better accommodated than it was possible for her to be in a garret, it is not likely she would have been murdered. She lost her life, as I tell Horton, for meddling with other people's business. If such were the regular and inevitable punishment of that particular offence, my good landlady, there would be a great dearth of ladies, said Tom Dunscombe a little dryly. But you were remarking that Peter Goodwin, the member of Meeting, and Mary Monson's supposed victim, had a weakness in favor of strong liquor? Juleps were his choice. I've heard of a part of the country, somewhere about Virginia, I believe it is, where teetotalers make an exception in favor of juleps. It may do there, Squire Dunscombe, but it won't do here. No liquor undoes a body in this part of the country sooner than mint juleps. I will find you 10 constitutions that can hold out agin brandy, or plain grog, or even grog, beer, and cider, all 3 together, where you can find me one that will hold out agin juleps. I always set down a regular julep fancier as a case, that is, in this part of the country. Very true, my good landlady, and very sensible and just. I consider you a sensible and just woman, whose mind has been enlarged by an extensive acquaintance with human nature. A body does pick up a good deal in and around a bar, Squire Dunscombe. Pick up indeed. I've known 'em picked up by the dozen myself. And Peter would take the juleps? Awfully fond of them. He no more dared to take one at home, however, than he dared to go and ask Minister Watch to make him one. No, he knowed better where the right sort of article was to be had, and always came down to our house when he was dry. Horton mixes stiff, or we should have been a good deal better off in the world than we are. Not that we're miserable as it is, but Horton takes it strong himself, and he mixes strong for others. Peter soon found this out, and he fancied his juleps more, as he has often told me himself, than the juleps of the great Bowery man, who has a name for 'em far and near. Horton can mix a julep if he can do nothing else. And Peter Goodwin was in the habit of frequenting your house privately to indulge this propensity? I'm almost ashamed to own that he did. Perhaps it was sinful in us to let him, but a body must carry out the idea of trade. Our trade is tavern keeping, and it's our business to mix liquors. Though Minister Watch says almost every Sabbath that professors should do nothing out of sight that they wouldn't do before the whole congregation. I don't hold to that, however, for it would soon break up tavern keeping altogether. Yes, Peter did drink awfully in a corner. To intoxication, do you mean, Mrs. Horton? To delirium tremens, sir. Yes, full up to that. His way was to come down to the village on the pretense of business, and to come right to our house, where I've known him to take 3 juleps in the first half hour. Sometimes he'd pretend to go to town to see his sister, when he would stay 2 or 3 days upstairs in a room that Horton keeps for what he calls his cases. He has given the room the name of his ward. Hospital ward, he means. Is the worthy Mr. Horton a member of the meeting also, my good landlady?" Mrs. Horton had the grace to color, but she answered without stammering, habit fortifying us in moral discrepancies much more serious than even this. "He was, and I don't know but I may say he is yet, though he hasn't attended now for more than 2 years. The question got to be between meetin' and the bar carried the day, so far as Horton is concerned. I've held out better, I hope, and expect to gain a victory. It's quite enough to have one backslider in a family, I tell my husband, Squire." "A sufficient supply, ma'am, quite a sufficiency. So Peter Goodwin lay in your house, drunk, days at a time?" "I'm sorry to say he did. He was here a week once, with delirium tremens on him, but Horton carried him through by the use of juleps, for that's the time to take 'em, everybody says. And we got him home without old Dolly's knowing that he hadn't been with his sister the whole time. That turn satisfied Peter for 3 good months." "Did Peter pay as he went, or did you keep a score?" "Ready money, sir. Catch us keeping an account with a man when his wife ruled the roast. No, Peter paid like a king for every mouthful he swallowed." "I am far from certain that the comparison is a good one, kings being in no degree remarkable for paying their debts. But is it not possible that Peter may have set his own house on fire, and thus have caused all this calamity, for which my client is held responsible?" "I've thought that over a good deal since the murder, Squire, but don't well see how it can be made out. Setting the building on fire is simple enough, but who killed the old couple, and who robbed the house, unless this Mary Monson did both? The case has its difficulties, no doubt, but I have known the day to dawn after a darker night than this. I believe that Mrs. Goodwin and her husband were very nearly of the same height." "Exactly. I've seen them measure back to back. He was a very short man, and she a very tall woman." "Do you know anything of a German female who is said to have lived with the unfortunate couple?" "There has been some talk of such a person since the fire, but Dolly Goodwin kept no help. She was too stingy for that. Then she had no need of it, being very strong and stirring for her time of life." "Might not a boarder like Miss Monson have induced her to take this foreigner into her family for a few weeks? The nearest neighbors, those who would be most likely to know all about it, say that no wages were given, the woman working for her food and lodging. Squire Dunscombe, you'll never make it out that any German killed Peter and his wife." "Perhaps not, though even that is possible. Such, however, is not the object of my present inquiries. But here comes my associate counsel, and I will take another occasion to continue this conversation, my good Mrs. Horton." Timms entered with a hurried air. For the first time in his life he appeared to his associate and old master to be agitated. Cold, calculating, and cunning, this man seldom permitted himself to be so much thrown off his guard as to betray emotion. But now he actually did. There was a tremor in his form that extended to his voice, and he seemed afraid to trust the latter even in the customary salutations. Nodding his head, he drew a chair and took his seat. "You have been to the jail?" asked Dunscombe. A nod was the answer. "You were admitted and had an interview with our client?" Nod the third was the only reply. "Did you put the questions to her as I desired?" "I did, sir, but I would sooner cross-examine all dukes than undertake to get anything she does not wish to tell out of that one young lady." "I fancy most young ladies have a faculty for keeping such matters to themselves as they do not wish to reveal. Am I to understand that you got no answers?" I really do not know, squire. She was polite and obliging and smiling, but somehow or other I do not recollect her replies. You must be falling in love, Timms, to return with such an account, retorted Dunscombe, a cold but very sarcastic smile passing over his face. Have a care, sir. 'Tis a passion that makes a fool of a man sooner than any other. I do not think there is much danger of the lady's returning your flame, unless indeed you can manage to make her acquittal a condition of the match. I am afraid, dreadfully afraid, her acquittal will be a very desperate affair, answered Timms, passing his hands down his face as if to wipe away his weakness. The deeper I get into the matter, the worse it appears. Have you given our client any intimation to this effect? I hadn't the heart to do it. She is just as composed and calm and tranquil and judicious, yes, and ingenious, as if she were only the counsel in this affair of life and death. I couldn't distrust so much tranquillity. I wish I knew her history. My interrogatories pointed out the absolute necessity of her furnishing us with the means of enlightening the court and jury on that most material point, should the worst come to the worst. I know they did, sir, but they no more got at the truth than my own pressing questions. I should like to see that lady on the stand above all things. I think she would bother Saucy Williams, and fairly put him out of countenance. By the way, sir, I hear he is employed against us by the nephew, who is quite furious about the loss of the money, which he pretends was a much larger sum than the neighborhood has commonly supposed. I have always thought the relations would employ someone to assist the public prosecutor in a case of this magnitude. The theory of our government is that the public virtue will see the laws executed. But in my experience, Timms, this public virtue is a very acquiescent and indifferent quality, seldom troubling itself even to abate a nuisance, until its own nose is offended or its own pocket damaged. Roguery is always more active than honesty. I found that out long since, squire. But it is natural for a public prosecutor not to press one on trial for life, and the accused a woman closer than circumstances seem to demand. It is true that popular feeling is strong against Mary Monson, but it is well in the nephew to fee such a bulldog as Williams, if he wishes to make a clean sweep of it. Does our client know this? Certainly, she seems to know all about her case, and has a strange pleasure in entering into the mode and manner of her defense. It would do your heart good, sir, to see the manner in which she listens, and advises, and consults. She is wonderful handsome at such times. You are in love, Timms, and I shall have to engage some other assistant. First Jack, and then you. Humph! This is a strange world, of a verity. I don't think it's quite as bad with me as that, said Timms, this time rubbing his shaggy eyebrows as if to ascertain whether or not he were dreaming, though I must own I do not feel precisely as I did a month since. I wish you would see our client yourself, sir, and make her understand how important it is to her interest that we should know something of her past history. Do you think her name is rightfully set forth in the indictment? By no means, but as she has called herself Mary Monson, she cannot avail herself of her own acts. Certainly not. I asked merely as a matter of information. She must be made to feel the necessity of fortifying us on that particular point, else it will go far towards convicting her. Jurors do not like aliases. She knows this already, for I have laid the matter before her again and again. Nothing seems to move her, however, and as to apprehension, she appears to be above all fear. This is most extraordinary. Have you interrogated the maid? How can I? She speaks no English, and I can't utter a syllable in any foreign tongue. Ha! Does she pretend to that much ignorance? Marie Moulin speaks very intelligible English, as I know from having conversed with her often. She is a clever, prudent Swiss from one of the French cantons, and is known for her fidelity and trustworthiness. With me she will hardly venture to practice this deception. If she has feigned ignorance of English, it was in order to keep her secrets." Timms admitted the probability of its being so. Then he entered into a longer and more minute detail of the state of the case. In the first place, he admitted that, in spite of all his own efforts to the contrary, the popular feeling was setting strong against their client. Frank Williams, as he called the saucy person who bore that name, had entered into the struggle might and main, and was making his customary impressions. "His fees must be liberal," continued Timms, "and I should think are in some way dependent on the result, for I never saw the fellow more engaged in my life. This precious code does allow such a bargain to be made between the counsel and his client, or any other bargain that is not downright conspiracy," returned Dunscombe. "But I do not see what is to be shared, even should Mary Monson be hanged." "Do not speak in that manner of so agreeable a person," cried Timms, actually manifesting emotion. "It is unpleasant to think of. It is true, a conviction will not bring money to the prosecution, unless it should bring to light some of Mrs. Goodwin's hoards." Dunscombe shrugged his shoulders, and his associate proceeded with his narrative. Two of the reporters were offended, and their allusions to the cause, which were almost daily in their respective journals, were ill-natured, and calculated to do great harm, though so far covered as to wear an air of seeming candor. The natural effect of this constant dropping in a community accustomed to refer everything to the common mind had been to wear away the stone. Many of those who, at first, had been disposed to sustain the accused, unwilling to believe that one so young, so educated, so modest in deportment, so engaging in manners, and of the gentler sex, could possibly be guilty of the crimes imputed, were now changing their opinions, under the control of this potent and sinister mode of working on the public sentiment. The agents employed by Timms to counteract this malign influence had failed of their object, they working merely for money, while those of the other side were resenting what they regarded as an affront. The family of the Burtons, the nearest neighbors of the Goodwins, no longer received Timms with the frank cordiality that they had manifested in the earlier period of his intercourse with them. Then they had been communicative, eager to tell all that they knew, and, as the lawyer fancied, even a little more, while they were now reserved, uneasy, and indisposed to let one half of the real facts within their knowledge be known. Timms thought they had been worked upon, and that they might expect some hostile and important testimony from that quarter. The consultation ended by an exclamation from Dunscombe on the subject of the abuses that were so fast creeping into the administration of justice, rendering the boasted freemen of America, though in a different mode, little more likely to receive its benefit from an unpolluted stream than they who live under the worn-out and confessedly corrupt systems of the Old World. Such is the tendency of things, and such one of the ways of the hour. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 15. Are those her ribs through which the sun did peer, as through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death, and are there two? Is death that woman's mate? The Phantom Ship. After a short preparatory interview with Anna Updike, Dunscombe repaired to the jail, whither he had already dispatched a note to announce his intended visit. Good Mrs. Gott received him with earnest attention, for as the day of trial approached, this kind-hearted woman manifested a warmer and warmer interest in the fate of her prisoner. "You are welcome, Mr. Dunscombe," said this well-disposed and gentle turnkey, as she led the way to the door that opened on the gallery of the jail, "and welcome again and again. I do wish this business may fall into good hands, and I'm afraid Timms is not getting on with it as well as he might. My associate has the reputation of being a skillful attorney and a good manager, Mrs. Gott." "So he has, Mr. Dunscombe, but somehow, I scarce know how myself, but somehow he doesn't get along with this cause as well as I have known him to get along with others. The excitement in the county is terrible, and Gott has had 7 anonymous letters to let him know that if Mary Monson escape, his hopes from the public are gone forever. I tell him not to mind such contemptible things, but he is frightened half out of his wits. It takes good courage, squire, to treat an anonymous letter with the contempt it merits." "It sometimes does, indeed. Then you think we shall have uphill work with the defense?" "Dreadful! I've never known a cause so generally tried out of doors as this. What makes the matter more provoking, Mary Monson might have had it all her own way if she had been so minded, for at first she was popularity itself with all the neighbors. Folks naturally like beauty and elegance and youth, and Mary has enough of each to make friends anywhere." "What, with the ladies?" said Dunscombe, smiling. "Surely not with your sex, Mrs. Gott?" "Yes, with the women as well as with the men, if she would only use her means. But she stands in her own light. Crowds have been round the outer windows to hear her play on the harp. They tell me she uses the real Jew's harp, Squire Dunscombe, such as Royal David used to play on, and that she has great skill. There is a German in the village who knows all about music, and he says Mary Monson has been excellently taught by the very best masters. It is extraordinary, yet it would seem to be so. Will you have the goodness to open the door, Mrs. Gott?" "With all my heart," answered this, in one sense, very singular turnkey, though in another a very everyday character, jingling her keys, but not taking a forward step to comply. "Mary Monson expects you. I suppose, sir, you know that saucy Frank Williams is retained by the friends of the Goodwins?" "Mr. Timms has told me as much as that. I cannot say, however, that I have any particular apprehension of encountering Mr. Williams. No, sir, not you, I'll engage, not in open court, but out of doors he's very formidable." "I trust this cause, one involving the life and reputation of a very interesting female, will not be tried out of doors, Mrs. Gott. The issue is too serious for such a tribunal." "So a body would think, but a great deal of law business is settled, they tell me, under the sheds, and in the streets, and in the taverns, most especially in the jurors' bedrooms, and settled in a way it ought not to be." "I am afraid you are nearer right than every just-minded person could wish. But we will talk of this another time. The door, if you please, now." "Yes, sir, in 1 minute. It would be so easy for Mary Monson to be just as popular with everybody in Bibbury as she is with me. Let her come to one of the side windows of the gallery this evening and show herself to the folks, and play on that harp of hers, and Royal David himself could not have been better liked by the Jews of old than she would soon be by our people hereabouts. It is probably now too late. The court sits in a few days, and the mischief, if any there be, must be done." "No such thing, begging your pardon, squire. There's that in Mary Monson that can carry anything she pleases. Folks now think her proud and consequential because she will not just stand at one of the grates and let them look at her a little. I am afraid, Mrs. Gott, your husband has taught you a greater respect for those you call the people than they deserve to receive at your hands. Gott is dreadfully afraid of them. And he is set apart by the laws to see them executed on these very people, interrupted Dunscombe with a sneer. To levy on their possessions, keep the peace, enforce the laws, in short, to make them feel, whenever it is necessary, that they are governed. God says that the people will rule, that's his great saying. Will seem to rule is true enough, but the most that the mass of any nation can do is occasionally to check the proceedings of their governors. The everyday work is most effectually done by a favored few here, just as it is done by a favored few everywhere else. The door now, if you please, my good Mrs. Gott. Yes, sir, in 1 minute. Dear me, how odd that you should think so. Why, I thought that you were a Democrat, Mr. Dunscombe. So I am, as between forms of government, but I never was fool enough to think that the people can really rule, further than by occasional checks and rebukes. What would God say to this? Why, he is so much afraid of the people that he tells me he never does anything without fancying someone is looking over his shoulders. Aye, that is a very good rule for a man who wishes to be chosen sheriff. To be a bishop, it would be better to remember the omniscient eye. I do declare, oh, God never thinks of that, more's the pity, applying the key to the lock. When you wish to come out, squire, just call at this grate. Then dropping her voice to a whisper, try and persuade Mary Monson to show herself at one of the side grates. But Dunscombe entered the gallery with no such intention. As he was expected, his reception was natural and easy. The prisoner was carefully, though simply dressed, and she appeared all the better, most probably, for some of the practised arts of her woman. Marie Moulin herself kept modestly within the cell, where, indeed, she passed most of her time, leaving the now quite handsomely furnished gallery to the uses of her mistress. After the first few words of salutation, Dunscombe took the chair he was invited to occupy, a good deal at a loss how to address a woman of his companion's mien and general air as a culprit about to be tried for her life. He first attempted words of course. I see you have had a proper regard to your comforts in this miserable place, he remarked. Do not call it by so forbidding a name, Mr. Dunscombe, was the answer, given with a sorrowful but exceedingly winning smile. It is my place of refuge. Do you still persist in refusing to tell me against what, Miss Monson? I persist in nothing that ought not to be done, I hope. At another time I may be more communicative. But if what Mrs. Gott tells me is correct, I need these walls to prevent my being torn to pieces by those she calls the people outside. Dunscombe looked with amazement at the being who quietly made this remark on her own situation. Of beautiful form, with all the signs of a gentle origin and refined education, young, handsome, delicate, nay, dainty of speech and acts, there she sat, indicted for arson and murder, and about to be tried for her life, with the composure of a lady in her drawing-room. The illuminated expression that at times rendered her countenance so very remarkable had now given place to one of sobered sadness, though apprehension did not appear to be in the least predominant. The sheriff has instilled into his wife a very healthful respect for those she calls the people, healthful for one who looks to their voices for his support. This is very American. I suppose it to be much the same everywhere. I have been a good deal abroad, Mr. Dunscombe, and cannot say I perceive any great difference in men. Nor is there any, though circumstances cause different modes of betraying their weaknesses, as well as what there is in them that is good. But the people in this country, Miss Monson, possess a power that, in your case, is not to be despised. As Mrs. Gott would intimate, it may be prudent for you to remember that. Surely you would not have me make an exhibition of myself, Mr. Dunscombe, at the window of a jail. As far from that as possible. I would have you do nothing that is unbecoming one of your habits and opinions, nothing, in short, that would be improper as a means of defense by one accused and tried by the state. Nevertheless, it is always wiser to make friends than to make enemies. Mary Monson lowered her eyes to the carpet, and Dunscombe perceived that her thoughts wandered. They were not on her critical situation. It was indispensably necessary, however, that he should be explicit, and he did not shrink from his duty. Gently but distinctly, and with a clearness that a far less gifted mind than that of the accused could comprehend, he now opened the subject of the approaching trial. A few words were first ventured on its grave character, and on the vast importance it was in all respects to his client, to which the latter listened attentively, but without the slightest visible alarm. Next, he alluded to the stories that were in circulation, the impression they were producing, and the danger there was that her rights might be affected by these sinister opinions. "But I am to be tried by a judge and a jury, they tell me," said Mary Monson, when Dunscombe ceased speaking. "They will come from a distance, and will not be prejudiced against me by all this idle gossip." "Judges and jurors are only men, and nothing goes farther with less effort than your idle gossip. Nothing is repeated accurately, or it is very rare to find it so, and those who only half comprehend a subject are certain to relate with exaggerations and false colorings." "How, then, can the electors discover the real characters of those for whom they are required to vote?" demanded Mary Monson, smiling, "or get just ideas of the measures they are to support or to oppose?" "Half the time they do neither. It exceeds all our present means, at least, to diffuse sufficient information for that. The consequence is that appearances and assertions are made to take the place of facts. The mental food of the bulk of this nation is an opinion, simulated by the artful to answer their own purposes. But the power of the masses is getting to be very formidable, more formidable in a way never contemplated by those who formed the institutions than in any way that was foreseen. Among other things, they begin to hold the administration of justice in the hollow of their hands. I am not to be tried by the masses, I trust. If so, my fate would be very hard, I fear, judging from what I hear in my little excursions in the neighborhood." "Excursions, Miss Monson?" repeated the astonished Dunscombe. "Excursions, sir. I make one for the benefit of air and exercise every favorable night at this fine season of the year. Surely you would not have me cooped up here in a jail without the relief of a little fresh air?" "With the knowledge and concurrence of the sheriff, or that of his wife?" "Perhaps not strictly with those of either, though I suspect good Mrs. Gott has an inkling of my movements. It would be too hard to deny myself air and exercise, both of which are very necessary to my health, because I am charged with these horrid crimes." Dunscombe passed a hand over his brow, as if he desired to clear his mental vision by friction of the physical, and for a moment sat absolutely lost in wonder. He scarce knew whether he was or was not dreaming. "And you have actually been outside of these walls, Miss Monson?" he exclaimed at length. "20 times at least. Why should I stay within them, when the means of quitting them are always in my power?" As Mary Monson said this, she showed her counsel a set of keys that corresponded closely with those which good Mrs. Gott was in the habit of using whenever she came to open the door of that particular gallery. A quiet smile betrayed how little the prisoner fancied there was anything remarkable in all this. "Are you aware, Miss Monson, it is felony to assist a prisoner to escape?" "So they tell me, Mr. Dunscombe, but as I have not escaped, or made any attempt to escape, and have returned regularly and in good season to my jail, no one can be harmed for what I have done. Such at least is the opinion of Mr. Timms." Dunscombe did not like the expression of face that accompanied this speech. It might be too much to say it was absolutely cunning, but there was so much of the maneuvering of one accustomed to manage in it that it awakened the unpleasant distrust that existed in the earlier days of his intercourse with this singular young woman, and which had now been dormant for several weeks. There was, however, so much of the cold polish of the upper classes in his client's manner that the offending expression was thrown off from the surface of her looks, as light is reflected from the ground and silvered mirror. At the very instant which succeeded this seeming gleam of cunning, all was calm, quiet, refined, gentle, and without apparent emotion in the countenance of the accused. "Timms," repeated Dunscombe slowly. "So he has known of this, and I dare say has had an agency in bringing it about? As you say it is felony to aid a prisoner to escape, I can say neither yes nor no to this, Mr. Dunscombe, lest I betray an accomplice. I should rather think, however, that Mr. Timms is not a person to be easily caught in the meshes of the law." Again the counselor disliked the expression, though Mary Monson looked unusually pretty at that particular moment. He did not pause to analyze his feelings, notwithstanding, but rather sought to relieve his own curiosity, which had been a good deal aroused by the information just received. "As you have not hesitated to tell me of what you call your excursions, Miss Monson," he continued, "perhaps you will so far extend your confidence as to let me know where you go?" "I can have no objection to that. Mr. Timms tells me the law cannot compel a counsel to betray his client's secrets, and of course I am safe with you. Stop, I have a duty to perform that has been too long delayed. Gentlemen of your profession are entitled to their fees, and as yet I have been very remiss in this respect. Will you do me the favor, Mr. Dunscombe, to accept that which you will see has been some time in readiness to be offered?" Dunscombe was too much of a professional man to feel any embarrassment at this act of justice, but he took the letter, broke the seal even before his client's eyes, and held up for examination a note for $1,000. Prepared as he was by Tim's account for a liberal reward, this large sum took him a good deal by surprise. "This is an unusual fee, Miss Monson," he exclaimed, "one much more considerable than I should expect from you, were I working for remuneration, as in your case I certainly am not. Gentlemen of the law look for their reward, I believe, as much as others. We do not live in the times of chivalry, when gallant men assisted distressed damsels as a matter of honor, but in what has well been termed a bank-note world. I have no wish to set myself up above the fair practices of my profession, and am as ready to accept a fee as any man in Nassau Street. Nevertheless, I took your case in hand with a very different motive. It would pain me to be obliged to work for a fee on the present unhappy occasion." Mary Monson looked grateful, and for a minute she seemed to be reflecting on some scheme by which she could devise a substitute for the old-fashioned mode of proceeding in a case of this sort. "You have a niece, Mr. Dunscombe," she at length exclaimed, "as Marie Moulin informs me, a charming girl, and who is about to be married?" The lawyer assented by an inclination of the head, fastening his penetrating black eyes on the full expressive grayish-blue ones of his companion. "You intend to return to town this evening?" said Mary Monson in continuation. "Such is my intention. I came here today to confer with you and Mr. Timms on the subject of the trial, to see how matters stand on the spot, by personal observation, and to introduce to you one who feels the deepest interest in your welfare, and desires most earnestly to seek your acquaintance." The prisoner was now silent, interrogating with her singularly expressive eyes. "It is Anna Updike, the stepdaughter of my nearest friend, Dr. McBrain, and a very sincere, warm-hearted, and excellent girl." "I have heard of her, too," returned Mary Monson, with a smile so strange that her counsel wished she had not given this demonstration of a feeling that seemed out of place under all the circumstances. They tell me she is a most charming girl, and that she is a very great favorite with your nephew, the young gentleman whom I have styled my legal vidette. Vidette? That is a singular term to be used by you. Oh, you will remember that I have been much in countries where such persons abound. I must have caught the word from some of the young soldiers of Europe. But Mr. John Wilmeter is an admirer of the young lady you have named? I hope he is. I know of no one with whom I think he would be more likely to be happy. Dunscombe spoke earnestly, and at such times his manner was singularly sincere and impressive. It was this appearance of feeling and nature that gave him the power he possessed over juries, and it may be said to have made no small part of his fortune. Mary Monson seemed to be surprised, and she fastened her remarkable eyes on the uncle in a way that might have admitted of different interpretations. Her lips moved as if she spoke to herself, and the smile that succeeded was both mild and sad. To be sure, added the prisoner slowly, my information is not on the very best authority, coming as it does from a servant, but Marie Moulin is both discreet and observant. She is tolerably well qualified to speak of Anna Updike, having seen her almost daily for the last 2 years, but we are all surprised that you should know anything of this young woman. I know her precisely as she is known to your niece and Miss Updike. In other words, as a maid, who is much esteemed by those she serves. But, apparently wishing to change the discourse, we are forgetting the purpose of your visit all this time, Mr. Dunscombe. Do me the favor to write your address in town, and that of Dr. McBrayne on this card, and we will proceed to business. Dunscombe did as desired, when he opened on the details that were the object of his little journey. As had been the case in all his previous interviews with her, Mary Monson surprised him with the coolness with which she spoke of an issue that involved her own fate, for life or for death. While she carefully abstained from making any allusion to circumstances that might betray her previous history, she shrunk from no inquiry that bore on the acts of which she had been accused. Every question put by Dunscombe that related to the murders and the arson was answered frankly and freely, there being no wish apparent to conceal the minutest circumstance. She made several exceedingly shrewd and useful suggestions on the subject of the approaching trial, pointing out defects in the testimony against her, and reasoning with singular acuteness on particular facts that were known to be much relied on by the prosecution. We shall not reveal these details any further in this stage of our narrative, for they will necessarily appear at length in our subsequent pages, but shall confine ourselves to a few of those remarks that may be better given at present. I do not know, Mr. Dunscombe, Mary Monson suddenly said, while the subject of her trial was yet under discussion, that I have ever mentioned to you the fact that Mr. and Mrs. Goodwin were not happy together. One would think, from what was said at the time of the inquest, that they were a very affectionate and contented couple. But my own observation during the short time I was under their roof taught me better. The husband drank, and the wife was avaricious and very quarrelsome. I am afraid, sir, there are few really happy couples to be found on earth. If you knew McBrayne better, you would not say that, my dear Miss Monson, answered the counselor with a sort of glee. There's a husband for you, a fellow who is not only happy with one wife, but who is happy with 3, as he will tell you himself. Not all at the same time, I hope, sir. Dunscombe did justice to his friend's character by relating how the matter really stood, after which he asked permission to introduce Anna Updike. Mary Monson seemed startled at this request, and asked several questions, which induced her counsel to surmise that she was fearful of being recognized. Nor was Dunscombe pleased with all the expedients adopted by his client in order to extract information from him. He thought they slightly indicated cunning, a quality that he might be said to abhor. Accustomed as he was to all the efforts of ingenuity in illustrating a principle or maintaining a proposition, he had always avoided everything like sophistry and falsehood. This weakness on the part of Mary Monson, however, was soon forgotten in the graceful manner in which she acquiesced in the wish of the stranger to be admitted. The permission was finally accorded, as if an honor were received, with the tact of a female and the easy dignity of a gentlewoman. Anna Updike possessed a certain ardor of character that had more than once given her prudent and sagacious mother uneasiness, and which sometimes led her into the commission of acts, always innocent in themselves, and perfectly under the restraint of principles which the world would have been apt to regard as imprudent. Such, however, was far from being her reputation, her modesty, and the diffidence with which she regarded herself, being amply sufficient to protect her from the common observation, even while most beset by the weakness named. Her love for John Wilmeder was so disinterested, or to herself so seemed to be, that she fancied she could even assist in bringing about his union with another woman, were that necessary to his happiness. She believed that this mysterious stranger was, to say the least, an object of intense interest with John, which soon made her an object of intense interest with herself, and each hour increased her desire to become acquainted with one so situated, friendless, accused, and seemingly suspended by a thread over an abyss as she was. When she first made her proposal to Dunscombe to be permitted to visit his client, the wary and experienced counselor strongly objected to the step. It was imprudent, could lead to no good, and might leave an impression unfavorable to Anna's own character. But this advice was unheeded by a girl of Anna Updike's generous temperament. Quiet and gentle as she ordinarily appeared to be, there was a deep undercurrent of feeling and enthusiasm in her moral constitution that bore her onward in any course which she considered to be right, with a total abnegation of self. This was a quality to lead to good or evil, as it might receive a direction, and happily nothing had yet occurred in her brief existence to carry her away towards the latter goal. Surprised at the steadiness and warmth with which his young friend persevered in her request, Dunscombe, after obtaining the permission of her mother, and promising to take good care of his charge, was permitted to convey Anna to Bibbury in the manner related. Now that her wish was about to be gratified, Anna Updike, like thousands of others who have been more impelled by impulses than governed by reason, shrank from the execution of her own purposes. But the generous ardor revived in her in time to save appearances, and she was admitted by well-meaning Mrs. Scott to the gallery of the prison, leaning on Dunscombe's arm, much as she might have entered a drawing-room in a regular morning call. The meeting between these two charming young women was frank and cordial, though slightly qualified by the forms of the world. A watchful and critical observer might have detected less of nature in Mary Monson's manner than in that of her guest, even while the welcome she gave her visitor was not without cordiality and feeling. It is true that her courtesy was more elaborate and European, if one may use the expression, than it is usual to see in an American female, and her air was less ardent than that of Anna. But the last was highly struck with her countenance and general appearance, and on the whole not dissatisfied with her own reception. The power of sympathy and the force of affinities soon made themselves felt, as between these two youthful females. Anna regarded Mary as a stranger most grievously wronged, and forgetting all that there was which was questionable or mysterious in her situation, or remembering it only to feel the influence of its interest, while she submitted to a species of community of feeling with John Wilmeder, as she fancied, and soon got to be as much entranced with the stranger as seemed to be the fate of all who approached the circle of her acquaintance. On the other hand, Mary Monson felt a consolation and gratification in this visit, to which she had long been a stranger. Good Mrs. Gott was kind-hearted and a woman, but she had no claim to the refinement and peculiar sensibilities of a lady, while Marie Moulin, discreet, respectful, even wise as she was in her own way, was, after all, nothing but an upper servant. The chasm between the cultivated and the uncultivated, the polished and the unpolished, is wide, and the accused fully appreciated the change when one of her own class in life, habits, associations, and, if the reader will, prejudices, so unexpectedly appeared to sympathize with and to console her. Under such circumstances, 3 or 4 hours made the two fast and deeply interested friends on their own accounts, to say nothing of the effect produced by the generous advances of one and the perilous condition of the other. Dunscombe returned to town that evening, leaving Anna Updike behind him, ostensibly under the care of Mrs. Gott. Democracy has been carried so far on the high road of ultraism in New York as in very many interests to become the victim of its own expedients. Perhaps the people are never so far from exercising a healthful, or indeed any authority at all, as when made to seem, by the expedients of demagogues, to possess an absolute control. It is necessary merely to bestow a power which it is impossible for the masses to wield with intelligence in order to effect this little piece of legerdemain in politics, the quasi-people in all such cases becoming the passive instruments in the hands of their leaders, who strengthen their own authority by this seeming support of the majority. In all cases, however, in which the agency of numbers can be felt, its force is made to prevail, the tendency necessarily being to bring down all representation to the level of the majority. The effect of the change has been pretty equally divided between good and evil. In many cases benefits have accrued to the community by the exercise of this direct popular control, while in probably quite as many the result has been exactly the reverse of that which was anticipated. In no one instance, we believe it will be generally admitted, has the departure from the old practice been less advantageous than in rendering the office of sheriff elective. Instead of being a leading and independent man, who has a pride in his position, and regards the character of his county as he does his own, this functionary has got to be, 9 times in 10, a mere political maneuverer, who seeks the place as a reward for party labors, and fills it very much for his personal benefit, conferring no dignity on it by his own position and character, lessening its authority by his want of the qualities calculated to increase it, and in a good many instances making it quite as difficult to wrest money from his hands as from those of the original debtor. It is a consequence of this state of things that the sheriff has quite lost all, or nearly all, of the personal consideration that was once connected with his office, and has sunk in most of the strictly rural counties into a jailer and the head of the active bailiffs. His object is altogether money, and the profit connected with the keeping of the prisoners, now reduced almost entirely to felons, the accused, and persons committed for misdemeanors, is one of the inducements for aspiring to an office once so honorable. In this state of things, it is not at all surprising that Dunscombe was enabled to make such an arrangement with Mrs. Gott as would place Anna Updike in a private room in the house attached to the jail, and which formed the sheriff's dwelling. The councillor preferred leaving her with Mrs. Horton, but to this Anna herself objected, both because she had taken a strong dislike to the garrulous but shrewd landlady, and because it would have separated her too much from the person she had come especially to console and sympathize with. The arrangement made, Dunscombe, as has already been mentioned, took his departure for town, with the understanding that he was to return the succeeding week, the circuit and oyer and terminer sitting on Monday, and the district attorney, Mr. Garth, having given notice to her counsel that the indictment against Mary Monson would be certainly traversed the second day of the sitting, which would be on Tuesday. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 16. Let her locks be the reddest that ever were seen, and her eyes may be e'en any colour but green. Be they light, grey, or black, their lustre and hue, I swear I've no choice, only let her have two. The Duenna. 2 days after this, Dunscombe was in his library late at night, holding a brief discourse with McBrain's coachman, who has been already introduced to the reader. Some orders had been given, to the last, in relation to another trip to Bibury, whether the master and our lawyer were to proceed next day. The man was an old and indulged servant, and often took great liberties in these conferences. In this respect, the Americans of his class differ very little from the rest of their fellow creatures, notwithstanding all that has been said and written to the contrary. They obey the impulses of their characters much as the rest of mankind, though not absolutely without some difference in manner. I supposes, Squire Dunscombe, that this is like to be the last journey that I and the doctor will have to take soon again, in that quarter, coolly observed Stephen, when his master's friend had told him the hour to be at the door, with the other preparations that would be necessary. Unless we should happen to be called in at the post-mortal. Post-mortem, you must mean, Hoof, a slight smile flashing on the lawyer's countenance, and as quickly disappearing. So you consider it a settled thing that my client is to be found guilty? That's what they say, sir, and things turn out in this country pretty much as they say aforehand. For my part, sir, I never quite liked the criminal's looks. Her looks? I do not know where you would go to find a more lovely young woman, Stephen. This was said with a vivacity and suddenness that startled the coachman a little. Even Dunscombe seemed surprised at his own animation, and had the grace to change colour. The fact was that he too was feeling the influence of woman, youthful, lovely, spirited, refined, and surrounded with difficulties. This was the third of Mary Monson's conquests since her arrest, if John Wilmeter's wavering admiration could be placed in this category, viz., Tim's, the nephew, and the counsellor himself. Neither was absolutely in love, but each and all submitted to an interest of an unusual degree in the person, character, and fortunes of this unknown female. Tim's alone had got so far as to contemplate a marriage, the idea having crossed his mind that it might be almost as useful as popularity to become the husband of one possessed of so much money. "I'll not deny her good looks, squire," returned Stephen Huff, or Stephen Huff as he called himself, "but it's her bad looks that isn't so much to my fancy. Why, sir, once the doctor had a horse that was agreeable enough to the eye, having a good colour and most of the pints, but who wasn't no traveller, not a bit on't. One that knowed the animal could see where the fault lay, the fetlock joint being uncommon longish, and that's what I call good looks and bad looks." "You mean, Stephen," said Dunscombe, who had regained all his sang-froid, "that Mary Monson has a bad-looking ankle, I suppose, wherein I think you miserably mistaken. No matter, she will not have to travel under your lash very far. But how is it with the reporters? Do you see any more of your friend that asks so many questions?" "They be an accent set, squire, if anybody can be so called," returned Stephen, grinning. "Would you think it, sir? One day when I was comin' in from Timberley empty, one on 'em axed me for a ride. A chap as hadn't his foot in a regular private coach since he was born, a wantin' to drive about in a vehicle as well known as Dr. McBrain's best carriage. Them's the sort of chaps that spreads all the reports that's goin' up and down the land, they tell me." "They do their share of it, Stephen, though there are enough to help them who do not openly belong to their corps. Well, what does your acquaintance want to know now?" "Uncommon curious, squire, about the bones. He axed me more than 40 questions, what we thought of 'em, and about their being male or female bones, and how we knowed, and a great many more such matters. I answered him according to my abilities, and so he made an article on the subject, and sent me the papers." "An article concerning Mary Monson, and on your information?" "Sartain, sir, and the bones. Why, they cut articles out of much narrower cloth, I can tell you, squire. There's the cooks and chambermaids and waiters about town, none of which can hold up their heads with a regular long-established physician's coachman, who goes far ahead of even an omnibus driver in public estimation, as you must know, squire. But such sort of folks furnish many an article for the papers nowadays. Yes, and articles that ladies and gentlemen read." "That is certainly a singular source of useful knowledge. One must hope they are well grounded, or they will soon cease to be ladies and gentlemen at all. Have you the paper about you, Stephen?" Hoof handed the lawyer a journal folded with a paragraph in view that was so much thumbed and dirtied it was not very easy to read it. "We understand that the trial of Mary Monson for the murder of Peter and Dorothy Goodwin," said the article, "will come off in the adjoining county of Dukes at a very early day. Strong attempts have been made to make it appear that the skeletons found in the ruins of Goodwin's dwelling, which our readers will remember was burned at the time of the murders, are not human bones. But we have been at great pains to investigate this very material point, and have no hesitation in giving it as our profound conviction that it will be made to appear that these melancholy memorials are all that remain of the excellent couple who were so suddenly taken out of existence. We do not speak lightly on this subject, having gone to the fountainhead for our facts as well as for our science." "Hoof on McBrain," muttered Dunscombe, arching his brows. "This is much of a piece, with quite one half of the knowledge that is poured into the popular mind nowadays. Thank you, Stephen. I will keep this paper, which may be of use at the trial." "I thought our opinions was worth something more than nothing, sir," answered the gratified coachman. "A body doesn't ride at all hours, day and night, year after year, and come out where he started. I wishes you to keep that 'ere paper, squire, a little carefully, for it may be wanted in the college, where they reads all sorts of things, one of these days." "It shall be cared for, my friend. I hear someone at the street door bell. It is late for a call, and I fear Peter has gone to bed. See who is there, and good night." Stephen withdrew, the ringing being repeated a little impatiently, and was soon at the street door. The fellow admitted the visitors and went ruminating homeward, Dunscombe maintaining a very respectable reputation in a bachelor point of view for morals. As for the lawyer himself, he was in the act of reading a second time the precious opinion expressed in the journals, when the door of his library opened, a little hesitatingly it must be confessed, and two females stood on its threshold. Although his entirely unexpected visitors were so much muffled in shawls and veils, it was not possible to distinguish even the outlines of their persons. Dunscombe fancied each was youthful and handsome the instant he cast his eyes on them. The result showed how well he guessed. Throwing aside the garments that concealed their forms and faces, Mary Monson and Anna Updike advanced into the room. The first was perfectly self-possessed and brilliantly handsome, while her companion, flushed with excitement and exercise, was not much behind her in this important particular. Dunscombe started and fancied there was felony even in his hospitality. "You know how difficult it is for me to travel by daylight," commenced Mary Monson, in the most natural manner in the world. "That, and the distance we had to drive, must explain the unseasonableness of this visit. You told me once yourself that you are both a late and an early man, which encouraged me to venture. Mr. Timms has written me a letter, which I have thought it might be well to show you. There it is, and when you have cast an eye over it, we will speak of its contents." "Why, this is very much like a conditional proposal of marriage!" cried Dunscombe, dropping the hand that held the letter as soon as he had read the first paragraph. "Conditional, so far as the result of your trial is concerned." I forgot the opening of the epistle, giving very little thought to its purport, though Mr. Timms has not written me a line lately that has not touched on this interesting subject. A marriage between him and me is so entirely out of the way of all the possibilities that I look upon his advances as mere embellishment. I have answered him directly in the negative once, and that ought to satisfy any prudent person. They tell me no woman should marry a man she has once refused, and I shall plead this as a reason for continued obduracy." This was said pleasantly, and without the least appearance of resentment, but in a way to show she regarded her attorney's proposal as very much out of the beaten track. As for Dunscombe, he passed his hand over his brows and read the rest of a pretty long letter with grave attention. The purely business part of this communication was much to the point, important, clearly put, and every way creditable to the writer. The lawyer read it attentively a second time, ere he once opened his mouth in comments. "And why is this shown to me?" he asked, a little vexed, as was seen in his manner. "I have told you it is felony to assist a prisoner in an attempt to escape." "I have shown it to you because I have not the remotest intention, Mr. Dunscombe, to attempt anything of the sort. I shall not quit my asylum so easily." "Then why are you here at this hour, with the certainty that most of the night must be passed on the road, if you mean to return to your prison ere the sun reappears?" "For air, exercise, and to show you this letter. I am often in town, but am compelled, for more reasons than you are acquainted with, to travel by night." "May I ask where you obtain a vehicle to make these journeys in?" "I use my own carriage, and trust to a very long-tried and most faithful domestic. I think Miss Updike will say he drove us not only carefully, but with great speed. On that score we have no grounds of complaint. But I am very much fatigued, and must ask permission to sleep for an hour. You have a drawing-room, I take it for granted, Mr. Dunscombe?" "My niece fancies she has two. Shall I put lights in one of them?" "By no means. Anna knows the house as well as she does her mother's, and will do the honors. On no account let Miss Wilmeder be disturbed. I am a little afraid of meeting her, since we have practiced a bit of treachery touching Marie Moulin. But no matter, 1 hour on a sofa in a dark room is all I ask. That will bring us to midnight, when the carriage will again be at the door. You wish to see your mother, my dear, and here is a safe and very suitable attendant to accompany you to her house and back again." All this was said pleasantly, but with a singular air of authority, as if this mysterious being were accustomed to plan out and direct the movements of others. She had her way. In a minute or two she was stretched on a sofa, covered with a shawl. The door was closed on her, and Dunscombe was on his way to Mrs. McBrain's residence, which was at some distance from his own, with Anna leaning on his arm. "Of course, my dear," said the lawyer, as he and his beautiful companion left his own door at that late hour of the night, "we shall see no more of Mary Monson?" "Not see her again? I should be very, very sorry to think that, sir." She is no simpleton, and means to take Tim's advice. That fellow has written a strong letter, in no expectation of its being seen, I fancy, in which he points out a new source of danger, and plainly advises his client to abscond. I can see the infatuation of love in this, for the letter, if produced, would bring him into great trouble. And you suppose, sir, that Mary Monson intends to follow this advice? Beyond a question. She is not only a very clever, but she is a very cunning woman. This last quality is one that I admire in her the least. I should be half in love with her myself. This was exactly the state of the counselor's feelings towards his client, in spite of his bravado and affected discernment, a woman's charms often overshadowing a philosophy that is deeper even than his. But for this very trait, which I find little to my taste, I take it for granted you are sent home to be put under your mother's care, where you properly belong, and I am got out of the way to save me from the pains and penalties of an indictment for felony. I think you do not understand Mary Monson, Uncle Tom. So Anna had long called her friend's relative, as it might be in anticipation of the time when the appellation would be correct. She is not the sort of person to do as you suggest, but would rather make it a point of honor to remain and face any accusation whatever. She must have nerves of steel to confront justice in a case like hers, and in the present state of public feeling in Dukes. Justice is a very pretty thing to talk about, my dear, but we old practitioners know that it is little more in human hands than the manipulations of human passions. Of late years, the outsiders, outside barbarians they might very properly be termed, have almost as much to do with the result of any warmly contested suit as the law and evidence. Who is on the jury is the first question asked nowadays, not what are the facts. I have told all this very plainly to Mary Monson. To induce her to fly? Asked Anna prettily and a little smartly. Not so much that as to induce her to consent to an application for delay. The judges of this country are so much overworked, so little paid, and usually are so necessitous that almost any application for delay is granted. Business at chambers is sadly neglected, for that is done in a corner and does not address itself to the public eye or seek public eulogiums. But he is thought the cleverest fellow who will soonest sweep out a crowded calendar. Causes are tried by tallow candles until midnight, with half the jurors asleep, and hard-working men, accustomed to be asleep by 8 each night, are expected to keep their thoughts and minds active in the face of all these obstacles. Do you tell me this, Uncle Tom, in the expectation that I am to understand it? I beg your pardon, child, but my heart is full of the failing justice of the land. We shout hosannas in praise of the institutions, while we shut our eyes to the gravest consequences that are fast undermining us in the most important of all our interests. But here we are already. I had no notion we had walked so fast. Yes, there is Papa McBrain's one-horse vehicle, well emptied of its contents, I hope, by a hard day's work. A doctor's life must be so laborious, exclaimed the pretty Anna. I think nothing could tempt me to marry a physician. It is well a certain lady of our acquaintance was not of your way of thinking, returned Dunscombe, laughing, for his good humor always returned when he could give his friend a rub on his matrimonial propensities. Else would McBrain have been troubled to get his last and best. Never mind, my dear, he is a good-natured fellow, and will make a very kind papa. Anna made no reply, but rang the bell a little pettishly, for no child likes to have a mother married a second time, there being much greater toleration for fathers, and asked her companion in. As the wife of a physician in full practice, the bride had already changed many of her long-cherished habits. In this respect, however, she did no more than follow the fortunes of woman, who so cheerfully makes any sacrifice in behalf of him she loves. If men were only one half as disinterested, as self-denying, and as true as the other sex in all that relates to the affections, what a blessed state would that of matrimony be! Still there are erring and selfish and domineering and capricious, vain, heartless and self-willed females whom nature never intended for married life, and who are guilty of a species of profanation when they stand up and vow to love, honor, and obey their husbands. Many of these disregard their solemn pledges made at the altar and under the immediate invocation of the deity, as they would disregard a promise made in jest, and think no more of the duties and offices that are so peculiarly the province of their sex than of the passing and idle promises of vanity. But if such women exist, and that they do, our daily experience proves, they are as exceptions to the great law of female faith, which is tenderness and truth. They are not women in character, whatever they may be in appearance, but creatures in the guise of a sex that they discredit and caricature. Mrs. McBrain was not a person of the disposition just described. She was gentle and good, and bid fair to make the evening of her second husband's days very happy. Sooth to say, she was a good deal in love, notwithstanding her time of life, and the still more mature years of the bridegroom, and had been so much occupied with the duties and cares that belonged to her recent change of condition as to be a little forgetful of her daughter. At no other period of their joint lives would she have permitted this beloved child to be absent from her, under such circumstances, without greater care for her safety and comforts. But there is a honey week as well as a honeymoon, and the intenseness of its feelings might very well disturb the ordinary round of even maternal duties. Glad enough, however, was she now to see her daughter, when Anna, blooming and smiling and blushing, flew into her mother's arms. "There she is, Mrs. Updike, I beg pardon, married woman, and Mrs. McBrain," cried Dunscombe. "Ned is such an uneasy fellow. He keeps all his friends in a fever with his emotions and love and matrimony, and that just suits him, as he has only to administer a pill and set all right again. But there she is, safe and unmarried, thank heaven, which is always a sort of consolation to me. She's back again, and you will do well to keep her until my nephew Jack comes to ask permission to carry her off for good and all." Anna blushed more deeply than ever, while the mother smiled and embraced her child. Then succeeded questions and answers, until Mrs. McBrain had heard the whole story of her daughter's intercourse with Mary Monson, so far as it had been made known to the reader. Beyond that, Anna did not think herself authorized to go, or if she made any revelation, it would be premature for us to repeat it. "Here we are, all liable to be indicted for felony," cried Dunscombe, as soon as the young lady had told her tale. "Timms will be hanged in place of his client, and we three will have cells at Sing Sing as accessories before the act. Yes, my dear bride, you are what the law terms a particeps criminis, and may look out for the sheriff before you are a week older." "And why all this, Mr. Dunscombe?" demanded the half-amused, half-frightened Mrs. McBrain. "For aiding and abetting a prisoner in breaking jail. Mary Monson is off, beyond a question. She lay down in Sarah's drawing-room, pretending to be wearied 10 minutes since, and has no doubt got through with her nap already, and is on her way to Canada or Texas or California or some other out-of-the-way country, Cuba for aught I know." "Is this so, think you, Anna?" "I do not, mamma. So far from believing Mary Monson to be flying to any out-of-the-way place, I have no doubt that we shall find her fast asleep on Mr. Dunscombe's sofa." Uncle Dunscombe's sofa, if you please, young lady. No, sir, I shall call you uncle no longer, answered Anna, blushing scarlet, until you have a legal claim to the use of the word. Well, that will come in due time, I trust. If not, it shall be my care to see you have a title to a still dearer appellation. There, widow, Mrs. McBrain, I mean, I think that will do. But seriously, child, you cannot imagine that Mary Monson means ever to return to her prison, there to be tried for life. If there is faith in woman, she does, sir. Else would I not have exposed myself to the risk of accompanying her. In what manner did you come to town, Anna? Asked the anxious mother. Are you not now at the mercy of some driver of a hackney coach, or of some public cabman? I understand that the carriage which was in waiting for us, half a mile from Bibury, is Mrs. Monson's. Mrs., interrupted Dunscombe. Is she then a married woman? Anna looked down, trembled, and was conscious of having betrayed a secret. So very precious to herself had been the communication of Marie Moulin on this point, that it was ever uppermost in her thoughts, and it had now escaped her under an impulse she could not control. It was too late, however, to retreat, and a moment's reflection told her it would every way be better to tell all she knew, on this one point at least. This was soon done, for even Marie Moulin's means of information were somewhat limited. This Swiss had formerly known the prisoner by another name, though what name she would not reveal. This was in Europe, where Marie had actually passed 3 years in this mysterious person's employment. Marie had even come to America in consequence of this connection at the death of her own mother, but, unable to find her former mistress, had taken service with Sarah Wilmeder. Mary Monson was single and unbetrothed when she left Europe. Such was Marie Moulin's statement. But it was understood she was now married, though to whom she could not say. If Anna Updike knew more than this, she did not reveal it at that interview. Ah, here is another case of a wife's elopement from her husband, interrupted Dunscombe, as soon as Anna reached this point in her narration, and I dare say something or other will be found in this wretched code to uphold her in her disobedience. You have done well to marry Mrs. McBrain, for, according to the modern opinions in these matters, instead of providing yourself with a lord and master, you have only engaged an upper servant. No true-hearted woman can ever look upon her husband in so degrading a light, answered the bride with spirit. That will do for 3 days, but wait to the end of 3 years. There are runaway wives enough at this moment, roaming up and down the land, setting the laws of God and man at defiance, and jingling their purses, when they happen to have money, under their lawful husbands' noses. High enough to set up a 3-tailed bashaw. But this damnable code will uphold them in some shape or other, my life for it. One can't endure her husband because he smokes. Another finds fault with his not going to church but once a day. Another quarrels with him for going 3 times. Another says he has too much dinner company. And another protests she can't get a male friend inside of her house. All these ladies, forgetful as they are of their highest earthly duties, forgetful as they are of woman's very nature, are the models of divine virtues, and lay claim to the sympathies of mankind. They get those of fools, but prudent and reflecting men shake their heads at such wandering deuces. You are severe on us women, Mr. Dunscombe, said the bride. Not on you, my dear Mrs. McBrain, never a syllable on you, but go on, child. I have had the case of one of these vagrant wives in my hands, and know how mistaken has been the disposition to pity her. Men lean to the woman's side, but the frequency of the abuse is beginning to open the eyes of the public. Go on, Anna dear, and let us hear it all, or all you have to tell us. Very little remained to be related. Marie Moulin herself knew very little of that which had occurred since her separation from her present mistress in France. She did make one statement, however, that Anna had deemed very important, but which she felt bound to keep as a secret in consequence of the injunctions received from the Swiss. "I should have a good deal to say about this affair," observed Dunscombe, when his beautiful companion was done, "did I believe that we shall find Mary Monson on our return to my house. In that case I should say to you, my dear widow, Mrs. McBrayne, I mean, the devil take that fellow Ned, he'll have half the women in town bearing his name before he is done. Well, heaven be praised, he can neither marry me nor give me a stepfather. Let him do his very best. There's comfort in that consideration, at any rate." "You were about to tell us what you would do," put in the bride, slightly vexed, yet too well assured of the counsellor's attachment to her husband to feel angry. "You must know how much value we all give to your advice." "I was about to say that Anna should not return to this mysterious convict. No, she is not yet convicted, but she is indicted, and that is something. But return she should not, were there the least chance of our finding her on our return home. Let her go, then, and satisfy her curiosity, and pass the night with Sarah, who must be through with her first nap by this time." Anna urged her mother to consent to this arrangement, putting forward her engagement with Mary Monson not to desert her. McBrayne driving to the door from paying his last visit that night, his wife gave her assent to the proposition, the tenderest mother occasionally permitting another and more powerful feeling to usurp the place of maternal care. Mrs. McBrayne, it must be admitted, thought more of the bridegroom, 60 as he was, than of her charming daughter. Nor was she yet quite free from the awkwardness that ever accompanies a new connection of this nature when there are grown-up children, more especially on the part of the female. Then Anna had communicated to her mother a most material circumstance which it does not suit our present purpose to reveal. "Now for a dozen pair of gloves that we do not find Mary Monson," said the lawyer, as he walked smartly towards his own residence, with Anna Updike under his arm. "Done!" cried the young lady. "And you shall pay if you lose. As bound in honor, Peter," the gray-headed black who answered the summons to the door, "will be glad enough to see us, for the old fellow is not accustomed to let his young rogue of a master in at midnight with a charming young woman under his arm." Anna Updike was right. Mary Monson was in a deep sleep on the sofa. So
Join the channel.
profound was her rest, there was a hesitation about disturbing her, though 12, the hour set for the return of the carriage to Bibury, was near. For a few minutes Dunscombe conversed with his agreeable companion in his own library. "If Jack knew of your being in the house, he would never forgive my not having him called." "I shall have plenty of occasions for seeing Jack," returned the young lady, coloring. "You know how assiduous he is in this cause, and how devoted he is to the prisoner. Do not run away with any such notion, child. Jack is yours, heart and soul. Hist! There is the carriage. Mary must be called." Away went Anna, laughing, blushing, but with tears in her eyes. In a minute Mary Monson made her appearance, somewhat refreshed and calmed by her short nap. "Make no excuse for waking me, Anna," said this unaccountable woman. "We can both sleep on the road. The carriage is as easy as a cradle, and luckily the roads are quite good." "Still they lead to a prison, Mrs. Monson." The prisoner smiled, and seemed to be lost in thought. It was the first time any of her new acquaintances had ever addressed her as a married woman, though Marie Moulin, with the exception of her first exclamation at their recent meeting, had invariably used the appellation of Madame. All this, however, was soon forgotten in the leave-taking. Dunscombe thought he had seldom seen a female of higher tone of manners or greater personal charms than this singular and mysterious young woman appeared to be as she curtsied her adieu. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 17. What then avail impeachments, or the law's severest condemnation, while the Queen may snatch him from the uplifted hand of justice? Earl of Essex. Perhaps the most certain proof that any people can give of a high moral condition is in the administration of justice. Absolute infallibility is unattainable to men, but there are wide chasms in right and wrong, between the legal justice of one state of society and that of another. As the descendants of Englishmen, we in this country are apt to ascribe a higher tone of purity to the courts of the mother country than to those of any other European nation. In this we may be right, without inferring the necessity of believing that even the ermine of England is spotless, for it can never be forgotten that Bacon and Jeffreys once filled her highest judicial seats, to say nothing of many others whose abuses of their trusts have doubtless been lost in their comparative obscurity. Passing from the parent to its offspring, the condition of American justice, so far as it is dependent on the bench, is a profound moral anomaly. It would seem that every known expedient of man has been resorted to render it corrupt, feeble, and ignorant. Yet he would be a hardy, not to say an audacious commentator, who should presume to affirm that it is not entitled to stand in the very foremost ranks of human integrity. Ill paid, without retiring pensions, with nothing to expect in the way of family and hereditary honors and dignities, with little, in short, either in possession or in prospect, to give any particular inducement to be honest. It is certain that, as a whole, the judges of this great republic may lay claim to be classed among the most upright of which history furnishes any account. Unhappily, popular caprice and popular ignorance have been brought to bear on the selection of the magistrates of late, and it is easy to predict the result, which, like that on the militia, is soon to pull down even this all-important machinery of society to the level of the common mind. Not only have the obvious and well-earned inducements to keep men honest, competence, honors, and security in office been recklessly thrown away by the open hand of popular delusion, but all the minor expedients by which those who cannot think might be made to feel have been laid aside, leaving the machinery of justice as naked as the hand. Although the colonial system was never elaborated in these last particulars, there were some of its useful and respectable remains down as late as the commencement of the present century. The sheriff appeared with his sword. The judge was escorted to and from the courthouse to his private dwelling with some show of attention and respect, leaving a salutary impression of authority on the ordinary observer. All this has disappeared. The judge slips into the county town almost unknown, lives at an inn amid a crowd of lawyers, witnesses, suitors, jurors, and horse shedders, as Timms calls them, finds his way to the bench as best he may, and seems to think that the more work he can do in the shortest time is the one great purpose of his appointment. Nevertheless, these men, as yet, are surprisingly incorrupt and intelligent. How long it will remain so no one can predict. If it be for a human life, however, The working of the problem will demonstrate the fallibility of every appreciation of human motives. One bad consequence of the depreciation of the office of a magistrate, however, has long been apparent in the lessening of the influence of the judge on the juries. The power that alone renders the latter institution even tolerable. This is putting an irresponsible, usually an ignorant, and often a corrupt arbiter in the judgment seat, in lieu of the man of high qualities for which it was alone intended. The circuit and oyer and terminer for dukes presented nothing novel in its bench, its bar, its jurors, and we might add its witnesses. The first was a cool-headed, dispassionate man, with a very respectable amount of legal learning and experience, and a perfectly fair character. No one suspected him of acting wrong from evil motives, and when he did err, it was ordinarily from the pressure of business, though occasionally he was mistaken, because the books could not foresee every possible phase of a case. The bar was composed of plain, hard-working men, materially above the level of Tim's, except in connection with mother wit, better educated, better mannered, and as a whole of materially higher origin, though as a body neither profoundly learned nor of very refined deportment. Nevertheless, these persons had a very fair portion of all the better qualities of the northern professional men. They were shrewd, quick in the application of their acquired knowledge, ready in their natural resources, and had that general aptitude for affairs that probably is the fruit of a practice that includes all the different branches of the profession. Here and there was a usurer and extortioner among them, a fellow who disgraced his calling by running up unnecessary bills of cost, by evading the penal statutes passed to prevent abuses of this nature, and by cunning attempts to obtain more for the use of his money than the law sanctioned. But such was not the general character of the Duke's county bar, which was rather to be censured for winking at irregular proceedings out of doors, for brow-beating witnesses, and for regarding the end so intensely as not always to be particular in reference to the means, than for such gross and positively illegal and oppressive measures as those just mentioned. As for the jurors, they were just what that ancient institution might be supposed to be, in a country where so many of the body of the people are liable to be summoned. An unusually large proportion of these men, when all the circumstances are considered, were perhaps as fit to be thus employed as could be obtained from the body of the community of any country on earth, but a very serious number were altogether unsuited to perform the delicate duties of their station. Fortunately, the ignorant are very apt to be influenced by the more intelligent in cases of this nature, and by this exercise of a very natural power less injustice is committed than might otherwise occur. Here, however, is the opening for the horse shedding and pillowing of which Timms has spoken, and of which so much use is made around every country courthouse in the state. This is the crying evil of the times, and taken in connection with the enormous abuse which is rendering a competition in news a regular money-getting occupation, one that threatens to set at defiance all laws, principles, and facts. A word remains to be said of the witnesses. Perhaps the rarest thing connected with the administration of justice all over the world is an intelligent, perfectly impartial, clear-headed, discriminating witness, one who distinctly knows all he says, fully appreciates the effect of his words on the jury, and who has the disposition to submit what he knows solely to the law and the evidence. Men of experience are of opinion that an oath usually extracts the truth. We think so too, but it is truth as the witness understands it. facts as he has seen them, and opinions that, unconsciously to himself, have been warped by reports, sneers, and malice. In a country of popular sway like this, there is not one man in 1,000 probably who has sufficient independence of mind, or sufficient moral courage, to fancy he has seen even a fact, if it be of importance, differently from what the body of the community has seen it. And nothing is more common than to find witnesses coloring their testimony, lessening its force by feeble statements, or altogether abandoning the truth under this pressure from without, in cases of a nature and magnitude to awake a strong popular feeling. It is by no means uncommon, indeed, to persuade one class of men, by means of this influence, that they did not see that which actually occurred before their eyes, or that they did see that which never had an existence. Under no circumstances do men congregate with less meritorious motives than in meeting in and around a court of justice. The object is victory, and the means of obtaining it will not always bear the light. The approaching circuit and oyez and terminer of dukes was no exception to the rule. A crowd of evil passions, of sinister practices, and of plausible pretenses, being arrayed against justice and the law in 2/3 of the causes on the calendar. Then it was that Timms and Saucy Williams, or Dick Williams, as he was familiarly termed by his associates, came out in their strength, playing off against each other the outdoor practices of the profession. The first indication that the former now got of the very serious character of the struggle that was about to take place between them was in the extraordinary civility of Saucy Williams when they met in the bar-room of the inn they each frequented, and which had long been the arena of their antagonistical wit and practices. "I never saw you look better, Timms," said Williams, in the most cordial manner imaginable. "On the whole, I do not remember to have ever seen you looking so well. You grow younger instead of older every day of your life. By the way, do you intend to move on Butterfield against town this circuit?" "I should be glad to do it if you are ready. Cross notices have been given, you know." Williams knew this very well, and he also knew that it had been done to entitle the respective parties to costs in the event of anything occurring to give either side an advantage. The cause being one of those nuts out of which practitioners are very apt to extract the whole of the kernel before they are done with it. Yes, I am aware of that, and I believe we are quite ready. I see that Mr. Towne is here, and I observe several of his witnesses, but I have so much business, I have no wish to try a long slander cause. Words spoken in heat, and never thought of again, but to make a profit of them. You are employed against us in the murder case, I hear? I rather think the friends of the deceased so regard it, but I have scarcely had time to look at the testimony before the coroner. This was a deliberate mystification, and Timms perfectly understood it as such, well knowing that the other had given the outdoor work of the case nearly all of his time for the last fortnight. And I don't like to move in one of these big matters without knowing what I am about. Your senior counsel has not yet arrived from town, I believe? He cannot be here until Wednesday, having to argue a great insurance case before the Superior Court today and tomorrow. This conversation occurred after the grand jury had been charged, the petty jurors sworn, and the judge had heard several motions for correcting the calendar, laying causes over, etc., etc. 2 hours later, the district attorney being absent in his room, engaged with the grand jury, Williams arose and addressed the court, which had just called the first civil cause on the calendar. "May it please the court," he said coolly, but with the grave aspect of a man who felt he was dealing with a very serious matter, "there is a capital indictment depending a case of arson and murder, which it is the intention of the state to call on at once." The judge looked still more grave than the counsel, and it was easy to see that he deeply regretted it should fall to his lot to try such an issue. He leaned forward with an elbow on the very primitive sort of desk with which he was furnished by the public, indented it with the point of his knife, and appeared to be passing in review such of the circumstances of this important case as he had become acquainted with judicially. We say judicially, for it is not an easy thing for either judge, counsel, or jurors, in the state of society that now exists, to keep distinctly in their minds that which has been obtained under legal evidence from that which floats about the community on the thousand tongues of rumor, fact from fiction. Nevertheless, the respectable magistrate, whose misfortune
OG Dingleberry
it was
Batch
to
number
preside
5 has
on
joined
this
the
very
channel.
serious occasion, was a man to perform all his duty to the point where public opinion or popular clamor is encountered. The last is a bugbear that few have moral courage to face, and the evil consequences are visible hourly, daily, almost incessantly in most of the interests of life. This popular feeling is the great moving lever of the Republic, the wronged being placed beneath the fulcrum, while the outer arm of the engine is loaded with numbers. Thus it is that we see the oldest families among us quietly robbed of their estates after generations of possession, the honest man proscribed, the knave and demagogue deified, mediocrity
OG
advanced to
Dingleberry
high
Batch number
places,
5 has
and
left the
talent
channel.
and capacity held in abeyance, if not actually trampled underfoot. Let the truth be said, these are evils to which each year gives additional force, until the tyranny of the majority has taken a form and combination which, unchecked, must speedily place every personal right at the mercy of plausible but wrong-doing popular combinations. "Has the prisoner been arraigned?" asked the judge. "I remember nothing of the sort." "No, your honor," answered Timms, now rising for the first time in the discussion, and looking about him as if to scan the crowd for witnesses. "The prosecution does not yet know the plea we shall put in." "You are retained for the prisoner, Mr. Timms?" "Yes, sir. I appear in her behalf. But Mr. Dunscombe is also retained, and will be engaged in the New York Superior Court until Wednesday in an insurance case of great magnitude." "No insurance case can be of the magnitude of a trial for life," returned Williams. "The justice of the state must be vindicated, and the person of the citizen protected." This sounded well, and it caused many a head in the crowd, which contained both witnesses and jurors, to nod with approbation. It is true that every thoughtful and observant man must have had many occasions to observe how fallacious such a declaration is in truth, but it sounded well, and the ears of the multitude are always open to flattery. "We have no wish to interfere with the justice of the state, or with the protection of the citizen," answered Timms, looking round to note the effect of his words. "Our object is to defend the innocent, and the great and powerful community of New York will find more pleasure in seeing an accused acquitted than in seeing 50 criminals condemned." This sentiment sounded quite as well as that of Williams, and heads were again nodded in approbation. It told particularly well in a paragraph of a newspaper that Timms had engaged to publish what he considered his best remarks. "It seems to me, gentlemen," interposed the judge, who understood the meaning of these ad captandum remarks perfectly well, "that your conversation is premature at least, if not altogether improper. Nothing of this nature should be said until the prisoner has been arraigned." "I submit, your honor, and acknowledge the justice of the reproof," answered Williams. "I now move the court, on behalf of the district attorney, that Mary Monson, who stands indicted for murder and arson, be arraigned, and her pleas entered." I could wish this step might be delayed until I can hear from the leading counsel for the defense, objected Timms, which must now occur in the course of a very few hours. I perceive that the prisoner is a female, said the judge in a tone of regret. Yes, your honor, she is, and young and handsome, they tell me, answered Williams, for I have never been able to get a sight of her. She is too much of a great lady to be seen at a grate, by all I can learn of her and her proceedings. Plays on the harp, sir, has a French valet de chambre, or something of that sort. This is all wrong, Mr. Williams, and must be checked, again interposed the judge, though very mildly, for while his experience taught him that the object of such remarks was to create prejudice, and his conscience prompted him to put an end to a proceeding so unrighteous, he stood in so much awe of this particular counsel, who had half a dozen presses at his command, that it required a strong inducement to bring him out as he ought to be, in opposition to any of his more decided movements. As for the community, with the best intentions as a whole, it stood passive under this gross wrong. What is everybody's business is literally nobody's business when the public virtue is the great moving power, the upright preferring their ease to everything else, and the ill-disposed manifesting the ceaseless activity of the wicked. All the ancient barriers to this species of injustice, which have been erected by the gathered wisdom of our fathers and the experience of ages, have been thrown down by the illusions of a seeming liberty, and the whole machinery of justice is left very much at the mercy of an outside public opinion, which in itself is wielded by a few of the worst men in the country. These are sober truths, as a close examination will show to anyone who may choose to enter into the investigation of the ungrateful subject. It is not what is said, we very well know, but it is what is done. Williams received the mild rebuke of the judge like one who felt his position, paying very little respect to its spirit or its letter. He knew his own power, and understood perfectly well that this particular magistrate was soon to run for a new term of office, and might be dealt with more freely on that account. I know it is very wrong, your honor, very wrong, rejoined the wily counsel to what had been said, so wrong that I regard it as an insult to the state. When a person is capitally indicted, man or woman, it is his or her bounden duty to put all overboard that there may be no secrets. The harp was once a sacred instrument, and it is highly improper to introduce it into our jails and criminals' cells. There is no criminal as yet, no crime can be established without proof, and the verdict of 12 good men and true, interrupted Timms. I object, therefore, to the learned counsel's remarks, and— Gentlemen, gentlemen, put in the judge, a little more pointedly than in his former rebuke, this is all wrong, I repeat. You perceive, my brother Timms, rejoined the indomitable Williams, the court is altogether against you. This is not a country of lords and ladies, fiddles and harps, but of the people. And when the people find a bill for a capital offense, capital care should be taken not to give more offense. Williams had provided himself with a set of supporters that are common enough in the courts, whose business it was to grin and sneer and smile, and look knowing at particular hits of the counsel, and otherwise to back up his wit and humor and logic by the agency of sympathy. This expedient is getting to be quite common, and is constantly practiced in suits that relate, in any manner, to politics or political men. It is not so common, certainly, in trials for life, though it may be, and has been used with effect, even on such serious occasions. The influence of these wily demonstrations, which are made to have the appearance of public opinion, is very great on the credulous and ignorant. Men thus narrowly gifted invariably looking around them to find support in the common mind. The hits of William told, to Tim's great annoyance, nor did he know exactly how to parry them. Had he been the assailant himself, he could have wielded the weapons of his antagonist with equal skill, but his dexterity was very much confined to the offensive in cases of this nature, for he perfectly comprehended all the prejudices on which it was necessary to act, while he possessed but a very narrow knowledge of the means of correcting them. Nevertheless, it would not do to let the prosecution close the business of the day with so much of the air of triumph, and the indomitable attorney made another effort to place his client more favorably before the public eye. The harp is a most religious instrument, he coolly observed, and it has no relation to the violin, or any light and frivolous piece of music. David used it as the instrument of praise, and why should not a person who stands charged? I have told you, gentlemen, that all this is irregular and cannot be permitted, cried the judge, with a little more of the appearance of firmness than he had yet exhibited. The truth was that he stood less in fear of Timms than of Williams, the connection of the last with the reporters being known to be much the most extensive. But Timms knew his man, and understood very well what the committal of counsel had got to be, under the loose notions of liberty that have grown up in the country within the last 20 years. Time was, and that at no remote period, when the lawyer who had been thus treated for indecorum at the bar would have been a disgraced man, and would have appealed in vain to the community for sympathy. Little or none would he have received. Men then understood that the law was their master, established by themselves, and was to be respected accordingly. But that feeling is in a great measure extinct. Liberty is every hour getting to be more and more personal, its concentration consisting in rendering every man his own legislator, his own judge, and his own juror. It is monarchical and aristocratic, and all that is vile and dangerous, to see power exercised by any but the people, those whom the Constitution and the laws have set apart expressly to discharge a delegated authority being obliged, by clamors sustained by all the arts of cupidity and fraud, to defer to the passing opinions of the hour. No one knew this better than Timms, who had just as lively a recollection as his opponent that this very judge was to come before the people in the next autumn as a candidate for re-election. The great strain of American foresight was consequently applied to this man's conscience, who, overworked and underpaid, was expected to rise above the weaknesses of humanity, as a sort of sublimated political theory that is getting to be much in fashion, and which, if true, would supersede the necessity of any court, or any government at all. Timms knew this well, and was not to be restrained by one who was thus stretched, as it might be, on the tenterhooks of political uncertainty. Yes, your honor, retorted this indomitable individual, I am fully aware of its impropriety, and was just as much so when the counsel for the prosecution was carrying it on to the injury of my client, I might say almost unchecked, if not encouraged. The court did its best to stop Mr. Williams, sir, and must do the same to keep you within the proper limits of practice. Unless these improprieties are restrained, I shall confine the counsel for the state to the regular officer, and assign new counsel to the accused, as from the court. Both Williams and Timms looked amused at this menace, neither having the smallest notion the judge dare put such a threat in execution. What? Presume to curb licentiousness when it chose to assume the aspect of human rights? This was an act behind the age, more especially in a country in which liberty is so fast getting to be all means, with so very little regard to the end. A desultory conversation ensued, when it was finally settled that the trial must be postponed until the arrival of the counsel expected from town. From the beginning of the discussion, Williams knew such must be the termination of that day's work. But he had accomplished two great objects by his motion. In the first place, by conceding delay to the accused, it placed the prosecution on ground where a similar favor might be asked, should it be deemed expedient. This resisting of motions for delay is a common ruse of the bar, since it places the party, whose rights are seemingly postponed, in a situation to demand a similar concession. Williams knew that his case was ready, as related to his brief, the testimony, and all that could properly be produced in court, but he thought it might be strengthened out of doors among the jurors and the witnesses. We say the witnesses because even this class of men get their impressions, quite frequently, as much from what they subsequently hear as from what they have seen and know. A good reliable witness, who relates no more than he actually knows, conceals nothing, colors nothing, and leaves a perfectly fair impression of the truth, is perhaps the rarest of all the parties concerned in the administration of justice. No one understood this better than Williams, and his agents were, at that very moment, actively employed in endeavoring to persuade certain individuals that they knew a great deal more of the facts connected with the murders than the truth would justify. This was not done openly or directly, not in a way to alarm the consciences or pride of those who were to be duped, but by the agency of hints and suggestions and plausible reasonings, and all the other obvious devices by means of which the artful and unprincipled are enabled to act on the opinions of the credulous and inexperienced. While all these secret engines were at work in the streets of Bibury, the external machinery of justice was set in motion with the usual forms. Naked but businesslike, the blind goddess was invoked with what is termed republican simplicity, one of the great principles of which, in some men's estimation, is to get the maximum of work at the minimum of cost. We are no advocates for the senseless parade and ruthless expenditure, ruthless because extracted from the means of the poor with which the governments of the old world have invested their dignity, and we believe that the reason of men may be confided in managing these matters to a certain extent, though not to the extent that it would seem to be the fashion of the American theories to be desirable. Wigs of all kinds, even when there is a deficiency of hair, we hold in utter detestation, and we shall maintain that no more absurd scheme of clothing the human countenance with terror was ever devised than to clothe it with flax. Nevertheless, as comfort, decency, and taste unite in recommending clothing of some sort or other, we do not see why the judicial functionary should not have his appropriate attire, as well as the soldier, the sailor, or the priest. It does not necessarily follow that extravagances are to be imitated if we submit to this practice, though we incline to the opinion that a great deal of the nakedness of republican simplicity, which has got to be a sort of political idol in the land, has its origin in a spirit that denounces the past as a species of moral sacrifice to the present time. Let all this be as it may, it is quite certain that republican simplicity, the slang lever by means of which the artful move the government, has left the administration of justice among us, so far as externals are concerned, as naked as may be. Indeed, so much have the judges become exposed to sinister influences by means of the intimacies with which they are invested by means of republican simplicity, that it has been found expedient to make a special provision against undue modes of approaching their ears, all of which would have been far more efficiently secured by doubling their salaries, making a respectable provision for old age in the way of pensions, and surrounding them with such forms as would keep the evil disposed at a reasonable distance. Neither Timms nor Saucy Williams, however, reasoned in this fashion. They were, in a high degree, practical men, and saw things as they are, not as they ought to be. Little was either troubled with theories, regrets, or principles. It was enough for each that he was familiar with the workings of the system under which he lived, and which he knew how to pervert in a way the most likely to effect his own purposes. The reader may be surprised at the active pertinacity with which Williams pursued one on trial for her life, a class of persons with whom the bar usually professes to deal tenderly and in mercy. But the fact was that he had been specially retained by the next of kin, who had large expectations from the abstracted hoards of his aunt, and that the fashion of the day had enabled him to achieve such a cent per cent bargain with his client as caused his own compensation altogether to depend on the measure of his success. Should Mary Monson be sentenced to the gallows, it was highly probable her revelations would put the wronged in the way of being righted, when this limb of the law would, in all probability, come in for a full share of the recovered gold. How different all this was from the motives and conduct of Dunscombe, the reader will readily perceive. For while the profession in this country abounds with Williamses and Timmses, men of the highest tone of feeling, the fairest practice, and the clearest perceptions of what is right, are by no means strangers to the bar. End of section 17. Section 18 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 18. Thou hast already racked me with thy stay, therefore require me not to ask thee twice. Reply at once to all. What is concluded? Mourning Bride. During the interval between the occurrence of the scene in court that has just been related and the appearance of Dunscombe at Bibury, the community was rapidly taking sides on the subject of the guilt or innocence of Mary Monson. The windows of the jail were crowded all day. Throngs collected there to catch glimpses of the extraordinary female, who was rightly enough reported to be living in a species of luxury in so unusual a place, and who was known to play on an instrument that the popular mind was a good deal disposed to regard as sacred. As a matter of course, 100 stories were in circulation, touching the character, history, sayings, and doings of this remarkable person, that had no foundation whatever in truth, for it is an infirmity of human nature to circulate and place its beliefs in falsehoods of this sort, and more especially of human nature as it is exhibited in a country where care has been taken to stimulate the curiosity of the vulgar, without exactly placing them in a condition to appease its longings, either intelligently or in a very good taste. This interest would have been manifested in such a case had there been no particular moving cause, but the secret practices of Williams and Timms greatly increased its intensity, and was bringing the population of dukes to a state of excitement that was very little favorable to an impartial administration of justice. Discussions had taken place at every corner, and in all the bar rooms, and many were the alleged facts connected with the murders, which had their sole existence in rumor, that was adduced in the heat of argument, or to make out a supposititious case. All this time Williams was either in court, attending closely to his different causes, or was seen passing between the courthouse and the tavern, with bundles of papers under his arms, like a man absorbed in business. Timms played a very similar part, though he found leisure to hold diverse conferences with several of his confidential agents. Testimony was his aim, and half a dozen times, when he fancied himself on the point of establishing something new and important, the whole of the ingenious fabric he had reared came tumbling about his ears, in consequence of some radical defect in the foundation. Such was the state of things on the evening of Wednesday, the day preceding that which had been set down for the trial, when the stage arrived bringing Squire Dunscombe, his carpet-bags, his trunk, and his books. McBrain shortly after drove up in his own carriage, and Anna was soon in her mother's arms. The excitement, so general in the place, had naturally enough extended to these females, and Mrs. McBrain and her daughter were soon closeted, talking over the affair of Mary Monson. About 8 that evening Dunscombe and Timms were busy, looking over minutes of testimony, briefs, and other written documents that were connected with the approaching trial. Mrs. Horton had reserved the best room in her house for this distinguished counsel, an apartment in a wing that was a good deal removed from the noise and bustle of a leading inn during a circuit. Here Dunscombe had been duly installed, and here he early set up his traps, as he termed his flesh brushes, sponges, briefs, and calfskin covered volumes. 2 tallow candles threw a dim, lawyer-like light on the scene, while unrolled paper curtains shut out as much of night as such an imperfect screen would exclude. The odor of cigars, excellent Havanas by the way, was fragrant in the place, and one of the little fountains of smoke was stuck knowingly in a corner of the eminent counsel's mouth, while Timms had garnished his skinny lips with the short stump of a pipe. Neither said anything, one of the parties presenting documents that the other read in silence. Such was the state of matters when a slight tap at the door was succeeded by the unexpected appearance of Saucy Williams. Timms started, gathered together all his papers with the utmost care, and awaited the explanation of this unlooked-for visit with the most lively curiosity. Dunscombe, on the other hand, received his guest with urbanity, and, like one who felt that the wrangling of the bar, in which, by the way, he had too much self-respect and good temper to indulge, had no necessary connection with the courtesies of private life. Williams had scarcely a claim superior to those of Timms to be considered a gentleman, though he had the advantage of having been what is termed liberally educated, a phrase of very doubtful import when put to the test of old-fashioned notions on such subjects. In manners he had the defects, and we may add the merits of the school in which he had been educated. All that has been said of Timms on this subject in the way of censure was equally applicable to Williams. But the last possessed a self-command, an admirable reliance on his own qualities, which would have fitted him, as regards this one quality, to be an emperor. Foreigners wonder at the self-possession of Americans in the presence of the great, and it is really one of the merits of the institutions that it causes every person to feel that he is a man, and entitled to receive the treatment due to a being so high in the scale of earthly creations. It is true that this feeling often degenerates into a vulgar and oversensitive jealousy, frequently rendering its possessor exacting and ridiculous, but on the whole the effect is manly, not to say ennobling. Now Williams was self-possessed by nature, as well as by association and education. Though keenly alive to the differences and chances of fortune, he never succumbed to mere rank and wealth. Intriguing by disposition, not to say by education, he could affect a deference he did not feel. But apart from the positive consequences of power, he was not to be daunted by the presence of the most magnificent sovereign who ever reigned. No wonder, then, that he felt quite at home in the company of his present host, though fully aware that he was one of the leading members of the New York bar. As a proof of this independence may be cited the fact that he had no sooner paid his salutations and been invited to be seated than he deliberately selected a cigar from the open box of Dunscombe, lighted it, took a chair, raised one leg coolly on the corner of a table, and began to smoke. "The calendar is a little crowded," observed this free and easy visitor, "and is likely to carry us over into the middle of next week. Are you retained in Daniels against Fireman's Insurance?" "I am not. A brief was offered by the plaintiff, but I declined taking it." "A little conscientious, I suppose. Well, I leave all the sin of my suits on the shoulders of my clients. It is bad enough to listen to their griefs without being called on to smart for them. I have heard you are in Cogswell against Davidson?" "In that cause I have been retained. I may as well say at once, we intend to move it on." "It's of no great moment. If you beat us at the circuit, our turn will come on execution." "I believe, Mr. Williams, your clients have a knack at gaining the day in that mode. It is of no great interest to me, however, as I rarely take the management of a cause after it quits the courts. How do you like the code, Brother Dunscombe?" "Damnable, sir. I am too old, in the first place, to like change." "Then change from bad to worse is adding folly to imbecility. The common law practice had its faults, I allow, but this new system has no merits." "I do not go as far as that, and I rather begin to like the new plan of remuneration. We are nothing out of pocket, and sometimes are a handsome sum in. You defend Mary Monson?" Timms felt assured that his old antagonist had now reached the case that had really brought him to the room. He fidgeted, looked eagerly round to see that no stray paper could fall beneath the hawk-like eye of the other party, and then sat in comparative composure, waiting the result. "I do," Dunscombe quietly replied, "and I shall do it con amore. I suppose you know what that means, Mr. Williams?" A sarcastic smile passed over the steeled countenance of the other, his appearance being literally sardonic for an instant. "I presume I do. We know enough Latin and dukes to get along with such a quotation, though our friend Timms here despises the classics. Con amore means, in this instance, a lover's zeal, I suppose, for they tell me that all who approach the criminal submits to her power to charm." "The accused, if you please," put in the opposing attorney, "but no criminal until the word guilty has been pronounced." "I am convicted. They say you are to be the happy man, Timms, in the event of an acquittal. It is reported all over the county that you are to become Mr. Monson as a reward for your services, and if half that I hear be true, you will deserve her, with a good estate in the bargain." Here Williams laughed heartily at his own wit, but Dunscombe looked grave, while his associate counsel looked angry. In point of fact, the nail had been hit on the head, and consciousness lighted the spirit within with its calm, mild glow. The senior counsel was too proud and too dignified to make any reply, but Timms was troubled with no such feeling. "If there are any such rumors in old dukes," retorted the last, "it will not need mesmerism to discover their author. In my opinion, the people ought to carry on their suits in a spirit of liberality and justice, and not in a vindictive, malicious temper." "We are all of the same way of thinking," answered Williams with a sneer. "I consider it liberal to give you a handsome young woman with a full purse, though no one can say how, or by whom, it has been filled. By the way, Mr. Dunscombe, I am instructed to make a proposal to you, and as Timms is in the court, this may be as good a moment as another to present it for consideration." My offer is from the nephew, next of kin, and sole heir of the late Peter Goodwin, by whom, as you probably know, I am retained. This gentleman is well assured that his deceased relatives had a large sum in gold by them at the time of the murders. No verdict has yet shown that there has been any murders at all, interrupted Timms. We have the verdict of the inquest, begging your pardon, brother Timms. That is something, surely, though not enough, quite likely, to convince your mind. But to proceed with my proposition, my client is well assured that such a secret fund existed. He also knows that your client, gentlemen, is flush of money, and money in gold coins that correspond with many pieces that have been seen by different individuals in the possession of our aunt. Aye, eagles and half-eagles, interrupted Timms, a resemblance that comes from the stamp of the mint? Go on with your proposition, Mr. Williams, said Dunscombe. We offer to withdraw all our extra counsel, myself included, and to leave the case altogether with the state, which is very much the same thing as an acquittal, provided you will return to us $5,000 in this gold coin, not pay, for that might be compounding a felony, but return. There could be no compounding a felony if the indictment be not quashed but traversed, said the senior counsel for the defense. Very true, but we prefer the word return. That leaves everything clear, and will enable us to face the county. Our object is to get our rights. Let the state take care of its justice for itself. You can hardly expect that such a proposition should be accepted, Williams. I am not so sure of that, Timms. Life is sweeter than money, even. I should like to hear the answer of your associate, however. You, I can see, have no intention of lessening the marriage portion, if it can be helped. Such side hits were so common in court as between these worthies that neither thought much of them out of court. But Williams gave a signal proof of the acuteness of his observation when he expressed a wish to know in what light his proposal was viewed by Dunscombe. That learned gentleman evidently paid more respect to the offer than had been manifested by his associate, and now sat silently ruminating on its nature. Thus directly appealed to, he felt the necessity of giving some sort of an answer. You have come expressly to make this proposition to us, Mr. Williams? Dunscombe demanded. To be frank with you, sir, such is the main object of my visit. Of course it is sanctioned by your client, and you speak by authority? It is fully sanctioned by my client, who would greatly prefer the plan, and I act directly by his written instructions. Nothing short of these would induce me to make the proposition. Very well, sir. Will an answer by 10 o'clock this evening meet your views? Perfectly so. An answer at any time between this and the sitting of the court tomorrow morning will fully meet our views. The terms, however, cannot be diminished. Owing to the shortness of the time, it may be well to understand that. Then, Mr. Williams, I ask a little time for reflection and consultation. We may meet again tonight. The other assented, rose, coolly helped himself to another cigar, and had got as far as the door when an expressive gesture from Timms induced him to pause. Let us understand each other, said the last with emphasis. Is this a truce, with a complete cessation of hostilities, or is it only a negotiation to be carried on in the midst of war? I hardly comprehend your meaning, Mr. Timms. The question is simply one of taking certain forces, allied forces they may be called, from the field, and leaving you to contend only with the main enemy. There need be nothing said of a truce, since nothing further can be done until the court opens. That may do very well, Williams, for those that haven't practiced in dukes as long as myself, but it will not do for me. There is an army of reporters here at this moment, and I am afraid that the allies of whom you speak have a whole corps of skirmishers. Williams maintained a countenance so unmoved that even the judicious Timms was a little shaken, while Dunscombe, who had all the reluctance of a gentleman to believe in an act of meanness, felt outraged by his associate's suspicions. "Come, come, Mr. Timms," the last exclaimed, "I beg we may have no more of this. Mr. Williams has come with a proposition worthy of our consideration. Let us meet it in the spirit in which it is offered." "Yes," repeated Williams, with a look that might well have explained his sobriquet of saucy. "Yes, in the spirit in which it is offered. What do you say to that, Timms?" "That I shall manage the defense precisely as if no such proposition had been made, or any negotiation accepted. You can do the same for the prosecution." "Agreed," Williams rejoined, making a sweeping gesture with his hand, and immediately quitting the room. Dunscombe was silent for a minute. A thread of smoke arose from the end of his cigar, but the volume no longer poured from between his lips. He was ruminating too intensely even to smoke. Rising suddenly, he took his hat and motioned towards the door. "Timms, we must go to the jail," he said. "Mary Monson must be spoken to at once." If Williams had made his proposition 10 days ago, there might be some use in listening to it, returned the junior, following the senior counsel from the room, carrying all the papers in the cause under an arm. But now that all the mischief is done, it would be throwing away $5,000 to listen to his proposition. We will see," answered the other, hurrying downstairs. "What means the rumpus in that room, Timms? Mrs. Horton has not treated me well, to place a troublesome neighbor so near me. I shall stop and tell her as much as we go through the hall." "You had better not, Squire. We want all our friends just now, and a sharp word might cause us to lose this woman, who has a devil of a tongue. She tells me that a crazy man was brought here privately, and being well paid for it, she has consented to give him what she calls her drunkard's parlor until the court has settled his affair. His room, like your own, is so much out of the way that the poor fellow gives very little trouble to the great body of the boarders. Aye, very little trouble to you and the rest of you in the main building, but a great deal to me. I shall speak to Mrs. Horton on the subject as we pass out." "Better not, Squire. The woman is our friend now, I know, but a warm word may turn her to the right about." It is probable Dunscombe was influenced by his companion, for he left the house without putting his threat in execution. In a few minutes he and Timms were at the jail. As counsel could not well be refused admission to their client on the eve of trial, the two lawyers were admitted to the gallery within the outer door that has been so often mentioned. Of course Mary Monson was notified of the visit, and she received them with Anna Updike, the good, gentle, considerate Anna, who was ever disposed to help the weak and to console the unhappy at her side. Dunscombe had no notion that the intimacy had grown to this head, but when he came to reflect that one of the parties was to be tried for her life next day, he was disposed to overlook the manifest indiscretion of his old favorite in being in such a place. Mrs. McBrain's presence released him from all responsibility, and he returned the warm pressure of Anna's hand in kindness, if not with positive approbation. As for the girl herself, the very sight of Uncle Tom, as she had so long been accustomed to call the counselor, cheered her heart, and raised new hopes in behalf of her friend. In a few clear, pointed words, Dunscombe let the motive of his visit be known. There was little time to throw away, and he went directly at his object, stating everything succinctly, but in the most intelligible manner. Nothing could have been more calm than the manner in which Mary Monson listened to his statement, her deportment being as steady as that of one sitting in judgment herself, rather than that of a person whose own fate was involved in the issue. "It is a large sum to raise in so short a time," continued the kind-hearted Dunscombe, "but I deem the proposition so important to your interest that rather than lose this advantage, I would not hesitate about advancing the money myself, should you be unprepared for so heavy a demand. As respects the money, Mr. Dunscombe, returned the fair prisoner, in the most easy and natural manner, that need give us no concern. By sending a confidential messenger to town, Mr. John Wilmeter, for instance, here Anna pressed less closely to her friend's side, it would be very easy to have 500 eagles or 1,000 half-eagles here by breakfast time tomorrow. It is not on account of any such difficulty that I hesitate a moment. What I dislike is the injustice of the thing. I have never touched a cent of poor Mrs. Goodwin's hoard, and it would be false to admit that I am returning that which I never received. We must not be particular, ma'am, on immaterial points when there is so much at stake. It may be immaterial whether I pay money under one form or another, Mr. Dunscombe, but it cannot be immaterial to my future standing whether I am acquitted in the teeth of this Mr. Williams' opposition or under favor of his purchase. Acquitted! Our case is not absolutely clear, Miss Monson. It is my duty to tell you as much. I understand such to be the opinion of both Mr. Timms and yourself, sir. I like the candor of your conduct, but am not converted to your way of thinking. I shall be acquitted, gentlemen, yes, honorably, triumphantly acquitted, and I cannot consent to lessen the impression of such a termination to my affair by putting myself in the way of being even suspected of a collusion with a man like this saucy Williams. It is far better to meet him openly and to defy him to do his worst. Perhaps some such trial, followed by complete success, will be necessary to my future happiness. Anna now pressed nearer to the side of her friend, passing an arm, unconsciously to herself, around her waist. As for Dunscombe, he gazed at the handsome prisoner in a sort of stupefied wonder. The place, the hour, the business of the succeeding day, and all the accessories of the scene, had an effect to increase the confusion of his mind, and, for the moment, to call in question the fidelity of his senses. As he gazed at the prison-like aspect of the gallery, his eye fell on the countenance of Marie Moulin, and rested there in surprise for half a minute. The Swiss maid was looking earnestly at her mistress, with an expression of concern and of care so intense that it caused the counsellor to search for their cause. For the first time it flashed on his mind that Mary Monson might be a lunatic, and that the defense, so often set up in capital cases as to weary the common mind, might be rendered justly available in this particular instance. The whole conduct of this serving woman had been so singular. The deportment of Mary Monson herself was so much out of the ordinary rules, and the adhesion of Anna Updike, a girl of singular prudence of conduct, notwithstanding her disposition to enthusiasm, so marked, that the inference was far from unnatural. Nevertheless, Mary Monson had never looked more calm, more intellectual, never manifested more of a mien of high intelligence than at that very instant. The singular illumination of the countenance, to which we have had occasion already to allude, was conspicuous, but it was benignant and quiet, and the flush of the cheeks added lustre to her eyes. Then the sentiments expressed were just and noble, free from the cunning and mendacity of a maniac, and such as any man might be proud to have the wife of his bosom entertain. All these considerations quickly chased the rising distrust from Dunscombe's mind, and his thoughts reverted to the business that had brought him there. "You are the best judge, ma'am, of what will most contribute to your happiness," rejoined the counsellor after a brief pause. "In the ignorance in which we are kept of the past, I might well add, the only judge, though it is possible that your female companions know more in this respect than your legal advisers. It is proper I should say once more, and probably for the last time, that your case will be greatly prejudiced unless you enable us to dwell on your past life freely and truly. I am accused of murdering an unoffending female and her husband, of setting fire to the dwelling, and of robbing them of their gold. These are accusations that can properly be answered only by a complete acquittal, after a solemn investigation. No halfway measures will do. I must be found not guilty, or a blot rests on my character for life. My position is singular, I had almost said cruel, in some respects owing to my own wilfulness. Here Anna Updike pressed closer to her friend's side, as if she would defend her against these self-accusations, while Marie Moulin dropped her needle and listened with the liveliest curiosity. In many respects, perhaps, continued Mary, after a short pause, and I must take the consequences. Wilfulness has ever been my greatest enemy. It has been fed by perfect independence and too much money. I doubt if it be good for woman to be thus tried. We were created for dependence, Mr. Dunscombe, dependence on our fathers, on our brothers, and perhaps on our husbands. Here there was another pause, and the cheeks of the fair speaker flushed, while her eyes became brilliant to light. Perhaps, repeated the counselor with solemn emphasis. I know that men think differently from us on this subject. From us, do you desire me to believe that most women wish to be independent of their husbands? Ask the young woman at your side if that be her feeling of the duties of her sex. Anna dropped her head on her bosom and blushed scarlet. In all her daydreams of happiness with John Wilmeder, the very reverse of the feeling now alluded to had been uppermost in her mind, and to her nothing had ever seemed half as sweet as the picture of leaning on him for support, guidance, authority, and advice. The thought of independence would have been painful to her, for a principle of nature, the instinct of her sex, taught her that the part of woman was to love, honor, and obey. As for Mary Monson, she quailed a little before the severe eye of Dunscombe, but education, the accidents of life, and possibly a secret principle of her peculiar temperament, united to stimulate her to maintain her original ground. I know not what may be the particular notions of Miss Updike, returned this singular being, but I can feel my own longings. They are all for independence. Men have not dealt fairly by women. Possessing the power, they have made all the laws, fashioned all the opinions of the world in their own favor. Let a woman err, and she can never rise from her fall, while men live with impunity in the midst of their guilt. If a woman think differently from those around her, she is expected to conceal her opinions in order to receive those of her masters. Even in the worship of God, the highest and most precious of all our duties, she is expected to play a secondary part, and act as if the Christian faith favored the sentiment of another, which teaches that women have no souls. All this is as old as the repinings of a very treacherous nature, young lady, answered Dunscombe coolly, and I have often heard it before. It is not surprising, however, that a young, handsome, highly educated, and I presume rich person of your sex should be seduced by notions seemingly so attractive, and long for what she will be apt to term the emancipation of her sex. This is an age of emancipation. Prudent gray-headed men become deluded, and exhibit their folly by succumbing to a wild and exceedingly silly philanthropical hurrah. Even religion is emancipated. There are churches, it is true, but they exist as appendages of society, instead of being divine institutions, established for the secret purposes of unerring wisdom. And we hear men openly commending this or that ecclesiastical organization, because it has more or less of the savor of republicanism. But one new dogma remains to be advanced, that the government of the universe is democratical, in which the music of the spheres is a popular song, and the disappearance of a world a matter to be referred to the people in their primary capacity. Among other absurdities of the hour is a new law, giving to married women the control of their property, and drawing a line of covetousness across the bolster of every marriage bed in the state. Surely, Mr. Dunscombe, a man of your integrity, character, manliness, and principles, would defend the weaker sex in the maintenance of its rights, against prodigality, tyranny, and neglect. These are so many words, my dear ma'am, and are totally without meaning when thoroughly sifted. God created woman to be a helpmeet to man, to comfort, solace, and aid him in his pursuit after worldly happiness, but always in a dependent relation. The marriage condition, viewed in its everyday aspect, has sufficient causes of disagreement without drawing in this of property. One of the dearest and nearest of its ties, indeed, that of a perfect identification of interests, is at once cut off by this foolish, not to say wicked, attempt to light the torch of contention in every household. It were better to teach our women not to throw themselves away on men who cannot be trusted, to inculcate the necessity of not marrying in haste, to repent at leisure, than to tinker the old, venerable, and long-tried usages of our fathers, by crotchets that come far more from the feverish audacity of ignorance than from philosophy or wisdom. Why, unless the courts interpose their prudence to rectify the blunders of the legislature, as they have already done 100 times, the laborer's wife may have her action against her husband for the earthen bowl he has broken, and the man may be sued by the wife for rent. The happiness of every home is hourly put in jeopardy, in order that now and then a wife may be saved from the courses of a speculator or a spendthrift. Might not this have been done before, Uncle Tom, by means of settlements? Asked Anna with interest. Certainly, and that it is which renders all this silly quackery so much the worse. In those cases in which the magnitude of the stake might seem to demand extraordinary care, the means already existed for providing all useful safeguards, and any new legislation was quite unnecessary. This very law will produce 20-fold more unhappiness in families than it will prevent of misery, by setting up distinct and often conflicting interests among those who ought to live as bone of their bone and flesh of their flesh. You do not give to woman her proper place in society, Mr. Dunscombe, returned Mary Monson haughtily. Your comments are those of a bachelor. I have heard of a certain Miss Millington, who once had an interest with you, and who, if living, would have taught you juster sentiments on this subject. Dunscombe turned as white as a sheet. His hand and lip quivered, and all desire to continue the discourse suddenly left him. The gentle Anna, ever attentive to his wishes and ailings, stole to his side, silently offering a glass of water. She had seen this agitation before, and knew there was a leaf in Uncle Tom's history that he did not wish every vulgar eye to read. As for Mary Monson, she went into her cell, like one who declined any further communication with her counsel. Timms was struck with her lofty and decided manner, but stood too much in awe of her to interpose a remonstrance. After a few minutes taken by Dunscombe to regain his self-command, and a brief consultation together, the two lawyers quitted the prison. All this time the accused remained in her cell in resentful silence, closely and anxiously watched by the searching eye of her senior attendant. End of section 18. Section 19 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 19. Methinks if, as I guess, the fault's but small, it might be pardoned. The Orphan. Perhaps no surer test of high principles, as it is certain no more accurate test of high breeding can be found than a distaste for injurious gossip, in woman, subject as she is unquestionably, by her education, habits, and active curiosity, to the influence of this vice. Its existence is deplorable, leading to 1,000 wrongs, among the chief of which is a false appreciation of ourselves. But when men submit to so vile a propensity, they become contemptible as well as wicked. As a result of long observation, we should say that those who are most obnoxious to the just condemnation of the world are the most addicted to finding faults in others, and it is only the comparatively good who are so because they are humble, that abstain from meddling and dealing in scandal. When one reflects on the great amount of injustice that is thus inflicted, without even the most remote hope of reparation, how far a loose, ill-considered, and ignorant remark will float on the tongues of the idle, how much unmerited misery is oftentimes entailed by such unweighed assertions and opinions, and how small is the return of benefit in any form whatever, it would almost appear a necessary moral consequence that the world, by general consent, would determine to eradicate so pernicious an evil, in the common interest of mankind. That it does not is probably owing to the power that is still left in the hands of the father of sin, by the infinite wisdom that has seen fit to place us in this condition of trial. The parent of all lies, gossip, is one of the most familiar of the means he employs to put his falsehoods in circulation. This vice is heartless and dangerous when confined to its natural limits, the circles of society, but when it invades the outer walks of life, and most of all when it gets mixed up with the administration of justice, it becomes a tyrant, as ruthless and injurious in its way as he who fiddled while Rome was in flames. We have no desire to exaggerate the evils of the state of society in which we live, but an honest regard to truth will, we think, induce every observant man to lament the manner in which this power, under the guise of popular opinion, penetrates into all the avenues of the courts, corrupting, perverting, and often destroying the healthful action of their systems. Bibbery furnished a clear example of the truth of these remarks on the morning of the day on which Mary Monson was to be tried. The jail window had its crowd, of course, and though the disposition of curtains and other similar means of concealment completely baffled vulgar curiosity, they could not cloak the resentful feelings to which this reserve gave birth. Most of those who were drawn thither belonged to a class who fancied it was not affliction enough to be accused of two of the highest crimes known to the laws, but that to this grievous misfortune should be added a submission to the stare of the multitude. It was the people's laws the accused was supposed to have disregarded, and it was their privilege to anticipate punishment by insult. "Why don't she show herself, and let the public look on her?" demanded one curious old man, whose head had whitened under a steadily increasing misconception of what the rights of this public were. "I've seen murderers afore now, and ain't a bit afeard on 'em, if they be well ironed and looked after." This sally produced a heartless laugh, for sooth to say, where one feels under such circumstances as reason and justice and revelation would tell them to feel, 10 feel as the demons prompt. You cannot expect that a lady of fashion, who plays on the harp and talks French, will show her pretty face to be gazed at by common folk, rejoined a shabby genteel sort of personage, out of whose waistcoat pocket obtruded the leaves of a small notebook and the end of a gold pen. This man was a reporter, rendered malignant by meeting with opposition to his views of imagining that the universe was created to furnish paragraphs for newspapers. He was a half-educated European, who pronounced all his words in a sort of boarding school dialect, as if abbreviation offended a taste sickened over by learning. Another laugh succeeded this supercilious sneer, and 3 or 4 lads, half grown and clamorous, called aloud the name of Mary Monson, demanding that she should show herself. At that moment the accused was on her knees, with Anna Updike at her side, praying for that support which, as the crisis arrived, she found to be more and more necessary. Changing from the scene to the open street, we find a pettifogger, one secretly prompted by Williams, spreading a report that had its origin no one knew where, but which was gradually finding its way to the ears of half the population of Dukes, exciting prejudice and inflicting wrong. "It is the curious story I ever heard," said Sam Tongue, as the pettifogger was usually styled, though his real name was Hubbs, "and once so hard to believe that, though I tell it, I call on no man to believe it. You see, gentlemen," the little group around him was composed of suitors, witnesses, jurors, grand jurors, and others of a stamp that usually mark these several classes of men, that the account now is that this Mary Monson was sent abroad for her schoolin' when only 10 years old, and that she stayed in the old countries long enough to larn to play the harp, and other deviltries of the same nature. It's a misfortune, as I say, for any young woman to be sent out of Ameriky for an education. Education, as everybody knows, is the great glory of our country, and a body would think that what can't be larnt here isn't worth knowing." This sentiment was well received, as would be any opinion that asserted American superiority with that particular class of listeners. Eye turned to eye, nod answered nod, and a murmur expressive of approbation passed through the little crowd. But there was no great harm in that, put in a person named Hicks, who was accustomed to connect consequences with their causes, and to trace causes down to their consequences. "Anybody might have been educated in France as well as Mary Monson. That will hardly tell agin her on the trial." "I didn't say it would," answered Sam Tongue, "though it's generally conceded that France is no country for religion or true freedom. Give me religion and freedom, say I. A body can get along with bad crops, or disappointments in general, so long as he has plenty of religion and plenty of freedom." Another murmur, another movement in the group, and other nods denoted the spirit in which this was received too. "All this don't make agin Mary Monson, especially as you say she was sent abroad so young. It wasn't her fault if her parents—" "She had no parents. There's the great mystery of her case. Never had, so far as can be discovered. A gal without parents, without friends of any sort, is educated in a foreign land, larns to speak foreign tongues, plays on foreign music, and comes home after she's grown up with her pockets as full as if she'd been to Californy and met a vein, and no one can tell where it all come from." "Well, that won't tell agin her neither," rejoined Hicks, who had now defended the accused so much that he began to take an interest in her acquittal. "Evidence must be direct, and have a p'int to tell agin man or woman. As for Californy, it's made lawful by treaty, if Congress will only let it alone. I know that as well as the best lawyer in Dukes, but character can tell agin an accused, as is very likely to be shown in the Oye Interminer of this day. Character counts, let me tell you, when the facts get a little confused, and this is just what I was about to say. Mary Monson has money. Where does it come from? Those that think her guilty say that it comes from poor Mrs. Goodwin's stocking," returned Hicks with a laugh. "But for my part I've seen that stocking, and I'm satisfied it didn't hold $500 if it did 4. Here the reporter out with his notes, scribbling away for some time. That evening a paragraph, a little altered to give it point and interest, appeared in an evening paper, in which the conflicting statements of Tongue and Hicks were so presented that neither of these worthies could have recognized his own child. That paper was in Bibury next morning, and had no inconsiderable influence ultimately on the fortunes of the accused. In the barroom of Mrs. Horton, the discussion was also lively and wily on this same subject. As this was a place much frequented by the jurors, the agents of Timms and Williams were very numerous in and around that house. The reader is not to suppose that these men admitted directly to themselves even the true character of the rascally business in which they were engaged, for their employers were much too shrewd not to cover to a certain degree the deformity of their own acts. One set had been told that they were favoring justice, bringing down aristocratic pride to the level of the rights of the mass, demonstrating that this was a free country by one of the very vilest procedures that ever polluted the fountains of justice at their very source. On the other hand, the agents of Timms had been persuaded that they were working in behalf of a persecuted and injured woman, who was pressed upon by the well-known avarice of the nephew of the Goodwins, and who was in danger of becoming the victim of a chain of extraordinary occurrences that had thrown her into the meshes of the law. It is true, this reasoning was backed by liberal gifts, which, however, were made to assume the aspect of compensation fairly earned. For the biggest villain going derives a certain degree of satisfaction in persuading himself that he is acting under the influence of motives to which he is in truth a stranger. The homage which vice pays to virtue is on a much more extended scale than is commonly supposed. William's men had much the best of it with the mass. They addressed themselves to prejudices as wide as the dominion of man, and a certain personal zeal was mingled with their cupidity. Then they had by far the easiest task. He who merely aids the evil principles of our nature, provided he conceal the cloven foot, is much more sure of finding willing listeners than he who looks for support in the good. A very unusual sort of story was circulated in this bar-room at the expense of the accused, and which carried with it more credit than common, in consequence of its being so much out of the beaten track of events as to seem to set invention at defiance. Mary Monson was said to be an heiress, well connected and well educated, or, as these three very material circumstances were stated by the Williams men, well-to-do herself, of friends well-to-do, and of excellent schooling. She had been married to a person of equal position in society, wealth, and character, but many years her senior. Too many, the story went, considering her own time of life, for a great difference, when one of the parties is youthful, is apt to tax the tastes too severely, and that connection had not proved happy. It had been formed abroad, and more on foreign than on American principles, the bridegroom being a Frenchman. It was what is called a mariage de raison, made through the agency of friends and executors, rather than through the sympathies and feelings that should alone bring man and woman together in this, the closest union known to human beings. After a year of married life abroad, the unmatched couple had come to America, where the wife possessed a very ample fortune. This estate, the recently enacted laws, gave solely and absolutely to herself, and it soon became a source of dissension between man and wife. The husband, quite naturally, considered himself entitled to advise and direct, and in some measure to control, while the affluent, youthful, and pretty wife was indisposed to yield any of the independence she so much prized, but which, in sooth, was asserted in the very teeth of one of the most salutary laws of nature. In consequence of this very different manner of viewing the marriage relation, a coolness ensued, which was shortly followed by the disappearance of the wife. This wife was Mary Monson, who had secreted herself in the retired dwelling of the Goodwins, while the hired agents of her husband were running up and down the land in search of the fugitive in places of resort. To this account, so strange and yet in many respects so natural, it was added that a vein of occult madness existed in the lady's family, and it was suggested that, as so much of her conduct as was out of the ordinary course might be traced to this malady, so was it also possible that the terrible incidents of the fire and the deaths were to be imputed to the same deep affliction. We are far from saying that any rumor expressed in the terms we have used was circulating in Mrs. Horton's barroom, but one that contained all their essentials was. It is one of the curious effects of the upward tendency of truth that almost every effort to conceal it altogether fails, and this at the very time when idle and heartless gossip is filling the world with lies. The tongue does 1,000 times more evil than the sword, destroys more happiness, inflicts more incurable wounds, leaves deeper and more indelible scars. Truth is rarely met with unalloyed by falsehood. This or that unmixed no mortal error shall find, was the judgment of Pope a century since, nor has all the boasted progress of these later times induced a change. It is remarkable that a country which seems honestly devoted to improvement of every sort, that has a feverish desire to take the lead in the warfare against all sorts and species of falsehood, gives not the slightest heed to the necessity of keeping the channels of intelligence pure as well as open. Such is the fact, and it is a melancholy but a just admission to acknowledge that with all the means of publicity preserved by America, there is no country in which it is more difficult to get unadulterated truth impressed on the common mind. The same wire that transmits a true account of the price of cotton from Halifax to New Orleans carries a spark that imparts one that is false. The two arrive together, and it is not until each has done its work that the real fact is ascertained. Notwithstanding these undoubted obstacles to the circulation of unalloyed truth, that upward tendency to which we have alluded occasionally brings out clear and strong rays of the divine quality that illumine the moral darkness on which they shine, as the sun touches the verge of the thunder cloud. It is in this way that an occasional report is heard, coming from no one knows where, originating with no one knows whom, circulating in a sort of undercurrent beneath the torrents of falsehood that is singularly, if it be not absolutely, correct. Of this character was the strange rumor that found its way into Bibury on the morning of Mary Monson's trial, touching the history of that mysterious young woman's past life. Wilmeter heard it first with a pang of disappointment, though Anna had nearly regained her power in his heart, and this pang was immediately succeeded by unbounded surprise. He told the tale to Millington, and together they endeavored to trace the report to something like its source. All efforts of this nature were in vain. One had heard the story from another, but no one could say whence it came originally. The young men gave the pursuit up as useless, and proceeded together towards the room of Timms, where they knew Dunscombe was to be found just at that time. It is remarkable that a story of this nature should be in such general circulation, said John, and no one be able to tell who brought it to Bibury. Parts of it seem extravagant. Do they not strike you so, sir? There is nothing too extravagant for some women to do, answered Millington thoughtfully. Now on such a person as Sarah, or even on Anna Updike, some calculations might be made. Certain calculations, I might say. But there are women, Jack, on whom one can no more depend than on the constancy of the winds. I admire even on Anna Updike." "Do you not agree with me?" returned the unobservant Millington. "I have always considered Sarah's friend as a particularly reliable and safe sort of person. Even on Anna Updike, and a particularly reliable and safe sort of person. You have thought this, Mike, because she is Sarah's bosom friend. That may have prejudiced me in her favor, I will allow, for I like most things that Sarah likes." John looked at his friend and future brother-in-law with an amused surprise. The idea of liking Anna Updike on any account but her own striking him as particularly absurd. But they were soon at Tim's door, and the conversation dropped as a matter of course. No one who has ever traveled much in the interior of America can easily mistake the character of one of the small edifices with the gable to the street, ornamented with what are erroneously termed Venetian blinds, painted white, and with an air of tobacco smoke and the shabby genteel about it, notwithstanding
Cerberus is
its
a beast has left the
architectural
channel.
pretensions. This
Cerberus is a
elderly
beast
sofa
has joined the
was
channel.
drawn edgewise to the street, as if its owner felt the necessity of approaching the thoroughfare of the world a little less directly than the rest of mankind. It often happens that these buildings, small as they usually are, contain 2 or even 3 rooms, and that the occupants, if single men, sleep in them as well as transact their business. Such was the case with Tim's, his office, as the structure was termed, containing his bedroom, in addition to an inner and an outer apartment devoted to the purposes of the law. Dunscombe was in the sanctum, while a single clerk and 3 or 4 clients, countrymen of decent exterior and very expecting countenances, occupied the outer room. John and Millington went into the presence with little or no hesitation. Wilmeter was not accustomed to much circumlocution, and he at once communicated the substance of the strange rumor that was in circulation touching their interesting client. The uncle listened with intense attention, turning pale as the nephew proceeded. Instead of answering or making any comment, he sank upon a chair, leaned his hands on a table, and his head on his hands for fully a minute. All were struck with these signs of agitation, but no one dared to interfere. At length this awkward pause came to a close, and Dunscombe raised his head, the face still pale and agitated. His eye immediately sought that of Millington. "You had heard this story, Michael?" demanded the counselor. "I had, sir. John and I went together to try to trace it to some authority." "With what success?" "None whatever. It is in everyone's mouth, but no one can say whence it came. Most rumors have a clue, but this seems to have none." "Do you trace the connection which has oppressed me?" "I do, sir, and was so struck the moment I heard the rumor, for the facts are in singular conformity with what you communicated to me some months since." "They are indeed, and create a strong probability that there is more truth in this rumor than is commonly to be found in such reports. What has become of Tim's?" "On the ground, squire," answered that worthy from the outer room, "just dispatching my clerk." This word he pronounced clerk instead of Clark, by way of showing he knew how to spell, "with a message to one of my men. He will find him, and be with us in a minute." In the meantime, Timms had a word to say to each client in succession, getting rid of them all by merely telling each man in his turn there was not the shadow of doubt that he would get the better of his opponent in the trial that was so near at hand. It may be said here, as a proof how much a legal prophet may be mistaken, Timms was subsequently beaten in each of these 3 suits, to the great disappointment of as many anxious husbandmen, each of whom fondly counted on success from the oily promises he had received. In a very few minutes the agent expected by Timms appeared in the office. He was plain looking, rather rough and honest in appearance, with a most wily, villainous leer of the eye. His employer introduced him as Mr. Johnson. "Well, Johnson, what news?" commenced Timms. "These are friends to Mary Monson, and you can speak out, always avoiding particulars." Johnson leered, helped himself to a chew of tobacco with great deliberation, a trick he had when he needed a moment of thought before he made his revelations, bowed respectfully to the great York lawyer, took a good look at each of the young men, as if to measure their means of doing good or harm, and then condescended to reply. "Not very good," was the answer. "That foreign instrument, which they say is just such as one as David used when he played before Saul, has done a good deal of harm. It won't do, Squire Timms, to fiddle off an indictment for murder. Mankind gets engaged in such causes, and if they desire music on the trial, it's the music of law and evidence that they want. Have you heard any reports concerning Mary Monson's past life? If so, can you tell where they come from?" Johnson knew perfectly well whence a portion of the rumors came, those which told in favor of the accused, but these, he easily comprehended, were not the reports to which Timms alluded. "Bibury is full of all sorts of rumors," returned Johnson cautiously, "as it commonly is in court time. Parties like to make the most of their causes. You know my meaning. We have no time to lose. Answer at once." "I suppose I do know what you mean, Squire Timms, and I have heard the report. In my judgment, the person who set it afloat is no friend of Mary Monson's." "You think then it will do her damage?" "To the extent of her neck. Eve, before she touched the apple, could not have been acquitted in the face of such a rumor. I look upon your client as a lost woman, Squire Timms." "Does that seem to be the common sentiment? That is, so far as you can judge?" "Among the jurors it does." "The jurors!" exclaimed Dunscombe. "What can you possibly know of the opinions of the jurors, Mr. Johnson?" A cold smile passed over the man's face, and he looked steadily at Timms, as if to catch a clue that might conduct him safely through the difficulties of his case. A frown that was plain enough to the agent, though admirably concealed from all others in the room, told him to be cautious. "I only know what I see and hear. Jurors are men, and other men can sometimes get an insight into their feelings without running counter to law. I heard the rumor related myself in the presence of 7 of the panel. It's true, nothing was said of the murder or the arson, but such a history of the previous life of the accused was given as Lady Washington couldn't have stood up again, had she been living and on trial for her life." "Was anything said of insanity?" asked Dunscombe. "Ha! That plea will do no good nowadays. It's worn out. They'd hang a murderer from Bedlam. Insanity has been overdone, and can't be depended on any longer." "Was anything said on the subject?" repeated the counselor. "Why, to own the truth, there was. But as that told for Mary Monson, and not agin her, it was not pressed." "You think, then, that the story has been circulated by persons in favor of the prosecution?" "I know it. One of the other side said to me not 10 minutes ago, 'Johnson,' said he, 'we are old friends.' He always speaks to me in that familiar way. 'Johnson,' said he, 'you'd 'a' done better to have given up. What's $5,000 to the likes of her? And them you know is the figures.'" "This is a pretty exhibition of the manner of administering justice!" exclaimed the indignant Dunscombe. "Long as I have been at the bar, I had no conception that such practices prevailed. At all events, this illegality will give a fair occasion to demand a new trial." "Aye, the sharpest lawyer that ever crossed Harlem Bridge can learn something in Old Dukes," said Johnson, nodding. "Squire Timms will stand to that." As for new trials, I only wonder the lawyers don't get one each time they're beaten, for the law would bear them out. I should like to know how, Master Johnson, put in Timms. That would be a secret worth knowing. A $5 note will buy it. There's one of 10. Now tell me your secret. Well, Squire, you be a gentleman, whatever folks may say and think of you. I'd rather do business with you by one half than do business with Williams, notwithstanding he is such a name up and down the country. Stick to it, and you'll get the nomination to the Senate, and the nomination secured. You're sure of the seat. Nomination is the government of Ameriky, and that's secured by a wonderful few. I believe you are more than half right, Johnson. Here Dunscombe, his nephew, and Millington left the office, quite unnoticed by the two worthies, who had entered on a subject as engrossing as that of Tim's elevation to the Senate. And, by the way, as this book is very likely to be introduced to the world, it may be well enough to explain that we have two sorts of senates in this country, wheels within wheels. There is the Senate of each state, without an exception now, we believe, and there is the Senate of the United States, the last being, in every sense, much the most dignified and important body. It being unfortunately true that nominations are the real people of America, unless in cases which arouse the nation, the state senates very often contain members altogether unsuited to their trusts, men who have obtained their seats by party legerdemain, and who had much better, on their own account, as well as on that of the public, be at home attending to their own private affairs. This much may be freely said by any citizen of a state senate, a collection of political partisans that commands no particular respect. But it is very different with that of the United States, and we shall confine ourselves to saying, in reference to that body, which it is the fashion of the times to reverence as the most illustrious political body on earth, that it is not quite as obnoxious to this judgment as the best of its sisterhood of the several states, though very far from being immaculate, or what with a little more honesty in political leaders it might be. I believe you are half right, Johnson, answered Timms. Nomination is the government in this country. Liberty, people, and all. Let a man get a nomination on the right side, and he's as good as elected. But now for this mode of getting new trials, Johnson. Why, Squire, I'm amazed a man of your experience should ask the question. The law is sharp enough in keeping jurors and constables and doorkeepers in their places, but the jurors and constables and doorkeepers don't like to be kept in their places, and there isn't one cause in 10, if they be of any length, in which the jurors don't stray, or the constables don't get into the jury rooms. You can't pound free-born Americans like cattle. I understand you, Johnson, and will take the hint. I knew there was a screw loose in this part of our jurisprudence, but did not think it as important as I now see it is. The fact is, Johnson, we have been telling the people so long that they are perfect, and every man that he, in his own person, is one of these people, that our citizens don't like to submit to restraints that are disagreeable. Still, we are a law-abiding people, as everyone says. That may be so, Squire, but we are not jury-room abiding, nor be the constables outside of the door abiding. Take my word for it. As you say, sir, every man is beginning to think he is a part of the people, and a great part, too, and he soon gets the notion that he can do as he has a mind to do. Where is Mr. Dunscombe? He stepped out with the young gentleman a few minutes since. I dare say, Squire Timms, he's gone to engage men to talk down this rumor about Mary Monson. That job should have been mine by rights. Not he, Johnson, not he. Your grand lawyers don't meddle with such matters, or when they do, they pretend not to. No, he has gone to the jail, and I must follow him. At the jail was Dunscombe, sure enough. Mary Monson, Anna, and Sarah, with Marie Moulin, all dressed for the court. the former with beautiful simplicity, but still more beautiful care. The three last plainly, but in attire well suited to their respective stations in life. There was a common air of concern and anxiety, though Mary Monson still maintained her self-command. Indeed, the quiet of her manner was truly wonderful for the circumstances. "Providence has placed me in a most trying situation," she said, "but I see my course. Were I to shrink from this trial, evaded in any manner, a blot would rest on my name as long as I am remembered. It is indispensable that I should be acquitted. This, by God's blessing on the innocent, must come to pass, and I may go forth and face my friends with a quiet mind." "These friends ought to be known," answered Dunscombe, "and should be here to countenance you with their presence. Never, while I live, never. You see this young man, Mary Monson. I believe he is known to you by name." Mary Monson turned her face towards Millington, smiled coldly, and seemed undisturbed. "What is he to me? Here is the woman of his heart. Let him turn to her with all his care." "You understand me, Mary Monson. It is important that I should be assured of that." "Perhaps I do, Mr. Dunscombe, and perhaps I do not. You are enigmatical this morning. I cannot be certain." "In one short half hour the bell of yonder courthouse will ring, when you are to be tried for your life." The cheek of the accused blanched a little, but its color soon returned, while her eye assumed a look even prouder than common. "Let it come," was her quiet answer. "The innocent need not tremble. These two pure beings have promised to accompany me to the place of trial, and to give me their countenance. Why then should I hesitate?" "I shall go too," said Millington steadily, like one whose mind was made up. Well, for the sake of this dear one, you may go too." "For no other reason, Mary?" "For no other reason, sir. I am aware of the interest you and Mr. Wilmeter have taken in my case, and I thank you both from the bottom of my heart. Ah, kindness was never lost on me." A flood of tears, for the first time since her imprisonment, so far as anyone knew, burst from this extraordinary being, and for a few minutes she became woman in the fullest meaning of the term. During this interval Dunscombe retired, perceiving that it was useless to urge anything on his client while weeping almost convulsively, and aware that he had several things to do before the court met. Besides, he left the place quite satisfied on an all-important point, and he and Millington walked by themselves towards the courthouse, their heads close together, and their voices reduced nearly to whispers. End of section 19.
Chapter 20 of The Ways of the Hour. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Ways of the Hour by James Fenimore Cooper. Chapter 20. I blush and am confounded to appear before thy presence, Cato. What's thy crime? I am a Numidian. Cato. Within the half hour mentioned by Dunscombe, the courthouse bell rang, and there was a rush towards that building in order to secure seats for the approaching trial. All that has been related in the preceding chapter occurred between the hours of 6 and 9 that morning, it being one of the ways of the hour in the march of improvement to drive the administration of justice with as near an approach to railroad speed as is practicable. Many of the modern judges go to work as early as 8 in the morning, perhaps most do in the country circuits, and continue to call causes until 9 and 10 at night, illustrating the justice of the land by means of agents who are half asleep and stupid from fatigue. We have said that everything like dignity, except as it is to be found in the high character of its duties and the manner in which they are performed, has been banished from the courts of New York. Even on this solemn occasion, when a human being was to be put on trial for her life, and she a woman, there was no departure from the naked simplicity that has been set up on the pedestal of reason, in open opposition to the ancient accessories by which the law asserted its power. It remains to be seen whether human nature has not been as much overestimated under the new arrangement as it was underrated by the old. There is a medium, in truth, that it is ever safe to respect, and there is reason to apprehend that in throwing away the useless vestments of idle parade, those necessary to decency were cast aside with them. Quite a fourth of the audience assembled in Dukes County Courthouse on this occasion were females. The curiosity which is said to be so natural to the sex was, on this occasion, quickened by the peculiar circumstances of the case, a woman having been murdered, and a woman accused of having committed the offense. It was said, however, that many were summoned as witnesses, it being generally understood that the state had subpoenaed the country far and near. At length a general and expecting silence succeeded the bustle of the crowds entering and obtaining seats, and the eyes of the spectators were very generally turned towards the door, in the wish to get a glimpse of the principal personage in the approaching scene. We know not why it is that the spectacle of others' woes has so great a charm for most persons. Nature has given us sympathy and compassion and a desire to alleviate misery, yet most of us like to look upon it as a mere spectacle, when we have neither the wish nor the power to be more than useless spectators. Thousands will assemble to see a man hanged, when all know that the law has a grasp too tight to be unloosed, and that the circle of the gallows is no place for feelings of commiseration. But so it is, and many a female, that day, who would have gladly alleviated in the distress that it was in her power to lessen, sat there, a curious and interested observer of all that passed, to note the workings of the countenance, the writhings of the inner soul, if any such there should be, or the gleams of hope that might at intervals lighten the gloom of despair. The court was occupied for half an hour with hearing motions and in granting orders, nothing seeming to impede its utilitarian progress. Then the movement within the bar ceased, and an expectation that was even solemn fell on the whole mass of human beings that were collected in that narrow space. "This is the day for which the trial of Mary Munson was, by arraignment, set down," observed the judge. "Mr. District Attorney, are you ready?" "We are, sir. Entirely so, I believe. If the court please, Mr. Williams and Mr. Wright will be associated with me in this case. It is one of importance, and I do not like the responsibility of trying it alone." "The court has so understood it. Who is for the accused?" "I am retained to defend Mary Monson," answered Dunscombe, rising with dignity and speaking with the self-possession of one long accustomed to the courts. "Mr. Timms will assist me." "Are you ready, gentlemen?" "I believe we are, Your Honor, though the prisoner has not yet been arraigned." "Mr. District Attorney, we will proceed." As the sheriff now left the room, in person, rather an unusual thing in bringing a prisoner into court, expectation was at its height. In the midst of a breathing silence, the door swung round. Courtroom doors are now made to swing like turnpikes in order to prevent noise, and Mr. Gott entered, followed by Mary Monson, Anna, Sarah, Marie Molin, and the two young men. The kind-hearted wife of the sheriff was already in the room, and by means of a constable had managed to keep seats reserved for those who might attend the prisoner. To these seats the party now retired, with the exception of Marie Molin, who attended her mistress within the bar. Every observer was struck with the unexpected air, manner, and attire of the prisoner. Dunscombe saw at a glance that her appearance had made a most favorable impression. This was something, and he hoped it might counteract much of the maneuvering of Davis and Williams. The judge, in particular, a kind-hearted and very well-meaning man, was taken altogether by surprise. There is nothing in which there is more Freemasonry than in the secret symptoms of social castes. Each individual is more or less of a judge of these matters, up to the level of his own associations, while all beyond is mystery. It happened that the judge now about to try Mary Monson belonged to an old, historical New York family, a thing of rather rare occurrence in the great movements of the times, and he possessed an hereditary tact in discerning persons of his own habits of life. Almost at a glance, he perceived that the prisoner had the air, manners, countenance, and finesse of one accustomed from infancy to good company. The reader may smile at this, but he must pardon us if we say the smile will betray ignorance rather than denote the philosophy that he may fancy controls his opinions. Dunscombe was much gratified when the judge rather earnestly interposed against the act of the sheriff, who was about to place the prisoner at the bar in the little barricaded space allotted to the use of ordinary criminals, directing him to give the prisoner a chair within the bar. Mr. Sheriff, gentlemen, be so good as make room that the accused may sit near her counsel. Mr. Attorney, let the prisoner be arraigned as soon as she has rested from the fatigue and agitation of appearing here. This ceremony, now little more than the blank form, was soon ended, and the plea of not guilty was entered. The next step was to impanel the jury, a task of infinite difficulty, and one that has got to be so much an outwork in the proceedings in criminal cases as almost to baffle the powers of the law. It is no unusual thing for the time of the court to be occupied a week or two in this preliminary proceeding, until the evil has got to be so crying as to induce the executive to recommend that the legislature may devise some mode of relief. One of the most besetting vices of all American legislation, in those cases in which abuses are not the offspring of party, is a false philanthropy in which the wicked and evildoer has been protected at the expense of the upright and obedient. The abuse just mentioned is one of those in which the bottom has been reached somewhat sooner than common, but it is hazarding little to predict that more than half which has been done within the last few years under the guise of liberty and philanthropy will have to be undone ere the citizens would be left to the quiet enjoyment of his rights or can receive the just protection of the laws. One of the common sense and real improvements of the day is to swear the jurors in all the causes that are to be tried by one process. This is a saving of time, and though the ceremony might be, and ought to be made, much more solemn and impressive than it is, as by causing all other business to cease, and to make everyone present rise and stand in reverential silence, while the name of the God of heaven and earth is invoked, still it is a great improvement on the ancient mode, and has reason to sustain it. It gives us pleasure to note such circumstances in the ways of the hour, whenever a sense of right can induce one who loathes the flattery of the people quite as much as he loathes that of princes, and flattery of all sorts, to say aught in favor of what has been done or is yet doing around him. The clerk called the name of Jonas Waddles, the first juror drawn. This man was a respectable mechanic, of no great force in the way of mind, but meaning well and reputed honest. Timms gave the senior counsel a look, which the other understood to mean, "He may do." No objection being made on account of the state, Jonas Waddles took his seat in the jury box, which was thought great good luck for a capital case. "Ira Truman," cried the clerk. A meaning pause succeeded the announcement of this name. Truman was a person of considerable local influence, and would probably carry great weight in a body composed principally of men even less instructed than he was himself. What was more, both Timms and Williams knew that their respective agents had been hard at work to gain his ear, though neither knew exactly with what degree of success. It was consequently equally hazardous to accept or to oppose, and the two legal gladiators stood at bay, each waiting for the other to betray his opinion of the man. The judge soon became wearied, and inquired if the juror was accepted. It was a somewhat amusing sight, now, to observe the manner in which Timms proceeded with Williams, and Williams met Timms. "I should like to hear the gentleman's objections to this juror," observed Timms, "as I do not see that his challenge is peremptory." "I have not challenged the juror at all," answered Williams, "but have understood the challenge comes from the defense." "This is extraordinary. The gentleman looks defiance at the jurors, and now declares he does not challenge." "Looks? If looks made a challenge, the state might at once suffer these foul murders to go unpunished, for I am sure the gentleman's countenance is a perfect thundercloud. I trust the counsel will recollect the gravity of this cause, and suffer it to be conducted with a decorum that ought never to be wanting in a court of justice," interposed the judge. "Unless there is a direct challenge from one side or the other, the juror must take his seat, of course." I should like to ask the juror a question or two, Timms replied, speaking very cautiously, and like one who was afraid of hurting the feelings of the party under examination, and in truth wary lest on investigation he might discover that Truman was likely to be the sort of person he wanted. You have been at Badtv, juror, since the opening of the court? Truman nodded his head. Of course you have been round among your friends and neighbors that you have met with here? Another nod from Truman, with a sort of affirmative grunt. You have probably heard more or less said concerning Mary Monson, I mean in a legal and proper way? A third nod of assent. Can you speak anything in particular that has been said in your presence? Truman seemed to tax his memory. Then he raised his head and answered deliberately and with great clearness. I was going from the tavern to the courthouse when I met David Johnson. Never mind those particulars, Mr. Truman, interrupted Timms, who saw that the juror had been talking with one of his own most confidential agents. What the court wishes to know is if anyone has been reporting circumstances unfavorable to Mary Monson in your presence? Or in her favor, put in Williams with a sneer. Juror, interposed the judge, tell us if anyone has spoken to you on the merits of this case, for or against? Merits, repeated Truman, seeming to reflect again. No, Your Honor, I can't say that there has. Now this was as bold a falsehood as was ever uttered, but Truman reconciled the answer to his conscience by choosing to consider that the conversation he had heard had been on the demerits of the accused. I do not see, gentlemen, that you can challenge for cause, observed His Honor, unless you have further facts. Perhaps we have, sir, answered Williams. You were saying, Mr. Truman, that you met David Johnson as you were going from the inn to the courthouse? Did I understand you correctly? Just so, Squire. I had been having a long talk with Peter Titus, one of Williams's most active and confidential agents. When Johnson came up, Johnson says he, Pleasant day, gentlemen. I'm glad to see you both out, for the faces of old friends is getting scarce. I see no objection to the jurors being received, Williams carelessly remarked, satisfied that Titus had not neglected his duty in that long talk. Yes, he is as good a juror as Dukes can furnish, observed Timms, perfectly sure Johnson had turned to account the advantage of having the last word. Truman was accordingly admitted to the box as the second man of the 12. The two managers of this cause were both right. Titus had crammed his old acquaintance, Truman, with all that was circulating to the prejudice of the prisoner, expressing surprise, when he had said all he had to say, at hearing that his friend was on the panel. Well, said Titus, as Johnson approached, if questioned, you'll remember I said I didn't dream of you being a juryman, but, just as like as not, you'll not be drawn for the case at all. On the other hand, Johnson was quite eloquent and pathetic in giving his old acquaintance the history of Mary Monson's case, whom he pronounced a most injured and persecuted woman. Truman, a shrewd managing fellow in general, fancied himself just as impartial and fit to try the cause, after he had heard the stories of the two men, as he had ever been. But in this he was mistaken. It requires an unusually clear head, exceedingly high principles, and a great knowledge of men to maintain perfect impartiality in these cases, and certainly Truman was not the man to boast of all these rare qualities. In general, the last word tells, but it sometimes happens that first impressions become difficult to eradicate. Such was the fact in the present instance, Truman taking his seat in the jury box with an exceedingly strong bias against the accused. We are aware that these are not the colors in which it is the fashion to delineate the venerable and much vaunted institution of the jury. Certainly a most efficient agent in curtailing the power of a prince, but just as certainly a most irresponsible, vague, and quite often an unprincipled means of administering the law, when men are not urged to the desire of doing right by political pressure from without, and are left to the perverse and free workings of a very evil nature. We represent things as we believe them to exist, knowing that